Volume 5, Chapter 201, Survivor of the Magic Tower, Part 1. Crack. The sound of bones grinding together could be heard. Shihoon's muscles started to move and a black liquid came out of his pores. Ah, he let out an exclamation. It was a weird sensation, as if he were being reborn. It wasn't a horrible pain like he'd often heard. Rather than that, it felt refreshing. It was as if someone was scratching itchy parts of his body. Rhyme went on. He slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath. The air of the forest entered his lungs. A hard-to-explain, clear feeling covered him. He felt like his body was as light as a feather and extended his hands to grab the sword that had pierced Kang-woo's stomach. Blue light surrounded the sword, and it came out smoothly as if it were alive. Kang-woo collapsed. Hyeonim. He extended his hands, and Kang-woo was surrounded by blue energy as if a psychic were using telekinesis on him. He slowly lay Kang-woo on the floor. The blue energy covered his wound. Surprisingly, not a single drop of blood was coming out from where he just stabbed him. I must end things quickly. Having used sword control to seal the damage was just a temporary solution. To fully heal his wound, he had to take him to the Hall of Protection, return to Korea, and then call for Han Seala. What the? He saw Yogg-saren's surprised expression. He turned and gripped his sword. He wasn't trembling anymore. Yogg-saren, he said the name with resentment, the underling of the demon he hated the most. He was a being who'd put Gaia in danger and he'd made him stab Kang-woo. I must kill him. There was no reason to keep him alive. Strong killing intent surged from Shihoon. Damn, how did you free yourself from the influence of the seed? He had a confused expression. A human shouldn't be able to resist a demon's cravings. Don't say nonsense, demon. He charged without hesitation while holding the sword. Certainly, just like Yogg-saren said, the cravings of a demon's body were strong. There probably wasn't a single drug that could be compared to it. But one could overcome it. He was evidence of that. He'd touched rock bottom and barely managed to rise back up, but it wasn't impossible. I won't let you do as you wish. He took a step forward and thrust out the sword, which left his hands and moved freely across the air as if it were alive. Blue Dragon First Form. Light shone and blue energy slashed through the space and cut Yogg-saren's body. How dare a mere human? The battle kept going on. It was completely different from when he was one-sidedly beaten up. Kim Shihoon's body moved incredibly fast while leaving an afterimage. Boom, he felt free, and he was able to do things that he couldn't do before. The fact that he could use sword techniques without holding the sword made it possible for him to do incredible movements. D-damn. As the fight continued, the number of wounds on Yogg-saren's body increased. His skin was torn and the green tentacles were cut. Yogg-saren anxiously looked around. He grabbed a black sphere from within his body. You don't think that things will end like this? He glared at him with strong killing intent. Crack. He destroyed the black sphere with his hands. A black fissure appeared and devoured Yogg-saren's body. I won't let you go, Kim Shihoon charged forward. Yogg-saren waved his hands and a huge army of undead charged toward Shihoon. Kim Shihoon could kill each undead with one attack, but there were hundreds of them. Even if he'd just awakened, he couldn't eliminate such a huge amount of monsters in the blink of an eye. I should ignore them. He was trying to follow Yogg-saren, who was about to disappear through the fissure. He saw the undead running toward the unconscious Gaia and Kang-woo. Damn. He couldn't follow the demon if the price was giving up on those two. Kim Shihoon bit his lip and glared at Yogg-saren. Don't forget it, human. Yogg-saren and Kim Shihoon looked at each other. In the end, the demons will win. He extended both hands and spoke in a madness-filled voice. Everything as Mr. Satan wills it. Yogg-saren completely disappeared through the fissure. Kim Shihoon remained silent while watching Yogg-saren disappear. He looked at where he'd disappeared with sharp eyes but ended up turning his head. He had no time to think about the escaped demon. Hyeonim. Kang-woo Hyeonim, Shihoon. Kang-woo got up. Kim Shihoon quickly went running to Kang-woo while crying. Kang-woo smiled and looked at Kim Shihoon. I knew that you'd be able to do it. Don't get up yet, Hyeonim. Your wound, why is someone whose arms were regenerated by me worried about that? I'll be okay as long as I don't die. Kang-woo smiled bitterly and healed his wound. Even if the wound was closed, it seemed that physical damage was still left. Kang-woo, who was trying to get up, began staggering. Hyeonim, I'm okay, but more than that, what happened? Why did you turn into a demon? That. Kim Shihoon hesitated a bit. After thinking for a while, he told him what Yogg-saren had told him. A seed, huh? I'm sorry, because of me? No, it's okay. He shook his head. I think that we should keep this a secret. Yes. Don't be so worried. Kang-woo patted his shoulders. He held Kim Shihoon's hands. Anyway, you managed to beat it on your own. You've already done it once, so you'll probably be okay. It isn't that simple of an issue. Shihoon, I believe in you. Hyung, tears appeared in Kim Shihoon's eyes. He'd feared he might kill someone important to him with his own hands, and in the middle of such fear, Kang-woo's words had been of great help. Hyung, don't hug me. Kang-woo pushed Kim Shihoon away. Kim Shihoon's expression resembled an abandoned dog's. Don't try to act as if you feel hurt. Why was he aiming for the role of the main heroine? There's another person you should be hugging. Mr. Shihoon, Gaia, who had been unconscious, carefully got up. She looked around in confusion and she didn't seem to be acting. Miss Gaia, Guardian Kim Shihoon, eh. I mean, what happened? Nice sister-in-law, thankfully, she spoke in a trembling voice as if she knew her role. Kim Shihoon helped Gaia stand up. Kang-woo smiled while looking at them. With this, the hero had blossomed in the middle of despair, the evil demon had escaped, and the weak heroine had been rescued. This is what I call a novel ending, ha. That human was certainly impressive. A week later, after Kim Shihoon's incident, after the training session with Mammon's Authority was over, Balrog opened his mouth. Kang-woo nodded. It wasn't hard to guess who Balrog was talking about. If he weren't impressive, I wouldn't have tried that hard. I'm just impressed by the king's ability to recognize strong people. To be honest, I didn't expect that human to become that much stronger in the middle of our act. Balrog remembered the fight with Kim Shihoon. He felt a thrill spread through his body. Kang-woo smirked. Do you think you'll be caught up too? Haha, even if he's accepted the soul of a god inside his body, I, Balrog, am not so weak that I'd lose against a human brat. Balrog answered without hesitation. Kang-woo nodded. At that moment, Balrog's condition wasn't the best. Not only that, but he wasn't using his main weapon. He'd fought Kim Shihoon with tentacles. To be honest, he's become so strong that he should probably be able to beat an average great demon. A smile appeared on Kang-woo's face. Kim Shihoon should be able to deal with chickens like Halfas, Malfas, and Fennecs. I'm proud of you. A proud smile appeared on his face. With the awakening, he'd become so strong that he was strong enough to get into the top 5 in the army he used to lead in the past. As expected, trying hard never fails. It had been worth it. Still, there's a long way to go. He didn't have a complaint regarding Kim Shihoon's growth speed, but the thing he had an issue with was how strong IRT's players were in general. I don't expect them to be as strong as Shihoon, but it would be great if stronger players started to appear. The difference in power between demons and humans was too much. If Kang-woo hadn't been there, a single Archduke would have been able to destroy Earth. HNGH. It was true that what he wished for was too much. It has only been 6 years since players appeared. The fact that humanity had become strong enough to be able to defeat monsters in 6 years was already a miracle. I guess I'll just have to believe in the future. He just had to hope players would grow more through future encounters. Balrog, the break is over. For the moment, he had to learn how to control Mammon's authority and try to fuse this authority with others. An Archduke's authority. There had been no cases of the strength of a transcendent being mixed with another. It was something that had never happened before, and it wouldn't happen in the future if not for Kang-woo. It was something that no one would try unless they were a crazy irregular like Kang-woo. For now, it's impossible. He still couldn't control the authority of flames to perfection, so fusing it with another authority was out of the question. Fusing one authority with another increased how difficult it was to control. It was something no one had managed to do before, so he had to be very careful about it. Still, one day, he raised his hands and a small flame danced in his palms. He still hadn't caught up to Mammon's ability to control the flames, but as time went on, he would catch up to and surpass him, just like he'd always done before. You were also like this in hell, but King, you really don't rest. There isn't anyone who doesn't take a break. Most people couldn't go on without taking a break, and that was also the case for Kang-woo. He really wanted to have a date with Han Seala, watch TV with Echidna, and go to the internet cafe with Ki Yeon-ju. I really want to rest. Thinking about it made him crave those things even more. After learning Mammon's authority, he'd spent 20 hours a day trying to control it. No, maybe even more. He had used the authority of concentration, which made him feel like time was flowing slower, so, according to his senses, he'd spent much more time than that. His goal in his life was to become a millionaire with no job, so it was hard to resist taking a break. Fuck, let me take a break. Before returning to Earth, he thought he would enjoy a life of leisure once he got there, but before he noticed, he had to keep fighting with the Earth's future at stake. He was starting to get annoyed. I should pick a day to rest. Oh, my king, so you need to take a rest, he heard a voice coming from behind. He turned his head. Lilith was looking at him with a smile on her face. No, he answered without hesitation. He kept talking in a low voice. We don't have time to rest. Oh, you're saying that again. It didn't work with her. Lilith hugged Kang-woo while smiling. Now that I think about it, we haven't gotten to spend much time together since my arrival in this world. I'm okay with things staying like this. I can understand why my king is so tired. You're missing the nights with me. I'm going to work like a dog without taking a single day off. He looked at her desperately. Had his look worked, Lilith sighed and kept talking. I want to spend an intense night with my king. But it seems like that's going to be hard today. Well, what happened? Kang-woo's eyes shone at the unexpected answer. Did something happen? There's something I need to inform you of. Lilith kept talking with a calm voice. A survivor of where the forces of Lucifer clashed with the demon cult has asked for protection from Guardian. A demon cult member? No, he said he isn't a demon cult member. According to him, he was just kidnapped by them and forced to work like a slave. Then what did he say he was? He asked curiously. He said he's a magician from the Magic Tower. Chapter 202. Survivor of the Magic Tower, Part 2. The Magic Tower, the Magic Tower. It was an organization he had never heard about, yet it felt familiar for some unknown reason. It felt that they had appeared out of nowhere, just like how an organization called the Magic Tower appeared in some novels, because what would a fantasy novel be without such an organization? They said it's called the Tower of Truth, to be more precise. The Tower of Truth. He scratched his chin. It didn't matter if the name was Tower of Magic or Tower of Truth. What country is this guild from? They're a large-scale guild located in Europe. They're a bit unique. It seems like they have a long history. A long history? It had only been 6 years since players appeared on Earth. How long of a history could they have? Wait. He narrowed his eyes. He recalled Chinmujin and Zhuge Xuan. They said they'd been using martial arts before players appeared. In the case of Chinmujin, although most of it had been lost or modified, he even knew the martial art techniques of martial god Qin Huang. Then, that meant the Tower of Truth had existed before the cataclysmic day. Just like Chinmujin used martial arts before that day, there was a chance they were also using techniques that couldn't be explained with science since before the cataclysmic day. It doesn't sound impossible. The demon cult was an organization with thousands of years of history after all. Magic, incantations, martial arts, those things that spread after the cataclysmic day had existed since before it as well. Where is he? We've locked him in the Hall of Protection with Miss Gaia's permission. Mr. Shihun is guarding him. He nodded. It didn't matter what organization he was from, they couldn't immediately believe his words that he wasn't a demon cult member. There probably weren't any idiots who, while asking for refuge from Guardian, would confidently say he was a demon cult member. He stood up. Are you going to go? There's no better way than talking directly after all. Fufu, I'll guide you there. If it's the Hall of Protection, I've been there too many times already. Kang-woo smirked and opened a gate that led there. Now that I think about it, it's quite comfortable. He could go there from anywhere around the world. Not only that, but it could take him to any Guardian base worldwide, so in terms of comfort, it was top-notch. As he walked through the gate, he saw a familiar white passageway. Hyunam, Kim Shi-hoon, who was protecting the entrance, greeted him. He nodded and entered the room. There he saw an old man with white hair and a beard who had been locked away by a magic power restraining device. He looked like an old magician from a certain fantasy movie where they go on a journey to find a ring. He sat in front of him. Nice to meet you. I'm Kang-woo from Guardian. There were a few things I wanted to ask. The old man twisted his body as if the magic power restraining device were uncomfortable. Kang-woo opened his mouth while smiling. I hope you can understand even if the restraining device is a bit uncomfortable. Yes, oh of course. The old man was surprised and bowed his head. He carefully opened his mouth. My name is Kadga. I'm a magician from the Tower of Truth. I've never heard of it. The existence of the Magic Tower isn't publicly known, he said with pride. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth. I heard you were kidnapped by the demon cult. Tell me specifically what happened. It's just as you heard. Those dirty demons kidnapped us and treated us like slaves. It seemed like he was overflowing with emotions. He frowned and bit his lip. Kang-woo felt a desperate emotion flowing in him and his eyes shone. He doesn't seem to be lying. He hadn't talked while crying as a victim usually did, but he didn't seem to be acting. Kadga calmed down and kept talking. We, the magicians of the Magic Tower, have been investigating magic for a very long time in order to study the truth. I heard you've been using magic since before players appeared. Yes, that's right, he said confidently. I guess you could say it's a small reward for researching the truth. We were able to do some miracles. I see. While we were researching, we were ambushed by the demon cult. They robbed our magic and kidnapped us to make us work like slaves. When was that? About a year ago. His eyes became teary as if he was remembering a terrible nightmare. A year ago. Kang-woo's eyes narrowed after hearing that. Don't magicians of the Magic Tower have magic useful in battle? No, that's not the case. We have strong magics that have been taught from generation to generation, but Kadga lowered his eyes. We weren't able to beat the demons. Well, I guess that makes sense, demons and humans. There was a clear difference in strength between the two races. Of course, some humans could cut and slay most demons, for example, Kim Shi-hoon, but that was an exception. You said your magic was robbed. What did they rob exactly? We were forced to create a magic item they required. They were very small black jewels. They were used to create very weird-looking stakes. I see, Kang-woo's eyes shone. Demonic energy stones and fissure fragments. He understood how they were able to mass-produce those things. We were also forced to enchant numerous equipment and weapons and were basically forced to work as factory workers. He clenched his fists in anger. Those damn demons, magic isn't supposed to be used for meaningless things like that. Calm down. How did you free yourself? Some unknown demons attacked the factory that we were in. It seemed like there was some kind of internal conflict. We took that opportunity to escape. He'd taken advantage of the fight between the demon cult and Lucifer's underlings and escaped. Khadga bowed to Kang-woo, please. There are more of us who are still being held by the demon cult. Even now they're being tortured by those evil demons. Please, please save them. Of course, Kang-woo answered without hesitation and smiled. The Magic Tower. The Magic Tower, an organization of magicians that had been searching for the truth for a very long time. Well, they don't seem to be quite worthy of pity. He almost felt pity after hearing the circumstances they were forced into, but when he thought about it, there didn't seem to be the need for that. If they were ambushed a year ago, that meant that before that the Magic Tower had remained peaceful, and the fact that no one knew about their existence, well, it probably means that they hadn't done anything on the cataclysmic day despite humanity's struggle. They had the power to fight monsters since before players had appeared, yet they hadn't done that. They hadn't protected or saved anyone. The only thing that mattered to them was investigating the truth. It's not like you have to use your strength for the benefit of others just because you have more strength. Still, at least it wasn't that good, innocent people had been kidnapped and forced to work. People who were silent and hadn't done anything while others were suffering in pain were asking for help. It was fun seeing people who were not willing to save anyone desperately asking for help. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. He didn't have to care about whether they were good or not. What mattered was their worth, whether they were useful or not. They said they can also enchant equipment. They could fortify all sorts of equipment, and not only that, but they could also create all sorts of magic weapons and make scrolls. Not bad. He was starting to feel disappointed by the average level of players. If they could increase their specs thanks to equipment, they were worthy of being saved. I could use them. A smile appeared on his face. Good, Khadga exclaimed in excitement. He thought he had finally grabbed a line of hope. As expected, it was worth coming here. An organization made of idiots who did their best to save humanity, Guardian. He'd heard about their existence, but he'd never imagined things would get solved so easily. To think that there really are people like this. He couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. He couldn't understand it. He'd never cared about monsters ambushing others after crossing the gates or warring against the demon cult. Tusk, how lame. They didn't understand what was important and didn't understand the real meaning that the cataclysmic day had. The Earth, the world the current humanity was living on, wasn't able to reach the core of the truth. In fact, they didn't even try to reach it. They weren't trying to understand why gates had opened all around the world and why players had appeared. They are probably never going to understand why Earth is special. Earth was different from other planets. This world, do you know where your partners are being held? Oh, of course, Khadga quickly answered. He knew where his partners were being held. No, to be more precise, he knew where the Tower of Truth's research materials were being guarded. Partners? The magician couldn't help but laugh at that word. What mattered weren't his partners. He didn't care if they lived as slaves under the demon cult. The research material, that's what he needed. There isn't much left before we can piece together Hecate's teachings. The god of magic Hecate, one of the titans that appeared in mythology. They were ambushed by the demon cult when they were on the cusp of understanding some of his teachings. If I think about everything I suffered because of those bastards. He remembered the days he'd spent as a slave. Magic isn't supposed to be used for something as trivial as that. Magic was a sacred knowledge that was supposed to be used to research the truth. It wasn't supposed to be used to create magic equipment or enchantment. It's over now. Khadga's eyes shone. He'd heard rumors about Guardian. Guardian was so strong that they'd won a battle against a giant branch of the demon cult in Tibet. They were an organization that could be called the last bastion of humanity. Finally, the day when we're free from the demons will come. He clenched both fists. Chapter 203, Strangers, I welcome you to the Palace of Korea. Part 2, is that where it is? Yes, they were at an S-rank gate located in Western Europe. Unlike Korea, the gate wasn't being managed, so there were monsters all around it. The factory is located inside that gate. Inside the gate, Khadga nodded. Kang-woo looked at the S-rank gate with great interest. It was the first time he'd seen a demon cult hideout located inside a gate. Shihoon, let's kill the monsters around here before entering the gate. Yes, Hyeonim, the unit that was going to assist them, was called the Celestial Wolf Troops. There were about 300 people. Those people were under Kim Shihoon, and even in the Guardian, they were among the strongest. Hanseala, Tisu, Ki Yeonju, Beek Hwa Yeon, and most of the people Kang-woo knew were there. They were the special unit that had acted like a proper army after Guardian expanded. Although I'm not sure why it's called Celestial Wolf Troops. It was a bad name that seemed to have been made by a writer who didn't want to take the time to think of a proper name. The one who'd made that pointless name was Kim Shihoon. Doesn't it sound cool? He remembered seeing Kim Shihoon with a proud expression wearing the epaulet with the troop's mark. He has a childlike side to him. Kang-woo smirked. His personality was like a manhwa protagonist's, and he also seemed to like childish names. Although he was in his 20s, he sometimes acted like a teenager who had just entered puberty. Although I don't hate it. There was a saying, when one person does it, it's romance, but when someone else does it, it's infidelity. If Reinald or Alec had done it, he would have felt disgusted, but since it was Kim Shi-hoon, he kind of looked cute. There was a weird sense of duality, but he didn't consider that as very important. Is there anyone who isn't like that? How many people lived by absolute beliefs and values? Even people like that were often criticized for being inflexible. It doesn't matter what your child does, it always looks cute. He saw Kim Shi-hoon directing the troops with a bit of awkwardness in his voice. Kadga walked toward Kang-woo, who was smiling like a proud father. "Excuse me. Ah, yes. Just like I've mentioned before, please get the research materials that are inside the base." He looked at Kang-woo with an uneasy expression on his face. It seemed like he was really worried about the research materials. No, he was more worried about those than the well-being of his allies. Kang-woo made a good-natured smile. "Of course, I told them to be careful and leave them in a safe place." "Ha ha ha, thank you," he bowed. "Are you really that worried about the research materials?" "Yes, it's nothing. It's just that it's material used to investigate the truth." "Whoa, yes, we still haven't made a lot of progress. After all, the truth is more complex and difficult than anything else." He smiled awkwardly while avoiding looking at Kang-woo. Kang-woo looked at Kadga while laughing in disbelief. He really sucks at acting. Was it because he was someone who'd spent all his life locked away while researching magic? Not only acting, but he wasn't even capable of maintaining a proper conversation. He was so bad that it made him wonder if acting as if he had been deceived wasn't more dangerous. Studying to find the truth, it's true that it made him interested, but it was just interest. It's not like I'll be able to understand if I look into it. It would be comparable to someone who is bad at mathematics looking at a book full of complex formulas. Kang-woo had little magical knowledge, so he wasn't going to be able to understand it by just looking at it. Maybe Ammon would have been able to understand it. There was no one who could match Ammon's knowledge in the Demon King's army. He thought about it for a while but shook his head. "I don't need him." He already knew the truth. Kadga was wrong. The truth wasn't complicated but simple, and it was right next to him. "Mr. Kang-woo, should we do as planned?" He heard Lilith's voice. He didn't answer, but he nodded. That was more than enough. "Everything as the king wishes." He heard a mischievous smile. He ignored it and turned his head. "Once we're done killing the monsters around the gate, we'll start infiltrating. Mr. Kadga, enter with the troops and guide them to where the magicians are." "Can I just indicate the direction? It's not that complicated. To make things faster, we need your collaboration." Kadga bit his lips and nodded. It was obvious he didn't want to do it. He can't refuse. While making a deal, the most important thing was who was the most desperate. Kang-woo had the upper hand. He didn't need to force it to make him do as he wished. "Then let's start." He sent a short signal and the battle began. The 300 troops cleared up the monsters that were around the gate. Then with Kim Shi-hoon leading the way, they followed Kadga and entered the gate. He heard screams and swords clashing against each other. He also felt demonic energy and smelled blood. Kang-woo used the authority of observation to look inside. He didn't move because he didn't need to. "I nurtured the forces for a reason. It was so he didn't have to move in fights like that. If I'm there, it will just bother the others." Experience was very important for players. If he joined them, the amount of experience they gained would be reduced. No, they wouldn't be able to get any. "Okay, now." Kang-woo looked around. He didn't intend to stay still just because he wouldn't join the battle. He had other things to do. Kang-woo slowly started to walk. The fight between the Celestial Wolf troops and the demon cult ended, and the Celestial Wolf troops won. It seemed that it was quite an important facility, even in the demon cult, so there was quite a bit of resistance, but they weren't able to beat the Celestial Wolf troops, a unit made up of only Guardians' elite forces. The leader of the Celestial Wolf troops was especially impressive. He easily cut through the demons that were protecting the base. Although the Celestial Wolf troops knew about Kim Shi-hoon's abilities, they couldn't help but open their mouths in surprise. The demons of the 7th and 8th hells were dying so quickly that one couldn't help but feel pity. It wasn't just Kim Shi-hoon. Ki Yeon-ju was in charge of the middle formations and took advantage of the solid offense to support with long-range attacks, and Han Seala supported everyone with strong buffs and recovery magic. Thanks to them, Kim Shi-hoon was able to go through the battlefield more easily, and they quickly ended up winning. "Kadga, are you safe?" The Magic Tower magicians had been forced to labor as factory workers. The faces of about 30 magicians brightened after they saw Kadga. They were really thin and their legs were chained. I knew a day like this would come. We're finally free from the hands of those damn demons." The magicians that had been saved with the help of the Celestial Wolf troops hugged each other and cried. That only lasted for a short while. Everyone's attention soon focused on Kadga. "We're glad you saved us." You haven't forgotten about that, right? Ha ha ha, Khadga laughed. Those people were also magicians, so what they were talking about was obvious. Of course. To the magicians, the research material was more important than their own lives. The hint of the truth they'd researched for almost 1,000 years was in the research material that the demons had taken from them. Everyone come here. As the celestial wolf troops freed the magicians, they followed Khadga. Khadga activated the tracking magic that was inside the research material. Huh, the tracking magic didn't work. Khadga looked around, flustered. Kang-woo walked toward him. Did something happen, Mr. Khadga? Mr. Kang-woo. The research material, I asked. Kang-woo sighed and took him somewhere. There he saw a room that had been turned into ashes. This, everything was already burned down when I got here. The research material was burned down. It was something that shouldn't have been possible. The Book of Hecate was a book that collected knowledge regarding the truth. It was protected by strong magic. Forget about fire, the book could probably even survive being submerged in lava. Burning Hecate's book shouldn't have been possible unless they had the authority of a demon. He ran toward the ashes and began to search through them. More than half of Hecate's book was burned. He became desperate and looked at the remainder of Hecate's book with trembling hands. It was definitely the original copy. If it were a replica, he would have noticed it for sure. No, Hecate's book wasn't something that could be replicated. It was research material created with changing passwords and patterns that had been put in place so that it couldn't be copied. If they'd moved it, he would have been able to tell where it was thanks to the tracking magic, but he couldn't feel it. Burnt down, Hecate's book had been burnt to ashes. Damn, what were you all doing? How did you let them burn it? Khadga angrily grabbed Kang-woo's collar and shouted while saliva spurted in all directions. You worthless bastards, do you know how important the contents of this book were? Mr. Khadga, please calm down. Kang-woo grabbed Khadga's shoulders. Kang-woo bowed his head and spoke in a regretful voice. I'm sorry for not having been able to protect the important research material. Instead. I'm ashamed to even say this, but what if Korea helps you recover the material and supports your investigations? Supports the investigation? Yes, even if it's called research material, isn't the most important content inside your head. With enough support, replicating the book shouldn't be impossible. That's true, but Khadga's eyes shone. As if he hadn't been cursing Kang-woo just a moment ago, he was talking formally to him again. But it will take a lot of money. Don't worry, Kang-woo smiled. If you help us a little, we'll ensure you have enough money to conduct research. A bit of help, please make magic equipment for us. Don't worry. The work conditions are going to be completely different. The work hours will be better than what most big Korean corporations have. He could see the doubt on the magician's face. Khadga didn't think for long. The magic tower had been destroyed because of the demon cult, and Hecate's book had been burned down. To be honest, he couldn't even ask for compensation for the damage. Either way, the members of Guardian had saved them. It was hard to refuse support. Okay, the 30 magicians nodded. Kang-woo smiled. Then let's go to Korea. But the problem will be getting it funded. What does that? In reality, I can't really provide such support alone. First, I need to figure out how worthy the magic items that you can create are and make a proper report. The magic we can do isn't just enchantment. We can also create very useful magic scrolls. I know, but even still, it will take a lot of time to be accepted. If it's fast, about 6 months. If we're unlucky, a year. That's too late. How much effort had they made to reach Hecate's knowledge? They'd just become free from the hands of the demons, so he couldn't waste any more time. Kang-woo seemed to fall into thought. There's a way to get the initial cost of research. Whoa, what way? A credit loan, Kang-woo said with a smile. Chapter 204, Strangers, I Welcome You to the Palace of Korea, Part 2. A credit loan, Khadga tilted his head and looked at the other magician. It seemed like no one knew what that meant. Most of the magicians' knowledge was passed through generations, so most of them have lived locked in the tower since they were kids and spent their time studying. They were people who dedicated their lives to the investigation. That's why they didn't know about things like credit loans. What's that? It's my first time hearing about it. What about you? It's also my first time. The magicians looked at each other, confused. There were about 30 magicians, but no one knew what a credit loan was. Kang-woo's eyes shone. He smiled. A credit loan is lending you money based on your credibility. Credibility? Lending money? Yes. The details are quite complex, but that's the easiest possible explanation. They lend you money and in exchange they receive interest. It's like a bank. You're right. Kang-woo nodded while smiling. A magician spoke in a worried voice. Can we do that? After all, our credibility. He trailed off at the last part of the sentence. It was obvious. They didn't have a single penny at the moment and they didn't have a house to return to or a job. There was no way someone in a situation similar to a homeless person would have something like credibility to borrow money with. Those damn cultists. The magicians clenched their fists as if the situation angered them. The Magic Tower had sold magic items to the members of high society since before the cataclysmic day. After players appeared, magic became quite common, but that hadn't always been the case. They used to earn quite a lot of money just by selling simple artifacts with protection magic against bullets. Thanks to that, they earned quite a lot of money throughout the years. The demon cult had destroyed the magic tower, and all of the money inside had been taken away by the demon cult. Don't worry, Kang-woo gave them documents as if he were prepared for such a situation. He'd prepared documents in their language so that they could read them. Third-party finance, garage and cash was written across the documents. Garage and cash, what does third-party finance mean? The magicians tilted their heads in confusion. Kang-woo explained things to them in a very kindly manner. Third-party finance is similar to a circle in magic. With a third party, you can ask for more money than the first and second ones. Whoa, if it's a third circle, it isn't that high. It isn't completely the same as magic. In finance, the third party is the highest step. I see. The magicians nodded their heads. They looked at each other. Although Guardian had freed them, they hadn't said thanks properly. They bowed their heads as if they were embarrassed. Khadga took a step forward. Thanks for introducing us to a third-party financier, Khadga said as if he had been moved. He had initially thought of using Guardian to gain freedom and keep focusing on studying the truth through the Book of Hecate. Not only that, but when he heard that the Hecate's book had been burned down, he acted very rudely. Even if he was a magician who wasn't used to society, he knew that grabbing the person who had saved you by the collar was rude. Still, he started to tear up. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were bankrupt, yet seeing Kang-woo doing his best to help them had moved him. He was helping them so they could resume their investigation and was trying to help them obtain the necessary money to do it. He was ashamed of having thought of Guardian as a group of suckers. Thank you, it's nothing. He grabbed Khadga's hands while making a warm smile. It was a warm exchange between people. A smile appeared on his face. Kang-woo sighed and kept talking. I'm the one who's sorry. If I had more authority, I could have lent you the money from Guardian. No, it's okay. I'm just glad that we can borrow the money. Do you know how the interest rate works? We have to give back more money than the amount we borrow, right? Yes, it's easiest to think of it as the payment for having borrowed money, Kang-woo sighed. You can borrow more money through a third party, but there's a problem. Problem? Yes. The interest rate is high. There was a short silence. Khadga looked at the other magicians and then opened his mouth. We'll get money for the investigation from Guardian later, right? Yes. As soon as the funding is accepted, then there won't be problems. If you don't pay the interest quickly, it could create problems for you. How about this? Kang-woo smiled. You just have to increase your magic item creation hours. In Korea, we call this night shift. I'm going to help you obtain benefits by selling magic items before the money for the research is approved. Whoa, thank you. They exclaimed in surprise. The magicians nodded. The magic items they made were expensive. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the money they obtained before players appeared, but magic items were still valuable. They were also confident in terms of quality. Some players could create magic items, but they couldn't be compared to the ones they made. After all, they had known about magic since they had been born. How much is that interest rate? The monthly interest rate is 24%. Each month that passes, the interest is compounded. Compounded, what does that mean? They asked in confusion. Kang-woo laughed and explained things to them kindly. You don't need to worry about that, just think of it as a type of interest rate. There was a short silence. Can you give us time to think? Of course, Khadga turned around. The 30 magicians started to talk to each other. Each month 24%, isn't that too expensive? I think that, considering our situation, it isn't that bad. Won't we be able to pay it back easily once we begin selling magic items? I guess. He nodded. Khadga opened his mouth. Then let's do that. We'll do night shifts until the research grant becomes available. Whoa, if we do that, we won't have much time to recreate Hecate's book, right? That's true. Recreating Hecate's book is the most important thing after all. The magicians fell into thought. One of them clapped. Now that I think about it, Mr. Oh Kang-woo said he would respect the normal working hours of a Korean multinational corporation. He did. I wonder how many hours they work. Fufufu, I have heard about the working hours of corporations before. They looked at him surprised. The magician that mentioned it crossed his arms and nodded. Although it was Germany and not Korea. They usually work 6 hours per day. If you add the night shift, it probably will be about 8 hours in total. Still, we won't have enough time to investigate. We'll have weekends. You're right. I hadn't thought of that. The magicians nodded. It was worth doing it if they were given a work shift between 6 and 8 hours per day and their weekends guaranteed. I think that it will be better than our current life. Haha, there's no way it will be comparable to living under the domination of demons. The magicians reached an agreement. Khadga took a step forward as their representative. We're going to accept the proposal. It's a good choice. Please sign these documents. You'll get 300 million USD for research as soon as you enter Korea. Before signing, Kadga grabbed Kang-woo's hands. Thank you, I'll never forget about you. Ha ha ha, Kang-woo laughed. Let's do our best for world peace. Kang-woo grabbed his hands once again. Time flowed. A factory made in Korea dedicated to making magic items was set up. The magic items made by the magicians of the Magic Tower were being provided to Guardian. They made everything from defensive artifacts to tons of equipment that had all sorts of enchantments, and Guardian was also given scrolls and potions that they could use in dangerous situations. The high-quality magic items created by them lifted Guardian up a step. Clunk, K. Kadga. Are you okay? Kadga collapsed in the middle of making an item. The other magicians quickly went toward him. Their situation was worse than when they used to be under the control of demons. Kadga, who had collapsed from overworking, extended his hands. I must make more, if not the interest. Kadga, get a hold of yourself, cries were heard. Click, the door opened. The lights were turned on and Kang-woo walked in. How is everyone doing? Why you piece of trash? They looked at Kang-woo with anger and resentment. Kang-woo smiled. What's wrong? You're the ones that signed the documents. This is fraud. It isn't fraud. I explained things beforehand. He started to laugh out loud. Why, well, you bastard, stomp. Kadga, who had collapsed, got up as if he were having a seizure. He ran toward Kang-woo, tap, cough. He'd rushed forward without using magic, so the result was obvious. Kadga was instantly overwhelmed. Mr. Kadga, please relax. Haven't you come to your senses yet after the last time? Fear appeared on Kadga's face. The restoration of Hecate's book, Research into the Truth, he mumbled in a weak voice. He felt that they were slipping away. You don't need to struggle so much to find the truth, Mr. Kadga. The truth is something more simple than you imagine. Kang-woo turned to the magicians that were inside the factory. The insides of the factory resembled a dumping ground and there was an intense smell of rotten food. Everyone, a person must eat. As long as you aren't a demon, you need food. Kang-woo grabbed a pack of ramyun that was on the floor. To buy food, you need money. The tips of his mouth went up. To earn money, you must work. He tapped Kadga's shoulder. Ha ha ha, how about that, Mr. Kadga? Isn't the truth unexpectedly simple and close to you? If you want to eat at least a meal a day, please work. He kept talking as if he were having fun. There's no bread for those that don't work. You scammer. You made us work for the entire day, even night shifts. How can you make us work on weekends? You said we would work the same hours as someone in a national company. He heard people cursing him. I didn't lie. Kang-woo extended his arms. Didn't I say you would only work the same hours as someone in a big Korean company? Yes, you definitely. Yes, this is how much they work. Of course, you've worked harder than others, but that's because you have a huge debt, so there's nothing you can do about it. After all, this is the path you've chosen. There was silence. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you about something. Haha. It's been a couple of months since you came to Korea, so it's funny that I only say this now. He bowed and smiled. Welcome to Korea. Strangers, I welcome you to the Palace of Korea. Chapter 205, Lucifer's Son. Part 1. Kang-woo took a deep breath. His lungs filled with air and demonic energy spread through his body. He slowly closed his eyes and concentrated. Authority of Flames. He used the authority and used demonic energy from the depths of what he could summon. He woke up Mammon's sleeping soul there. A hot energy began to spread through the demonic energy that had been dissolved into his blood. He felt pain. It was as if lava was flowing through him instead of blood. A yellow light surrounded his body and he slowly raised his right hand. He focused on the key of the demonic energy C that was on his right middle finger. His black ring burned, TSS. He felt his skin burning as well and the odor of flesh burning tickled his nose. He ignored it. Black blood poured from where his skin was melting. He ignored it. Concentrate. He closed his eyes and focused. The authority of flames was running amok in his body. They were flames that couldn't be controlled. He tried to smother the flames. Mammon's soul twisted its body as if it were screaming, and it seemed like he was feeling pain. He didn't concentrate. He didn't have the mental space to concentrate on that. He ignored the resentful scream, and another line of demonic energy flowed out of the 10,000 demon core. Authority of the Blade, TSS, boom. The ground he was standing on melted down and his body started to sink into the boiling earth. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead, and immeasurable pain spread through his body. He wanted to throw up and his consciousness started to blur. He wanted to let his hand go. He felt chills after feeling his body was about to burn down and disappear. Tap, he took a step forward and stretched out his right hand. The yellow flames surrounding his body began to pour down his arm and gather around the palms of his hands, and the heat was pushed into the ring. Ugh, he moaned in pain. He couldn't feel anything in his arm. No, the only thing he could feel was pain. The drops of sweat evaporated. Haya, he breathed heavily. He knelt down on one knee, head hurting. He couldn't think of anything and his consciousness was fading away. He moved his right hand, from the index finger to the middle finger, little by little. He was okay even if he could only move his finger one. He grabbed the flames that had gathered in his hands. TSSS. The floor split and lava rose. A valley of death that made hell seem fun spread under his feet. He fused the Archduke's authority with the authority of the blade, combining an Archduke's authority and another authority. It was something that no one had done before. A miracle took shape. He held a sword that was burning with yellow flames. There was one last thing to do. He had to put a name to that miracle. He opened his mouth. He had already thought of a name. Inferno. Ting, you've obtained the skill Inferno. Techniques registered as skills can be used more optimally. You've achieved something no one has been able to accomplish before. You've obtained a hint about the higher quest of the road to becoming a demon god. What's this? A message appeared in front of him. He frowned while reading it. The road to becoming a demon god has a higher quest. The road to becoming a demon god probably had different steps like extreme demonic energy body and demonic soul. I haven't even completed that yet. He still hadn't reached demonic soul. Until then, he hadn't been sure if the demonic soul was the last step to becoming a demon god. To think he would get such a quest out of the blue. Is this Bleach? Why were there so many steps? He sighed. He tried to click on the quest that had written, if it's as I think, Ting, you can't open this quest yet. See, I knew this would happen. He couldn't help but frown. He remembered a promise he'd made before. I'm going to twist the one who made this and turn them into a shape. Even a Sudoku had a hint, but he had no hints at all. That bastard probably doesn't even know the details. He had no other choice but to give up for the moment. Tusk, he clicked his tongue. He turned his head from the confusing message window. The important thing wasn't the higher quest that looked like a failed puzzle. Let's see. He raised Inferno. Although he'd moved it only a little bit, Inferno couldn't maintain its sword form and started melting. It isn't perfect yet. Although it had been registered as a skill, he'd fused a skill he couldn't control well yet, so the level of perfection was disastrous. Still, he stomped the ground and raised the sword to the sky. It's the 8 o'clock news. A volcano suddenly exploded around the Grand Canyon in the USA, Arizona. Scientists say this wasn't a natural phenomenon. According to them, this probably happened because of outer interference. Guardian has started to investigate the incident. The governor of the state of Arizona has ordered an evacuation. We're currently talking with a reporter on location. Reporter Lee Han-seok. Yes, I'm currently in the Grand Canyon. There's lava flowing through the valley and the air here is incredibly hot. What's the scale of the anomaly? The lava is flowing in an area about 300 meters long. The heat around here is quite intense. Let me show you how hot it is. The reporter began walking toward the lava. AHGHH, a painful scream was heard. Kang-woo turned off the TV. There was silence. Mr. Kang-woo, things became quite big. Lilith walked toward Kang-woo, who was laying on the bed. Can you move? No, he shook his head. After using Inferno, Kang-woo entered a state of exhaustion similar to when he'd unlocked the 10,000 Demon Core seal. Lilith sat on the bed. It seems you must think carefully before using that authority. I didn't expect it to be this hard. He didn't think its destructive power would be that huge and that he'd suffer such recoil. He felt like a huge piece of iron was weighing down his body. Is everything okay in Guardian? Yes, magic items are constantly being provided and the average level has been increasing too, he nodded. The magic items were being made by the magicians of the Magic Tower after he'd made a fair contract with them. To increase their levels and strength, the members of Guardian were recovering the lands in South America and Middle East that had been lost to monsters. Thanks to the equipment provided and the monster hunting which served as training, Guardian forces were getting stronger each day. It seems like I won't need to worry about that. Kang-woo turned and lay down as if he were relieved. How's the battle between Lucifer's forces and the demon cult going? The fight between them was more important than the growth of Guardian. He needed them to damage each other as much as possible. They haven't engaged in an all-out war yet. He nodded. I wonder which side has the advantage. The demon cult and Lucifer's forces. Honestly, he couldn't even imagine who would have the advantage. Lucifer's forces should have the advantage. Leaving everything aside, in Lucifer's forces, there was Lucifer, the third strongest Archduke. Just his presence should be enough to weigh the fight in his favor. I can't be so sure about that since there aren't many things I know about the demon cult. He didn't think that Mammon was their leader. There was, for sure, someone stronger than him leading the demon cult. I wonder who it is. There was no way for him to know. Trying to make a guess in his situation was dangerous. He stopped imagining it. The moment he thought, he's probably the one, he wouldn't be able to think of other possibilities. A simple guess would become a certainty inside his head. Has Lucifer come to Earth? That was the most important thing. He had to devour another Archduke to fulfill the conditions for demonic soul. Lucifer's forces and the demon cult fighting were good, but it had absolutely no meaning if Lucifer himself didn't appear. There's probably no point in me devouring the others now. He couldn't gain any more experience from trash mobs. It had no meaning unless it was an Archduke. No, we haven't found any traces of him, so he probably hasn't come yet. He frowned. Even after all that, he isn't going to show himself, should he have stimulated him a bit more. Lucifer's forces had only made small moves, so it was clear that they hadn't shown all of their strength. He isn't someone who would stand still after such provocations. Lucifer, Satan, Baal, he'd fought against them for the longest. Lucifer wasn't someone who would remain still in such a situation. Then, that probably meant he was in a situation where he couldn't easily make a move. How troublesome. He needed to stimulate Lucifer more. He had to make him so crazy that he didn't care about the forces of the heavens anymore. The issue is how I'm going to do that. He couldn't think of anything. Damn. It had been half a year since he began trying to make them fight. He felt frustrated while looking at them skirting around each other. Oh yeah, Mr. Kang-woo. Yes, Lucifer didn't come, but a demon who says he's Lucifer's son has appeared on Earth. His son? Yes. I checked the footage of the demon cult's crumbled base, and there was a demon that said he's Lucifer's son fighting against them. Kang-woo's eyes shone. Lucifer's son, it was something he couldn't have imagined. An archduke had a son. It was something that had never happened before. Although archdukes had appeared tens of thousands of years before, something like that had never happened before. Leviathan had parents. Leviathan was the son of the king of demonic monsters, the behemoth, so he had a family. Still, he had never heard of an archduke having a descendant. There was a short silence. The tips of Kang-woo's mouth started to go up. Mr. Kang-woo, Lilith, he turned his head. I wonder if demons also care for their children. Kang-woo's eyes started to shine with madness. He licked his lips as if he'd thought of something fun. There was strong killing intent emanating from him. Viscous demonic energy spread slowly on the ground like tar. Madness, killing intent, and maliciousness. Yes. Lilith's body trembled a bit. She looked at Kang-woo and trembled. She slowly opened her mouth. Why you want to have a child with me? What? I'm a bit flustered. To think the Demon King would be so. No, what are you saying? I was thinking about it, but it's a bit embarrassing. Excuse me. Lilith shook her head with the palms of her hands on her cheeks. Her face had become red. Her black hair started to turn into green tentacles. Squeak. The tentacles shyly hit Kang-woo. No. He lowered his head while looking at Lilith, who had become immersed in her fantasies. He covered his face with both hands. I tried to say something while setting up the mood for the first time in a while. It even sounded cool. It was a chilling line from a protagonist with a villainous aura. Why are you doing this to me? Please let me be a protagonist. Chapter 206, Lucifer's Son, Part 2. He couldn't help but sigh. It isn't anything like that, so please calm down. Lilith sighed in disappointment. She nodded while making a depressed expression. Kang-woo gulped and gave her a slight hug. You know this isn't the time to think of things like that, he said in a gentle voice. It wasn't because he wanted her to feel good. Things would be troublesome if Lilith wasn't here. Previously, in the Demon King's army, and then in Guardian, she was someone very important. In terms of gathering and manipulating information, her talent was so great that it seemed to have been blessed by some kind of divine being. The demon cult was quite a secretive organization, but she'd been able to spread Hell's Book only a month after she'd infiltrated them. If Lilith wasn't here, he wouldn't have known how the battle between the demon cult and Lucifer's forces was going. He also wouldn't have known that Lucifer's son had come to Earth. Without her, it would be as if he'd lost his eyes and ears. I cannot let her be depressed. It didn't matter what happened, Lilith would move for him. He wasn't worried about her betraying him, but there was a whole other problem. How well one did their job was different when there was a reward right before them. Seeing how the attitudes of reserve soldiers had been changed thanks to rewards and made them special forces was proof of the strength of rewards. Demon King, let's think about this once everything is done. My king. Lilith's body trembled, tears flowed down her eyes. Kang-woo couldn't help but feel guilty after seeing her tremble. I didn't expect her to cry. As the one who'd thrown the bait, he couldn't help but feel guilty. Lilith wiped her tears while smiling and clenched her fist. Fufu, okay, if Mr. Kang-woo says that, I'll do my best to resist. He heard her excited voice and his regret began increasing. Kang-woo kept talking while avoiding looking at her. Then what do you think about whether demons also love their children? Yes. Did demons also have maternal and paternal instincts? It was a hard topic. After all, demons don't need to reproduce. The question was hard to answer because the demon race didn't need to reproduce. They could do it, but they didn't need to. The cases of demons giving birth to children through sexual intercourse were extremely rare. Demons weren't in the category of biological creatures. They had been born in the darkness of the Hell of Nine Skies. They were born inside the fissure called Hell of Nine Skies, but no one knew why and how they were created. One day, suddenly a black fluctuation appeared in the air, and that's how demons were born. No one knew what that darkness was. Was it demonic energy, the manifestation of a divine being? Were they created by the Hell of Nine Skies? Not even archdukes knew the answers to those questions. There were only 3 facts about the fishers that were known. 1. The demons that were born from the fishers were born as adults. 2. Only a few demons were born with a special power called authority, but that didn't mean that all demons with an authority were strong. Just looking at Sabnak was enough to notice that. Although Sabnak had the authority of the blade, he was a demon that struggled in the first hell. The third thing, the strength of the demons born from the fisher was decided from the moment they were born. There were some exceptions, but the strength and limits of most demons were decided from the moment they were born. That meant there were almost no cases of a demon from the first hell becoming strong enough to enter the 9th hell. It was similar to the concept of a golden and silver spoon. Even the archdukes had been born to become archdukes. Among the 7 archdukes, there was only one who hadn't been one since the beginning. Baal. He and Baal had many things in common. Through numerous years, Baal had reached the 9th hell from the first hell and had managed to kill Beelzebub, the original archduke, and take his place. Except for him, all archdukes had been born with the destiny of becoming one. In the case of the Leviathan, it's a bit confusing. The Leviathan hadn't been born from a fisher. Considering that his dad was the Behemoth, the king of demonic monsters, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was born with that destiny. Okay, let's stop talking about the boring setup. 4 pages of that is more than enough. Back to the main topic. I'm also not sure about that, but I know that if I gave birth to the king's child, I'd love it with all my life. Lilith made a warm smile while touching her stomach. Kang-woo's eyes narrowed. It seems like she has the concept of love toward the same blood. The question was if Lucifer was also the same. Maternal or paternal instincts weren't absolute, even for humans. There were parents willing to risk their lives for their children, but on the other hand there were some who killed their children with their hands. Love for your blood descendants was relative. It's worth testing. The tips of his mouth went up. Lilith, search for the demon that calls himself the son of Lucifer. Demon King, don't tell me. You said you would love my kid with your own life, right? He laughed out loud. He spoke in an excited voice that made him sound like a kid that was about to go camping. Let's see if that's also the case for Lucifer. Boom, crack, AHGHH, stop him, screams spread. The passageway became full of explosions and the smell of blood. A demon walked through the passage. How boring. He narrowed his eyes while looking around as if he didn't like what he saw and covered his mouth and yawned. The name of the demon who destroyed everything around him was Lucis. He had 6 wings, dark skin, and silver hair that reached his waist. Based on the size of his face, he didn't look that different from a human. Unlike other demons, he wasn't that big. His skin wasn't grotesque or have too many muscles. He didn't even have tentacles. One would think at first glance that he was someone doing a very high-quality cosplay. Escape. The faces of the demon cult members had turned pale as if they'd seen a monster. They were more fearful of Lucis than the other monster-like demons. It wasn't hard to see why. HNGH, you pieces of trash. Lucis raised his hand and black darkness gathered around it. It was the power of his dad, Lucifer, the Archduke of Arrogance. He'd inherited part of his strength, crack. He spread his hands and a black sphere was shot forward. A black hole absorbed everything around it. The darkness absorbed the bodies of the cultists trying to escape. Tusk. He clicked his tongue while looking at them die without being able to offer much resistance. Rakasgard, did you find Satan's location? He asked while turning his head. The demon kneeling in front of him shook his head. I'm sorry. I grabbed the person who was supposed to be the one in charge of this place and tortured him, but I wasn't able to get Satan's location. Again, Lucis stepped on Rakasgard's head while frowning. Boom, you useless bastard. How many chances do I have to give you? He hit him aggressively. Although Rakasgard was bleeding, he didn't dodge Lucis's attacks. Damn, Lucis cursed while kicking Rakasgard. Rakasgard slowly opened his mouth. Mr. Lucis, it's taking us too much time. If Mr. Lucifer hears that we've come here, shut up. His eyes shone sharply. I won't go back before getting Satan's head. Lucis clenched his fist. He remembered his dad, Lucifer. If I take Satan's head, he was probably going to be recognized. How's the situation in Erner? It isn't good. Raphael's forces are applying too much pressure on Mr. Lucifer's forces. There was silence. Lucis turned. Let's go to the next place. Mr. Lucis, Rakasgard. He turned his head and his silver hair began shining. Don't make me say it twice. Yes, Rakasgard got up. As he got up, his 5-meter-tall body made the ceiling crumble. Satan, a strong killing intent appeared in Lucis's eyes. You rude bastard. From what he heard back then, Satan used to be an archduke that was in a higher position than Lucifer. He'd probably made such a dumb decision because of that, to think that he'd declare war on us. He couldn't remain still at such provocation. Even Lucifer became angry when he heard the news. The only reason why he hadn't moved despite that was because of Raphael's forces. If Dad can't move, he just had to protect Lucifer's pride. He heard that Satan had gotten hold of that power called the Sea of Demonic Energy, but he wasn't worried. I'm the son of the evil god, Lucifer. The situation was different from when in hell. Lucius walked with a firm decision in his eyes. Crack, aagg s save me. As they walked down the passageway, he saw the cultist being annihilated by his underlings. HNGH, he snorted. He knew it just based on his underlings. With his underlings being so weak, there's no need to even think about the strength of their leader. He didn't know about what had happened in hell. He'd been born after Lucifer went to the Urner continent. He was born when Lucifer, one of the archdukes of the Hell of Nine Skies, made love to a human woman. That's why he didn't know who Satan was or how strong he was. He thought he didn't need to know. Even if he's strong, he probably wasn't going to be able to win against his dad. Lucius looked at his hands that were closer to a human's than a demon's. I must prove it. He had to prove his strength and worth. If not, he wouldn't be recognized as a demon. Lucius began walking. Then, I heard you are Lucifer's son, so I came here expectantly, but you're just a brat. He quickly turned around. Black darkness appeared where there definitely hadn't been anything before. He saw a demon wearing a red mask, darkness surrounded by a veil. You, I heard you were searching for me, haha. A chilling laugh leaked out from behind the mask. Why you? Yes, the darkness that surrounded the demon spread out like a veil. I'm Satan, in other words a cheat code, chapter 207. When you say no but your body is honest, part 1, Lucius's eyes widened. He'd been searching for him since secretly going to Earth. An archduke from the demonic realm was in front of him. Ha, the tips of his mouth went up. The one who hadn't appeared at all after declaring the war had come out on his own. He couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. A strong killing intent came out from him and he raised his hand. A pitch-black darkness gathered around it. I was wondering where you were hiding, so you finally crawled out. Who? The eyes behind the mask were shining. The mask twisted as if he found the situation interesting. So you aren't afraid. Is there a reason to be afraid? You're saying some funny things, Satan laughed. A chilling sound flowed out of the mask. A reason to be afraid? He was an archduke, someone that was among the strongest in the Hell of the Nine Skies. There wasn't a reason not to fear him. Of course, the title of archduke wasn't as prestigious after they'd lost against the demon king, but they still couldn't be compared to the average demon. Hey brat, you don't know me. I know about you. You used to be an archduke of the demon world and you're leading an organization called Demon Cult. It seems like you don't. What? If you really knew about archdukes, you wouldn't be able to remain so calm. Didn't Lucifer teach you anything? How dare a rat who hid after declaring war say my father's name? A rat, doesn't that also apply to Lucifer? His eyes narrowed. A strong killing intent surged from him. Why did a brat like you come here instead of him? My father isn't needed for killing someone like you. You're an arrogant brat, the mask twisted. No, maybe you're just stupid. Let's see how long you can keep such a calm attitude. Lucius lowered his body. Strong demonic energy started to gather around his hand. Lucius looked at Satan calmly. He isn't a big deal. The presence he could feel coming from him and the pressure, it couldn't be compared to when he'd met his dad. He felt that his guess of Satan being an idiot who just liked to bluff seemed right. I can do this, such a thought crossed his mind. He gulped, he lowered his body and raised his hand. He put a lot of strength in his legs to throw the darkness with all his strength at that moment. Now that I think about it, you don't look like a demon. His body trembled. You don't look like a demon, you're different from a demon. I can't believe you're Lucifer's son. He'd heard those things a lot. He'd become tired of listening to those words. Shut up, he glared at Satan, an appearance that was closer to a human's than a demon's. That was the result of having mixed human-demon blood. He isn't a demon, he's just a clumsy mutt. Why was Mr. Lucifer with such a worthless human? Look at that guy, why does he look so ugly and weak? Although he was half demon and half human, he'd been raised along with demons since he was little. He'd learned their values, beliefs, thoughts, and how he looked to demons. It was as if humans were looking at someone born as a hybrid with a bug. He was grotesque to them. He cursed himself, his mother, and everyone that was ignoring him. He needed to prove that he was the son of the evil god, that he had Lucifer's blood running through his veins. He'd gone there to prove that. Kill Satan. He was going to kill Satan, the demon that was the object of every demon's fear, with his own hands. There should have been no better way to prove himself than that. A half-human, half-demon mix, he asked in surprise. Lucius frowned. Didn't you lose against a human? I heard it from Dad. The demon king who defeated all 7 archdukes in hell used to be a human. Satan remained silent. Lucius kept talking with a cold voice. In the end, aren't archdukes idiots who lost against a human? You're one noisy son of a bitch. Lucifer would cry blood if he heard you talking. What? Satan coughed in surprise. After returning to his normal way of speaking, Satan kept talking in a low voice. Your dad also lost against the demon king. That's something from the past. Now it's different, he said confidently. Hey, you rude double-standard bastard. Lucius frowned. It seems like you're out of your mind. No archduke is sane. he said while laughing confidently. Lucius's eyes shone sharply. There was no point in talking anymore. Let's stop talking here, you talk too much for an archduke. Who, if you're really an archduke, who? A huge amount of demonic energy gathered around him. Dozens of black spheres rose around Lucius's body. Prove it with your strength. Ha, ha. Satan laughed out loud at his words. Okay, if you want it that badly, I'll show you. Demonic energy spread like a black curtain. The red mask distorted. Who I am. Boom, the ground shook. Satan opened both arms. Come show me your worth, your existence. Lucius frowned. It isn't me who has things to prove. You talk too much, come. You're the one who's going to need to prove things, Satan. Okay, come on. He raised both arms. The black sphere began rotating. Rakisgard. Open your eyes and look carefully, he shouted to his watching underling. Stop talking and, today, here I, Lucius, will show you. Excuse me, I'll show you whether or not the being you serve is a worthless mixed breed or the demon who will follow evil god Lucifer. Can you hear me? See it, feel it, realize it. Stop, I'm having a hard time maintaining this concept. Boom, Lucius stomped on the ground. Crack, a fissure appeared over the ground and intense energy spread. His silver hair that reached his waist was flickering. Lucius slowly opened his mouth while talking coldly. With this battle I'll show. Fuck, you're making me cringe, so stop talking and fight. I'm having a hard time trying to maintain the atmosphere. Why are you making me struggle so much, you bastard? Do you know how much I cringe every time I do this? Huh. I'm so ashamed that I struggle whenever I think of this while sleeping. What? Hey, this is that right? You were born as a mixed race and grew up being discriminated against, am I correct? Are you a teenager? What the fuck do you want to prove and why? Why are you doing this to me? Just let the atmosphere flow. Satan was struggling. Lucius frowned after seeing him with an attitude that made him look like he had a double personality. So words aren't going to work with you. Then please fight me, don't worry, he readied himself. Even if you regret it, you can't get away now. He stomped the ground and extended his hand. Black spheres flew towards Satan. Satan's eyes shone. Oh fuck, finally, he said in a moved voice. Satan spread the curtain covering his body. The black spheres Lucius shot out were blocked by the curtain. Ha, he opened both arms and 6 black wings flapped. Hundreds of feathers shot out and the demonic energy feather poured down like rain. Crack, huh? Satan's body scattered away into the air. He appeared in front of Lucius in the blink of an eye and spread his hand to grab Lucius's face. Then, holding his face, he threw him like a baseball. Crack, white dust rose from the ground and Lucius's body went flying. Cough, he quickly got up. Huh? Lucius's eyes filled with confusion. When he got up, Satan was already in front of him. Paff, cough, he kicked Lucius's head like a soccer ball. A vein exploded from inside his nose and he started to bleed. W8, he raised his hand. He couldn't understand what was going on. Even if he was against an archduke, he was still Lucifer's son. Despite that, why was there such an overwhelming difference in their strength? Oh fuck, I'm feeling refreshed. It seemed relaxing to him. Damn, his expression distorted. His silver hair fluttered and he gathered demonic energy from within his body. AAHH, giant spheres that were around 10 meters in diameter appeared in his hands. The giant balls of demonic energy started to drag everything around into them. Die, he shouted and launched his attack forward, but slash, a black light cut the sphere. The black sphere was split into two too easily. A red mask appeared from behind the demonic energy that was scattering away. Satan stepped on his head. Cough, he collapsed and his head was stuck to the ground. Next, Satan stepped on Lucius's neck. Master Lucius. The demon called Rakisgard came running. Before he could charge towards Satan, a giant demon appeared next to him and weighed him down. Cough, how dare you interfere? The demon who'd weighed down Rakisgard, Balrog, frowned. A beauty with black hair walked from behind him and searched for something on Rakisgard. Ah, Mr. K, Satan, here is what you've been looking for. She gave him a black communication crystal. Kang-woo, no, Satan frowned while looking at the communication crystal. Fuck, he sighed. He grabbed the communication crystal the beauty with black hair gave him. Ha, he let out a sigh. I don't want to do this anymore. He mumbled in a tearful voice but soon shook his head. There was no other choice. Ha, fuck, his head hurt. The wise man's time weighed on him. It was as if a bearded man who had succumbed to capitalism said Naya at the end of each word to promote a video game. He felt ashamed. Life is too hard. How long did he need to live like that? Light flowed out of the black communication crystal. He saw the face of a demon through the round and mirror-like communication crystal. The eyes of the demon looking at him through the communication crystal widened. You, first getting into the mood, Satan spoke in a chilling voice. I'm death, I'm the end, I'm the father of all those that are angry, I'm anger itself. Good, that didn't sound bad at all. Only a red mask was visible in the middle of a vast darkness. I'm Satan. Yes, this is it. This is what I call an archduke. This is Satan. Unlike how he was feeling, his mouth moved naturally. Chapter 208, Satan, the reason why that demon doesn't stop. Part 1. What the? Lucifer said from the other side of the communication crystal. He saw Satan wearing a red mask with Lucis under his feet. Satan, what are you doing? Why is Lucis there? He said in a voice filled with killing intent while narrowing his eyes. Satan stepped on Lucis even harder. Cough, Lucis flapped like a fish out of water. I'm not sure. Why don't you ask your son? He said in a calm voice. Lucifer's expression hardened. It wasn't that Satan had gone to the Urner continent and kidnapped Lucis. If something like that had happened, there was no way he wouldn't have noticed it. Then there was only one other possibility. Rakisgard, Mr. Lucifer, I'm sorry. Rakisgard, who had been restrained by Balrog, lowered his head. It was easy to guess what had happened based on his reaction. Lucis had gone to Earth on his own, fought Satan and lost. He had lost from the moment he decided to fight Satan. Lucis might not have known it, but Lucifer how foreign the archdukes were. He knew that there was no way his son would be able to beat them. Lucifer frowned. How pathetic, Dad. Lucis trembled as if he were shocked and bit his lips. He felt a complex mixture of fear, regret, and anger. Okay then. Satan kept talking in a relaxed manner. His eyes behind the mask were shining with madness. You know why I haven't killed this brat, right? He had captured his opponent's son. There probably wasn't anyone dumb enough to not understand that. Kill him, Lucifer replied in a cold voice. Oh, I have no intention of taking care of a son who acted without knowing his place. It was a cold way of speaking. It was as if there wasn't any emotion mixed into it. His cold eyes were directed toward Lucis. So is this the limit of a mixed breed? Lucis bit his lips, tears flowed down his eyes, he couldn't breathe properly, mixed breed. The words that were like a curse to him stimulated him. Up until that point, countless demons had called him that. That adjective of his had never changed, but it was the first time he'd heard his father calling him a mixed breed. It hurts. He felt that his heart was going to be torn apart. It hurt. He felt his consciousness becoming fuzzy. While he was feeling hazy, he heard a spooky laugh. Lucifer, isn't he your son? That doesn't mean anything. His eyes were cold, and Lucifer talked in a dry voice. Since when are descendants important for a demon? Satan, don't try to use silly tactics. Were you expecting love toward someone of the same blood from a demon that doesn't need to reproduce? It was an obvious question. Demons didn't need to reproduce in the first place, so it would be ironic if they felt affection toward their blood descendants. Then, Satan looked at Lucifer. Why did you have a child? Lucifer remained silent. His words were contradictory. If his son weren't important and meaningless, he wouldn't have had Lucis. If he was an accident, he would have been able to get rid of him easily while she was still pregnant. It would be too hopeful to think that an archduke would feel remorseful about killing a baby. It was an accident. An accident, huh? Satan laughed. Lucifer didn't answer. Satan raised his hand while laughing out loud and a black blade aimed at Lucis's head. He looked at Lucifer's face through the mirror. He saw him frowning without being able to maintain his composure. He opened his mouth in a hurry, but it seemed like he had realized something, so he closed it again. Satan burst into laughter. Did demons feel affection toward their kin? His low probability bet turned out to be a success. If Lucifer really didn't think much of Lucifer, he would have cut the conversation. No, he wouldn't have accepted the call in the first place. From the moment Lucifer received the call and started to give excuses, the result had already been decided. You did something quite cute. Are those the feelings of a dad? Father, Lucis said in a tearful voice. I'm sorry, shut up, Lucifer replied in a cold voice. He looked at Lucis with a troubled expression on his face. Was that how it felt to see your son make a mistake and become a death row prisoner? What is it that you want? In the end, they returned to the starting point. Lucifer admitted that Satan had the power in their conversation. Satan kept talking in a relaxed voice. You already know what I want. War. Yes, Lucifer, let's have a war full of blood, flesh, destruction, and madness. Let's kill each other and fill our stomachs. It seems like you've become crazier after going to Earth, Lucifer answered in disbelief. The Satan he knew wasn't that crazy, you could at least reason with him. Do you know what situation the demons are currently in? He said in an anger-filled voice. Urner, Hwan, and even the planet you're living on, Earth. He hadn't heard of one of the three worlds mentioned. Heaven's forces want to eliminate demons from all worlds connected to the Hell of Nine Skies. He kept talking as if he were chewing something. The Hell of Nine Skies will be separated from all the worlds. You know what that means, right? He looked at Satan with sharp eyes. We won't be able to return to the Hell of Nine Skies. Satan remained silent at Lucifer's words. His body trembled as if he couldn't hold back the laughter. He grabbed his stomach and let the laughter out. Why does that matter? What does it matter if we can't return to the Hell of Nine Skies? Are you out of your mind? That's something I want to ask. The red mask distorted. Were we ever sane? Crack, AHGHH, he stepped on Lucis's arms. The arms twisted and black blood poured out. Lucifer's expression hardened when he heard the screams. Although he was trying to act as if it didn't affect him, you could tell it did based on his expression. Satan, Lucifer kept talking with a voice that had a strong killing intent in it. Stop. You know what you must do for me to stop, right? Satan opened both arms. The darkness devoured the light around him as if it had suddenly become night. Come here and kill me, if not. He stepped on Lucis's arm, which deformed and twisted. A horrifying scream spread through the place. I told you to stop. He sensed a chilling from the other side of the communication crystal. Satan burst into laughter and kept calmly speaking. Your son is going to die here. Lucifer remained silent and gave Satan a disgusted look. Disgusting? Aren't you ashamed of using a cheap hostage strategy? It was a childish provocation. Since when did we care about things like that? He kept talking with deep, sunken eyes full of madness. Were you expecting compassion in a fight among demons? Were you expecting morality? A fair and beautiful fight? Were you expecting a fair fight with rules in place? Nonsense. Wake up, Lucifer, we aren't like that, we never fought like that. Do you remember the battle against the Demon King? What did we do back then? Did we fight fairly using only our fighting power? They didn't do that. They'd use tactics like kidnappings, conspiracies, misunderstandings, and reality distortions. They'd forced a soldier of the Demon King's army to hug a bomb and charge toward his allies. They'd spread plagues and curses to kill the demons that served the Demon King. Sometimes they cut the Demon King's underlings into pieces and sent them to him. Why are you trying to pretend to be nice? You're asking for mercy and concession. I'm the disgusted one. What was it that made you become so pathetic? Do you want to blame me? Are you cursing me for kidnapping your son and threatening you? Satan lowered his head toward the communication crystal. The eyes behind the mask were shining with a yellow light. Come here, Lucifer. Become crazy with anger, become blind with resentment. Fight me, and he let out a chilling laugh. Kill me. Boom, the giant throne Lucifer was sitting in was destroyed. I'm going to say it one more time, Satan. He said in a suppressed voice. He felt that Lucifer was trying his best to be as calm as possible. If I give up on everything and go there, you will become the angel's next target. He kept talking in a low voice. Don't expect the angels to go to Hwan before going there to target you. Satan, you're going to become their next target. I'll make it so. He was threatening him. The communication crystal couldn't withstand Lucifer's demonic energy and started to crack. It was clear how much anger he was feeling at the moment. There's going to be no winner in this fight. It doesn't matter who wins or loses, we're both going to lose it all. Do you still want to fight me despite that? Satan didn't answer. He raised his feet and stepped on Lucis's other arm. Crack. Lucis's pain scream was enough of an answer. Who do you think I am? I'm death, the end, anger itself. I'm Satan. It doesn't matter if it's an angel or a god. Tell them all to come here and fight me. It doesn't matter what you say because I'm not going to stop. Why? Because it's not my problem. R.I.P. Satan, Chapter 209, Seduction Skills, Part 1, 8 o'clock news, a giant gate has appeared in Africa. Unlike a normal gate with colors that go from lowest ranked white to black, this one had a deep blue color. The gate disappeared soon after appearing. All the monsters, animals, and vegetation around that area have died. Guardian is investigating a possible connection between this and the Grand Canyon volcano incident, but they said they hadn't been able to find any for the moment. Since the Blue Gate appeared, explosions have been seen around the world. Most of them have occurred in areas absent of human habitation, so there haven't been civilian losses, but it seems we're going to be careful of what's happening. It seems like everything is going according to plan. The tips of Kang-woo's mouth went up while he watched the TV. Using Lucis as a provocation had been a success. Lucifer had gone to Earth and engaged in an all-out war with Satan and the demon cult. The battle was obviously an overwhelming victory for Lucifer's forces. He wasn't sure how Lucifer's forces were finding the demon cult's hideouts, but they were good at it. The entire world had a hard time finding where the demon cult had their bases, and Lucifer's forces were not only finding them, but they were smashing them with overwhelming strength. They were acting as if all the calmness until that point had been for that. They were one-sidedly being beaten in such a way that one could even feel pity for them. I wish the demon cult offered a bit more resistance. He didn't think it was all the demon cult could offer and that it was their end. Although they might not be able to reverse the situation, he at least wished they would offer some resistance. Not everything goes as intended. Unlike his expectations, they were being one-sidedly beaten up, but he didn't feel that anxious anymore. Kang-woo looked at his hands. He'd grown strong enough to fight against archdukes. He didn't need to try to exhaust Lucifer any longer. I'm also preparing a hidden card. Kang-woo lay on the sofa. Anyway, the only thing he had to do was watch the fight between Lucifer and the demon cult from a distance. Kang-woo, I want to watch anime. Today is the day Konosuba airs. Echidna walked toward him. She sat on her exclusive place, his legs, and spread her short hands. He smiled and gave her the remote control. HNGH, HNGH. She changed the channels while snorting, but her expression soon became filled with despair. It was cancelled again. She lowered her head. Most shows had been delayed because of the gate Lucifer had used to invade Earth. Everything is going to calm down soon. Okay, Echidna turned and grabbed Kang-woo's collar. Kang-woo, I learned more dragon magic. I can use 3 of them now. Whoa, you learned another one, he stroked her hair. Most hatchlings couldn't use dragon magic. In most cases, you had to be at least an adult dragon. Even if she'd become connected with Kang-woo and could receive his strength, without some effort, you usually couldn't do the impossible. Maybe you're going to be able to use brass soon, he asked playfully. HNGH. HNGH, I'm going to do my best. Well, it doesn't seem to be something you can do by making an effort, he laughed lightly. Based on what he heard from her, only a few dragons could use brass. Maybe she'd be able to do it in the near future, but she was just a hatchling at the moment, and it was a technique that was too difficult for her. Kang-woo, are you still busy these days? Echidna carefully asked. He'd been very busy trying to control the Archduke's authority over the past few months, so it was a normal reaction. Kang-woo stroked her hair while making a bitter smile. Yes, but I think that things are going to get sorted soon. Once he devoured Lucifer, he would be able to complete the immediate goal. Of course, he would have had to train a bit to control Lucifer and Mammon's authorities, but he probably wouldn't need to hurry like he was doing. I see, she lowered his head while making a sad expression. He stroked her hair and kept talking. Then once this is finished, should we go on a picnic together? A picnic? Yes, with Siala. HNGH. Okay, yes, Echidna nodded in excitement. Kang-woo smiled. This is what I call healing. He thought that if things turned out well and he had a child with Siala one day, that was what it would probably feel like. Kang-woo smiled while imagining it. Can we go with Lilith and Balrog too? Why, they aren't that friendly with Siala. Lilith and Balrog are very nice and I want everyone to get along. He fell into thought. In reality, Balrog and Lilith weren't that close with the people he'd met on Earth. The problem was that Balrog and Lilith knew him too well, what kind of person he was, how he'd lived in hell. They knew everything. How troublesome. He'd warned them about what not to say, but he still found it troublesome. Still, it wouldn't be good if Lilith, Balrog, Kim Shi-hoon, Han Siala, and the others weren't well acquainted with each other. I'll have to think about this later. It was important to keep a good relationship between allies if he wanted a cohesive force. A day when Balrog and Kim Shi-hoon had to collaborate or Han Siala had to cure Lilith might eventually arrive. I have things to do, so I'll be going out and, where's Siala? She went out with the redhead. With Ki Yeonju? Yes, they've been hanging out together a lot. He nodded and got up. Ki Yeonju and Han Siala. At first glance, they were like oil and water. Well, maybe that's why they became friends. He started to move. He began walking through a dark cave with a lot of humidity and sloshed through the stagnant water. The metallic odor of blood filled the passageway. Cough, cough, he heard a weak cough. Kang-woo was wearing the red mask. You're a tough one, huh? Lucius was being restrained by the authority of blockade. There were wounds all around his body and his state was dreadful. He glared at Kang-woo with sharp eyes. Kill me. I won't. Kill me. Ha ha ha, there's no way I'd kill you. He smirked, spread his hand, and pulled Lucius's hair. Don't ask for death. Letting you live or die is my decision. He frowned. Kang-woo turned his head and saw Baltsek. Baltsek was wearing a black robe with blood all around it. He wasn't even wearing the cute apron he liked to wear. He isn't giving up, huh? I'm sorry, Mr. Satan, he bowed. I've used all sorts of black magic, but I haven't been able to break him. Kang-woo fell into thought. How unexpected. He wasn't expecting Lucius to be that persistent. How troublesome, he frowned. If Lucius didn't give up, he wouldn't be able to execute his plan. Haha, Lucius began to laugh out loud. Kill me, I'll never surrender to you. At first he thought he was just bluffing, so those results were totally unexpected. Well, I guess there's no other choice. Authorities like the subordination or fear ones didn't work on him. He'd even weakened him with the authority of blockade, but the result was the same. It was as if Lucius was proving he really had the blood of an archduke. None of the controlling authorities worked on him. What should I do? He sighed. Should I change plans? It wasn't impossible, but he didn't like the idea. He felt he was about to lose against a character whose only characteristic was how much they talked. It was an unpleasant feeling. Mr. Satan, so you were here. Lilith entered the cave, looked at Lucius, and frowned. That brat still hasn't broken. Yeah, HMPH, to think that you'd inconvenience Mr. Satan. Lilith frowned as if she didn't like that. She walked toward Kang-woo and touched him in a sensual manner. You're quite tired because of that brat, right? Not really. In times like these, I should satisfy Mr. Satan's needs. A deep smile appeared on Lilith's face. Now that I think about it, it's been a while since I spent the night with you. How about that? Save me. Lilith's sudden proposal. Was it because she'd spent a lot of time going around gathering information about Lucifer and the demon cult? It seemed like she had quite a lot of lust stuck inside her. Phew, squeak, squeak. Her beautiful brown hair started to turn into green tentacles, her face started to split and 18 eyes appeared. Kang-woo subconsciously took a step back. Then, Lucis's eyes widened. What? He looked as if he'd just seen a ghost and his body was starting to tremble. There was no way a demon would be scared after seeing a ghost, so he wasn't sure why Lucis had reacted like that. Is he also afraid of Lilith's appearance? He was starting to feel a bit of empathy when, oh my god. Such a beauty, what, why is such a beautiful woman following a piece of trash like him? What the fuck, he felt betrayed. Lilith snorted while looking at Lucis. HMPH, it seems like you can recognize beauty even though you're just a kid. No, go drink some more breast milk from your mother, kid. What's going on? He felt troubled. What he saw didn't match what Lucis was saying. Lucis bit his lip and shouted, "You're being deceived. What do you mean? A woman as beautiful as you doesn't go well with a piece of trash like that. If you call my king trash one more time, I'll tear off that mouth of yours." Tears dripped from Lucis's eyes. "Please come to your senses. I fell in love at first sight. I want to protect you," he said in a trembling voice. "What fell in what? Phew, you're saying some cute things." "What? Things are going to flow like this." He was so surprised that he found it difficult to close his mouth. Kang-woo grabbed his head in confusion. At that moment, Lilith put her lips over his ears. "Demon King, you said you've been having trouble trying to break that kid, right?" "Why yes. Fufu, I guess there's nothing you can do about it. Lilith will solve that for you." She elegantly took a step toward Lucis. "You fell in love at first sight? Why yes. Fufu, now that I have taken a closer look, you look cute, so show me how you feel." Squeak tentacles spread from Lilith's body and surrounded Lucis. How beautiful, why you, call me Lilith. Miss L Lilith, fufu, eek. Thud. Kang-woo fell to the floor. Something he couldn't believe, something he didn't want to believe was happening in front of him. A man who looked like he was wearing cosplay was moaning while the tentacles slithered over his body. He covered his mouth and lowered his head. BLARGGHH, Chapter 210, What Are You Talking About, Part 1. It's hard to deal with a brat. He walked out of the cave and tried to get hold of his consciousness. While he was doing that, Lilith came out and sighed. Kang-woo turned his head. "Did it work?" "Of course," Lilith smiled. "It might be impossible right now, but as time goes on, he will become a puppet that follows all of my orders." "Well done," he nodded. Turning Lucis into his puppet was something that occupied an important place in his current plans. Nothing seemed to work from control-type authorities to Baltzak's black magic, so Lilith's way of doing things working was something unexpected. The process was it was something that was horrifying to witness. Well, at least it was effective. He had his mouth closed while making a bitter look. Lilith walked toward him. "Demon King, please don't misunderstand me," she said in a sad voice. "What? I cut all the tentacles I just used. I also didn't use my body, so," she mumbled while making a worried expression. I didn't cheat." That thought had never crossed his mind. He had never imagined that, thinking that was even a possibility. I didn't want to do something like that with a man that isn't the Demon King, but..." Yes, thanks." Kang-woo nodded while making an awkward expression. Certainly, from Lilith's point of view, it was like having seduced an unknown, random brat, so it wasn't weird that she'd react like that. "It's okay, I trust you." He wasn't lying when he said that. Balrog and Lilith, he'd spent a lot of time with those two demons. There was no way he wouldn't trust and value them. He was cruel to his enemies, but he couldn't do the same to his allies. That wasn't something a king would do, but it was more something a mindless idiot would do. Lilith hugged Kang-woo with shining eyes. Was it because she was in her human form? He didn't feel repulsion. "Oh, we don't have time for this." Lilith backed off while shaking her head. "There's something I wanted to report." There was a reason why she'd gone there to find him. "There's a problem." "What happened?" "There's a demon cult branch I'm closely watching. It's a giant base, similar to the one in Tibet, and there are more than 1,000 members." I've been leaking some information and tried to make Lucifer's forces fight with them in a frontal battle. But the plan didn't work out." "Keep talking." Kang-woo's eyes shone sharply. "The demon cult is trying to avoid a frontal battle." Just like when Mammon came out, I was hoping for them to come up with something. But if things continue like this, I think they'll end up leaving and throwing away this base." He remained silent and fell into thought. "I don't like this." He'd tried to cause a fight between Lucifer's forces and the demon cult to weaken them, but it seemed that his plan wasn't going as expected. What's going on? He even thought that he might have overestimated them. No, he shook his head. After returning to Earth, he'd fought against the demon cult numerous times. There was something he was sure about. They're hiding something. There were probably more than one or two things they were hiding. He didn't even need more evidence. They'd woken up Mammon, but even then he didn't feel that it was Mammon who was leading them. If Mammon was their leader, there was no way they'd be able to recover so easily. There was someone else for sure. Is Satan the one who's really leading the demon cult? Such a thought crossed his mind, but he shook it from his head. Anyways. He couldn't stand still. "I guess there's no other choice." He stood up. "What are you going to do?" "They serve a being called Phase of Evil. Most of them don't know who that Phase of Evil is." One of the abnormal things about the demon cult was that they served the phase of evil, but no one knew exactly who the phase of evil was. They didn't even know if it was a demon or a human. That phase of evil had probably organized things like that to stay under the radar, but it had a weird structure, considering it was a group full of crazy people. It's as if they were serving a king they can't see. He didn't know why that being had remained hidden, but he could use that. That's true. Then, Kang-woo raised the red mask he'd gotten more used to using than the Guardian one. I'll just have to become their king. His smile was covered by the mask. We can't win. Why isn't Archduke? Isn't there any news from the higher-ups? In a certain region in Africa, there were dozens of people gathered around under a giant base built under the desert. Despite the hot weather outside, the people were wearing black robes. The members gathered there were ones that had the rank of cardinal at least. Boom. How could it be that, even in a situation like this, there are no words from the higher-ups? Just, what should we do now? And Miss Yulia, we also can't communicate with Miss Yulia. There was a heavy silence, the only thing heard were sighs. What is the phase of evil doing during a crisis like this? Someone mumbled, everyone started to tremble, the phase of evil, the being they served and believed in. The king they served was hidden under a veil. Even amidst a crisis like that, the king hadn't appeared in front of his soldiers, so it was obvious that they would feel overwhelmed. We should retreat. Yes, I think that retreating would be the crack. At that moment, a black fissure suddenly appeared in the air. What's going on? The cultists looked at the fissure that had suddenly appeared. Tap tap, a demon wearing a red mask appeared with a darkness that covered his entire body like a curtain. The being that emitted an overwhelming pressure slowly walked toward them. Eek, El Lucifer. They'd felt a huge amount of demonic energy they'd never been able to feel before, so they naturally thought of that name. The cultists trembled in fear. The demon wearing a red mask walked toward them. You can even recognize your master. Yes, tisk, pathetic. The unknown being standing in front of the table waved his hand. Boom, cough. The body of a cardinal sitting at the head of the table was pushed back. An overwhelming amount of demonic energy applied pressure on them. He pulled a chair back and sat. Don't tell me. You asked what the phase of evil is doing. As if cutting their doubts, he spoke in a low voice. Here. I'm right in front of you. The red mask twisted. I'm your father, the creator of darkness, the ruler of the abyss. A sticky demonic energy surrounded the cultists. I'm Satan, he said in a sharp tone. Phase of evil. Satan, the cultists knelt. They were thrilled. Satan, no one on earth didn't know about him. The cultists trembled after realizing the identity of the phase of evil they'd been serving. You're trying to escape, that, the faces of the cultists paled. Satan spread his hand and a strong, absorbing force dragged the head of a cultist to him. Paf, the head exploded and the smell of blood filled the entire room. A demon doesn't retreat. Sorry, the cultists lowered their heads. Why is it that you serve a demon? Satan got up. There's only one reason why people serve demons. It has been that way since the beginning. He said in a voice full of madness, desire, and lust. Eternal life? What's the point in living an eternal life as a slave? A desire that can't be fulfilled is just a curse. You don't serve demons for a reason like that. Stomp. Power, the strength to step over others and rise to the top. Wasn't that what you were after? He shouted. The cultists trembled and felt chills. Escape, make a deal. There's nothing of that sort for a demon. Lust, fight, achieve. Kill the enemy and eat their flesh. Drink their blood. That's what we live for. It hadn't been a minute since he'd appeared, yet he was able to drag everyone's attention thanks to an overwhelming charisma. The cultists found their mouths agape at such an overwhelming presence. Satan took out something from inside his cloak. Clang, dozens of black jewels got put over the table. This, demonic energy stones. Eat them. Satan said, I'll give you my strength, fight, kill the fake archduke who's making fun of the demon cult. The eyes behind the mask were burning. Die for me. Satan, phase of evil. The cultists started to go crazy. The tips of Satan's mouth went up behind the mask. Tap tap, a figure ran through a giant ice cave with hurried steps. Their robe uncovered a face distorted by heavy burns. The person with such a horrifying appearance ran while taking a deep breath. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in front of her. The black figure was beating as if it were a giant's heart. The woman, Yulia, shouted, Mr. S. Satan, boom. A loud sound shook their surroundings, frost fell to the ground, and the black figure began moving. What's going on? Why, you see. Yulia stammered. Satan's body, surrounded by darkness, started to wriggle. Speak. If you woke me for an insignificant reason, your soul will. Mr. Satan, Yulia gulped. Satan has appeared. There was a heavy silence. What did she mean? Chapter 211, son, part 1. What nonsense are you saying? He said in confusion. The darkness surrounding Satan started to move. Someone is impersonating you. Me? Why yes. Yulia nodded with her face pale. A breathtakingly strong pressure fell over the area. Who dares to impersonate me, Satan? A voice filled with confusion and anger echoed out. He couldn't understand it. I don't know. Yulia, how have you been running the cult? I'm sorry, it's because of the battle against Lucifer's forces. Lucifer's forces? What nonsense was that? Lucifer has appeared and is attacking the demon cult. What? This is just a guess. I think that the person impersonating Mr. Satan caused this battle. Satan remained silent and he felt his body going numb. He wanted to laugh in disbelief but couldn't do that because he was still absorbing the root of evil. Just who? Who was impersonating an archduke? That wasn't possible unless you had strength comparable to one. It wasn't that the demon cult members were dumb. If they'd tried to impersonate him with average demonic energy, they would have figured it out for sure. Don't tell me. A certain possibility crossed his mind. The darkness covering Satan's body fluctuated. Demon King, he said in a fearful voice. It was a possibility he didn't want to think of. No, he's dead. He would have shaken his head if he had won. When he came to Earth, he felt the presence of the Demon King disappearing because of the dimensional wall. In reality, he hadn't felt the presence of the Demon King for almost 1,000 years. Then, there's no way he would have resurrected. There's no way. It was as if he were trying to convince himself. Mr. Satan? Yulia was surprised. She had served Satan for hundreds of years, but it was her first time seeing him like that. No, it was the first time she'd seen Satan feeling fear. What are the other phases doing? Mr. Belfiger and Mr. Bloodseeker are still absorbing the root of evil, and Mr. Kalja. Is he still investigating the demon of prophecy? Yes, the darkness fluctuated. There wasn't anyone who could move. Whoever was impersonating him wasn't important at that moment. Rather than finding the culprit, dissuading Lucifer was more important. I guess I have no other choice. The darkness surrounding Satan started to fluctuate. He had no other choice. As if he were cutting off his flesh, part of the darkness surrounding Satan fell off. Mr. Kang-woo, yes. Lilith had entered the room. Kang-woo, who was checking the key of the demonic energy sea while sitting on the bed, nodded. The fight with the demon cult base in Africa has begun. What's the situation? Lilith smiled. Lucifer's forces are winning by an overwhelming difference, but they've also suffered great losses. It was too bad that someone like Mammon hadn't appeared, but the strength of a demon cult base with almost 1,000 members wasn't bad. They were able to damage Lucifer's forces to the point he'd thought. And Lucifer? He asked with expectant eyes. The most important thing was how much Lucifer's forces had weakened because of it. Lilith answered without hesitation. He clearly seems tired. Good. Kang-woo smiled while nodding. It wasn't that archdukes had infinite stamina. The more they fought, the more their health decreased and tiredness stacked in their mind. It might have been different if he had used a strategy of attacking and backing off to recover vitality. But engaging in constant battles as someone that had lost his mind should have been tiring, even for him. Is his son that important? It was hard to believe he was the Lucifer he knew. It seemed like Lucifer had changed after going to the Urner continent. I guess it doesn't matter. It didn't matter if he'd changed or not. He needed an archduke's soul, and Lucifer was tired enough that he could use his soul. That was the important thing. How's Lucis doing? He asked Lilith while licking his lips. Lilith answered while making a mischievous smile. He isn't right in his mind. If I ordered it, he'd probably even give up on his life. That isn't enough, Kang-woo laughed. He should be able to give up on something more important than his life. Oh, Lilith's eyes shone. She touched Kang-woo's cheeks as if she were under the influence of drugs. What my king is thinking, it's probably already possible. Then it's okay. Lilith wasn't exaggerating. Lucis had probably already become her slave. What about the others? Balrog and Baltsek are preparing, but Echidna, I think that you should leave her out of this plan. Why? As he asked her, Lilith started to twist her body. Her hair had turned into tentacles. How can we make such a cute kid fight? I wish I could use my tentacles as well. Please don't do anything to my Echidna. Fufu, I wonder if this is how it would feel if I bore your baby. It seemed like Echidna was popular among both Han Xiala and Lilith. That's good. Echidna was probably going to be able to become the bridge between Han Xiala, Kim Shi-hoon, and the other people he'd met on Earth, and Balrog and Lilith, beings with whom he'd gotten involved with while in Hell. It might not be necessary for the moment, but it was for the long term. To live as a rich unemployed, he had to eliminate as many factors that could cause him problems. Then don't tell Echidna for the moment. Kang-woo stood up. In reality, he didn't want to show Echidna that plan. Don't tell the others either. That was why he hadn't made Han Xiala, Kim Shi-hoon, Ki Yeon-ju, and others participate in the plan. They still didn't know him that well. They weren't prepared to accept it. Let's go. Yes, Mr. Kang-woo. Clicky opened the door. He saw Han Xiala making a surprised expression in front of the door. She trembled a bit while holding a tray with a cup of coffee. Are you leaving already? Han Xiala asked while taking a glimpse at Lilith. He'd already explained Lilith to her, but it seemed like she still felt awkward around her. Fufu, yes. I have a secret meeting with Mr. Kang. Don't say nonsense. He softly hit Lilith's head, extended his hand, grabbed the cup of coffee Han Xiala had prepared and drank it in one go. Hot coffee went down his throat. I'll be going. Ah, yes, she was making a lonely expression. Kang-woo thought and then remembered what Echidna had told him. Once this is done, should we take Echidna and others out? Ah, why yes. I want to go, Han Xiala nodded. Her reaction was similar to Echidna's. Kang-woo smiled and nodded. HNG, Lilith looked at Han Xiala with great interest. It seems like that human girl has fallen for the charms of the Demon King. Shut up, he replied coldly so Lilith couldn't do anything dumb. Lilith was speaking directly into his head. Take care. Yes. Miss Kurosaki, no, Lilith, you also take care. Fufu, let's talk again later, Miss Xiala. They walked out of the house. Lilith opened her mouth after looking at the door closing. You said wing patterns have appeared on Miss Xiala's back, right? Ah, yes, there were 2 at the beginning, but now there are 4. The angel wing patterns that were on Xiala's back were becoming more visible as time passed. I feel like I've heard about this from Ammon before. From Ammon? Yes, he said something about it while talking about angels, but I wasn't interested at the moment, so I don't remember very well. To her, what other people that weren't Kang-woo said wasn't something she was interested in. He became interested since it was something related to Han Xiala, but he started walking again. It wasn't time to think about her. Then, he stomped on the ground and flew. Let's begin. Boom. The earth was torn apart and a horrible scream was heard. Stop him, AGH, monster. A vast grassland in Africa had been torn apart in such a way that it was even embarrassing to call it hell. A demon with 10 black wings on his back, a horn on his forehead, and black skin was walking on top of the torn apart and distorted land. Although he wasn't that big, his appearance wasn't that different from a human's. His face was distorted like a monster's. The demon, his horrid face resembling a goblin's, was walking along the ruined surface. Crack, AAHH, as he swung his hand, a black sphere was made in the air. Dozens of demon cult members were dragged in by its huge absorbing power, and the chilling sound of bones being crushed was heard. Ha! Left Lucifer's mouth, the demon who was crushing the demon cult. Mr. L. Lucifer. You should rest a bit. The demon that was following him said in a worried voice. Lucifer shook his head. I won't rest. His son, Lucis, had been kidnapped by Satan, so there was no way he was going to take a break. Lucifer looked at his hands. Is it because I came to Earth? His strength was lower than when he was on the Urner continent. Since he'd become an evil god, he was stronger than in the past when he was just an archduke. As time went on, as if he were getting used to Earth, his strength started returning, but he didn't have time to wait for that at the moment. I guess there's nothing I can do about it. Even if he'd become weaker, he could exercise as much strength as he could in the past when he used to be in the Hell of Nine Skies. He wasn't sure how strong Satan had become after absorbing the sea of demonic energy from the Demon King, but there was no way to know that without fighting him. We're moving to the next place. He was about to turn around. Mr. Lucifer, an underling came running toward him. Lucifer turned around and frowned, his eyes widened. Mr. L. Lucis is over there, he's unconscious. What? He quickly ran toward him. His underling was definitely carrying Lucis on his back. Move. He'd endlessly fought after hearing that his son had been kidnapped, so Lucifer's patience had bottomed. He couldn't make the correct decision and was losing his rationality. His son was in front of him, so he couldn't think of anything else. He hugged Lucis. Lucis, come back to your senses. Father. Lucis's eyes widened. Lucifer sighed in relief. You stupid. I'm sorry, father. Where Sada stabbed, he felt something sharp piercing his heart. Cough, he vomited black blood. Lucifer looked at Lucis in disbelief. Son, what are you doing? The tips of Lucis's mouth went up. Father, I'm inheriting your place. Cough, he collapsed with his eyes wide open and saw a black fissure in the distance. A demon wearing a red mask appeared from behind the black fissure. Saw. Tan, ha ha ha. He heard the sound of a demon laughing from a great distance away. Chapter 212, I'm Satan, Part 1, Saw, Tan, ha ha ha. He heard a demon's laugh. Anger he couldn't resist rose from inside. His head was hurting. Rather than the physical pain from being stabbed, the fact that Lucis did it hurt more. His sight blurred and he felt his consciousness and rationality fading away. Madness filled his head. Satan, boom. He pushed Lucis aside and stomped on the ground. His 10 wings opened up and his voice was filled with madness. His body shot forward before his voice even reached Satan, and he raised his hand, summoning a black sphere into it that he then crushed. Looking good, Satan. No, Kang-woo, who was behind the mask, said, so it worked. Lilith had brainwashed Lucis, and it was a psychological attack using him. Lucifer was already tired after fighting against the demon cult, so the damage caused by it was huge. Even at first glance, it was clear that he was weaker than the Lucifer he fought against while in the Hell of Nine Skies. A smile appeared on his face. He raised his hand and looked at Lucifer's fist. Sky break, 2 authorities clashed, boom. The ground shook. A sound similar to the one caused by an earthquake spread through the surroundings. He stomped on the ground and jumped into the air, waving his hand and shooting blades from the darkness that covered his body. Why, Lucifer shouted. Demonic energy flickered and spread. The swords Kang-woo shot were deflected away by the demonic energy and fell to the floor. He's still an archduke despite having been weakened, huh? Among the 7 archdukes, Lucifer was ranked 3rd. He was strong even if he was tired or wounded. But the tips of his mouth went up. He could beat him. You piece of trash, crazy bastard. How could you do something like this? Lucifer shouted as if he were about to have a seizure. It was a normal reaction based on the situation. He'd made a son stab the chest of his father, and there was nothing more evil than that. He couldn't help but laugh after seeing Lucifer say that. Kang-woo remained silent. He couldn't help but get angry at Lucifer's words. Mr. Kang-woo, I'm sorry. A memory of the past brushed through his mind. He remembered a moment from before he was called Demon King when he was battling against the 7 archdukes. He remembered the words that his underlings said before dying. Back then, Lucifer's forces were overwhelmingly stronger than his. He thought of his underlings that were forced to hug bombs and run toward their allies. The memories he'd tried to forget came back to his mind. Bullshit, he said in a low voice while looking at Lucifer trembling in anger. He didn't believe the phrase, you reap what you sow. In most cases, the person that reaps and the one that sows are different. Still, hearing the demon who had used his underlings to execute a lot of shady tactics say something like that made him frown. Didn't I say it before? Who cared about morals in a fight between demons? Who makes concessions and compromises? If you make a concession, you die. If you make a compromise, you lose. To survive, you need to be without scruples. Answer evil with greater evil. A killing intent with a bigger killing intent. The moment you forgot that, you would get devoured. What were you expecting in a fight between demons? Satan, I'm going to kill you. It seemed like he couldn't hear his voice anymore. Lucifer was emitting a strong killing intent and frowning. Yes, this is more like it. He laughed while looking at the anger-filled Lucifer. Seeing Lucifer lose his mind was fantastic. Rather than hurting him, that was better. The angrier someone became, the simpler their actions became. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes and analyzed Lucifer's movements. He's coming. Boom, Lucifer kicked the ground and his wings spread out. Thousands of feathers flew toward him. Authority of insight. The eyes behind the mask shone. The trajectories of the thousands of feathers entered his mind. He lowered himself and started to run. As if he were running through bombs, he ran while dodging the feathers infused with demonic energy. He spread his right hand, and the key of the demonic energy seed took the form of a red spear that he grabbed and threw. You shouldn't have touched my son, Lucifer said while looking at him intensely. He clapped, and a black sphere appeared and deflected the key of the demonic energy sea away. Lucifer put his hand inside the black sphere and grabbed a weapon. A spear appeared in his hand. Arrogance? It was Lucifer's hell equipment, and it represented his strength. It was a powerful weapon that defined his existence. Lucifer pulled his body back and rushed at Kang-woo while gripping arrogance in his hands. Slash. At that moment, a fire whip hit Lucifer. He turned his head and frowned. I'm Mr. Satan's loyal underling, Yogg-Saron, a demon covered with green tentacles said in a low voice. Yogg-Saron, it was a name he'd never heard before. Lucifer shook his head after thinking about it for a while. It wasn't the time to think of things like that. Soldiers of arrogance, he gave an order to his underlings. Punish the demon who dared to point a sword at me, evil god Lucifer. Yes. Die, Lucifer's underlings rushed forward while shouting, but there weren't that many. Due to the constant fighting against the demon cult, their numbers had been reduced. Baltzak, yes, Satan, please give me an order. A skeleton wearing a black robe appeared from the black fissure where Satan had appeared. He touched the black communication crystal while laughing in a chilling way. He'd asked him to give him an order, but in that situation, there was only one thing that Kang-woo knows Satan would ask of him. Kill them all, everything as Mr. Satan wishes. Demonic energy exploded from the communication crystal. The bodies of the demons that had died during the war started to get up. Grrrr, tap tap, a knight appeared from the fissure and went to the front as if he were leading the army of undead. Ha ha ha, Baltzak laughed evilly. His empty eye sockets shone with a yellow light. Go Reinald. He said the name of his Death Knight. The Death Knight sitting atop a skeleton horse unsheathed his sword. You-oh-oh-oh, the ghost shouted. The undead army and Lucifer's forces clashed. Satan, Lucifer narrowed his eyes. So you're going to take this to the end? If not, I wouldn't have started it from the beginning. Kang-woo kept talking with a relaxed expression on his face. Everything was going as planned. The problem is the angels that are trying to get Lucifer. He wasn't that worried about that either. Angels aren't going to be able to tell that I'm a demon. He was sure of that. Thanks to the attribute ruler of demonic energy he'd awakened as a player, he became able to hide the traces of demonic energy completely. Neither hero god Tyrion nor the goddess Begonia from another world could tell he was a demon. Tyrion learned that only after he became connected with him, but he would have no reason to do such an exchange with an angel. In the end, the one angels are going to target. They were probably going to target the phase of evil, the one who still hadn't appeared. A smile appeared on his face, just like he'd done with Lucifer and the demon cult. As a member of Guardian, the Warrior of Light, Kang-woo, he just had to make them fight and profit from it. Although I'll have to hide Balrog and Baltsek. His underlings were connected to his soul, so they could also profit from Ruler of Demonic Energy. Deceiving angels wasn't the problem, but even if Balrog and Baltsek could hide their demonic energy, the problem was their outer appearance. Balrog looked like a demon that appeared in drawings, and Baltsek was a skeleton. Just because they wouldn't be able to feel demonic energy from them didn't mean they were safe. Echidna and Lilith were safe since they had a human form, but he would have to hide Baltsek and Balrog very well. But it's still going to be a profit. There was nothing better for him than angels actively moving to catch the phase of evil instead of him. He would have to thank Lucifer for bringing the angels to Earth. Very nice. He couldn't help but smile after seeing everything going as intended. Let's end this. Kang-woo spread his hand and a huge amount of demonic energy gathered. Lucifer glared at him while holding arrogance. The fight was about to enter its last phase. Then, boom, what? Something flew from the sky and slammed into the ground. Kang-woo and Lucifer looked at the unknown thing that came flying in out of the blue. I'm death, huh? It was a demon wearing a red mask with darkness that covered its body like a certain. I'm the end. Hey, wait, fuck. His mouth fell open. The red mask covered with darkness kept talking. I'm the father of everyone angry and anger itself. What's going on? Yellow eyes opened up behind the red mask. I'm Satan. There was silence. The being wearing a red mask turned his head. Lucifer, I came here to talk. I'm not sure what happened, but it seems like there was a misunderstanding. I don't have any intention of fighting with Satan, who was talking, flinched a bit after looking at the situation. Kang-woo and Satan looked at each other. What's going on? Who are you? He asked in a confused voice. At that moment, he remembered what he'd heard from Yulia. I see you're the one that's boom. Kang-woo aggressively stomped on the ground, spread his hands, and pointed at Satan. Ha, how dare you pretend to be Satan? Aren't you afraid of dying? What pretend? What non? Shut up. No, but you're. How dare you talk as if you were me, Satan? He spread his hand and used the authority of flames towards Satan. I'm Satan, he shouted in an angry voice. Chapter 213, I'm Satan, Part 2. AGH fuck. What's going on? He felt confused. After seeing Satan appearing, he said what I could, but still, he couldn't understand how things were flowing. Is that bastard the real Satan? What kind of funny coincidence was that? The red mask surrounded by darkness, the concept was exactly the same. He didn't want to think he was Satan and he hoped it was just a prank from Lilith. There's no way, he shook his head. Lilith knew not to do such a thing, so there was no way she would do something like that. Then, the demon in front of him was really Satan. He said he wanted to talk with Lucifer. That there was a misunderstanding. Based on that, there was one thing he could conclude, who wanted to avoid confronting Lucifer's forces, the phase of evil, the one leading the demon cult, the one who made the demon cult. The one who was creating an endless amount of conflict in someone who could be called the root of evil. He couldn't help but believe Satan was one of those phases of evil. He couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. He'd used the name of Satan as a cheat code to overcome hard situations, and he hadn't imagined that he really was one of the beings who led the demon cult. Oh, fuck. He felt like he'd found a bug while using the cheat. He didn't know how to react. He'd used it so many times that he didn't know how to patch it. I can't let him do as he wishes. Still, there was something he was sure about. He couldn't stand still and watch the real Satan do as he wished. Leaving everything aside, he couldn't let people find out about two things. He was the demon of prophecy. He'd killed Alec and Reinald. That was something in another dimension too. When it was revealed he was the demon king. He was able to talk that out, but those two things were different. If it was revealed that Satan really existed and people learned he was just acting like him, it'll be the end. There was no need to think too deeply. Everything he had worked so hard to build on Earth would crumble. He had to stop the real Satan from coming out to the world at all costs. No, he had to stop himself from being revealed as the fake. Wait, Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. He had the red mask and darkness surrounded him like a curtain. He looked at the phase of evil whom he thought was the real Satan, and he felt the demonic energy coming out from him. Isn't he weak? Not only was he not as strong as Lucifer, but he didn't even reach Mammon in terms of strength. It was weird even to call him an archduke. If the situation hadn't turned out like that, he would have considered him an apostle, not the phase of evil. He began thinking, there are two possibilities. Either Satan hadn't recovered his strength fully, or the one in front of Kang-woo wasn't the real body. Either way, there was one conclusion: at that moment Satan was weak. Kang-woo's eyes shone, he clenched his fist and licked his lips. I can do it. No, he had to, if not, things would get troublesome. Damn, how did things turn out like this? That wasn't the only problem. When he lifted my head, Lucifer also looked surprised. Why you're Satan? What nonsense? From Lucifer's point of view, the one who'd killed his underlings, kidnapped his son, and provoked him in all sorts of ways had been his point of focus, so it was understandable for him not to understand what was going on. There was no need to talk about what state Satan was in. As soon as he arrived to clear up the misunderstanding with Lucifer, he saw someone pretending to be him. The worst thing was that he was saying he was the fake one. No, as he realized everything that was going on had happened because of someone pretending to be him, he couldn't help but think the situation was unfair. The three demons fell into confusion. The one who acted first was, as expected, Kang-woo. What kind of nonsense is this? I've lived a long time, but to think a day when I would see someone pretending to be me would come. No, what bullshit are you? How dare you make a poor excuse? He shouted. Satan became confused after seeing the fake one trying to make him out to be the fake. He frowned aggressively. Damn, things were getting troublesome. The best way to prove he was the real Satan was to show his hell equipment, anger, but that wasn't his real body. He'd given up on part of the root of evil and created some sort of fragment to go there and talk with Lucifer. He couldn't use the hell equipment at that moment. Look at this is anger, proof that I'm the real Satan. What? Satan's eyes widened. There was clearly a pitch-black sword of darkness in the hands of the demon that was pretending to be him. How did you know that's a fake one? He quickly shouted. He was surprised for a brief moment, but it was clear that it was fake. After all, the real anger was inside his body. But what a boring show. Lucifer narrowed his eyes. Kang-woo also laughed in disbelief. I'm surprised, where did trash like that come from? He shook his head in disbelief. From Lucifer's point of view, it was clear who he trusted more. It's obviously me. There was no need to think about it. A Satan that didn't have demonic energy comparable to an archduke compared to a Satan who exuded breathtakingly intense demonic energy and had anger in his hands. A Satan who was trying to work things out compared to someone who said they should kill each other like a real demon. It was obvious who he would believe more. You, get out of here. I'm not sure why you're trying to act like Satan, but right now I want to kill you just for doing that. No, but I'm the real Satan. I told you to fuck off. Lucifer emitted a strong killing intent. Satan grabbed his head. I'm Satan, why don't you believe me? He couldn't believe what was going on. After he opened his eyes in the middle of the darkness inside the hell of 9 skies, he'd never felt like that before. Not even when he lost against the Demon King had he felt something like that. He would have preferred to lose due to not being strong enough. If he'd been forced to take a knee after a fierce battle, he wouldn't have felt like that. Satan glared at the one pretending to be him. Who are you? He couldn't help but ask that. Someone with such an intense amount of demonic energy that was strong enough to pretend to be him. There was only one person he could think of. That person? No, he trembled. He remembered a giant mouth with hundreds of sharp teeth. The face of the predator who devoured demons and even ate the archdukes rose up in his mind. The face of someone who wasn't a human, a demon, or even a god. That person was just a monster. He was twisted and full of evil. He was someone that went against all comprehension and understanding. The Demon King is dead. The dimensions close to the hell of 9 skies were Erner, Hwan, and Earth. He'd been hit by a distortion of space and time. I set it up to be so. In his last moments, he'd given Ammon an order before planting him in the Demon King's army. If he lost against the Demon King and he really tried to return to Earth like he always said, make sure he was torn apart by the dimensional wall. Did he betray me, Ammon? He remembered that hunchbacked, wrinkled demon. There was no one as capable as him when it came to black magic, not even a god. His black magic could interfere with the laws of the universe that was otherwise known as the system. No, he knew Ammon wasn't a trustworthy underling, but leaving that aside, Satan had felt the energy of the Demon King being apart by the system. But he turned his head and looked with trembling eyes. There he saw a demon wearing a red mask just like him with eyes full of madness and evil. He lived. Tap, it seems like there's no need to talk anymore. Kang-woo kept talking in a low voice. He turned his head and spoke to Lucifer. There's no way we can let someone interfere in our sacred battle, right? Nonsense. It wasn't a sacred battle in the first place. Lucifer narrowed his eyes, but I also don't like interference. Like I said, then let's deal with the one bothering us first. Kang-woo and Lucifer turned simultaneously and rushed towards Satan. The anger Kang-woo swung and Lucifer's arrogance hit Satan simultaneously. Paf, cough. It was just a duplicate, not the real body, and it wasn't even as strong as Mammon. He couldn't even use Hell's equipment, so there was no way he would be able to resist the collaborative attack of 2 beings that were at an archduke's level. AAHHH. They kept exchanging blows and the wounds in Satan's body deepened. Damn it, listen to me, Lucifer. Slash boom AAGHH. Satan's fake body started to crumble at Kang-woo and Lucifer's collaborative attack. Satan's energy weakened. I'm Satan, he desperately cried. Satan felt he was about to go crazy due to the situation. I don't know who you are, but thanks, Lucifer said in a cold voice. His eyes shone coldly. Lucifer turned and looked at Lucis. Thanks to you, I was able to recover my reason. He was so surprised because of the person trying to bother them that he felt his head had calmed down. What he had to do was clear. Aaghh, Satan screamed, stab, slash. The two pieces of hell's equipment cut him. Satan felt he was about to go crazy after seeing that a fake version of anger, the hell's equipment that had accompanied him his whole life, was overwhelming him. He felt anger and resentment. I'm Satan, I'm the real Satan. Crack, the black sword stabbed him while he was screaming. Chapter 214, that worked, Part 1, done. He felt a sensation in his hands. It was Satan, to be more precise. He'd pierced the being he thought was a fragment of his. It was obvious that a smile would appear on his face. That was dangerous. To be honest, for a moment he'd become too flustered. He'd been just as surprised when Balrog had come out and called him Demon King, but he looked at Satan's body that had become some sticky black liquid. It seemed like his guess that he was a duplicate was right. If it were Satan's real body, he wouldn't have melted down. I was able to smother the flames for the moment. He hadn't killed the real Satan, so he hadn't solved the real problem. Satan would keep calling himself Satan and he would be hunted for it. But Kang-woo laughed and his eyes shone. To think that Satan was really on Earth. On top of that, he was the one who was leading the demon cult from the shadows. If I play my cards correctly, he thought that he could use that to his advantage. Just like pus from a wound slowly built up, once the crimes he had committed stacked up enough, they could be solved by blaming them on Satan as long as he didn't really die. He could use him. This isn't time to do that. Kang-woo turned while looking at Satan's melted duplicate. The situation wasn't over because he'd gotten rid of Satan's duplicate. There was another really important main event. Why is that bastard Lucifer so quiet? He tried to find Lucifer, who had suddenly disappeared. Huh, he said in a confused voice. Lucifer was nowhere to be seen. Lucifer, he turned his body. He saw Lucifer looking at him with cold eyes while holding Lucis. Let me go, I gave my soul to Miss Lilith. Remain still. He knocked Lucis out. Lucifer sighed and waved his hand in the air. A blue gate appeared. Damn. Kang-woo stomped on the ground and he shot forward at just above supersonic speed, creating a sonic boom and a strong gust of wind. Damn, he bit his lip. Lucifer escaping wasn't something he had planned. Lucifer and Lucis began disappearing through the gate. He spread his hands and grabbed Lucifer's arms. Are you planning to escape? I came back to my senses, Lucifer answered in a cold voice. Unlike his anger-filled look before, he looked way calmer. Can't you let me go? Kang-woo aggressively pulled on Lucifer's arms. A bit of Lucifer's body was pulled back from the gate. Satan, Lucifer glared at him. He heard a voice filled with strong killing intent. I'll be back. I'll return and destroy everything you have. I'm going to make sure you regret what you've done for the rest of eternity. Rather than a threat, it was closer to a curse. Kang-woo used the authority of divine power and pulled the arm more. Lucifer pulled back and his arm was severed. Crack, Lucifer. His arm fell off like a lizard's tail and black blood poured out. Satan, remember. Before he disappeared through the blue gate, Lucifer spoke in a low voice. I'll be back. Lucifer's body completely disappeared through the gate. There was silence over the battlefield. Eek. One of the demons Lucifer had abandoned charged toward Kang-woo, who slowly raised his hand, grabbed the demon's horn and crushed it. Crack, the demon fell to the ground and screamed. Kang-woo raised his foot. Crack. Cranial fluid exploded over the ground. Damn, fuck, he couldn't help but curse. He grabbed his hair. I shouldn't have let him go. He was flustered. He hadn't acted fast enough and had forgotten about the most important thing. I made a mistake. If he had returned to his senses faster and dealt with things faster, he could have killed Lucifer there. His being confused by Satan's sudden appearance was just an excuse. He could have dealt with the new variable and killed Lucifer. Damn, he wasn't able to do that and had made a mistake due to his surprise. Kang-woo frowned. Well, it isn't that I completely lost. It would take more time, and unless Lucifer were stupid, he would make better preparations. None of it would matter because Lucifer wasn't aware of a critical fact. In the end, his anger is directed towards Satan. The misunderstanding hadn't been cleared, no, it had deepened. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. Satan was on Earth and Lucifer had escaped to Erner. How should I cook those guys? He was sure he'd be able to use them, but he couldn't think of a way to do that. It would be impossible to do anything if Lucifer didn't do anything. He'll be back, he was sure of it. There was no way Lucifer was just going to run with his tail between his legs. He would be back after making preparations. And that anger would get directed at Satan. Not bad. It would take more time and effort, but considering that was the consequence of making a mistake, it wasn't bad. Lilith. Yes, Mr. Kang-woo. As he called her name, she appeared. He slowly turned around. You saw everything, right? Yes, Lilith nodded. She kept talking. I'll torture all of the cultists and figure out Satan's location. No, you won't be able to do that. He wasn't even sure if the phase of evil was Satan. There was no way they'd be able to figure out his location. Then, what we killed is Satan's duplicate. His real body should be alive somewhere. Lilith's eyes shone and she made a wicked smile. So Satan is probably going to move first. Someone is pretending to be him, so there's no way he would wander around and do nothing about it. He'd been humiliated. He wasn't sure why he couldn't move his main body, but he was definitely going to do something about it. What if he doesn't move? It was simple. We just have to make him move. It didn't matter how. He slowly spread his hand and took off the red demon mask that was covering his face. A chilling wind touched his skin. How many of them survived? About 739 cultists survived. Everyone else escaped. Grab those at cardinal rank or above and brainwash them. I don't care what strategy you use, black magic, beauty, torture, whatever. Make them surrender and spread them through the demon cult. He needed agents inside the demon cult to figure out Satan's movements. A chilling smile appeared on Lilith's face. Kang-woo began to walk away. Boom Balrog knelt in front of him. I've restrained all of Lucifer's underlings. He looked at the demons that were behind Balrog. The demons, who had been overwhelmed by Baltsak's undead army, were looking at Kang-woo and trembling in fear. We surrender. We swear loyalty to Mr. S. Satan, they desperately begged. Kang-woo turned and looked at them. Balrog opened his mouth. There's no need. Kang-woo passed by Balrog as if he weren't interested. If they were demon cult members, it might have been different, but there was no need to keep Lucifer's underlings alive. He put away the red mask. Kill them. Yes, Balrog nodded. If there was a way to go to the Urner continent, there might have been a use for them, but since they couldn't return there was no need for them. It was better to kill them and then turn them into undead if he wanted to use them as soldiers. Those that betray once always end up betraying again. /AGH, H help me, he heard Lucifer's underling shouting. He ignored them. Kang-woo walked to where Satan's dead body was along with Lucifer's torn-apart arm. There was a black liquid over the floor. He sighed. I guess it won't be enough with this. He thought of the conditions for demonic soul. To achieve the conditions, he had to absorb the body of an archduke with the Authority of Predation. He thought that he'd be able to fulfill it after eating Lucifer. This is the biggest disappointment. He still regretted committing such mistakes. The plan to devour Lucifer could be executed later on, but he had another problem. The problem was that he hadn't been able to fulfill the conditions for demonic soul. I guess the price is cheap when I consider the mistake. Things could have gone wrong, and a situation that couldn't be reversed might have happened. Not having fulfilled the condition for the demonic soul was the cheapest price, because making a mistake in a fight between demons usually meant death. Tusk, he clicked his tongue. There was no point in making a fuss over spilled water. I should consume these at least. He sighed and used the Authority of Predation. The Authority of Predation covered Satan's duplicate and Lucifer's arms. Fuck. I guess not a single stat will increase with this. He couldn't help but be disappointed. Crunch, the Authority of Predation consumed Satan's fragment and Lucifer's torn-apart arm. Ting. Activating the attribute Archduke Slayer. You have absorbed parts of souls inside Satan's body and part of Lucifer's arm. A weak divinity has been detected in both souls. The quality has increased compared to the existing Archduke. Trying to devour a possible SSS rank soul. Success. The passageway that connects with the deepest part of the 10,000 demon core has been 100% completed. You've fulfilled all of the conditions for demonic soul. A thick demonic energy exploded out of him. The demonic energy from his heart spread through his entire body, starting the awakening to demonic soul. Kang-woo's mouth fell open. That worked. Chapter 215, Demonic Soul, Part 1, Darkness Fell. The thick demonic energy that leaked out of his skin covered the surroundings. The scarily thick demonic energy poured from where the 10,000 demon core was located within his heart. He could feel it. Demonic energy from the deepest part. If the 10,000 demon core could be separated by floors, it would belong to the middle floor. The demonic energy there spread through his body and he moved his finger. There was no reaction. I wonder what it means to have achieved demonic soul. It was more confusing than extreme demonic energy body. While thinking, Kang-woo started to feel the changes inside his body. It was many times more effective than he had imagined. Demonic energy that moved on its own spread throughout his body. The changes began. It was hard to explain how it felt. His spine shuddered and the hairs on his neck stood on end. It was as if he were climbing. He felt like he'd gone up a mountain so high that he couldn't see the ground anymore. Things he previously thought were obvious, things he considered clear, he suddenly thought weren't like that. What's going on? It felt clearly different from when he'd completed the extreme demonic energy body. There wasn't an explosive change in strength, nor had his body gone through a change. Isn't it just getting stronger? It was different from his combat capability simply increasing. It wasn't getting the strength to overwhelm and step on his opponents. He found the correct word. It didn't take long. A certain word passed through Kang-woo's head as he was curled up on the ground. Plate, a plate, an object used to hold something else. Demonic soul, that unknown strength had turned him into a plate. Ting, he heard the familiar bell sound and raised his head. A blue message window appeared in front of his eyes. You've successfully awakened demonic soul. The plate capable of holding divinity has been completed. Your demonic energy stat has increased by 2. Your demonic energy stat has reached 140. A plate that can hold divinity. He thought he understood what demonic soul did. Is this the road to becoming a demon god? First, it was his body that changed. Then it was his soul. In both changes, there was one goal: divinity. The power that made gods gods, it was something that went beyond the laws of physics and made it possible to exercise miracles. And it was the ability to influence the system. He slowly opened his eyes. It was the same world, but it felt different. It was a confusing way to say it, but it was hard to find a better way to say it. He moved his finger, raised demonic energy, and used an authority. There was a passageway perfectly connected to the deepest part of the 10,000 demon core. It was as if he'd built a giant water pipe in the sea. He could use demonic energy as naturally as when he used to be in the hell of 9 skies. Slash, black blades soared from his fingers. He turned his hand and droplets of darkness fell as if they were blood. One of the droplets hit the ground. Crack. Black blades broke from the earth in a diameter of about 20 meters from where the droplet fell. Earth blades, although it was a skill he already used when he used demonic energy from the deepest part, it felt completely different. It's been a while. The tips of his mouth went up. He remembered when he used to be at the top. Balrog felt excited. He was an underling of the Demon King, so his soul was connected to him. He could feel his strength. He realized his master had fully returned to when he used to rule over the hell of 9 skies. He knelt and slammed his head onto the ground. Demon King, you're back. What nonsense is that? Kang-woo smirked. It was funny. I've been here all this time. Balrog remained silent. He felt ashamed for having used the words you're back. It was stupid. Balrog knew who he was and what he was capable of. He hadn't reached the peak of the hell of 9 skies because he was strong. In terms of strength, Baal was stronger than him. Even during the final battle, Baal was stronger than the Demon King. But in the end, the one who won was the Demon King, his master. They'd suffered numerous losses throughout a battle that lasted 1,000 years, and many underlings and partners died. But the Demon King won in the end. He didn't surrender, he didn't make concessions, and he didn't yield. He had accepted a challenge he had no chance of winning at the time. Balrog's body trembled and tears dripped from his eyes. He shuddered from his endless faith, trust, and fanaticism. The Demon King was right, he hadn't returned, he was always there. Demon Kingg. Balrog rushed toward Kang-woo and hugged him with both his arms. I, Balrog, am honored for having been given a chance to serve the Demon King. Due to their overwhelming difference in height, Kang-woo's head reached his armpit. Fuck, back off. Kang-woo trembled at the horrible scent. Kang-woo looked at Balrog with a tired expression. He was looking at him with shining eyes that didn't match his body. You dumb muscle pig. That was the best way to describe him. Still, it wasn't that he didn't like seeing him. They'd spent too much time together for that to be the case. Now it will be easier to face Satan and Lucifer. No, that probably won't be the case. He shook his head and narrowed his eyes. Those guys have divinity. Divinity? Yes. Just because they had divinity didn't mean they were strong. Having more divinity meant that you had a better chance of being stronger, but unlike stats, it didn't necessarily translate into strength. An example of that was hero god Tyrion. Kang-woo was sure he'd be able to beat him. But that didn't mean that he could take them lightly. While they were in the hell of 9 skies, they didn't have divinity. If they had, there's no way he wouldn't have noticed it when he devoured them. They obtained it here. Judging by the situation, both demons had gone back to a distant past by at least 1,000 years. During that time, not only had they recovered their bodies, but they'd reached a higher point than they had in the hell of 9 skies. What happened? He couldn't understand it. 1,000 years wasn't that many years for them. For tens of thousands of years, they weren't able to surpass the limits of being archdukes. The only one that had been able to go beyond his limits was Baal, but it was suddenly different outside of hell. Both Satan and Lucifer had obtained divinity. They had been able to go beyond the wall that had stopped them from growing. How? He couldn't imagine how they were able to do that. His head felt fuzzy. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. The important thing is that I can't think of an obvious reason. He raised his hands. FWSH, yellow flames rose. Mammon's authority still felt awkward. It was bad. Demonic soul was just a plate. It's an empty plate that hasn't been filled. Unlike what he'd expected, there wasn't an increase in power. More, he had to become stronger. Craving and desire burned his throat. Ting. The last step to becoming a demon god has been generated. Information. Condition 1, reach 150 demonic energy stat. Condition 2, Condition 3, why so many? Fuck, before there were 2 conditions, but he had 3 for becoming a demon god. The only good thing was that it was the last step to becoming a demon god. Last, for some reason he didn't feel that it was the last. Kang-woo remembered when he'd created Inferno. There was still a higher demon god quest marked with us back then. Well, I guess it's better for it to be there than not. It was true that he was expectant. Becoming stronger and being able to do something you couldn't do before was an incredible experience. It was something demons craved, even if it cost them eternal life. Oh yeah, he looked at his right middle finger. The ring was wriggling as if it were alive. It said that it would begin digesting after reaching demonic soul. He still had a lot of questions regarding the key of the demonic energy sea. It ate a hell's equipment. Something he hadn't been able to eat with the Authority of Predation had been eaten by the ring, so it would be weird if he weren't curious about it. He opened the key of the demonic energy sea's status window. Equipment information. Equipment name, key of the demonic energy sea rank, transcendent engraving complete type, growth it will become stronger whenever a certain condition is fulfilled. Equipment status, digesting. Currently it's digesting greed, extra effects are temporarily disabled. Kang-woo frowned and poured demonic energy into the key of the demonic energy sea. It isn't changing, he frowned. Without the key of the demonic energy sea, he couldn't use his hidden card, Inferno. HNGH. It wasn't that he couldn't fight against an archduke without Inferno, but the hidden card he'd practiced for so much having been blocked was quite an unpleasant feeling. I'll have to stay low-key for the moment. Kang-woo thought of the things he had to do. I need to reach 150 demonic energy stat. His demonic energy stat had already become too high. To increase it any further, he would have to devour the body of an archduke, or maybe eat a ridiculously high amount of demons. Anyway, it was clear that, for the moment, he didn't have a way to increase it. Tusk, he clicked his tongue. Considering that he'd missed Lucifer, he'd obtained a lot of things, but thinking about the future made his head hurt. Let's return. He began to walk away and raised his head to look at the blue sky and the warm sun. It had been 2 years since his return to Earth. It had been 7 years since the cataclysmic day. He'd finally recovered his strength from the 10,000 years he'd spent in hell. Chapter 216, O Kang-woo User Guide. Part 1, click the door opened. Kang-woo, who was reading a report about Guardian that he received from Gaia, turned his head. A pure-looking woman was smiling and looking at him. Her expression went from pure to mischievous with a simple smile. What happened? There's something I want to report. He turned and looked at Lilith. I finished brainwashing 3 cardinals, so I sent them back to the enemies. Already? Kang-woo looked at her in surprise. It had been only a week since that disastrous fight against Satan and Lucifer had ended. They were cardinals of the demon cult, and he didn't think they would surrender so easily. A deep smile appeared on Lilith's face. Foo-foo. Mr. Kang-woo, you know how good my honey trapping techniques are. You used honey trapping techniques. He couldn't understand it. In the case of Lucis, he had the same sense of beauty as a demon, but that wasn't the case for the cardinals. Even if they had accepted demonic energy into their bodies, they were still normal human beings. No, even if they accepted demonic energy and their bodies became more demon-like, their values and tastes shouldn't have been that different from a human's. I'm like that after all. Yes, Fufu, as expected, my appearance worked very well even among humans. What kind of nonsense was that? I created a copy of my body and locked them away with tentacles for 3 days. To think they'd fall so easily with just a copy. Humans are so simple. Lilith flicked out her snake-like long tongue and licked Kang-woo's cheek. Still, my real body and feelings are only directed toward you, Mr. Kang-woo. Kang-woo covered his mouth. Most of the cardinals captured that time were old men full of wrinkles. Thinking about what they had to go through made him want to puke. I'm glad I left this to Lilith. He might have seen something horrifying if he wanted to check things out and see how they were doing. Did they reveal anything? I still don't know Satan's exact location, but Lilith stroked her chin. Every cardinal that was brainwashed was sent to the same base. Same base where? It's in Russia and it's the biggest one yet. It's a giant base with at least 10,000 cultists. 10,000, it was the biggest branch of the demon cult they'd found until then. If it's that big, shouldn't it be the main base? No. Based on the information I got from the cardinals, that doesn't seem to be the case. I see, he nodded. Does that mean Satan is in the main base? He still didn't know for sure. Keep track of Satan's movements for the moment. There was no way he'd remain still. He was definitely going to move. I must wait. If he rushed things, there was the possibility of Satan running away like Lucifer did. He couldn't let that happen. He had to catch him when he showed his full self. Is that all? Yes, I'll let you know immediately when I learn something new. Good job, Fufu, it's for my king after all. Lilith laughed. Kang-woo gulped. He couldn't hate her despite everything she did to him. She's not only good at doing her job, but she's also loyal. Wouldn't it be weird if he hated her? Kang-woo smiled bitterly and turned around. You didn't forget tomorrow, right? Yes, of course. I also contacted Balrog before coming here. Kang-woo decided he would make a connection between the people he'd met on Earth and those he'd met in Hell the next day. A friendly meeting. In reality, it was just a day they would use to eat and drink. Then let's meet again. Lilith tilted her head and the tips of her mouth went up. Her hair started to turn into tentacles. W8. Oh, it would be disappointing to return so soon. Save me. You know that it's the job of the king to reward the achievements of his underlings, right? Squeak. A long tentacle stretched out and closed the door. Tang, tang, tang. The sound of a kitchen knife hitting the cutting board was heard, and the ingredients were cut so precisely that it looked like a machine had done it. Han Xiala looked at the closed door. I wonder what they're talking about. Lilith had entered the room and she wanted to know what she was talking about with Kang-woo. She sighed. She sadly lowered her head and kicked the ground. I feel like recently I haven't been able to talk with Mr. Kang-woo. After Archduke Mammon appeared, Kang-woo became even busier than before. Their chances to talk had gone down due to his guardian job, personal training, and the many people he had to take care of. She felt lonely. Although they lived in the same house, she felt they were drifting apart. Han Xiala put the ingredients she'd just cut into a pot. The kimchi stew she could prepare with her eyes closed was boiling while emitting a delicious smell. She sat on the chair and fell into thought. She thought about Kang-woo. I wonder what Mr. Kang-woo thinks of me. They'd been living together for 2 years. It was enough time to make even enemies fond of each other. Not only that, but she had been interested in him from the beginning. It would be weird if she weren't. He'd saved her from a life that would have been hell. Despite that, he never asked anything of her and just wanted her to stay with him. On one hand, she thought it looked like a bad TV drama when the girl fell in love just because her life was saved, but he'd done so much for her that it would have been weird if she weren't moved. No, she shook her head. Maybe she liked him just because he'd saved her. It wasn't that simple. She pictured his sharp eyes. He was someone who didn't hesitate to do what had to be done. He exuded such confidence that everything seemed like it would be okay if you stayed by his side. But at the same time, his eyes sometimes looked too dark. He looked so desperate and miserable that it looked as if his body would break, and he looked extremely lonely. They were two completely different appearances. It was as if he were forcing himself to run with a bearing that didn't move. On one hand, she trusted him, but she also wanted to look over him. She had been sure of his feelings for some time. She wasn't sure if Kang-woo knew, but he'd made it obvious. Thanks to that, they were as close as family, but she wasn't able to close the gap between them any more than that. It seemed like the situation would end if only she took a step forward, but nothing was happening. Han Xiala pouted and angrily kicked a cushion that was at her feet. He even asked me to marry him. Her face turned red. The first day they met, he grabbed her hand and asked her to marry him. At first, she thought he was quite a unique person, but after hearing about his past, she understood everything. He'd met a person for the first time after spending 10,000 years in hell. It kind of feels like destiny. He'd been locked away in hell for 10,000 years, and the first person he met when he crossed dimensions to Earth to protect it from the demon of prophecy, Satan, was her. If that wasn't destiny, then what was it? Boiled TSSS, Kaya. She heard something flowing out of the pot. Han Xiala ran toward it and turned off the fire. Ha ha. See, calm down. She tried to calm down, bit her lips and tried to get herself together. Xiala turned her head to look at the door again. It was still closed. Although it had been an hour since Lilith entered, they still hadn't come out. She suddenly began feeling anxious. If you don't become more active, that guy will probably realize your feelings. She remembered what Ki Yeon-ju had told her a few days prior. More active? Han Xiala clenched her fist. She'd never dated a man, so she wasn't sure about what to do, but she wanted to challenge it at least. Click, Fufu, I'll see you tomorrow, Mr. Kang-woo. At that moment, Lilith walked out of the room. Oh, her eyes met with Han Xiala's and a deep smile appeared on Lilith's face. Xiala's body stiffened. Her eyes looked as if she knew everything. She walked toward Han Xiala and whispered in her ears. Swaying the Demon King's emotions won't be easy, she said in a bittersweet tone. I tried for a very long time, but failed. Lilith wiped her wet eyes and made a bright smile. If you succeed, tell me your secret. That. How should she answer? Han Xiala hesitated. Her relationship with Lilith was still awkward. No, even if they were close, it would be hard to answer. It was obvious that they both wanted the same man. Miss Lilith spent almost 1,000 years with Mr. Kang-woo. She felt envious and took a glimpse at Lilith. She had a neat appearance and a bit of sexual energy emanating from her. Although they were both women, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She had seen Kurosaki Yuri before in the news, but she looked more beautiful than before. She said her real body is more beautiful. It was hard to imagine a more beautiful appearance than that. To think that she failed to move Mr. Kang-woo's feelings despite being so pretty, his self-confidence vanished. Then I'll be rooting for you. She waved her hand and turned away. Although she said that, she seemed sure that Han Xiala would fail. As Lilith walked out of the house, Xiala anxiously bit her lips. Clack, Mr. Kang-woo. She saw Kang-woo sitting on the bed when she opened the door. His eyes looked blank and his cheeks were hollow. Did a soldier that had gone through war look like that? He looked like a broken watch or a wooden doll that was so messed up it could barely move. He's probably tired. He'd really been busy lately, so it was obvious he'd look like that. Han Xiala looked disappointed. It didn't matter how much she looked at him, it didn't seem like he could talk at the moment. How? Can I sway Mr. Kang-woo's feelings? She sighed and quietly closed the door. Chapter 217, Kang-woo User Guide, Part 2. There was a vast and beautiful field of vegetation surrounding a big lake. People sat around a mat that was filled with all sorts of luxurious foods and drinks while looking nervously at Balrog and Lilith. No, to be more precise, they were looking at Balrog, who was over 5 meters tall, cautiously. Fufu, I feel like this is my first time talking with everyone. Nice to meet you. My name is Lilith. I supported Mr. Kang-woo for a long time while in the ninth hell, Lilith said with a smile on her face and a glass in her hands. Kim Shi-hoon, Ki Yeonju, and Chen Mu-jin looked at her in confusion. You're a demon within the body of Kurosaki Yuri? Yes. Then what happened with Kurosaki Yuri? She's asleep for the moment. Lilith placed her hand on her chest. She fused with a demon, so she hasn't come back to her senses, but as time goes on, we're naturally going to be able to share a consciousness. HNG, a demon and a human sharing a body. Chen Mu-jin looked troubled. He couldn't help but feel sorry for Kurosaki Yuri, whose body had been taken over by a demon, but blaming her didn't seem right. It wasn't that she'd taken Kurosaki Yuri's body because she wanted to. Not only that, she had no connection to her from the beginning. She also hadn't lost her consciousness completely, so although it didn't feel right, he couldn't say anything. Then, just like Mr. Kang-woo, these people, Gaia nervously turned her head. She was the incarnation of Gaia, so from her perspective, it wasn't easy to accept them. Kang-woo spoke in a serious voice. It isn't that they were able to overcome demonic energy itself like me, but they're going to be helpful in defeating the demon of prophecy. I see, Gaia nodded in confusion. Kang-woo had thrown away the body of a demon and accepted the hero god's energy inside him, but were pure demons trustworthy? Maybe Mr. Kang-woo is also being deceived. There's no way such a thought wouldn't cross her mind. You don't need to worry, Gaia heard Balrog's voice. I've offered my soul to the king, I'll do anything for him. He sounded confident. Gaia felt that there wasn't any hesitation in his voice. She grabbed her skirt and opened her mouth. Mr. Kang-woo isn't the demon king anymore, so are you still loyal to him despite that? Ha ha ha, Balrog laughed. Of course, after losing to Satan, he's lost the position as demon king. But at least for me, he'll always be the king. Gaia remained silent. He didn't sound like he was telling a lie. Gaia smiled. Okay, I'll believe in you, Mr. Balrog. Ha ha ha, unlike before you seem quite calm. Kaya shshh, silence. Gaia's face reddened. Kang-woo opened his mouth while he looked over everyone laughing. I asked everyone to come today to present to you my 2 underlings and to relax a little bit. We haven't had a chance to relax like this since Guardian was built. Think that you've come here to have a good time and enjoy it. Hyunam, thanks for arranging a meeting like this. Kim Shi-hoon smiled. It seemed like he liked the idea of being there with Gaia and Kang-woo. Kang-woo smirked and grabbed his chopsticks. Xiala did the cooking, so say thanks to her. As expected from sister-in-law, how did you prepare so much food? It's also all very delicious. I just made it because I wanted to. Han Xiala's face reddened. A smile blossomed on her face. Echidna grabbed a kimbab with her chopsticks while sitting on Kang-woo's lap. Kang-woo the kimbab approached his mouth. Kang-woo smirked and opened his mouth. He liked the taste of cheese mixed with the other ingredients of the kimbab. Is it delicious? Yes, HNGH. HNGH, Echidna snorted as if she were waiting for something. Kang-woo grabbed a kimbab and gave it to her. Crunch, it's delicious. As expected, Xiala is the best. Fufu. Echidna also helped. The ones I made exploded, Echidna said while pouting. Han Xiala couldn't handle how cute she looked and took her from Kang-woo and hugged her. Kyaa. How can you be so cute? Xiala, I can't breath. Echidna struggled as if she were being suffocated by something big. It was as if you were looking at sisters or maybe a mother and daughter. Fufufu, the atmosphere is better than I imagined. Lilith approached him while smiling. Flinch. Kang-woo trembled a bit. He remembered the trauma from the previous day and dripped cold sweat while his face paled. Mr. Kang-woo, He wasn't sure if he was exclaiming in fear or eating food, but a kimbab entered his mouth. He mechanically chewed. Kim Shi-hoon gulped while looking at him in envy. Why did he begin liking Lilith? Hyunam, what, I'm just doing this because of the atmosphere. What atmosphere? Say, what the fuck? Kim Shi-hoon approached him while blushing. He turned his head as if he were embarrassed while he grabbed a kimbab with his chopsticks. Don't be embarrassed, you idiot. Kang-woo's expression paled. I'm tired of kimbab, fufu. It seems like you don't know the king's tastes, human. Don't make things even more complicated. As Balrog joined Lilith and Kim Shi-hoon, he felt pressured. He extended his hands to Han Xiala, who was hugging Echidna, but it seemed like she couldn't see him anymore. Dear, the distance between heaven and hell was but a meter, but Balrog and Shi-hoon were bothering him. What does that mean? Just like you've heard, I heard you also swore loyalty to the king, but it's still lacking. Nonsense. Hey guys, we came here to get along. Well, we served the king for a different amount of time, so I guess there's nothing that can be done, ha ha ha. It's hard to get to know him in such a short span of time. Ha, you're talking like you know everything about Kang-woo. Excuse me, can you hear me? The atmosphere intensified. Kim Shi-hoon and Balrog were looking at each other with sharp eyes, WHOOM. Their energies that could easily cut a demon from the ninth hell clashed. The ground shook a bit. I'm going to tell you about the food that the king likes. But you don't know. Balrog used his giant hands to stab something with a chopstick. It was the sashimi set that Ki Yeonju had brought, more specifically the head of a fish used for the spicy stew. The king enjoys the heads of beings like this. Not at all, see, look how happy he looks. I'm not happy at all. Heh, come on, eat this, my king. That isn't something that should be eaten, you son of a bitch. He pushed away the fish head. A fishy smell spread through their surroundings. Hyeonam, rather than that, eat this. My king, he wished both of them would just shove off. Kang-woo covered his face with his hands and buried it between his knees. And Mr. Kang-woo, Han Seala looked at Kang-woo running from Balrog and Shi-hoon. I also wanted to do it. She used the chopsticks to turn the kimbap around. Fufu, did everything work well yesterday? And not. Yet, HNGH, you're lacking courage. Still, I wished for your success. Han Seala remained silent and carefully opened her mouth. Is Miss Lilith okay with that? Yes, what? I mean, if. Mr. Kang-woo and I, work well. She couldn't easily express herself. Lilith laughed. It doesn't matter. Yes, a king is supposed to have multiple women. It was a way of thinking that she couldn't easily accept. After all, she was born and raised in Korea. Fufu, I was joking. Right, yes, I'm going to be honest. Lilith smiled bitterly while looking up at the sky. I thought I would be okay if anyone could make the king feel less lonely. Miss Siala, have you heard about anything the king went through when he was in hell? No, she shook her head. Lilith kept talking with deep, sunken eyes. He now talks as if it was nothing, but he really experienced a lot of pain. Fufu, although he talks like that, he's quite affectionate. Do you know why the king engaged in a war against the archdukes? No, it was because of that massive guy. Mr. Balrog, Lilith nodded while making a bittersweet smile. To save him, he made all the archdukes his enemies. That's how affectionate he is, so he had probably heard a lot. What she felt was hard to express in words. Han Seala remained silent. She felt envious. It was as if she knew a Kang-woo she didn't know. Fufu, I hope you succeed today. Lilith got up and waved her hands. Han Seala stood up while looking at her walk away. Not anymore. She didn't want to hesitate any longer. She realized she'd begun the race way later than her and took a breath before turning around. I'll probably fail, obtaining Kang-woo's heart. After talking with Lilith, she realized how hard that was. She's so pretty and thinks about Mr. Kang-woo so much, yet, if Lilith hadn't been able to obtain Kang-woo's heart, she didn't think she had a chance. But I want to make sure he at least knows. Han Seala walked toward where Kang-woo had escaped while her eyes were shining. As she walked into the forest, she saw Kang-woo taking a break and laying on a tree. Mr. Kang-woo, yes, did something happen? There's something I want to tell you. Han Seala closed her eyes and felt her head spinning. How should I tell him? She'd received love confessions numerous times, but it was her first time trying to make one. First, she spread her hands and grabbed Kang-woo's. Her eyes flittered about and her head felt fuzzy. What Mr. Kang-woo likes. How could I use that? Her lips moved the best they could. I want to make kimchi stew for Mr. Kang-woo for the rest of my life. You stupid idiot. Why did she propose that out of the blue? No, it wasn't even a proposal, it was closer to a joke. Han Seala wanted to scream in embarrassment. He'll probably think I'm a weird woman. He'll probably say, what are you saying so suddenly? All sorts of negative thoughts crossed her mind. Han Seala wanted to escape. Then. Sniff, fuck, I'm glad I was born. Sobbed. Kang-woo collapsed on the floor and talked in a moved voice. She saw tears in his eyes. I'm going to make you happy, dear. He looked into her eyes while grabbing her hands. She remembered what Lilith had told her. It won't be easy. I tried to move the Demon King's feelings for a long time, but I failed. What? Is it really this easy? Chapter 218, Lights Observer, Part 1. There hasn't been any movement yet, he frowned while looking at Lilith's report. Yes. He fell into thought. It should be about time for them to move. He was sure one of them was going to move soon, but unlike what he expected, neither of the two demons had moved. I need to increase my demonic energy stat. He had to reach 150 demonic energy to surpass his previous self. His growth had already reached a limit. From then on, if he wanted to increase his stat, he needed someone at the level of an archduke to make it move. But unlike what he expected, they weren't showing any movement, which annoyed him. Should I attack the base? That was an option, but after thinking about it for a while, Kang-woo shook his head. Let's wait a bit more. Just because it was a base with more than 10,000 members didn't mean there was necessarily someone at the level of an archduke. For example, there were many cardinals within the African base, but there wasn't anyone with a presence at the level of an archduke's. I don't know how many of those phases there are in the first place. Mammon and Satan. Those two were probably at the same level as the phase of evil, but he wasn't sure if they were the only two. I wish there were more. To get a more constant influx of demonic energy, it would be better if there were many beings that were at that level. Even if they weren't Archdukes Reborn, if they were a being at that level, he would be able to get some stats from them. I'm not sure if someone that isn't an Archduke can be called a phase of evil. Up until that point, besides the beings from the ninth hell, the only ones at the level of Archdukes were gods. Kang-woo lay on the seat and fell into thought. Were at that moment the communication crystal given to guardians on top of his table began shining. He extended his arm and grabbed it. Ah, Hyonim. What's wrong? He heard Kim Shi-hoon's voice. I heard Miss Gaia just received a revelation. A revelation? Yes, I think that you should come. I'll be there right away. He stood up and Kang-woo's eyes shone sharply. The last time Gaia received a revelation, a goddess from another world, Benigor, came to their world. I wonder if a god from another dimension will come. For the moment, Earth was like a country that had been declared bankrupt. The gods of Earth had no way to protect Earth, so they asked for help from other people. Thanks to that, my stat increased by 3. It didn't matter if it was a god from another world besides Erner or Hwan. He had to use whoever he could since the gods of Earth had no strength to defend the planet they were in charge of. Tisk, those useless bastards. Although their job was to defend Earth from forces from other worlds, they were asking for help from others. How could there be such a lame god? Are you going to go to the Hall of Protection? Yes, I'll go with you. No, stay here, he shook his head. I can't put all my eggs in one basket. Although he'd been able to hide traces of her demonic energy thanks to his ruler of demonic energy, there was no need to tempt fate. I'll be waiting so I can move immediately in case something happens. Let Balrog know too. Okay, he put the communication crystal on the floor and a white gate appeared. Whoosh, he walked forward and felt the familiar teleport sensation. He saw Kim Shi-hoon. Miss Gaia, over here. Kim Shi-hoon guided him while making a worried expression. As he followed Shi-hoon, he saw Gaia trembling in her wheelchair. She looked like a possessed shaman. He could understand Kim Shi-hoon's worried expression. Gaia, whose body was trembling, started to breathe heavily. Ha ha. Why you came? Of course, did you receive a revelation from Gaia? No, once again it wasn't from Miss Gaia. Gaia shook her head. Is a god from another world coming? She shook her head once again. No. The revelation said they would send support for what's about to happen, but unlike before, they aren't gods. Then, they said they asked for the support of Earners, Light Watchers. Light Watchers, I'm not sure who they are. Kang-woo frowned. If they're going to give a revelation, they should at least give more details. It seemed like they were asking for as much help as possible. It was an irresponsible course of action that could end up causing more damage than helping. In the end, we have to deal with their lack of foresight. He once again sighed at how incompetent the gods were. How can you call this a country? He wasn't sure who was causing all of the chaos, but to think that they'd drag forces from other worlds. He couldn't help but sigh. Are they going to come to the Hall of Protection? No, they said that the Light Watchers have something they need to investigate on Earth, so they're going to Africa. Africa, yes. Do you remember that place where we found the traces of a large-scale battle? Of course he knew it was the place where Lucifer and Satan had clashed. Let's go. Kang-woo turned his body without hesitation. The grassland had been destroyed by an intense battle. A group of 5 people wearing white apostle robes with angel wing patterns drawn on the back walked out of a blue gate. The blond man that was at the front turned his head. So this place is Earth. It seems like the density of mana is low compared to Erner. The group wearing white apostle robes looked around with sharp eyes. Apostle Ludwig, the contact with the apostles. Mr. Raphael said he already made contact with them. Is there a need to help them? The apostles of a ruined goddess shouldn't be able to help us in the quest of defeating evil. Don't say that. They're also people who serve the light. The thicker the darkness gets, the more we need every source of light we can, Ludwig said in a firm voice. I'm sorry. The apostles lowered their heads, then. Nice to meet you. 3 people, Kang-woo, Kim Shi-hoon, and Gaia, appeared from a white gate. He bowed and smiled. Nice to meet you, apostles of Gaia. I'm Light's Watcher Ludwig. He seemed well-educated and had a polite voice. He looked at Gaia and bowed. My name is Gaia. Oh, have you taken the name of the goddess you serve? I've abandoned my real name. That's impressive, Ludwig nodded. I heard from Mr. Raphael that Miss Gaia is currently. She isn't conscious. I see, Ludwig said while sighing. Tears appeared in his eyes. To think that such a generous goddess would be in such a state, how sad. Thanks for worrying, but we have lots of heroes who have gathered with the goal of protecting this planet. Ha ha ha, how trustworthy. Ludwig smiled brightly. It was a smile that freshened the surroundings. The calm atmosphere coming from him made them lower their guard. Light Watchers, huh? Kang-woo narrowed his eyes and looked at them, the angelic patterns that were drawn on the backs of their robes. They don't seem angels. In that case, they were people who served them. Kang-woo took a step forward and asked, What's a Light Watcher? I'm sorry, we didn't explain well. We're apostles that serve Mr. Raphael. As expected, they really were related to angels. Kang-woo nodded and looked at Ludwig. I'm really not sure. It was his first time seeing beings related to angels. He couldn't feel how strong Ludwig and the other Light Watchers were. Well, I guess I'll slowly be able to figure it out. First, he needed to be sure they couldn't see through the ruler of demonic energy. Then, rather than turning them into enemies, it would be better to have them on his side. I heard there was something you needed to investigate. Ah, yes, we've been looking for traces of Lucifer. Lucifer? Yes, Ludwig nodded. That is the name of the evil demon that's currently fighting with Mr. Raphael. He suddenly disappeared a few days ago. Are you saying that Lucifer is currently on Earth? We aren't sure, but I can definitely feel his traces here. Archduke Lucifer. Gaia and Kim Shi-hoon's expressions hardened after hearing he'd gone to Earth. Kang-woo was the only one who frowned in confusion. Didn't that bastard return to Erner? He narrowed his eyes. He'd seen Lucifer escaping through a blue gate. He even tore apart one of his arms while trying to get hold of him. No, I'm sure he went back. It seemed like he'd gone into hiding from the angels. Well, I guess it isn't bad news. He didn't mind if the angels found Lucifer. He could always make Raphael and Lucifer fight and then just take advantage of the result of that fight. As beings that serve the light, let's do our best to eliminate evil beings. Ludwig extended his hand and smiled. Gaia nodded and grabbed his hand. Thanks for worrying about other worlds. Even if this is another world, demons are beings that need to be eliminated. Ah, yes. Oh, of course. For a moment, Gaia turned to Kang-woo but then naturally nodded. She probably concluded that it would be better if he didn't learn that Kang-woo used to be the demon king who ruled over the Hell of Nine Skies in the past. We're also going to help. Kang-woo also clasped Ludwig's hand. This isn't bad. It didn't matter if they liked demons or not. What was important was that he hadn't recognized him. He also seems like a good person. He seemed to be gentle. Since he was an apostle of an archangel, Kang-woo could understand why he hated demons so much. He seems like he should be able to become a trustworthy ally. Ah. Besides Lucifer's whereabouts, there's another thing we're investigating, a being called Demon of Prophecy. Mr. Raphael collaborated with Earth's gods and taught me a method of finding him. No, it will be impossible to collaborate with him. For some reason, he found his way of speaking unpleasant. That mask-like smile. It was obvious that the smile was a cover for his evil intentions. He couldn't even imagine how many atrocities he had probably committed with the excuse that he was looking for demons. That fucking fallen angel seed. Intense anger spread through his body. He clenched his fists and his body trembled. It was hard to contain his disgust. As long as I still have eyes to see with, I won't let you do as you wish. Chapter 219. Pure White Executioner Ludwig Part 1. The Demon of Prophecy. Gaia and Kim Shi-hoon's expressions understandably darkened. The Demon of Prophecy, the owner of the Sea of Demonic Energy who had 666 authorities. It was the being who had destroyed the Gaia system and allowed foreign beings to invade Earth. He'd killed a guardian and had assassinated a hero called Reinald. He was the root of evil, Satan. Since they were hearing about him from someone of another world, they couldn't help but be surprised. Ah, is there anything you know about the Demon of Prophecy? Kim Shi-hoon grabbed Ludwig's shoulders while making an excited expression. Ludwig nodded and made a heavy expression. Mr. Raphael said that he didn't know about the Demon of Prophecy before talking with the gods from Earth. I heard what that being did. And it was truly horrifying. He shook his head as if he didn't want to think of that. I heard he also killed the apostle of hero god Tyrion. Ah, Reinald, the group let out an exclamation after hearing that name. Kang-woo, who had cried when Reinald died, frowned. Are you going to help us find Satan? Kim Shi-hoon, who had a deep trauma regarding that demon, asked in an excited voice. Ludwig nodded. Yes, before that. Mr. Raphael said there's a chance Satan isn't the Demon of Prophecy. He did. What does that mean? Gaia's, Kim Shi-hoon, and Kang-woo's expressions hardened after hearing those shocking words. Kang-woo's expression paled. Ludwig kept talking. Mr. Raphael said that the Satan he knew didn't have the Sea of Demonic Energy. In the worst-case scenario, there's a chance Satan is his underling. There's no chance. Kang-woo opened his mouth. Why do you think that? We clashed against Satan once in the past. At that time he said with his own mouth that he had obtained the Sea of Demonic Energy. There's no doubt Satan is the Demon of Prophecy. Ludwig nodded. I see. If Satan himself said he has the Sea of Demonic Energy, then he's definitely the Demon of Prophecy. There was a short silence. Kang-woo opened his mouth. How are you planning to find the Demon of Prophecy? This. Ludwig spread his hands, light gathered around them, and a white sword appeared. It's the Holy Sword, Ludwig. Ludwig? Yes, Ludwig nodded. He turned his head and smiled toward Gaia. Just like her, I've abandoned my real name. This sword is my life and reason for existing. Ludwig touched the white sword. This sword can only be used by a pure soul that hasn't been tainted by evil. It has a great ability to find evil. Using this word, we're going to be able to find the exact location of the sea of demonic energy. He touched the sword very proudly. Kim Shi-hoon took a step forward. Then let's use it. No, I'm sorry, but we cannot use it immediately. Ludwig shook his head while making a bitter expression. It seems like the sword still hasn't gotten used to this world. The holy sword can't maintain its light. When will you be able to use it? In about a week. After that, I think it will be possible to use it, Ludwig said with a smile on his face. Why don't you tell me about Earth in the meantime? I'm ashamed to say this. But to be honest, I'm very interested in this world. Ludwig's eyes shone. A smile appeared on Gaia and Kim Shi-hoon's faces after seeing how pure he looked. Ha, I'll guide you, Kim Shi-hoon said. The two walked toward the gate that led to the Hall of Protection and the four Light Watchers followed them. I had a good time sightseeing Earth civilization, haha. It's hard to find the correct words to express my opinion. It was impressive. Ludwig smiled. Tall buildings that reached the sky and a city covered in gray. It was a civilization so advanced that the capital of the Arnan Empire seemed almost barbaric in comparison. Next, I'm going to present to you the foods of Earth. I'll be waiting, we'll return to the grassland after that. Are you talking about Africa? Yes, we have to find Lucifer's trail there. He nodded without hesitation. Gaia opened her mouth. It's already late today, how about you sleep in the Hall of Protection and keep working tomorrow? No, we can't take a break while we're in the middle of the important task of getting rid of evil. Can't we help you with something? Don't worry, he said in a firm voice. Gaia's expression hardened at his sharp voice that cut like a knife's edge, but she soon regained her smile. Understood, since you say it like that, there's nothing to be done. We're going to give you a communication crystal, so please contact us if you need anything. Thank you. Everyone was about to go their own way. Kim Shi-hoon took a step forward and gave Ludwig a small pendant. It was a cross that an angel was hugging. This, you were looking at it closely, so I bought it in secret. It's a gift to commemorate your visit to Earth. Whoa, Ludwig let out an exclamation. Thank you, I thought it was a pretty pendant, but to think you would gift it to me. It's nothing. No, at least for me it means a lot. Thank you, Mr. Shi-hoon. The two men shook hands. Gaia smiled after seeing that although they'd just met, they got along very well. It seemed like they could become friends. After all, Kim Shi-hoon had very few people he could call his friend. I'll contact you when we find traces of Lucifer. Ludwig bowed respectfully. A white gate opened and the four Light Watchers entered. They saw the grassland they first looked at after arriving on Earth. Ludwig opened his mouth. They were very nice people. Yes, I'm thankful that Gaia's apostles are quite collaborative. Ha ha ha. They also seemed quite strong, Ludwig smiled. It seems like we're going to be able to use them in our fight against demons. I see. The apostles seemed flustered. Ludwig nodded. Yes. At first I was worried we wouldn't even be able to use them as bait, but they were better than expected. Mr. Ludwig. Yes, one apostle carefully began speaking. Won't it be a problem if we use Gaia's apostles in such a way? Gaia is still a higher god. The word use seems wrong. Ludwig smiled and touched the pendant he'd received from Kim Shi-hoon. Sacrifice. Yes, it's a sacrifice. To get rid of all the evil that exists in this world, we need sacrifices. The Guardian members will probably feel proud to lose their lives while fighting against demons. Yes, they definitely will. I see, everyone, don't forget this. Ludwig said in a firm voice to the other apostles, to destroy evil, we must use any possible means and methods, even if the lives of many have to be sacrificed. Yes, even if the earth is destroyed, we must eliminate the demon of prophecy, Satan, no matter what. Everyone knows that, right? Oh, of course, the demon of prophecy, Satan. The demon a god had predicted wasn't a danger to only the earth. Raphael said that, after destroying Earth, there was a high chance that the next target would be the angels on Erner. I cannot let that happen. To make him less worried, they had to eliminate the demon of prophecy at all costs, even if he had to push Gaia's underlings into a corner. Ha, I'm glad. Don't worry, the soul's sacrifice to eliminate evil will be looked after by the heavens. A smile appeared on Ludwig's face. His beautiful blue eyes, which resembled the sea, sparkled with madness. The apostles trembled while looking at Ludwig and remembered his nickname. Pure white executioner Ludwig, Fuckk. Curses that couldn't leave his mouth bounced around in his head, which felt like it was about to burn up. Kang-woo was grabbing his head while sitting in a dark room. Damn it, he anxiously bit his lips. To think they'd have a way to find the sea of demonic energy. He still wasn't sure if the Holy Sword had a way to see through ruler of demonic energy. Of course, there was a chance that its capabilities of detecting demonic energy were good, and that if he used the ruler of demonic energy and hid its traces, Ludwig wouldn't be able to detect it. But Kang-woo's eyes shone. There was a chance he could be found out, so he couldn't stand still. I must do something. He had a week before the Holy Sword was used, and he had to do something before that. He remained silent and began thinking about different possibilities. Should I transform into Satan and ambush them? That seemed like a good idea. It was what he had done to attack the vault and how he had killed Reinald. I can't keep doing that. Even a lizard's tail could be caught if it was too long. If he kept doing things the same way, then there was a chance someone would notice something was off. Basically, they could suspect that the timing in which Satan appeared was too good. It isn't good. If he kept using the same strategy, there was a chance people would suspect him. Ludwig had said there was a chance Satan wasn't the demon of prophecy, so he couldn't use the same strategy. Then, he kept thinking and remembered something Ludwig had said. This sword is one that can only be used by a pure soul that hasn't been tainted by any evil at all. Kang-woo's eyes shone. Yes, there was that way. The tips of his mouth went up. If only a pure soul could use that sword. I just have to make him fall. Pure white was the easiest thing to stain after all. Chapter 220, How to Corrupt a Saint, Part 1. That's right, that way exists. Kang-woo nodded. Of course, Raphael's apostle Ludwig had already fallen. Yes, he has definitely already fallen. For some reason, he didn't like the way he laughed. He laughed like a villain wearing a mask. Leaving aside that he appeared out of nowhere, Kang-woo didn't like how easily he got along with everyone. How dare he approach Shihoon? He was definitely trying to take advantage of Shihoon. I'm not going to let you. He clenched his fists and his lips trembled. He wasn't trying to make Ludwig fall, he was just trying to expose what he was hiding beneath his mask. His goal was to make sure everyone saw his true face. Yes, of course, he nodded. He could see the sky out of the window. It isn't that I'm bad. He wasn't ashamed of anything because Ludwig's true face was definitely a twisted one. Then should I move? He felt light. Kang-woo stood up while laughing and placed his hand over his ear, calling someone. Yes, Demon King, Lilith's voice was heard. There's something I want to ask you. Fufu, you don't need to ask. Giving me an order is enough. Kang-woo smirked and opened his mouth. First, can you come here? Of course, the call was cut. Just 30 seconds later, the door of his room opened and Lilith appeared. How did she get here so fast? It was so fast that B began wondering if she actually lived next door. Now that I think about it, I haven't seen the next-door neighbor in some time. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Lilith. Lilith knelt and lowered her head. I received your call, my king. Fufu, what do you need to ask of me if it's night service? No, it's nothing like that, he quickly answered. Kang-woo tried to calm down while he organized his thoughts. How to corrupt a saint? He had thought of a way to reveal Ludwig's true identity. I'm going to create a dungeon. We have a week and it must be as horrifying and large as possible. But, a week. It wasn't nearly enough time. It wasn't like they had a large-scale army like in the Hell of the Nine Skies. Although they could use Balzac's undead army, creating a large-scale dungeon in such a short period of time was almost impossible. I'm going to participate. Ah, Fufu, then the story changes completely. Lilith smiled brightly. If the Demon King helped, it was completely doable. Not only that, but he had recovered all of the strength he used to have in the Hell of the Nine Skies, so if he took part in constructing the dungeon, the story changed completely. I'm going to start creating the blueprint. What do you want the theme to be? Numerous thoughts crossed his mind. This is more fun than expected. He wanted to create a dungeon to uncover Ludwig's true face, but after starting to plan the dungeon properly, things became quite fun for him. He felt like a kid building a castle with Legos. Is this why demon kings don't leave their castles? He began understanding why such a trope existed. He laughed a bit and kept thinking. A dungeon that went well with the concept of demon king, it needs to be the scariest thing possible. A place capable of making one fall into despair and breaking their mind. A dungeon that recreated the worst possible nightmare. A place that not even the most respected saint could resist falling in. Fufu, take your time to think about it. Lilith smiled mischievously and sat next to Kang-woo. She spread her hands and slowly stroked him. Kang-woo's eyes shone. Yes, there was no need to think about it too deeply. The scariest and most terrifying thing he could think of, a dungeon that recreated a nightmare. I know the perfect theme. He'd already decided on a concept. Tentacles, he said in a firm voice. Lilith's eyes widened. Oh, Demon King, Lilith shyly shook her head with her hands on her cheeks. I had fun today. The food on Earth is quite impressive. We can use ice magic to create ice cream, but we don't have a great variety of flavors. Was it mint chocolate? It was really delicious, Ludwig said while smiling brightly. That's a flavor people on Earth can't agree on. Kim Shi-hoon said while giving an awkward smile. What, really? But it was quite delicious. Ludwig tilted his head as if he couldn't understand it. Kim Shi-hoon smiled bitterly while seeing how innocent he looked. Your words, Mr. Ludwig. Please call me Ludwig. Are you sure? Ha ha ha. Hasn't it been a week since Mr. Shi-hoon presented me with Earth civilization? Once we can figure out the location of the demon of prophecy through the holy sword, support will arrive from the heavens, and the time I can spend with Guardian will go down. Ludwig extended his hands. Before that happens, I wanted to make a friend among the Earth's people. Ah, a short exclamation left Kim Shi-hoon's mouth. After hesitating for a moment, he smiled and grabbed Ludwig's hands. Yes, I guess this is fate, so let's get along, Ludwig. Let's get along. Both people exchanged a firm handshake and there was an awkward atmosphere. Kim Shi-hoon blushed and scratched his cheeks. A friend, it was an awkward sentence. He had never had a friend other than Kang-woo before because his Hyung, Kim Yong-hoon, had ensured as such. He had always lived a lonely life. I wonder if Hyunim would disapprove. There was a chance he wouldn't approve of him hanging around others like he was a middle school student when he could have been practicing. He thought about it for a while and nodded. The Kang-woo he knew wouldn't get mad for something like that. Then let's prepare to return. It's today, right? He didn't specify what he was talking about, but the meaning was clear. Ludwig nodded. Yes, it's today. The Holy Sword will soon be done adapting to this world. I should gather the Guardians. No, he shook his head. Using the Holy Sword requires a lot of concentration. The fewer people there are around, the better. I don't want it to be the case, but there's a chance that one of the Guardians is harboring demonic energy, so I will use the Holy Sword with just the Light Watchers around. Kim Shi-hoon remained silent and thought of Kang-woo, someone who was born a human, but ended up having the body of a demon for reasons that were outside of his control. He'll be okay. Kang-woo had thrown away his demonic strength. The energy filling his body was a holy one bestowed upon him by hero god Tyrion. It's going to be okay. He suddenly felt uneasy. Kim Shi-hoon opened his mouth while looking at Ludwig. What if there's a demon within Guardian? I'll kill it. What if that person has become a demon due to circumstances that are Shi-hoon? Ludwig said with a smile on his face. It doesn't matter why he became a demon. A demon is a being that must be killed. We must tear apart every single one of them. Even if someone was forced to become a demon. You know that if demonic energy enters your body, you become a demon whether you want it or not, right? Yes, that could happen. Ludwig nodded and continued to smile. That doesn't matter to us. Even if someone was forced to become a demon, we must kill them all, he said without hesitation. Every single one. Kim Shi-hoon looked at him in confusion. Weird. Something about his reasoning was weird and twisted. Isn't that Mr. Kang-woo? Ludwig pointed. He saw Kang-woo entering Baskin-Robbins, the ice cream shop they'd just visited, and Han Xiala was at his side. He saw the two of them carefully holding hands. You're right. Who's the person next to him? That's Miss Han Xiala. She's Hyunim's girlfriend. Kim Shi-hoon looked at both of them while narrowing his eyes. For some reason, he felt a bit jealous. At that moment, Ludwig's eyes widened. Don't tell me no, there's no way. Why someone from Earth? What's wrong? To think that something like this would happen, Ludwig said in an excited voice. He quickly turned around. I'll be going. Before Kim Shi-hoon could say anything, Ludwig opened a gate that led toward the Hall of Protection. He quickly woke up one of his underlings there. Call Mr. Raphael right now, Ludwig said while standing in front of the gate that led toward Africa. He took a step forward without hesitation and, once again a confused voice left his mouth. The gate that connected the Hall of Protection with Africa was a gate that they'd been using for a week, but where are we? Mr. Ludwig, where are we? The priests anxiously shouted. Ludwig raised his head. They were in a giant cave and there was endless darkness, similar to that of the abyss in front of them. Eek! One of Ludwig's underlings raised his hand, pouring white light into the cave. Squeak! His expression hardened. Illuminated along the cave walls were hundreds, thousands of tentacles. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The thousands of tentacles began moving, leaking yellow pus and transparent fluid. A horrifying scent overcame their sense of smell. Their mouths fell open. Tap, a priest collapsed and, they realized the very floor they stood on was made of tentacles. Escape, cough, crack. The tentacles spread, entered the priest's mouth, passed through their throat, invaded their stomach and twisted their body. Paf, his stomach exploded and tentacles poured out. Run, a horrifying scream spread through the place. Ludwig looked forward into the darkness with a hardened expression. Where are we? Ting. You've entered the SS Plus rank dungeon Lilith, Demon King's love, hodled you to pute a name like this Fikitways Alrida made. A blue message window popped out. Chapter 221, How to Corrupt a Saint, Part 2, what's this? An unknown message appeared in front of him. Before he could finish reading the message, the darkness covering the entire cave wriggled. The tentacles that rose from the sides were targeting his head. He quickly ducked and the tentacle passed over his head. Paf. Cough, instead of him, the tentacles grabbed another light watcher standing next to him. Squeak, liquid flowed through the tentacle, the tip of the tentacle split and a sharp bump appeared. Eek, help me. Help me, a desperate scream left the watcher's mouth. He twisted his body and shed tears, and a dense fear that went beyond death engulfed his body. He struggled and reached out as if hoping for help, but, squeak, Mr. Ludwig, help me, Mr. Ludwig. The tentacle stuck to the watcher's face and dozens of sharp bumps wiggled as if they were savoring his skin. His skin was cut, and hundreds of bumps turned his skin inside out before drinking his blood from the open wounds. Growl yellow pus poured out of the bumps into the watcher's skin. There was a terrible smell and immense pain spread through his body. Ahhh, priest Zeras. Ludwig quickly spread his hand and white light gathered around it. A sword that shone with intense holy energy appeared. A sword that was like his name, life, and goal, Holy Sword Ludwig. He grabbed the sword and swung it. Crack, the sword touched the tentacles, and a tentacle that was as thick as the thigh of an adult male was severed by the holy sword. It was a sword that received the blessing of a high elf, a race that didn't appear unless Erner was on the verge of collapsing. A power that destroyed the demonic things spread through the place, and the white light spread like poison. The tentacle that was grabbing the priest's head exploded. Ah, a sound that was close to a moan came out of the priest's mouth. Squeak, his skull was opened like a tin can and yellow pus poured out from it. His skin was rotting and his eyes were wide open. The priest was already dead. Ludwig's expression distorted and he took out a communication crystal. It was the communication crystal he'd received from Gaia, who told him to use it if they needed help. Damn, zzzt. The communication crystal turned gray as if it were being filled by fog. There was a static background noise and someone's voice could be heard coming out from it, the voice of a man. What's going on? It's Ludwig. It seems like someone has interfered with the gate. I think we've fallen into a demon's trap. What's Situate? I'm okay, but my subordinate died. If this goes on, it could be dangerous. I'm requesting support from Guardian. We're going to try to figure things out as we escape. Come outside. If this continues, we won't be able to leave. It seems like a demon is controlling this entire space. Where are you? I'm not sure. It seems like we're inside a dungeon. Weird zzzt. The noise worsened. A tingling noise was heard. Ludwig frowned and threw the communication crystal. He looked at the profound abyss, turned around, and shouted. Let's advance. If they stayed there, they would definitely die. They had to move to a place free from the tentacles. Yes, advance. Wouldn't it be better to return? Two priests who were blocking the tentacles' attacks anxiously shouted. Ludwig bit his lip and screamed, there's no place to escape to. The priests turned their heads after hearing those words. The gate from where they'd come had disappeared. Their expressions darkened. Ludwig gripped the holy sword and took a step forward. He raised the divine energy that was inside his body and emitted an aura of white light. It was the strength of an angel. If demons had demonic energy, angels exercised miracles through divine energy. He concentrated that strength on the divine energy. He swung his sword from top to bottom. FWOSH, a white light cut through the tentacles. As if he were Moses splitting the Red Sea, a pathway appeared through the tentacles. Now, AAHH, the Light Watchers charged forward, threw their robes away, and concentrated the divine energy on their hands. A white light burnt and spread in all directions like fire. TSSS, the tentacles were burnt away by the white light, smoking and letting off a terrible smell. Don't stop. The horrible smell caused the priest to halt for a moment and hold his nose. A tentacle brushed past where he was standing, and he lowered his body and concentrated divine energy on his back. Flap. White wings pierced out of his back, and he used all his strength to flap his wings, quickly freeing himself from the tentacles. He flew into the darkness. A laugh imbued with faint demonic energy reached Ludwig, and he frowned. As expected, this is the doing of a demon. He wasn't sure how the demon had realized their existence or how they'd managed to infiltrate and manipulate a gate inside the Hall of Protection, but that doubt only lasted for a short while. First, I have to kill the demon. There were no doubts in his ideals. If a demon had dragged them into a trap, the only thing they had to do was to kill them. Nice to meet you, human. He didn't answer. The opponent was a demon, someone with whom it wasn't worth talking. He raised his holy sword and got into a fighting position. Ha, shouldn't we at least know each other's names? The demon with a body covered in green tentacles laughed. I have no name to reveal to a demon, he said firmly. Ha, I like your attitude. The demon laughed out loud. Every time he laughed, the darkness fluctuated. The demon raised his two fists that weren't covered by tentacles. Still, it'll be better if you know the name of the one that's going to kill you. The tips of the demon's mouth went up. I'm Yogg-Saron. It was a demon he'd never heard of. Ludwig frowned. It didn't matter who the opponent was. What mattered was that the opponent in front of him was a demon. All demons had to be killed. The holy sword began emitting light and he rushed forward with the sword. Despite how big he was, the demon easily dodged his attack. With the left leg as his center of balance, he turned his body, crouched, and used his elasticity to shoot forward. Ha. Eek, he dodged the attack and then grabbed one of the priests by the neck, pushing their body forward like he was using them as a shield. Mr. Ludwig, stab, cough. Ludwig cut the priest's body apart without hesitation. It didn't matter if he was his subordinate or an ally who served the light. If it's to kill a demon, he had no time to consider such meaningless things. The sword cut through the priest's body and into Yogg-Saron's shoulders. The green tentacle was severed and his muscular body became visible. Ludwig's hand was injured by the recoil of hitting something hard and armor-like. Ha ha ha, no hesitation huh, you don't care even if it's your subordinate. Demon, shut up, Ludwig said in a low voice. Although he'd killed a subordinate that had served him for a long time, there was no remorse on his face. There was no way he'd feel such emotions. Obviously, someone who served the light would try to eliminate demons. It didn't matter how much he had to sacrifice if it was to kill a demon. Clang, he raised his sword, and rays of light cut through the darkness. His body emitted light and wings flapped on his back, making him look angelic. How interesting, Yogg-Saron laughed. The Demon King is going to like this. Demon King, Ludwig frowned after hearing such ominous words. Are you talking about Satan? Ha ha ha, Yogg-Saron began to laugh out loud. Satan, Satan, do you think I Yogg-Saron would serve such a weakling? Ludwig's eyes shook and his thoughts ran together. If the Demon King wasn't Satan, who was the being who had the ominous title of Demon King? Come, servant of light, I'm going to show you the true strength of darkness. Before Ludwig could continue his line of thought, Yogg-Saron cut through the light and leaped forward. Good. Outside of the dungeon, the tips of Kang-woo's mouth went up while he looked inside the dungeon through the magic device that Lilith had installed. It had been 30 minutes since Balrog and Ludwig had begun fighting, and Ludwig was starting to be pushed back. Still, he's quite strong. After he fulfilled the conditions for the demonic soul, he'd recovered all of his previous strength. Balrog was connected to him through his soul, so he could fight on par with an archduke. Despite that, he'd resisted Balrog for 30 minutes. Not only that, but he had been able to leave wounds on him. Even if he was the apostle of an archangel, it was impressive that he had such strength. It's probably because of that sword. The holy sword, Ludwig. He looked at the sword that was emitting a holy light. Ludwig had shown more strength than expected. But in the end, that was his limit. Clang, cough, huff, huff. Ludwig knelt, holding his chest and letting out heavy breaths. Kang-woo smiled and looked at him. Should I begin? He put away the communication crystal. Instead of that, he took out a black sphere. A tentacle stuck to Ludwig's back. After feeling that it had connected, Kang-woo nodded. Now his voice would spread through Ludwig's mind. The effect is important. Its effect was different from hearing it with your ears, hearing with his head rather than ears. The effect of it spreading through his body was important. So, it was time to say what he'd prepared. Kang-woo seemed excited. I always wanted to say this. He even felt that it was unfair he'd never had the opportunity to say it after becoming a demon king. Ahem. He stretched his head and popped his neck, getting into the mood. He closed his eyes and pulled demonic energy from his body. A phrase that went well with someone that was about to fall. That one thing you desired when on the brink of despair. Do you want strength? A grotesque and eerie voice spread through Ludwig's head. It was a dark and wet voice that sounded as if it were coming from the darkness. What? Ludwig looked around after hearing a voice flowing right into his head. Kang-woo clenched his fists. Yes, fuck, saying stuff like that right before someone falls is perfect. Excitement spread through his body. Whoa, do you want strength? He heard his own phrase echoing in his ears. So cool, I wish Darling could see this. Chapter 222, How to Corrupt a Saint. Part 3, Clang, white flames poured in all directions. The sword and fist collided and a huge pressure tore his hands apart, but that only lasted for a short while. His divine energy slowly healed his wounds. He moaned, took a few steps back, lowered himself and raised his sword again. Once again they attacked each other. Slash, a cut appeared on the demon's arm and black blood poured out, but Paf cough, the demon ignored the wound and countered, shaking him with a huge impact as if he was being hit by a battering ram. His vision swirled, he flew through the air and then he rolled over the ground. His entire world was spinning and he coughed up crimson blood. Ha-ha! His breath became heavier and he raised his head to look at the demon who called himself Yogg-Saron. They had been fighting for 30 minutes. His vitality was about to bottom out, the strength in his hands was gone and his legs were shaking. His intense light was starting to die down, he felt that he'd lost. He frowned, he couldn't accept defeat. The demon in front of him was still moving in perfect condition. All demons had to be killed, it didn't matter what he had to sacrifice. That's what he'd known since birth. The memories of the past returned to him, demons. Whenever he thought about those disgusting beings, he felt nauseous. I'll kill you, he said in a low voice. His eyes were full of madness, he was trying to hypnotize himself. He put more strength in his trembling legs and stood up, gripping the holy sword with both hands and preparing to fight again. Amazing! A surprised exclamation left Yogg-Saron's mouth. He felt indomitable will and obsession close to madness coming from him. He closed his mouth and clenched his fists. The heat of the battle made his body feel hot. Boom, they clashed. They exchanged rapid blows over the course of a second in midair, and it would have been almost impossible for an observer to make out what was happening. The holy sword swung at the demon and drew black blood from the hand that blocked it before being deflected away by the demonic energy armor. He twisted with the recoil and flapped his wings to correct his posture before again swinging his holy sword, intending to crush the demon's head. It's too bad. Yogg-Saron stomped on the ground, causing the floor to collapse. His thigh muscles inflated and the tentacles were torn away. He swung his fist into the sword's swing again. Boom! A huge explosion shook the cave and an intense light swept away the darkness. Ludwig was pushed back by the impact and he rolled on the ground. "This is your limit." Yogg-Saron looked at Ludwig with deep, sunken eyes. Cough, cough. Ludwig scrambled around on the floor and coughed out more blood. He tried to lift himself, but he couldn't put any strength into his arms. He collapsed and his face fell into the dirt. He struggled and twisted his body like he was trying to deny reality, but he simply did not have the strength to stand again. Ludwig raised his trembling head to see the demon looking down on him. He subconsciously knew, if this goes on, it was the end. He would die in a faraway world without having done anything and without having achieved anything. No. Ludwig's eyes filled with desperation. He wasn't afraid of dying. Dying in a fight against a demon was something one could be proud of. It was the most secure way to get to the heavens, which was what every Light Watcher wanted. But at least he couldn't die there. He had a reason for wanting to survive. "I have to tell Mr. Raphael." He thought of the seed he'd found by coincidence before being trapped there. He'd seen someone trapped in the body of a woman that was living as if she were a human. He couldn't help but tremble while thinking about her. He clenched his fists, ground his teeth, and tried to stand again. His body was trembling and gave out again before he could fully raise himself. He desperately cried while the demon walked toward him. The light around him faded and darkness fell. Then, "Do you want strength?" "What?" He heard a familiar voice in his head. He turned his face, but he couldn't see anything. "There's no need to speak out loud. Who are you?" he asked the voice within his head. "I'm death, I'm the end. I'm the father of all those that are angry and anger itself." Like a singer, like a poet reading a poem, the voice talked. "I'm Satan, Sa-tan." Ludwig frowned after hearing that name. Anger toward Satan boiled up from within. "I came here to make you a proposal. Get out of here. I'm not going to listen to what a demon has to say." Ludwig shook his head. There was no need to listen to what a demon had to say, especially Satan. He's the demon or prophecy. He was the demon of prophecy who would bring destruction to the world. It wasn't just Earth. He was also worried for Erner and Hwan. A god had prophesied that all worlds connected with the Hell of Nine Skies would be destroyed. There was no need to listen to such a being. Ha ha ha, an evil laugh spread through his ear. As expected from a Light Watcher, "Shut up, I won't listen to you." Ha ha ha. Can you really do that in this situation? Ludwig remained silent and raised his head. He saw Yogg-Saron walking toward him. It seemed like he thought he'd already won, or maybe it was because he wanted him to feel fear of death, but he was walking really slowly. Still, there was something he was sure of. When the demon reached him, he'd die. "It doesn't matter." "Oh, I'm sure you do care." Ludwig bit his lips. "I'd rather die than make a deal with a demon." Ha ha ha, good, that's a good way of thinking, but can you still say that despite knowing the truth? What? If you don't reveal the truth, Raphael could die. What do you mean? Ludwig's eyes shook. Truth? What sort of truth was he mentioning that could lead to Raphael's death? Didn't you realize something after hearing Yogg-Saron? Can you not figure out why I'm trying to make you a deal? What the? I'm not the demon of prophecy. Ludwig's eyes widened and his body trembled. The possibility of the demon of prophecy not being Satan. It was something Raphael had said, so hearing it from Satan's mouth made his body tremble. Then, that meant Gaia's underlings were being deceived by the real demon of prophecy. Ludwig anxiously bit his lips. If you aren't the demon of prophecy, do you mean that being called the Demon King is the demon of prophecy? Thankfully, it seems like you aren't an idiot. Satan laughed in a low voice. That's right. I was trapped by the Demon King and forced to become his subordinate. There was a short silence. A demon strong enough to make an archduke his subordinate. He couldn't even imagine who such a demon could be. Is the Demon King Baal? No, it isn't Baal. Ha! His thoughts became even fuzzier. The demon that the angels were most worried about wasn't even the Demon King. How can I believe what you're saying? Use the sword. Ludwig lowered his head. He saw a sword emanating a white light. Holy Sword Ludwig. A sword with a sacred energy capable of finding the sea of demonic energy. What? Are you thinking of putting up some sort of final stand? Yogg-Saron said in a mocking voice. He then stopped and crossed his arms. Then try to do it, I'll wait. Ludwig bit his lips and raised the holy sword. In reality, he needed to be in a certain place and focus all of his attention on it to succeed, but he had no other choice at the moment. He closed his eyes and focused his attention. He found the sea of demonic energy. His mouth fell open. He couldn't believe what had happened. Ludwig trembled after he realized the truth. The sea of demonic energy. It seems like you found it, Satan laughed. It's inside Guardian. He didn't know who had the sea of demonic energy, but it was in the Guardian base at the moment. Then, that meant, what if there's a demon within Guardian? He remembered Kim Shi-hoon's words. Gaia's subordinates, they had been perfectly deceived by the demon of prophecy. They'd been deceived so perfectly that they'd even accepted him as a member of Guardian. No, maybe they hadn't been deceived. What if every Guardian, What if they had all sided with the demon of prophecy? Ah, no. Raphael had told him to collaborate with Gaia's subordinates after receiving a support request. To think that the demon of prophecy would be inside Guardian, I have to reveal the truth. He had to tell the Guardians who were being deceived by the demon of prophecy. He had to tell Raphael, who had asked him to collaborate with Guardian without knowing the truth. He couldn't even think how many lives would be lost if he didn't reveal that truth. In the worst-case scenario, something he didn't want to think of might happen. Mr. Raphael could die. There was no way to know if the darkness that had devoured Guardian wouldn't spread to Raphael. Crack, he clenched his fists. He widened his eyes and swung his fists like he was trying to grab the air. He desperately stood with every bit of strength he had. Is that your last stand? He heard Yogg-Saron's disappointed voice. Ludwig's eyes filled with despair. So let me ask again. At that moment he heard Satan's voice. Will you make a deal with me? There was silence. He didn't need to think too much. Ludwig spoke in a firm voice that hadn't changed. Refuse to make a deal with you. Ting, the target has resisted. The authority of subordination has failed. He gripped his holy sword tighter. White light poured out of the sword and covered his body. Satan, you misunderstand who I am, Ludwig said while glaring at the demon in front of him. Even if he lost everything, even if everything was destroyed, I would never make a deal with a demon. Chapter 223. How to Corrupt a Saint, Part 4. Whoa, Kang-woo let out a short exclamation after reading the message that appeared in front of him. Impressive. He'd pushed him into a corner, and not only that, but he'd also restricted his options. He'd revealed some of the truth to him and dragged him to the floor. But even in that desperate situation, he'd rejected his proposal and caused the authority of subordination to fail. Amazing, he couldn't help but be impressed by Ludwig's pure and firm ideals. But he shrugged. He'd thought the chances of him refusing were low, but on the other hand, that also meant that, although low, he thought there was a chance he might refuse so obviously. He'd already made the necessary preparations for such a situation. That's it, the demon laughed. I would never make a deal with a demon, he said, as if even the thought of it was disgusting. Ludwig used his holy sword to prop himself up. He knew it wasn't the correct decision to make in his situation. For the future, for Raphael, and for Erner, the correct thing would be to bend his ideals. But Ludwig's eyes shone sharply. He knew demons very well. He knew how evil and clever they were. A deal? He laughed in disbelief. Satan hadn't mentioned the price he would need to pay. He didn't need to. It's obvious. He was planning to take everything from him. If the price to pay was everything he had, his decision didn't matter. It wouldn't change the fact that he'd die. He wasn't stupid enough to not realize that. Even if he managed to walk out of that place, the situation wouldn't be over. He'd become Satan's puppet before he could convey what he discovered to Raphael, and he would end up dying at the hands of his allies that also served the light. I cannot let that happen, Ludwig's eyes shone. It was true that he had to tell Raphael what he'd just learned, but borrowing the strength of a demon to do that would be counterproductive. That would just make him receive a more tragic ending. Then, Ludwig gulped and closed his eyes. He focused his attention on Holy Sword Ludwig, the sword he'd even thrown away his name for. I'll offer my life, he said to the sword. The holy sword vibrated and emitted a white light. Ludwig tried to get hold of his breath and raised his head. His body began shining with intense light, and he spoke the name of the technique that he needed to give his life to use. Hope. The vibration became more intense, and an explosive amount of light covered his body from the sword. Crack. The skin on his back tore and 4 wings appeared. They weren't fake wings like the ones he had before, they were real angel wings. An intense light filled their surroundings. Cough, cough. His body went taut as a huge amount of divine energy flowed through it. It had already gone beyond the amount of divine energy a human's body could accept. He swung the holy sword while such intense light illuminated the cave. Slash, he split the darkness. Demon King. Balrog's voice sounded through the black sphere. His voice was stiff. It seems like our plans have gone a bit awry. I can see that. Their first plan was to make Ludwig fall and simultaneously gain control of him through the authority of subordination. The plan to turn an apostle of an angel into his puppet. That's too bad, Kang-woo lay his back on the chair. It was a plan he had thought of over the past week while making the dungeon with Lilith. It was the plan that had the best possible outcome. It seems like it has failed. Making Ludwig unable to use the holy sword was simple. He had to kill him. That was it. If someone was dead, they couldn't use the holy sword, but Kang-woo wanted more than that. If he wanted to free himself from the repetitive pattern he was stuck in, he had to obtain an even greater return than the effort it cost to make Ludwig fall. That's why I was planning to use the authority of subordination. Ludwig would have been useful in all sorts of ways if he could have obtained him at the height of his power, but at that point, it would be hard to use him. Are you going to kill him? Balrog said with intense killing intent. He fell into thought. Kang-woo lay his back on the chair and recalled his conversation with Baltzek. That person, Ludwig, what a shame, yes. Other than Master's little brother, I've never seen a human with such a wonderful body. He seems to be better than Reinald. So, ha ha ha, if I could turn him into a Death Knight, an incredible piece of art would probably be born. A Death Knight of the highest. No, maybe something beyond a simple Death Knight. I might be able to turn him into an Abyss Knight. What's up with that strong-sounding name? They're beings of a higher plane than Death Knights. It's a being you can only make with someone who has suffered an unfair death. The strength of such a being, ha ha ha, even Mr. Balrog wouldn't have an easy time facing one. It won't be late if we turn him into one after using the authority of subordination, so let's wait for the moment. The short conversation went on in his head. While thinking about it for a while, Kang-woo opened his mouth. No, don't kill him, but if this goes on, it's okay. He knows too much, he said in a worried voice. Kang-woo smiled. Balrog, yes, my king, what do you think is the best way to make a saint fall? Well, there are many ways. What if, no matter what strategy we used, it was impossible to make him fall? Balrog remained silent. What was the best way to make an infallible saint fall? There was a contradiction in that sentence that made it impossible to answer. Look carefully, Kang-woo smiled. I'm going to teach you how, the darkness split and the cave's wall was torn apart, light flowed in, this is. He saw the ruined grasslands and recognized the familiar place. This is where we first arrived. Ludwig's eyes shone. He turned and looked at Yogg-Saron. For some reason, he wasn't moving at all. This is my chance. He wasn't sure why he wasn't moving, but that didn't change the fact that it was the perfect opportunity. Ludwig clenched his jaw, stomped on the ground, and flapped his four wings. His body shot forward at incredible speed. I must tell him. He had to tell Raphael everything he'd heard there. Tentacles followed after him, but he was faster. Crack, he escaped from the dungeon and his body rolled over the dirt. Ha-ha, he let out labored breaths. The side effects from pushing the holy sword to its limits were taking their toll on his body. He felt that he didn't have much time left. Quickly, he had to return to Erner, then. Mr. Ludwig, are you okay? Kim Shi-hoon, Kang-woo, Gaia, Ki-yeon, Jum, Grace, and other important Guardian members were running toward him. It seemed like the support he'd asked for had arrived. Ludwig looked at them cautiously. The demon of prophecy was currently deceiving them. He had to tell them the truth. You're currently being wait. The young man with sharp eyes at the front raised his hands. He kept talking with a hard expression on his face. Everyone stop. What's wrong, Hyunam? Kim Shi-hoon anxiously asked. Kang-woo frowned and opened his mouth. It's too late. Yes. What is that? Ludwig is already being controlled by a demon. What is that true, Mr. Kang-woo? Gaia hurriedly asked. Kang-woo nodded with a heavy expression. Yes, it's already too late. He clenched his fists aggressively and stomped on the ground. Damn it, if only we'd arrived faster. Ludwig looked at him in confusion. What's he talking about? He wasn't being controlled by a demon. He'd refused Satan's proposal, but it was too late. Hyunam, what do you mean? Ludwig is… No, Kang-woo shook his head. He took a communication crystal from his pocket. To be honest, I thought it was already too late from the moment I heard this message. A voice sounded from the crystal. It's Ludwig Gate, someone, demon's trap, I already lost. Everyone escape if this. Controlled by demon. It was Ludwig's voice mixed with a lot of interference, and it seemed like he had expected to die soon. If anything, the message was closer to a last testament. It wasn't hard to imagine that it was already too late for Ludwig just from hearing the message. Kang-woo grabbed Kim Shi-hoon's shoulders. Shi-hoon, I'm sorry, I couldn't bear to show you this message earlier. Mr. Ludwig has already fallen. Kang-woo lowered his head as if he couldn't get himself to look at the Ludwig in front of them. Ludwig looked at him with his mouth wide open. What the? His thoughts tumbled around in his head. What he heard through the communication crystal was definitely his voice, but he'd never said that. What's going on? Ludwig's expression paled. He remembered the conversation he had as soon as he entered the dungeon. What's going on? It's Ludwig, it seems like someone has interfered with the gate. I think we've fallen into a demon's trap. What's Situate? I'm okay, but my subordinate died. If this goes on, it could be dangerous. I'm requesting support from Guardian. We're going to try to figure things out as we escape. Come outside. If this continues, we won't be able to leave. It seems like a demon is controlling this entire space. Where are you? I'm not sure. It seems like we're inside a dungeon. We're GZZZT, those words. How did they? It's Ludwig Gate, someone, demon's trap. I already lost. Everyone escape if this. Controlled by demon. Change like this. Ludwig's body trembled. He looked at Kang-woo with a pale expression on his face. Ludwig has already fallen, he said in a firm voice. I must kill him with my hands. What was the best way to make an infallible saint fall? It was actually rather simple. The truth doesn't matter. All that mattered was that it sounded like the truth. Chapter 224. Holy Sword Ludwig, Part 1. You son of a… Ludwig trembled, his mouth open in surprise. His head was burning from the anger boiling up within him. He put both hands on his cheeks. He couldn't even form proper words and his head felt fuzzy. It's over. He could see it based on the expressions of the other Guardian members and from Kim Shi-hoon's desperate expression. He couldn't understand how he'd edited his words in such a way, but even for him, the result was impressive. It doesn't matter who hears it. It sounded like the last testament of someone shortly before they fell to a demon. He had said it was already too late for him and that others should escape while they could. Who wouldn't think he'd fallen after hearing such a message? And no, he shook his head and pointed at Kang-woo. This is all that piece of trash's doy. Squeak at that moment. A tentacle stuck to the back of his head began moving. It was the tentacle Kang-woo had used to speak directly to his mind. The tentacle, which had split into dozens of tendrils, began moving through his body. Rather than trying to attack, the tendrils flowed beneath the surface of his skin, pushing upwards, and it looked like grotesque blood vessels were pulsing under his skin. And, as expected, you're being controlled. Kang-woo lowered his head. Green vessels had become visible throughout Ludwig's body. Objectively speaking, Ludwig looked to be in an abnormal state. There was no better word to describe it than corrosion. No, that's not. Shut up, you evil demon, Kang-woo screamed at him in disgust and his lips trembled. I already know that Ludwig isn't there anymore. He completely disappeared after you took control of his body. Everyone, Mr. Ludwig's, how did things? Everyone, please listen to me. We will never forget you, Mr. Ludwig. Fuck, Ludwig felt that he was about to go crazy. He raised his head and saw how everyone else was looking at him. Their eyes were full of pity and sadness. Ludwig. Kim Shi-hoon closed his eyes and his body went taut like he was trying to get over the shock. Everyone's reaction was different, but they all had something in common. Rather than him, they believed what Kang-woo was saying. Ha ha ha, Ludwig laughed in disbelief. He didn't even know what to say in such a situation. There was a saying that a single sentence was enough to accuse someone, but it took dozens of documents to prove innocence. He really felt the saying was applying to him. There's no going back. Such a thought crossed his mind and anger filled his body. He looked at Kang-woo, whose face had turned pale, and saw the tips of his mouth curling up. Oh, Kang-woo. The puzzle pieces in his head clicked together and he realized something. Who had interfered with the gate of the Hall of Protection? Who had received the signal he sent from the dungeon? Who had infiltrated Guardian despite having the sea of demonic energy? So it was you. Ludwig's body trembled and his eyes widened. Anger close to madness began taking control over his body. He lost his rationality and he felt like he was about to explode. So it was you. That was the only possible explanation. It didn't matter what he said. From the moment everyone concluded he'd fallen, leaving the truth aside in their minds, he had already fallen. All his efforts to cast aside Satan's attempt to make him fall didn't matter anymore. OHKANGWOO, he let madness take control of his body and stomped on the ground. Ludwig gripped his holy sword, and eye-blindingly intense light followed his movements. Although he'd used most of his strength to escape the dungeon, he couldn't give up yet. AAGGH, he had to tell Raphael the truth about the Demon King and the woman named Han Seala. At the moment, though, those things didn't matter. Kang-woo was right in front of him. The demon who had infiltrated Earth's protective group Guardian was insulting him. He was a monster wearing a person's skin. Kang-woo's trickery just kept replaying in his mind. DIE, he swung his holy sword, clang. Kim Shi-hoon blocked the sword that was covered in intense light and opened his mouth while making an anxious expression. Ludwig, move, you're all being deceived by him, you're being controlled by that demon. You fucking idiots. How can you call yourselves the Guardians of Earth? Ludwig. Kim Shi-hoon mumbled in a desperate voice while looking at him. It hadn't been long since he met him, only about a week. He'd just shown him the Earth civilization he was eager to find out about, and it was still too soon and weird to call their relationship friendship, but damn it, damn it, damn it, Kim Shi-hoon cursed. Although his body was covered in intense light, Ludwig had a horrifying aspect at the moment. His eyes were shining with madness, his breath had become heavier, and the green blood vessels that showed a demon was controlling him were more apparent than ever. That all meant one thing: Ludwig had passed the point of no return. Hyeongnam. As if asking for an answer, Kim Shi-hoon turned to look at him. Kang-woo shook his head with his eyes closed. His body language was saying that it was already too late for him. Kim Shi-hoon gripped his sword tighter and Kang-woo grabbed his shoulders. Shi-hoon, let me. No, he answered in a low voice, suppressing his sadness. I'll do it. This is something I must do. He was looking at a fallen saint. It was a side of Ludwig he hadn't seen before, a side of him that had lost his mind to anger. He saw the pendant he'd given him on his neck. Kim Shi-hoon closed his eyes and felt like he was tearing up. I must do it. Even if it was painful, no. He had to do it because it was painful. He couldn't let another person do it. Ludwig. He didn't know which demon had caused him to fall, but it wasn't hard to imagine. From what he knew, there weren't many demons capable of making someone like Ludwig fall. Focus. He eliminated the useless thought and cast aside his emotions, focusing only on what he had to do. His eyes sank deep and became similar to Kang-woo's. Ha. He took a deep breath, gripped his sword with both hands, and lowered his body. He stomped on the ground and rushed forward. Ahhh Ludwig was causing a stir while being tainted by madness. Don't worry, Ludwig, Kim Shi-hoon said shortly. You motherfuckers, I'll end your pain with my own hands. Please listen to me, Ludwig shouted as if he were about to have a seizure. For a moment, a hopeful thought crossed Shi-hoon's mind. Could he maybe free himself from the demon's influence? Don't think about nonsense. He remembered Kang-woo's words. It was already too late for him. There was probably a reason why Kang-woo had said such a thing. Kang-woo was more impressive and went beyond what he thought, so if he said it, it was probably true. I'm sorry. After saying so, he stretched his hands forward and his sword moved through the air as if it were alive. He closed his eyes and focused. Celestial dragon first form, a light flashed and the sword pierced Ludwig's body. Red blood scattered on the ground and the smell of iron stung his nose. Cough, Ludwig, Kim Shi-hoon cried. Ludwig's body collapsed and he caught himself with one arm as he fell to the ground. I'll remember you. Ludwig's eyes teared up. Clang, the holy sword fell to the ground. Kim Shi-hoon and Ludwig. The two of them silhouetted by the light was a moving scene. Kang-woo glanced at the holy sword that had fallen to the ground while lowering his head and acting as if he were tearing up. Gulp. I'm sure it will be over myth rank. He couldn't help but feel excited. What if it increases my unique stat? If Holy Sword Ludwig could increase one's unique stat, something funny like it increasing his demonic energy could happen. After all, Han Xiala's skill, Graceful Light, had increased his demonic energy stat so it wouldn't be impossible. Kang-woo carefully walked toward the holy sword and grabbed it. Ting. Holy Sword Ludwig rejects a disgusting soul. A white light came out and he couldn't help but frown. How could such a message appear? After all, there weren't many souls as pure as his. It seems like the system isn't trustworthy. Ting, the disgusting soul is tainting Holy Sword Ludwig with darkness. No, the Holy Sword is vomiting in disgust. What kind of sword vomits? The divine energy of Holy Sword Ludwig is starting to vanish. No fuck what? The Holy Sword is starting to disintegrate. The High Elf's blessing light that detects demons' function has been ruined. Okay, I won't force things, so stop it, you bastard. Kang-woo frowned while holding the sword. Holy Sword Ludwig was really vomiting divine energy through the sword's point. He didn't care that the demonic energy finding capability was screwed up, but if things went like that, the myth-ranked weapon could disappear. Shi-hoon. Hyungnam, Kang-woo put his hands on Shi-hoon's shoulders and handed Holy Sword Ludwig to him. The sword stopped vomiting divine energy. From what I know, the name of this sword is also Ludwig. Yes. Kim Shi-hoon nodded. The first day they met Ludwig, they'd heard its name. Kang-woo spoke in a firm voice. Take this sword, only you have the right to wield it. Hyungnam. Wasn't able to save him. Yes, you weren't able to save him, thanks to that. Since you couldn't save him, take this sword and save even more people with it. Kang-woo Hyungnam. Don't forget his sacrifice. He looked at the crying Kim Shi-hoon and Ludwig's corpse. Ludwig, the saint who had fallen after being deceived by an evil demon. His eyes were staring straight ahead in death as if in his final moments he found it all unfair. He closed Ludwig's eyes. Ludwig will always be with you. Kim Shi-hoon lowered his head and tears flowed down his cheeks. Kim Shi-hoon grabbed the pendant on Ludwig's neck while holding the holy sword. Yes, he put the pendant around his own neck. I won't forget it. He stood again, an intense light burning in his eyes. Light watcher Ludwig. Although he'd fallen at a demon's hand, his strong will and beliefs managed to reach Kim Shi-hoon. Chapter 225, Abyss Knight, Part 1. Can he use that? He took a glimpse at Kim Shi-hoon, who held the holy sword and had a sad expression on his face. In reality, you couldn't say that Kim Shi-hoon's soul was pure. Just taking into consideration what kind of person he was, you could say that he had a pure soul, but he was a familiar spirit connected to him through the authority of subordination. His soul was deeply connected to his. It seems like it isn't vomiting divine energy anymore. Unlike how it vomited divine energy as if it were having a seizure before, it looked quite comfortable. Rather than accepting Kim Shi-hoon as its owner, it was as if it were saying, yes, I can at least resist this much. Damn it. He thought he'd be able to get a myth-ranked weapon, but he never imagined that weapon would be a sword with an ego. Well, the result still isn't bad. After the fight with Mammon, the sword Kim Shi-hoon had been using was a unique ranked one. To be honest, it wasn't a weapon that matched Kim Shi-hoon. To a real swordsman, the rank of the sword didn't matter. Such phrases were nonsense. The higher your strength became, the higher the rank of weapon you needed to channel such strength. Tusk, that's too bad, but I guess there's nothing I can do about it. Kang-woo clicked his tongue and turned his head around. After all, he already had the key of the demonic energy sea, a transcendent rank weapon. He didn't need to desperately hang on to the holy sword. When is this going to finish digesting? Kang-woo took a glimpse at the ring that wasn't reacting. It wasn't that he desperately needed a weapon, but not being able to use something he normally could was uncomfortable. Shihoon, let's go back. Yes, Hyeonam, Kim Shihoon nodded, a heavy expression on his face. Kang-woo turned and began walking. Angels, huh? He narrowed his eyes. In reality, he had no intention of fighting against angels. For example, if Ludwig didn't have the power to find the sea of demonic energy, he wouldn't have done anything to him. There's no reason to fight. As long as they didn't notice him, he had no reason to make the angels his enemies, that's what he thought. HNGH, they're probably going to keep coming. Ludwig had died, and not even Kang-woo knew which demon had made him fall, but there was something he was sure about. I cannot stop here. The goal of the angels was to eliminate demons from the hell of 9 skies from all dimensions. Even if it was something that happened in another world, there was no way they wouldn't react to the death of a light watcher. Also, there's no way Ludwig's worth to Raphael is low. Although it was another world, he was the one that was sent to help Earth's gods. No organization sent a low-ranking being as a representative. That meant that even for the heavens, Ludwig was someone quite important. Then, he kept thinking, the more important Ludwig was to Raphael, the easier things became. Of course, that's as long as the heavens don't have another object with the same capability as Holy Sword Ludwig. He'd learned that there were objects that could find the location of the sea of demonic energy, which was a huge problem for Kang-woo. The chances aren't high. No, he was sure the probability was close to 0. He remembered Ludwig's last moments and how desperate he was to tell Raphael the truth. If there were other items besides Holy Sword Ludwig, Ludwig wouldn't have been so desperate. If Raphael could find the location of the sea of demonic energy, he wouldn't have tried so desperately. If that was the case, he would learn the truth even if he didn't try that hard. He had to be careful about unexpected variables, but at that point, it would be okay to think there was no other item capable of locating the sea of demonic energy. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. A storyline started to be drawn in his head. The heavens forces that were formally going to start intervening on Earth and the demon of prophecy, Satan. If he could direct both factions, it wasn't a complicated plan. Good, a smile appeared on his face. Having a reliable ally was always good news. Mr. Shihoon, Gaia seemed to be upset at how Shihoon was crying. She turned her wheelchair to the source of the sound, probably to console Kim Shihoon. Miss Gaia, Kang-woo held Gaia's shoulders. Right now it's better to leave Kim Shihoon alone. But it's okay, he isn't the type of person to collapse from such matters. She trembled. She was shocked that the heavens she'd placed so much trust in would collapse so easily. Who would do something like this? There's only one being I can think of. Gaia closed her mouth. An immense darkness came to her mind. She felt she could see a red mask appearing in the middle of an endless darkness with a bottomless abyss. How many more cruel things does he have to do before he's satisfied? She said in a sad voice. Kang-woo put a bit more strength into his hands that were over her shoulders. He lowered his head and spoke in a trembling voice that made it sound like he was trying to hold back his anger. I won't forget what happened today. Mr. Kang-woo, I'm going to make him pay for it. The demon of prophecy, Satan. There was no need to think deeply about who had made Ludwig fall. The culprit of everything was the demon among demons, the definitive evil that would make the world crumble. Satan had spread so many seeds of despair that counting them all was difficult. You'll be able to do it. Gaia nodded while holding back her tears. Kang-woo made a faint smile while taking his hands off her shoulders. Such an impressive ingredient, as expected from Master. It had been a week since Ludwig died after falling victim to Satan. Baltsac smiled while looking at the corpse that Kang-woo had brought him. Kang-woo sat on a chair inside the research lab while making a tired expression. He had built a research lab for Baltsac inside Balrog's residence. It resembled a lab belonging to a black magician or a mad scientist. It was pretty hard to bring it here, Kang-woo sighed. Switching Ludwig's corpse for a fake one had been harder than initially thought. Just as Kang-woo expected, Heaven's forces arrived on Earth after Ludwig's death. It wasn't that Raphael or other angels had arrived on Earth, but quite a lot of Light Watchers had come to Earth to find out the truth about Ludwig's death. Unlike Ludwig, they acted on their own. They didn't try to collaborate with Guardian. That's understandable. From their point of view, Guardians were also suspicious. They couldn't easily trust them even if they weren't the culprits. After all, Guardian wasn't able to do anything before Ludwig fell for a demon's trap. Not only that, but in the end, it was Kim Shihoon who killed Ludwig. Even if there was footage of the fallen Ludwig, the diplomat they'd sent had died, so it was understandable they wouldn't be able to trust people from that world. I'll have to solve this. It wasn't good for Guardian and the Heavens to suspect each other. They weren't enemies, and they had to get together and fight against a strong enemy called Satan. Swapping the corpse with a fake one was tiresome for Kang-woo. So, how is it? Kang-woo asked while laying on the chair. He'd gone through a lot to get Ludwig's corpse. Baltsac had told him about the Abyss Knights that were above Death Knights, so he had felt compelled to. Whoa, good, it's really impressive. He softly touched Ludwig's corpse. Is it that impressive? Kang-woo asked in a bit of a drunken voice. Yes, something beyond our imaginations might happen as a result of this. Whoa, Kang-woo's eyes shone. Ludwig, just taking into consideration his fight against Balrog, it was clear he was someone strong. Even if he was the apostle of an archangel, being able to face Balrog was something worthy of respect. Is it really that impressive? He couldn't help but be suspicious. From Kang-woo's point of view, the extraordinary thing wasn't Ludwig himself but his holy sword. He believed Ludwig had been able to fight on such a level due to his equipment, not his skills. No, his body isn't the impressive bit. Then, I can feel a huge resentment coming from this soul. I can't even imagine what kind of unfair death he encountered. Kang-woo went silent after hearing Balzac's words and nodded while making a heavy expression. It's understandable. Ludwig's beliefs were real. He was someone who, even while being controlled by a demon, had warned Guardian and asked them to run. The one who'd managed to make such a saint fall was Satan, so it was hard to imagine what kind of horrible things he had to go through. I cannot stand still and do nothing about it. How much would he suffer because of Satan? Kang-woo clenched his fists. It's time to seek revenge. A firm determination was imprinted in his mind. There was a huge cavity in the middle of the transparent ice. In the center of it, a black sphere of about 30 meters in diameter floated. Part of the black sphere fell off, and a woman with bandages all over her body walked toward it and kneeled. Mr. Satan, what? The black sphere moved. Satan moaned as if he were trying to hold back the pain. Black blood poured from the place that seemed to have been cut with a knife. Raphael's apostles are starting to come to Earth. Raphael, Satan asked in disbelief, is it to chase Lucifer? No, I'm not exactly sure. But it seems like a demon killed Raphael's apostle. Ha, Satan laughed in a mocking voice. Raphael, he was one of the 4 archangels of the heavens. Satan was very aware of them. What kind of stupid demon provoked Raphael? Satan laughed in disbelief. Chapter 226, Everyone Does That Right, Part 1. Can you create an abyss knight immediately? There's a bit of a problem. Balzac opened his mouth after looking at Ludwig's corpse. Kang-woo frowned. What problem? There's too much divine energy left inside his body. We'll have to wait until the divine energy naturally disappears. I cannot proceed like this. Balzac made a troubled expression. Kang-woo fell into thought and walked toward Ludwig's body. Divine energy, humans, monsters, and even gods like Tyrion that had divinity used the energy of nature called magic power. Demonic energy was an energy that had destructive characteristics, and it originated from the hell of 9 skies. Then there was divine energy, which was the complete opposite of it. Of course, the 3 energies were the same in the sense that they could be channeled into power to break and destroy things. It wasn't that you would heal someone if you swung a weapon with divine energy. Although their properties were different, they were all fundamentally energies. I wonder what will happen. Kang-woo's eyes shone with great interest. In the case of magic power, he had the attribute monocraving demon that transformed it into demonic energy, but he'd never absorbed divine energy before. I wonder if I can transform divine energy into demonic energy. It would be good news knowing that he could absorb divine energy from strong people like Ludwig. First, we should wait until it naturally disappears from his body. No, Kang-woo spread his hands over Ludwig's body and blue smoke poured over the corpse from his hands. Authority of Predation. Sharp teeth floated within the dark blue fog. Rather than a beast's teeth, they looked like toothy suction cups. He modified them so they would absorb Ludwig's divine energy and leave Ludwig's body intact. Slurp, the small teeth bit Ludwig's body and began absorbing the divine energy within. White light poured out of Ludwig's body and entered Kang-woo's body. Crack. Kang-woo frowned. He felt his skin wrinkling where divine energy entered and his body felt like it was burning from within. Is the demonic energy reacting? Kang-woo clicked his tongue. If they were opposite energies, he couldn't forcefully absorb them. He tried to stop absorbing divine energy. Then, ting, your divine energy has increased by 1. What? He suddenly got an unexpected message and was surprised. A stat increase? He laughed in disbelief. No, well, I absorbed divine energy, so I guess it makes sense for divine energy to increase. Still, he was the Demon King, so he felt weird having divine energy. Should I call this falling? What should I call it? If an angel obtained demonic energy, people said they'd fallen, but what would they call the opposite case? Well, anyways, what he called it wasn't that important. Kang-woo fell into thought while looking at the stat that had suddenly appeared. Should I try to stack more of this or not? Was it going to be poison or would it benefit him? He wasn't sure. Although it was true that they were opposite energies, it wasn't that they intensely reacted against each other. It wasn't hard to restrict the demonic energy and simultaneously absorb divine energy. First, I should see what happens when I absorb it. He needed to see how both energies reacted after being absorbed. If it hindered him from moving the demonic energy within his body, there was no need to have it. Ting, your divine energy stat has increased by 1. Your divine energy stat has increased by 1. He kept absorbing Ludwig's divine energy. Was it because his stat was high? He could see his divine energy stat increasing very fast. He closed his eyes and moved his demonic energy. He saw a trace of light flowing into the endless abyss. It was as if he'd found a species that had the ability to produce its own light in the middle of a bottomless abyss. He felt it was fascinating and beautiful. Is this divine energy? He raised his hand, and a small but white light gathered. He felt his heart floating with a gentle sensation. Holy energy, a non-precise way of describing it, was the best way to express it. I feel like I'll look impressive if I surround myself with it. If he covered his body with demonic energy, he gave the impression of being destructive and aggressive, so divine energy would have the opposite effect. He would exude a warm and trustworthy atmosphere. This should be useful. It was only close to an optical illusion. It had nothing to do with a person's real characteristics or qualities, and it was more akin to wearing different clothes. Still, in human relationships, how you looked and the clothes that you wore were quite important. Swindlers always looked neat for a reason, after all. Who would invest in the new coin you were promoting if you wore old and rusty clothes? Of course, I'm not a swindler. He was very far away from the act of deceiving others, but leaving that aside, he couldn't help but think that divine energy would be helpful to him. Thinking about how he had to build a positive relationship with angels from then on, divine energy was something that was absolutely necessary. I cannot rely only on the ruler of demonic energy attribute. Ruler of demonic energy made that demonic energy feel like magic power, and he couldn't cause an effect similar to divine energy with it. Since he had confirmed that they could detect demonic energy with the power of something like Holy Sword Ludwig, having divine energy would probably be useful. There's a chance I could interfere with demonic energy detection with divine energy. The chances of that being possible weren't high. There was no way he'd be able to hide his demonic energy with only Ludwig's divine energy. After all, pouring a bucket of freshwater into the ocean didn't mean you could call it a river. If he used it with the ruler of demonic energy, it seemed like some results could be achieved. It also seems like it won't hinder my control of demonic energy. That was the most important thing. If he consciously regulated his demonic energy, he could avoid it clashing with divine energy. It was the same as when he used the celestial dragon's psyche style while walking. Did you just absorb divine energy? Baltzek asked in confusion as if he'd just witnessed something unbelievable. Yes, he nodded. He couldn't understand why Baltzek was so surprised. If you can control demonic energy, it isn't hard to have both energies simultaneously. He thought that even Baltzek should be able to do it. Just what? There's no way such a thing. Baltzek put his hands on top of his skull in confusion. Kang-woo tilted his head and placed his hands on top of Ludwig's corpse again. Then I'll take all of his divine energy for the moment. Before Baltzek could finish talking, the Authority of Predation surrounded Ludwig's body. Thin and long teeth pierced the corpse. A heated breath left his mouth. He was accepting divine energy while regulating his demonic energy, and it was a difficult task that stimulated his brain. This is quite fun. It felt like playing a well-thought-out puzzle game. Kang-woo accepted divine energy while smiling. Ting, your divine energy stat has increased by 1. Your divine energy stat has reached 73. 73, although it looked like a lot at first glance, that wasn't the case in reality. Did most of it vanish in the process of absorbing it? Ludwig's stat had probably easily surpassed the 100 mark. Considering that each point made a bigger difference the higher the stat was, 73 wasn't high. Well, I guess there's nothing I can do about it. The Authority of Predation couldn't even fully absorb demonic energy with 100% efficiency, so there was no chance it would be able to perfectly absorb divine energy, which was something it hadn't done before. Should I test it a bit? He began wondering what would happen if he used both energies simultaneously. Kang-woo raised his left arm, concentrated, and used both energies. Whom, the lab shook. The two energies began pouring out in all directions as if a chemical reaction was happening. He moaned. The skin of his left arm split and black blood poured out. Then for a moment, he saw a gray energy he'd never seen before gathering around his left arm. Before he could think about that gray energy, he felt an intense pain spread through his left arm. Oh fuck, it hurt a lot. It was even hard to resist for Kang-woo, who was used to pain. He restricted his demonic energy and stopped it from clashing with the divine energy. Is it hard to mix both energies? He was curious about the gray energy he'd just seen, but he couldn't carelessly try to mix them. It hurts too much, the pain was almost unbearable. What was that? Did you really absorb all of Ludwig's divine energy? Baltzek opened his mouth and asked in disbelief. Yes. It wasn't that hard. What are you talking about? Divine energy and demonic energy are opposing energies. Unless you can control all of the demonic energy in your body, there's no way you could stop them from Balzac's words were cut short, his body began trembling. Don't tell me, master, do you always regulate your demonic energy? Huh, isn't that obvious? Everyone does that, right? He asked in confusion. Demonic energy was destructive after all. The energy inside the 10,000 demon core was too huge, so he couldn't control it perfectly, but he was always controlling and restricting the demonic energy he was capable of using at the moment. If he didn't do that, everything would end up being consumed by the 10,000 demon core, and he would die. Balzac remained silent. Regulating all your demonic energy, what kind of nonsense was that? How could something like? It was equivalent to controlling all of the blood that flowed inside your body. What the? Balzac shuddered. He looked at his master, Kang-woo, who was looking at him while tilting his head in confusion. What's up with this monster? He was an incomprehensible existence. A deep fear was imprinted in Balzac's bones like a stigma. Chapter 227, Love Advice, Part 1, Let's see. Kang-woo picked up the documents he'd received from Kim Shi-hoon. The documents mentioned the recent movements of Guardian and countries worldwide. They also talked about the work required to regain control of monster and cult-infested areas. China and Japan have almost fully recovered. There were SS rank gates in Shanghai, China, and Sapporo, Japan. That's why no one lived around those areas. As the size of Guardian increased, the process became faster. After the cataclysmic day, half of the population of Earth had disappeared, so in reality, there was no need to explore and reclaim those territories. The problem is the average level. After the size of Guardian increased, lots of people joined them, so it was necessary to push them into dangerous areas to help them grow. If humanity couldn't handle fighting against monsters, there was no way they'd be able to beat demons. Next, he turned the pages to the next document and read the information he was actually interested in at that moment. It was information on the movements of Raphael's apostles, the Light Watchers. Not yet. They were moving on their own without collaborating with Guardian. The Light Watchers were still trying to find the culprit behind Ludwig's death, but they hadn't shown any movement yet. I was hoping they'd move more actively. He needed the Light Watchers' help to keep Satan's forces in check, but they weren't moving at all. He wasn't sure if they were waiting for someone or were investigating using other routes. Are they waiting for an angel? Kang-woo's eyes narrowed. They probably thought they wouldn't be enough to face Satan, the one who'd made Ludwig the owner of the Holy Sword fall. If they are here to investigate. That meant that soon the main army that consisted of angels would arrive on Earth. There was a chance that Raphael, one of the 4 archangels, would come to Earth as well. Well, should I wait until angels come to Earth? The angels were important allies. They had to fight alongside the guardians against Satan, the demon of prophecy. Fighting against Satan when they weren't there yet would be dumb, even if I can beat them. It was a matter of cost and benefit. He didn't have a reason to face Satan alone. Not only that, Satan had divinity. He wasn't sure where he'd obtained it, but he needed to be prepared for unexpected variables. Knock, knock, he heard someone knock on the door. A smile appeared on his face. Darling, Kang-woo coughed and then opened the door. He saw Han Xiala with a cup of coffee. Mr. Kang-woo, are you busy? No, I finished most of the urgent things. Except for looking at documents, he didn't have anything to do until angels arrived on Earth. A smile appeared on Han Xiala's face after hearing that. Then, should we go out to walk? Why yes, Han Xiala nodded. It was an awkward but fresh atmosphere. It was the first time Kang-woo felt such emotion since he was born. I'm glad I returned. If he were still in hell, he wouldn't have been able to feel such emotions. Where do you want to go? Using the Hall of Protection, we could go to most countries. No, I just want to walk around a park that's nearby. A park, but we could go anywhere. Physical distance and money didn't pose any problems. Kang-woo was among the wealthiest people in the world after all. It didn't matter if it were a luxury hotel or a 3-star restaurant, they could go anywhere. Foo-foo, it's okay. Let's leave that for next time. Han Xiala grabbed Kang-woo's hands while smiling brightly and pulled him a bit. They opened the door and walked out, and cool air brushed past his cheeks. They walked through the park and discussed all sorts of things. It wasn't that they were talking about anything important, they just talked about Echidna, a TV program they'd enjoyed recently and where they wanted to visit. Usually he only talked about important things with Balrog and Lilith, so it felt refreshing. A smile appeared on his face. He began thinking that he had perhaps been able to endure so many years in hell for that moment. Should we take a seat? Yes. They found a bench to sit on and he looked around. The night park was full of families, couples, and students. Authority of fear. Kang-woo used the authority of fear for a very brief moment. The faces of the people around the park paled and they ended up walking away from the park. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. Everyone suddenly went away. You're right, Kang-woo said while shrugging. Han Xiala sighed as if she had realized who the culprit was. They sat together on the bench in a moment of silence. Now that I think about it, Kang-woo, is there any place you want to visit? I'm not sure since I don't know much. You needed to have done things before to know what you wanted to choose as entertainment. Before returning to Earth, the only forms of entertainment he could think of doing were eating, reading free novels, and reading manhwa. He never thought, oh, I want to visit that place. You're the same as me. Han Xiala lightly laughed. She'd also had some harsh high school days, so she wasn't used to doing things for entertainment's sake. I previously wanted to go to Disneyland with you, Kang-woo. She narrowed her eyes and pinched Kang-woo's sides. Kang-woo remained silent after remembering what had happened in Japan. He couldn't find any excuses. You will go with me later on, right? Of course, hee. Han Xiala spread her hands and smiled. She carefully hugged Kang-woo's arms. He felt a soft sensation spreading through his arms. Oh my god. Kang-woo's widened and shook. Han Xiala placed her head on his shoulders. Let's stay like this for a bit. We could stay like this forever, Kang-woo gulped. He felt such sweet sensations and it was a bit awkward. Fuck, how do I deal with this situation if I don't know anything? All he'd done for the past 10,000 years was fight. Even after returning to Earth, that lifestyle continued. He'd never experienced something like that. What should I do? His thoughts felt fuzzy. Should I set a wedding date? It seemed like there was no other choice but that. Damn it, I didn't buy a ring yet. He felt anxious and couldn't help but blame his lack of preparation. Where should we go for our honeymoon? Hawaii. What about educating our children? Should we send them to private school? Mr. Kang-woo. No, private isn't good. It would be better to send them to a normal school for primary school. Yes. Was it called social media? I heard that you'd get bullied if you don't do that. I wonder when I should buy a smartphone for them. What are you talking about? When should I pay a deposit for a house? Excuse me. Mr. Kang-woo, Han Xiala waved her hand at Kang-woo, who'd fallen into thought, but her words didn't reach him. Why is he acting like this? Han Xiala looked at Kang-woo in confusion. He talked about old age and educating children while making a scary expression. Han Xiala looked at him with a troubled expression but held him tighter. A warm sensation spread through her chest. Heh, she smiled. After her confession succeeded last time, she'd been having dreamlike days. Although it's too bad that we don't have much time to spend together. Still, being connected with the person you liked felt good. She looked at her own hands. I need to work harder. She didn't want to stay by his side while being one-sidedly protected. After all, the world's destiny rested on Kang-woo's shoulders, at least a bit. She wanted to lighten that heavy burden. After laying her head on Kang-woo's shoulders for a bit, Han Xiala let his arm go. She really wanted to stay like that for a bit longer, but it was time for her to return. After all, she had a skill she was training. Mr. Kang-woo was still mumbling about things while making a confused expression. Han Xiala pouted and clenched her fist. In situations like this. She'd recently learned that she had to be a bit more active in situations like that. Han Xiala looked around and took a deep breath. She looked around and kissed him on his cheeks. Did you return to your senses? She blushed and Han Xiala avoided looking at him. Let's go back, Kang-woo nodded. The two walked across the park and reached the entrance of the building. Go first. Why? Is there anywhere you want to go? No, it's just that I wanted to take in a bit more fresh air, Han Xiala said while fanning her reddened face. Kang-woo thought about it for a while but ended up entering the apartment first. Han Xiala sighed while putting her hands on her bright red cheeks. She felt the sensation on her lips. Tap, tap, she heard footsteps and turned her head toward the source of the sound. I'm glad. The woman said, a smile on her face. It was Kurosaki Yurino, Lilith, who was inside her body. Ah, Han Xiala let out an exclamation. Lilith, she knew about her and Kang-woo's relationship. Her feelings became heavy. Congratulations, you've obtained the Demon King's feelings. Fu, it makes me want to learn your secret. She felt the emotions hiding behind Lilith's smile. Han Xiala hesitated. In reality, she had nothing to say to Lilith. It was a simple matter. She'd succeeded and Lilith had failed, that was it. But Lilith had spent 1,000 years next to Kang-woo, so she couldn't ignore her feelings. After thinking about it for a while, Han Xiala opened her mouth. I think you should be a bit more active. Yes, that's what I did. She had taken the first step. Just with that, she was able to check Kang-woo's emotions. Miss Lilith's attitude was probably too passive. Just like how she used to be. If not, there's no way Kang-woo would have ignored the feelings of such a beautiful woman. A bit more active, yes. I think that you should show him your sincere and honest feelings. Oh, Lilith's eyes shone. Han Xiala grabbed her hand. They were really beautiful hands. To be honest, I'm still not sure if this is right or wrong. But Miss Lilith, do you remember what you told me before? Mr. Kang-woo wants to heal his wounds. I don't think I can do that alone, because I don't know Mr. Kang-woo's past. Han Xiala struggled but said those words. She'd asked Kang-woo numerous times, but he'd always avoided talking about it on purpose. Miss Xiala, I wish for Miss Lilith to also be able to convey her feelings. Han Xiala smiled brightly. Be a bit more active and honest. If you do so, I'm sure Mr. Kang-woo will recognize you. Ah, that's right. You said you could return to your previous form, right? I'm sure he'd like that even more. I'm also going to root for you. Lilith's body trembled a bit and she hugged Hansiala. Thank you, a bit more active. I see, you're right. I feel like I've been too passive up until now. A smile appeared on Lilith's face. Her long black hair rose into the sky. Just like Miss Yala, I'm going to summon my courage and take a step forward. Her floating hair slowly transformed into green tentacles. Chapter 228, Error. Part 1, ha ha ha. Heavy breathing was heard and his clothes were soaked in a cold sweat. A black figure shot forward at an incredible speed. Boom, he aggressively opened the door of the building and saw an abnormally tall ceiling. Demon King, Balrog, who was training alone in the big space, tilted his head. Please let me hide here for a bit. Did something happen? Somehow, I feel uneasy. Kang-woo kept talking with a hardened expression on his face. After he returned from hanging out with Siala, he looked over the documents he'd received from Kim Shi-hoon once more. Then, right when he was getting ready to sleep, he heard a viscous liquid dripping along with something moving through the wall, so he quickly got up. I know this sound. He felt a familiar uneasiness. A premonition-like sense was telling him to escape. Kang-woo left his house without hesitation and went to where Balrog was staying. Ha ha ha, you used to do this also in hell. Balrog walked toward him, smiling. Don't laugh. That's even scarier. Balrog placed his hand on Kang-woo's back. If you wanted to see me, you could have just said so. If it's the king's order, Balrog will go anywhere. What nonsense are you saying? His mouth fell open in disbelief. Balrog cleaned the sweat off with a towel the size of a blanket, as if he were satisfied that Kang-woo was there to see him. Kang-woo wanted to say something, but he just sighed as if he were too tired to say anything. He turned his head and looked around. It feels like I'm inside Gulliver's Travels. All of the equipment inside was specifically built for Balrog, who was 5 meters tall. Since all of the furniture in the room was meant for Balrog's size, he felt like a small person who'd gone to a country full of giants. He jumped off the ground and landed on top of a giant sofa. Is there anything you find uncomfortable? He asked him in passing. Balrog smiled. There's nothing. Still, isn't living alone uncomfortable? Balrog had countless underlings beneath him in hell, but they were on Earth. He had no underlings or a worthy partner. Just because he was a demon didn't mean he had no emotions or that he couldn't feel loneliness. Hop. Balrog sat on the sofa. The sofa swayed, and for a brief moment Kang-woo's body floated in the air. He opened his mouth. It's okay, after all, the Demon King is here. I was more lonely in hell after you left, Demon King. What? He couldn't understand it. If he had disappeared since Balrog was second in command, he would have been the one in charge of the Demon King's army. Balrog probably became the Demon King. Since they'd killed all the archdukes except for the ancient demonic monsters, there probably wasn't anyone capable of putting his position as Demon King at risk. He had obtained the power to rule over the Hell of 9 Skies, so Kang-woo couldn't understand why he'd struggled in hell. It's because you weren't there, Demon King. You're going to give me goosebumps. He felt chills at Balrog's calm reply. Kang-woo increased the distance between them in disgust. Balrog clapped as if he'd remembered something. Oh yeah, Demon King, how about you try this? He walked toward the giant refrigerator and opened it before taking a giant silver container out of it. Draft beer? It was a giant draft beer container they often used in shops. Balrog nodded and brought out 2 of the giant containers. Didn't we enjoy a feast with humans where we burned the corpse of a beast and enjoyed eating it? Don't tell me, are you talking about the barbecue we had at the picnic? Oh, so that act of cruelty is called a barbecue. To think that they'd laugh while eating the corpse of prey they hunted. Humans really are something. No, I mean, if you put it like that, you're right, but anyway, I tasted beer for the first time back then, the sensation of it hitting the upper part of my mouth. It was a surprising taste I hadn't been able to experience in hell. You have a sense of taste? Kang-woo asked back in surprise. A demon's taste buds were almost non-existent because, after all, they didn't need to eat or drink, so there was no way they would have taste buds. To them, eating the corpse of another demon was like a victory ceremony. Ha ha ha, after I got used to it, it wasn't bad, but I still can't understand the flavor of the kimchi stew the Demon King enjoys so much. How dare you insult kimchi stew? Ha ha ha, I'm sorry. Balrog smiled brightly. Kang-woo smiled as he recalled memories of the past while they were still in the 9th hell. He remembered that the conversations he had with Balrog while engaging in war against the archdukes were entertaining. Crack pshh. Oh fuck. Balrog tore the top off the draft beer container and the beer overflowed from it. Balrog picked up the other huge draft beer container and gave it to Kang-woo. From what I've seen, humans did it like this. Leaving the cheers aside, what are you going to do about the floor? Ah, that's okay. Baltzak will clean it up later. You're just going to leave everything to him. Hee, aren't I in a higher position than him? Also, I'm not sure who he learned from, but he seemed quite used to doing housework. It's probably born talent. Balrog burst into laughter. Kang-woo sighed and bounced his finger. The Authority of Ice activated, and a cold beer cup was created that he poured some of the alcohol into before raising it. Cheers, it was an unexpected toast. Although it had nothing to do with the battle that was going to happen, he didn't feel like he was doing a useless thing. He remembered when he'd first met Balrog. Ha, it's quite refreshing. Are there any snacks? If you want, I'll go to a demon cult base right now and take a demon's head. No thanks, fuck, I just can't talk with you. Kang-woo shook his head and took a sip of beer, and the carbonation passed through his throat. There was a refreshing sensation, and the uneasiness he was feeling was swept away. This reminds me of the past. The past? Yes, when I first met you, Demon King. Kang-woo remained silent after he heard that. Coincidentally, he was thinking the same thing. I'm Balrog. He remembered their first dialogue. I see the rumors that a human had been able to climb up to the ninth hell were true. He raised his head and saw him drinking from the beer can. I came here because there's something I wanted to ask. His body was covered with wounds and his eyes were dark, like the eyes of a dead fish rather than the eyes of a demon. Kill me. The memory was cut short. Kang-woo swallowed the beer, his mouth closed. A bitter taste spread through his mouth. I still remember your reply, Demon King. Really? It's been so long that I can't remember it. You said, don't act as if you know what I've been through. Back the fuck off. Come on, there's no way I said something like that. In reality, there were more insults. At the time, I didn't know how to speak Korean and I could only use demon language. There was silence. Kang-woo coughed and avoided looking at him. How weird, there's no way I said something like that. They said it was easy for past memories to be misremembered. Kang-woo shook his head and served more beer. Kang-hee once again clinked glasses with Balrog. This isn't bad, drinking while talking about the past. He never imagined he'd do it with Balrog, but it didn't feel bad. One day when everything's over. Those kinds of days would become normal. He continued drinking his beer. Demon King, sniff. Demon King, do you know how lonely I was without you? How is it possible that a demon got drunk? Drunk, ha ha ha. There's no way I, Balrog, would become drunk from alcohol like this. You bastard, you're drunk right now. Come on, there's no way. See, I can even walk straight. Crack, Balrog stepped on a table and crushed it. Then he hugged Kang-woo with his muscular arm. Perhaps it was because he was training before Kang-woo visited, but an immense smell hit him. He couldn't breathe. Click, Balrog, have you seen Kang-woo? I asked Miss Siala, but she said he suddenly went out. The door opened and Kim Shi-hoon entered. Kim Shi-hoon's expression hardened after he saw Balrog hugging Kang-woo. Shi-hoon, help me. Kang-woo extended his hands and Kim Shi-hoon trembled. Balrog, you, chilling killing intent rose up. Shi-hoon, help me. Kang-woo looked at Shi-hoon with hopeful eyes while he was being restrained by Balrog. How could you do something so rude? Shi-hoon, Balrog, pick up your weapon. What nonsense is this? I challenge you to a duel. Excuse me, ha ha ha, good for me. What's good? Boom, Balrog got up. Let's see who's more fit to be the king's subordinate human. That's exactly what I want. Stop, you crazy bastards. Kang-woo grabbed his head at the unexpected development of events. Then, squeak, he heard a liquid dripping. Kang-woo's face turned pale. Phew, I was wondering where you were. I finally found you. I listened to a piece of advice from Miss Siala today. I see. It seems like I was too passive until now. What passive? Yes, I realized I must be more active in communicating my feelings toward the Demon King. No, that's not it. Come here, my love. Lilith hugged him. Balrog and Kim Shi-hoon took out their weapons and began fighting. There was a huge vibration and the building shook. Will days like this keep happening before everything's over? He felt that he was in the middle of a nightmare and freed himself from the tentacles, desperately moving away. He tried to enter the secret lab in Balrog's building. BZZT, scanning finger, error, stopping device, stopping, what, why isn't it opening? There was liquid over the scanning device, so the door wasn't opening. I can't open the door, squeak Enno. A tentacle wrapped around his body as if it were stopping him from escaping. This is crazy, I have to get out of here, wait, I can't, AHHH, chapter 229. The truth can't be extinguished, part 1, angels arrived. Yes, I just received a revelation, Gaia nodded. She had called the Guardians to the Hall of Protection. The most important members of Guardians, such as Kim Shi-hoon, Grace, Ki-yeon-ju, and Chin Moo-jin, were gathered in the conference room. Kim Shi-hoon looked over the documents, which detailed the Light Watchers' movement over a map. The Light Watchers we've been watching have also begun moving. It seems they decided to make a base in Africa, Ki-yeon-ju said after taking a glimpse at the documents. Kim Shi-hoon nodded. Yes. They're currently building a base where the confrontation between Lucifer and Satan took place. It seems like they're considering a long-term battle against Satan. Considering what I can see in the pictures, it seems like they're building a fortress. Ki-yeon-ju laughed in disbelief. As angels started to go to Earth, the Light Watchers also began moving. How are they building this? Even if we take all of the Light Watchers into consideration, there don't seem to be more than 100. The angels are also helping. But most importantly, can you see this? What's this rock? I think that it's a golem that moves with magic. It seems like they're using this golem to build a large-scale fortress. Ki-yeon-ju tilted her head in confusion. They'd moved so many people that it was hard to believe their main goal was to kill Satan. The goal probably changed, Kang-woo answered. It seems like they concluded that taking care of the demon of prophecy is more urgent than Lucifer. Yes. Ki Yeonju nodded. If they'd moved so many people, they couldn't help but think they were more concerned about the demon of prophecy. Considering they're building a fortress there, it seems like they haven't given up on Lucifer. It seems like their goal is to destroy all demons. Isn't that better for us? The meeting kept going on. Most of the topics were things Kang-woo was already aware of, so he wasn't able to get new information. There's a problem. Gaia opened her mouth. According to the revelation, Mr. Raphael has refused to collaborate with Earth's gods. It seems like he doesn't trust us, Gaia said in a heavy voice. Their expressions darkened. There was no need to think too deeply about why they had lost Raphael's trust. Ludwig, the other guardians remained silent as that name left Kim Shi-hoon's mouth. The saint that had fallen to Satan, the demon of prophecy. It seemed like Ludwig was an apostle Raphael cared for deeply. He was quite shocked because of his death and was extremely angry. Thanks to that, Raphael couldn't help but be angry at the guardians who had not been able to protect him. It was obvious. If you compared it to a country, it would be as if a country had sent help after receiving a support request, but the soldiers they'd sent to help had been kidnapped by a terrorist and then killed. Even if the fault were on the terrorists, they would still be angry at the country they had tried to help as well. This isn't the time to hesitate, Gaia said in response to the grim atmosphere. Miss Gaia's representative, Mr. Uranos, is currently trying to convince Mr. Raphael, and it isn't that he completely refused to collaborate. More than that. Gaia hesitated for a moment and then kept talking. Mr. Raphael said he wants to meet Guardian Kim Shi-hoon. Me, yes. Kim Shi-hoon was surprised at the sudden mention of his name. It seems like Mr. Ludwig had given a report about Guardian Kim Shi-hoon. Not only that, but the Holy Sword chose you, so he said he wants to meet and talk with you. Kim Shi-hoon remained silent and lowered his head while making a grim expression. It was as if he were asking if he had the right to meet Raphael. After all, he wasn't able to do anything while Ludwig was falling due to Satan's actions. He hesitated for a bit and then raised his head. I'll go, he said in a firm voice. If he avoided it, it would be like ignoring Ludwig's death. If he really were sad because of his death and was feeling guilty. If he'd really inherited Ludwig's sword and shared his same beliefs. He couldn't ignore Raphael's proposal. I'm going to convince Mr. Raphael. Guardian Kim Shi-hoon. Gaia extended her hand while making a worried expression. Kim Shi-hoon grabbed her hand. They weren't collaborating yet, so sending Kim Shi-hoon into Raphael's territory would be dangerous. In the worst-case scenario, he might take the Holy Sword and make him pay the price of not being able to protect Ludwig. If things went wrong, there was a chance they might end up becoming enemies. It's okay, Miss Gaia. Kim Shi-hoon grabbed her hand tighter. At that moment, Gaia's face reddened. I'm going to convince Mr. Raphael and make him collaborate with Guardian. But I know what Miss Gaia is worrying about, but if I don't go, I think there's a chance this relationship won't recover at all. Gaia remained silent. Kim Shi-hoon's role was undeniably important. Satan was strong. As the demon of prophecy, he had a huge power called the Sea of Demonic Energy, and he could freely use hundreds of different authorities. Although Gaia had used all of her divinity, she couldn't stop him. Of course, I heard Miss Gaia sealed most of his strength, but it had been 2 years since Gaia used her divinity to seal the Sea of Demonic Energy. Even if Satan was the demon of prophecy, there was no way he'd be able to unseal it in just 2 years, but still, the Sea of Demonic Energy. It was an undeniably impressive power, and they couldn't relax just because it was sealed. We need the help of angels. After Gaia used most of her divinity, the gods of Earth could not interfere with what was happening on Earth. Help from the heavens was necessary in such a situation. I'm going to trust Guardian Kim Shi-hoon. Gaia nodded and smiled. Kim Shi-hoon stood up. Hyonim, I'll be going. After Gaia, he walked toward Kang-woo. Kang-woo patted Kim Shi-hoon's shoulders. I'm sure you'll be able to do it. If possible, he'd have wanted to go and see Raphael along with Kim Shi-hoon, but what Raphael wished for was to talk with Kim Shi-hoon alone. If a third party went along with him, there was a chance things would turn out wrong. Of course, it's not like I'm going to watch from a distance and do nothing. After the meeting, Kang-woo followed Kim Shi-hoon to Africa and saw the angels that were in the process of building their base. They really are building it like a fortress. He felt they were determined to find the demon of prophecy and kill him, where the communication crystal vibrated at that moment. It wasn't the one used to communicate with Guardian, it was the one he used with Lilith. What's wrong? There's something I need to inform you of. What happened? I noticed that the cultists have started moving. Right now. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes, the timing was too good. What should I do? Stay still for the moment. He didn't have the mental space to think about the demon cult at the moment, Raphael and Kim Shi-hoon's meeting. He had to ensure a collaborative relationship was built thanks to their meeting. Yes, the call was cut. Then, Kang-woo closed his eyes and used an authority, Ting activating authority of subordination. Sharing senses with your familiar spirit. He looked at the angels through Kim Shi-hoon's eyes. They were wearing silver armor, a gentle light leaked out of them and in the middle of them. Is that Raphael? He saw an angel with 8 wings, haloed by light. At around 5 meters tall, his height was similar to Balrog's. He looks kind of like a human. Although his size couldn't be called a human's, his outer appearance was very similar. Not only that, but he was good-looking. His blonde hair resembled a lion's mane, and he could feel a sense of wildness from his angular face. Fuck, how unfair. He thought it would have been nice if demons looked like humans like angels did. He recalled Lilith and quickly shook his head. Kim Shi-hoon knelt in front of Raphael, who was sitting on a giant chair. So you're the human who inherited Ludwig's sword? Yes. He heard Raphael and Kim Shi-hoon's conversation. He couldn't feel animosity coming from him, and it didn't seem to be a bad start. To obtain a bit more trust, sending strength to your familiar spirit. You've sent divine energy to familiar spirit Kim Shi-hoon. He sent the divine energy that he had to Kim Shi-hoon. You even have divine energy. Nice. Raphael's voice had brightened. It seemed like if it was a human who'd received divine energy, he was more trustworthy than others. I came here for my friend Ludwig, to ask forgiveness for his death. Nice. Kang-woo nodded after hearing Kim Shi-hoon's sincere words, saying that they'd gone there to receive help from the angels from the beginning wasn't a good idea. First, untangling the negative emotions that had come about from Ludwig's death was more important. Well done, my child. He was cheering for Kim Shi-hoon, that was all he could do. From then on, it all depended on Kim Shi-hoon. Authority of fake color. He used an authority to create 2 bars that emitted a bright light. Good luck, Shi-hoon, he waved the light sticks. I see, so that's what happened. Yes, when I arrived, he'd already. The conversation went smoothly. At that point, it seemed like they would be able to receive Raphael's help easily. Mr. Raphael, what happened? A demon apostle has appeared. What? Kang-woo frowned at the unexpected development of events. He saw a woman covered in bandages. Apostles of light, I'm Yulia, a servant of the darkness, a servant of Satan, so you appeared before us without any fear. I came here to tell Mr. Raphael the truth. The truth? Yulia, who was kneeling in front of Raphael, kept talking. We weren't the ones to make your apostle fall, the true culprit of that was. She turned her head and looked at Kim Shi-hoon with eyes full of resentment. The guardians, there was a heavy silence. Kang-woo's expression distorted. These bastards. Kang-woo clenched his fists. How dare they try to fabricate a lie? He felt anger as he watched their obvious ill intent. Chapter 230, The Truth Can't Be Extinguished. Part 2, Those Pieces of Trash. His hands trembled and he felt his anger rising. Kang-woo frowned. Guardians made Ludwig fall? That was complete nonsense. The demon cult didn't know what had happened inside that dungeon, what kind of conversation was exchanged, and how Ludwig had died. There was absolutely no proof. What they were doing was incitement and fabrication. They were just throwing out a random fantasy they had thought up. They're trying to make him distrust us. Thanks to what happened with Ludwig, the angels had started to distrust Guardian, and the demon cult was trying to take advantage of that. Instead of providing evidence and logic, they tried to prove themselves through lies. He laughed in disbelief. It was a foolish attempt, but Kang-woo's eyes narrowed. It's still not good. He wasn't sure what kind of fake scenario they would lay out to enforce their lies, but the most important thing was what would happen if Raphael believed them. There were many things about Ludwig's death that weren't clear, so Guardian also didn't have a way to counter their lies. The biggest thing is, Kim Shi-hoon had killed Ludwig. Even if he'd already fallen at that point, it didn't change the fact that he'd killed him. I wonder what they're going to say. He fell into thought while looking at Yulia. They probably won't just talk without showing anything. It didn't matter if they'd really made Ludwig fall or not. Satan and the demon cult were both forces of darkness. They weren't beings that could reach an agreement with Ludwig. What I'm guessing is that, he narrowed his eyes, authority of insight. As expected, the tips of Kang-woo's mouth went up. So you're going to do that, He got up. Baltsek, he put his finger on his ear and called his underling. Did you call me, master? Are the preparations done? Of course, there was no need to ask what he was talking about. Kang-woo nodded. Send it right now. He cut the conversation. I can't stand still and do nothing. Incitement and provocation. They were trying to spread false information to worsen the relationship between Guardian and the angels, and he couldn't stand still while they did that. Instead, it could be a great opportunity. Kang-woo raised the communication crystal as he walked. Lilith, yes, Mr. Kang-woo, a reply came immediately. Have you heard any information about the situation? If it's about Satan's apostle entering the angel's base, I just received the news. I'm sorry, I should have been more careful. No, it's okay. Rather than that, he quietly opened his mouth. There's one thing I wish you could help me with. Lilith laughed lightly at Kang-woo's words. Anything the king orders. What? A breathtaking sense of pressure emanated from his 5-meter-tall body, and he stood straight with wide shoulders and bulging muscles. His armor shone with golden light and 8 wings sprouted from his back. Archangel Raphael frowned at the demon cult apostle's words. Nonsense, Kim Shi-hoon stood up and stomped on the ground. A white light began gathering as he spread his hand and summoned a greatsword, Holy Sword Ludwig. The myth-ranked weapon that had the strength of Archangel Raphael and the blessing of a high elf began to pour bright light out of it. Wait, Raphael raised his hand. He looked at Yulia with deep, sunken eyes. What does that mean? Yulia lowered her head. It's just like I said, the demon cult and Satan have nothing to do with this incident. This is something that was caused by Guardian. Ha, Raphael laughed in disbelief. He looked at Yulia as if she was speaking nonsense. Do you think I'll just believe you? Her words made no sense, and there was no way he would believe something like that. It would be hard to believe from one of his apostles, let alone one of Satan's apostles. There was no need to think about it. Foo-foo. The tips of Yulia's mouth went up and she slowly stood. Yulia seemed confident. Raphael frowned when he saw her unashamed, confident demeanor. She seemed too confident to be an apostle of evil who had walked straight into an archangel's base. Then, Mr. Raphael, are you sure Guardian wasn't involved in this? That's probably not the case, right? In the end, the one that killed Ludwig was. She slowly raised her finger and pointed at Kim Shi-hoon. That human over there, shut up, Kim Shi-hoon angrily shouted. He glared at her. Ludwig was already at a point of no return, he said as if he were chewing the words. He remembered Ludwig's grotesque veins and pained appearance, and he remembered his last communications in the dungeon of begging them to escape and not go there. There was nothing I could have done. Kim Shi-hoon lowered his head. Yulia smiled brightly. There was nothing you could have done. Do you have any proof of that? Wasn't everyone there a guardian? Answer, was there anyone there that wasn't a guardian member? There was nobody, right? Then stop. Raphael raised his hand and glared at Yulia. Apostle of evil, are you trying to play tricks on me? Mr. Raphael, I'm sorry if you feel that way. Yulia turned her head and kept talking. Still, don't you think that it's weird? They said that Ludwig suddenly fell into a demon's trap at that moment, but how did he end up falling for that? There was a heavy silence. We thought the situation was strange, so we took a glimpse at Light Watcher's reports. Yulia's eyes shone. According to the report, Ludwig used the gate in the Hall of Protection that the Guardians used to get here. Foo-foo. Isn't that too much of a coincidence, to think he'd get dragged to another place while using a gate inside the Guardian's base? You bitch. Kim Shi-hoon couldn't hold back the anger anymore and stood up, and the holy sword in his hands began shining intensely. He was about to leap forward when Raphael opened his mouth. Wait, boom, cough. A huge amount of pressure weighed down on Kim Shi-hoon's shoulders and he fell to his knees. Raphael closed his eyes and began to organize his thoughts. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Raphael kept thinking in the heavy silence. He slowly opened his mouth. Still, I can't trust what you're saying. I knew you were going to say that. Yulia cut Raphael's words short. Yulia took out something she had prepared. It was a black communication crystal. This isn't the place for a lowly servant like me anymore, she smiled brightly. I think it would be better if you cleared up the misunderstanding by yourselves. A light started to come out from the black communication crystal that spread to form a hologram, and pitch-black darkness appeared. A floating red mask showed up. I didn't think that we would ever talk like this. Don't tell me, Satan, my appearance has changed a lot, but yes, I'm Satan. Yellow eyes became visible from behind the mask. I'm Satan. Raphael closed his mouth. Kim Shi-hoon's expression distorted and immense anger rose up within him. How dare the one that made Ludwig fall? Try to put the blame on Guardian, crack. He pushed back Raphael's divine energy, straightened his knees and stood. What? Raphael's eyes widened as if he wasn't expecting a human to be able to withstand his energy and stand up. Boom. Kim Shi-hoon stomped on the ground. Satn, he screamed and charged forward. Then, boom, Shi-hoon, someone grabbed Kim Shi-hoon's arms. Hyonim, calm down. If you move, you'll just be doing what he wants. Kang-woo appeared after smashing through the ceiling of the fortress and was able to stop Kim Shi-hoon. You're the hyong of that human, Kim Shi-hoon. It seemed like Raphael had already heard about Kang-woo, so he wasn't that surprised. I'm sorry for listening in on your conversation. Kang-woo bowed. Raphael answered with deep, sunken eyes. No, it's okay. I wasn't expecting you guys to send that human alone, after all. Raphael was aware of the uncomfortable relationship between angels and the Guardians. Things are flowing in an interesting manner. Satan, who was looking at the scene unfold, began to laugh out loud. Kang-woo glared at Satan. Satan spoke in a relaxed voice. Then let's go back to the main topic. Say it. I didn't put a hand on the human you call Ludwig, if you're still suspicious. Satan spread his hand. A thick darkness started to distort it and take shape, and a black sphere appeared. This is my demonic energy. Go ahead and follow it. If there are traces of it inside the Hall of Protection, then you will know that I was involved, but if there's none, he began to laugh out loud. It will prove that the Guardians did it. There was silence and Raphael's eyes shook. He couldn't think of it as one of Satan's simple tactics. An angel's ability to track demonic energy was quite advanced after all, and there was no way Satan didn't know that. If he's willing to go this far, it was true that he couldn't help but have some doubts. No, there were lots of weird things regarding Ludwig's death. It was true that he had died after using a gate that was located in the Hall of Protection, and when he fell, the only ones to witness it were guardians. Doubts started to appear in Raphael's eyes. Kang-woo also frowned. It was as if he'd been hit unexpectedly from behind. How about that? Satan's laugh was heard. Isn't it pretty suspicious? A giant black sphere hovered in a cave covered with transparent ice and shrouded in darkness. One of Satan's fragments was wearing a mask and draped in curtain-like darkness. There was a black communication crystal in front of him. What's going on? Satan mumbled uncomfortably. Why aren't you making the connection, Yulia? The expected time had already passed, but still there was no reaction coming from the communication crystal. Why is it taking so long? Satan tilted his head in confusion. Chapter 231, The Truth Can't Be Extinguished. Part 3, hurried steps echoed through a huge, icy cave that was covered in darkness. Mr. S. Satan, a man wearing a black robe, ran in, and a huge black sphere of about 30 meters in diameter shook. The darkness leaking from the sphere began to move, and a red mask appeared at the end of the darkness. What do you want? Why, you see, the priest seemed to be struggling to talk. His eyes were shaking, and he opened his mouth after taking a deep breath. Our signal was hijacked. What? The darkness shook as if Satan couldn't understand what the priest was saying. The signal was hijacked. What did that mean? Right now, the mirror of darkness that Miss Yulia has is connected to another being. Wait, then. Why hasn't Yulia called? He still couldn't understand it. If the signal was hijacked and the mirror of darkness was connected to someone else, there was no way Yulia wouldn't have noticed it. She would have tried to contact him another way or destroyed the mirror of darkness. You see, the priest wasn't sure how he was supposed to explain it. No, as if he'd given up, he explained things as they were happening. Someone claiming to be Satan has appeared. Again, that bastard again. Satan asked back as if he were about to go crazy. Someone claiming to be him. He couldn't understand what kind of resentment he had toward him, but he always claimed to be Satan and made things go from bad to worse. If he thought about all the plans that the impersonator had screwed up, he thought his rationality would be blown away. Even Yulia was deceived. Yes, it seems like Miss Yulia hasn't realized what's happening because what that being is saying is similar to what we originally planned. He's saying something similar to what was planned. Yes, he's talking and trying to put the blame for killing Ludwig on the Guardians, similar to what we'd. No, to be honest, he seems to be doing a better job. There was a short silence and Satan's eyes shook. There's no way. He knew a few things about the being claiming to be him. Although he didn't want to admit it, he could only think of one being who could do something like that, and the chances of him helping him were 0. He's a monster. He was the nightmare of hell, a tyrant that had appeared in hell and brought a change to the landscape that had remained the same after the 7 archdukes reached an agreement. There was no other demon that craved as much as him. He had a craving that was close to madness, obsession. Memories of the war of thousands of years came back to his mind. Satan's body trembled and he quickly sent a signal. Turn the signal back here. That's not possible. Miss Kalja and the other priests are doing their best, but the magic pattern is too complex, so we cannot turn the signal back. The priest gulped and kept talking. The only thing we can do at the moment is try to get some of the signal and get a grasp on what's happening. Okay, turn it on. Yes. The priest in front of Satan started to manipulate the crystal in front of them. They saw Raphael, Yulia, and the angels, and, what? Satan's eyes widened. A human appeared in the video and Satan was horrified after seeing a young man with sharp eyes. Why is the demon king? Wait then, who's imitating? He became confused. At that moment, the countless authorities of the demon king passed through his mind. Don't tell me. His body started to tremble. Authority of cloning. Satan's eyes sank. He began thinking at a fast speed. Find him? Yes. He can't maintain the authority of cloning over a far distance. He probably created a clone near the angel's fortress and is trying to set things up that way. He'd suffered from that tactic a few times and Satan's body trembled in anger. How long do you think you'll be able to do this? He thought it was a good chance. He wasn't sure why the demon king was trying to act like him, but this is the last time. He would make sure everyone knew the truth. If he was lucky, he might be able to turn Raphael's attention to the demon king instead of him. The mask he's wearing. He was going to take it off himself, and then he was going to destroy everything he'd built. He would give him an end worthy of the title Archduke of Revenge. Move as many soldiers as possible. Find where the signal is being manipulated from. Kill his clone. The clone created with the authority of cloning wasn't very strong. If they could find it, they would probably be able to overwhelm it easily. This time. It's your turn to suffer, Satan's yellow eyes shone while he looked at the demon king through the video. There was a heavy silence. Raphael slowly opened his mouth. Why should I believe your words? Satan didn't answer. After maintaining the silence for a while, he opened his mouth. Raphael, you're free to believe what you want. As long as I have the sea of demonic energy, you and I are destined to kill each other, but… He made a chilling laugh, turned his head and looked to where Kang-woo was standing. It's just that I don't want pieces of trash wearing a mask and mentioning my name. Satan? Kang-woo frowned. He turned his head to Raphael. Mr. Raphael, you don't believe in what that evil demon is. Human, shut up. So you are doubting. Kang-woo sighed after seeing Raphael's reaction. Fine. Just like Satan said, feel free to use his demonic energy to search the Hall of Protection. Are you that confident? We know why you suspect us and how much you cared for Ludwig, but we're innocent. Ludwig fell at Satan's hand. Raphael remained silent and doubt appeared on his face. He was stuck between Satan and Kang-woo's words. To be honest, he couldn't believe either of them. Ludwig. He called the name of his apostle, a human that was more dedicated to light than any human he'd ever seen. He had an incredible talent, an indomitable will, and strong beliefs. He was a very important apostle. There weren't many humans capable of throwing away their family and friends for the light. Having lost such a loyal apostle was painful, even for Raphael. At least your revenge. He wanted to do it with his own hands. Raphael looked with sharp eyes at Kang-woo, Kim Shi-hoon, and Satan. Who was lying? There's only one way to check the truth. He got up. I'm going to use your demonic energy to check. Good choice. Raphael began to walk slowly. Yulia raised both hands while making a fishy smile. A demonic energy stone that Satan had prepared appeared in her hands. Kim Shi-hoon's expression hardened when he saw it. Hyunam, is that okay? If Satan did something in the Hall of Protection, Kim Shi-hoon said in a worried voice. He was sure it wasn't them who made Ludwig fall because, after all, every member of Guardian was present when they got the message. Still, if Satan was so confident, he's probably done something. This is all because I wasn't. Kim Shi-hoon mumbled as if he were blaming himself. When Ludwig fell, if he hadn't killed him. If he had been able to restrain him somehow, they wouldn't have been subject to such unfair suspicions. If we end up suffering because of one of Satan's tactics again, he felt like he wouldn't be able to stop blaming himself. Shi-hoon, don't worry. Kang-woo grabbed Shi-hoon's shoulder, bit his lip and spoke in a firm voice. Even if they try to cover the truth with their lies, how much could you cover the sun with the palm of your hands? Was the burning light not visible because it was dark? The truth can't be extinguished. It just burned. What? Satan mumbled in confusion, just why he'd never made Ludwig fall. Not only that, but no member of the demon cult had touched him, so the culprit was probably the demon king. Then, why? How could he be so confident? If they used the demonic energy stone that had his demonic energy, the angels should be able to figure out that there weren't traces of his demonic energy inside the Hall of Protection. In that case, the Guardians would be blamed, and just like he wished, Raphael would get rid of the culprits. There's no way he doesn't know that. He couldn't help but feel uneasy. Satan quickly shouted, "Find his clone." They had to stop him before he did something. Mr. S. Satan, right now, you see, a priest wearing a black robe was trembling. What happened? We just received a report. They've figured out where the magic was being manipulated from. Then get that clone and turn the signal here quickly. That. His face was pale and his body was trembling. It was as if he couldn't understand what was going on. They weren't able to find the clone. Are they sending the footage from somewhere else? Satan's expression distorted. It doesn't matter. It was too bad that they hadn't been able to locate where the clone was, but that was good enough for the moment. The Demon King had somehow intercepted the signal and was using it, so if they could figure out where he was doing that from, destroy that place and cut the signal to the Mirror of Darkness. They could solve the problem by destroying it completely. Since they couldn't stop the hacking with software, they just had to destroy the hardware that was doing it. It didn't matter what advanced magic device they were using. If they destroyed it, it wouldn't be able to function anymore. Why, you see, the priest kept talking in a confused voice. There's no signal connected at all. What does that mean? That footage coming out of the Mirror of Darkness was, gulp, pre-recorded, chapter 232, The Truth Can't Be Extinguished, part 4. What? Satan mumbled in confusion. How could the footage have been previously recorded? What did that mean? They're talking right now, you're saying this is pre-recorded. Satan turned his head toward the footage that was being replayed in the crystal. Raphael was definitely talking with the fake Satan, but everything that the fake Satan was saying was pre-recorded. We don't know what's going on. The priest wearing a black robe also seemed confused. Although it seemed impossible, there was one way it could have been done. How could something like that be possible? The priest's eyes trembled. There was only one way to make pre-recorded footage like that work in a conversation. If they calculated the entire conversation beforehand and recorded based on that, it's possible. What? Satan asked back in surprise. What kind of nonsense was that? He calculated. The entire conversation with Raphael. Yes, if he did that and spoke based on how he thought Raphael would react, it isn't impossible. Although it was the priest who said that, he grabbed his forehead in confusion. Although it was theoretically possible, how could something like that happen? How could they calculate what the other party would say and when? It also wasn't a simple conversation. Raphael and fake Satan's conversation had been going on for more than 5 minutes. How could he have calculated the entire conversation over such a long period of time? Just how? It was a dangerous bet. If there were only 1 second that made it look like pre-recorded dialogue, the jig would be up. Ugh. Satan's voice trembled. If it was pre-recorded footage, there was no way to cut it. He also couldn't send soldiers into the Angels' base. If he did that, all of his efforts to make the Angels fight the Guardians would fail. No. Things might not end there. There was a chance of a full-fledged battle between them and the Angels taking place if he did that. It was checkmate. Demon King, Satan mumbled as he watched the video. It's a demonic energy stone with Mr. Satan's demonic energy. Yulia raised her hands from her kneeling position, and demonic energy started to flow from the black jewel. Raphael slowly walked toward her. Boom. A loud sound came out of the mirror of darkness. Raphael, Kim Shi-hoon, Kang-woo, and Yulia all looked at the communication crystal. The Satan wearing a red mask inside the video turned his body. What's wrong? Mr. S. Satan, someone quickly shouted. Someone else appeared in the video, a demon covered in green tentacles. There was the sound of something being crushed. What? Raphael frowned at the unexpected development of events. He couldn't understand what had just happened. He escaped. A demon that seemed like Satan's underling quickly shouted. Satan's eyes trembled behind the mask. Boom. The wall behind them crumbled and someone appeared from the destroyed wall. I'll never, by your hands. His skin had a blue, corpse-like color. There were thick, dark circles under his eyes and his cheeks were sunken. Ludwig was emitting thick, demonic energy. Satan laughed in disbelief. I didn't expect things to go on like this. Mr. Satan, Yulia looked confused, like she had been hit from behind. Mr. S. Satan, what's going on? Who's that? She sounded confused. She'd never seen Ludwig, so she didn't recognize the fallen Ludwig. Mr. Satan, to think that I'd make such an unbelievable mistake. Satan ignored her as if he couldn't hear her voice. He was feeling troubled by what just happened. Tusk, it seems that the plan failed. Satan shook his head while clicking his tongue. He was trying to make Guardian the culprit for having made Ludwig fall, but Ludwig suddenly appeared while he was doing that. Now nothing he said would amend the situation. Boom, Raphael glared at Satan. An intense light shot out of him and shook the fortress. Boom, he stomped on the ground. What did you do to Ludwig? Raphael's eyes shook and a certain thought popped up in his mind. There was a forbidden magic that allowed you to raise the dead as an evil being that went against the laws of nature. A magic that created an undead. The sight of Ludwig, someone who loved and served the light more than anyone else, having fallen and become undead, was a great shock to Raphael. Satan, Raphael's scream spread throughout the entire place and anger close to madness was felt from his voice. Yulia's expression paled. Mr. Satan, what does that mean? And no, why is Ludwig T? She was anxiously shouting when she noticed something. Yulia's mouth fell open. Wait, where's that? Satan was staying in a place covered in transparent ice and there was no wall that could be broken in the first place. What? Yulia started to tremble. She realized something had gone wrong. That wasn't where her master Satan was staying. Who are you? She asked in a trembling voice. That demon wearing a red mask wasn't her master, it was something different. Kang-woo laughed in disbelief. He frowned after seeing Yulia's shameless attitude. How lame. It couldn't be lamer than that. Satan's evil plan had failed. From the moment Ludwig appeared as an undead, Satan ran out of excuses. His evil machinations wouldn't work anymore. How dare you? Raphael angrily spread his hand and gathered a huge amount of light around it that took the form of a spear. He grabbed the spear and shouted at Satan. How far do you have to go with my apostles until you're satisfied? Raphael's shout shook the entire base. An exclamation left Satan's mouth. He shook his head as if he were troubled and spread his hand. Cough, he grabbed Ludwig's neck. Let me go. Ludwig was desperately struggling. Darkness flowed from Satan's body and covered Ludwig's body. Ludwig let out a moan that seemed like it would be cut short at any moment, and he trembled as if he were having a seizure before being covered completely by the darkness. Since it's like this, I guess there's no other choice. Satan shook his head and his eyes were full of madness as he looked at Raphael. Do you think you're about to go crazy? Do you feel you're about to lose your rationality due to anger? Does your head feel hot? Is your sight blurry and is your heart beating faster? Ludwig's body rolled on the ground. It was as if he was throwing a toy. Raphael's eyes turned white and anger devoured his rationality. Satan laughed. That's anger. Did you do this on purpose? Raphael's voice trembled. There was one thing he could conclude from Satan's action. He couldn't help but think that everything was prepared from the beginning. He'd sent an apostle to negotiate and let Ludwig free on purpose, acting as if it were a mistake and talking as if the plan had failed. It was a simple coincidence. No, should I call it a mistake? Satan laughed out loud while grabbing his stomach. His reaction confirmed something for Raphael. Why did you do something like this? Was there a reason to ask why? His goal was obvious, anger. He wanted to provoke him and make him lose his mind. Raphael's expression distorted. That was a good try, Satan. You are going to regret it. For having angered him and turning a light watcher into an undead. Satan smirked. I'm going to leave the worthless acting behind, Raphael. Come here, I won't run or hide. Satan straightened his body. This is my declaration. A huge darkness spread like a curtain. I'm going to cover the light in my darkness. I'm going to destroy the entire world. You worthless beings, remember my name. And no, this isn't it, Yulia anxiously shouted. What was he talking about? She quickly tried to approach the black communication crystal, but Kang-woo appeared in front of her and kicked her. Paf Kyaa, Yulia was pushed back. Kang-woo glared at her with sharp eyes. How dare you try to make an excuse? Yulia's expression paled. Kang-woo spread his hand, authority of fake color. He created a sword that let off an immense golden light, Del Lane. It was the sword of the sun that hero god Tyrion had left him. To those that have been tainted by darkness, he raised the golden sword, let them receive light's judgment. The sword's blade fell downward, slash. Yulia's bandage-covered head was severed and rolled on the ground. Hyeonim, this, Kim Shi-hoon walked toward him. Kang-woo turned his body. I told you before. He grabbed Kim Shi-hoon's shoulders. The truth can't be extinguished. An intense golden light covered his body. Come here, I won't run or hide. No, I said no. The footage was displayed in a dark place. Satan's body trembled as he watched it. This is my declaration. Just what is? I'm going to cover the light in my darkness. I'm going to destroy the entire world. You worthless beings, remember my name. The voice flowed out from the being that looked and sounded like him and wasn't him in the video. An exclamation left Satan's mouth. Please stop. I'm death, I'm the end, I'm the father of everyone that's angry and I'm anger itself. Please stop. I'm Satan. He let out a desperate shout. Stop him. Boom. The giant 30-meter sphere fluctuated and the entire cave shook as if it were about to collapse. Stop that crazy bastard right now. Chapter 233, The Truth Can't Be Extinguished. Part 5, Boom. There was an explosion after Satan finished speaking and Raphael's expression distorted. What's going on? It's an ambush. Is it Satan's subordinates? The Light Watcher nodded. Satan's subordinates had begun appearing and were surrounding the fortress. Boom. Already. Magic began pouring out toward them. Although their base was the size of a fortress, it was still in the process of being built, so there was no way it could block the magic that was pouring in from all directions. Boom, a huge crack appeared on the ceiling and white stones began falling. Raphael quickly spread his hand toward the ceiling, and the light from his sacred spear deflected the stones away. Despite that, a piece of debris the size of a person was flying toward Raphael's underlings. A priestess was trembling in fear, and Raphael quickly spread his hand. Crack. Be careful. Before Raphael could do anything, a young man with sharp eyes who was holding a golden sword pulled the priestess back. It was Kang-woo. The stone shattered over the floor. Thank you. The priestess hesitated for a short while but lowered her head. Kang-woo walked past her and looked at Kim Shi-hoon. Yes, Hyeonim. As if he knew what he was trying to say, Kim Shi-hoon took out his holy sword. When did they grow so much? Change the golem to battle mode. They saw the light watchers and angels moving as they walked outside. It's an order from the phase of evil. Wipe them away. The cultists were surrounding the fortress that had collapsed after being attacked with magic. They were desperately moving to find the Demon King's clone. So they finally showed their true colors. Hyeonim, I'll take care of the guys to the left first. Kang-woo nodded. As if they'd decided on it beforehand, Kim Shi-hoon and Kang-woo each went to a different side. Let's see. He stomped on the ground and looked at the demons that were around them. He clicked his tongue. Tisk, there's no one worth devouring. It was obvious that they had improvised because the strongest demon was barely from the 5th or 6th hell. It seems like they were really in a hurry. There was no way the demon cult forces were only that strong, and they probably thought they had to stop the Satan in the video before he could say anything else. Well, even though I haven't prepared anything else. Kang-woo turned his head. After Yulia died, the footage in the Mirror of Darkness had ended. Everything went on as he'd expected, better than he expected. I didn't know it would go so well. He wouldn't have even bothered showing up if he knew it would go so well. He had only appeared to take care of the situation if Raphael reacted unexpectedly. I guess it wasn't necessary. Pre-recording the video as if they were talking wasn't hard to do. After all, a conversation was all about flow. It was like a third party listening to a conversation between two people with that person only being able to hear one of them. It was similar to listening to a friend that was in the middle of a phone conversation. One could easily guess the conversation from just hearing their friend. The basics of conversation is to give and take. He could always say things that would cause a certain reaction in the other party and force the flow of the conversation in a certain way, but the problem was the timing. Thankfully, Raphael's reaction was within what he'd expected. The situation improved thanks to that. Thanks to the incident, he'd made it clear to Raphael that Kang-woo and Satan were two separate beings. He'd created a perfect alibi, just like when he'd attacked the Guardian Vault. Thanks to that, Raphael wouldn't even imagine the possibility that Kang-woo was Satan. The possibility that was the case completely disappeared from his head. And that would increase his trust in him. Good. A fishy smile appeared on his face and he began walking. The demons surrounded him, cough, he cut the demons and black blood poured from them. Stop the enemies. Wipe away Satan's subordinates. Angels soon began attacking. Raphael was in the middle of their formation. He swept away the demons like an angry bull with his immense glowing spear. Kang-woo took a glimpse at Raphael, who was fighting the demons, and frowned. Strong. An intense divine energy was pouring from Raphael. Comparing Ludwig to him was like comparing a firefly to the sun. It's not like they were gathering strength while the war of thousands of years was taking place. He remembered what Lucifer's subordinates had said before. It was a giant war that had taken place in the Hell of Nine Skies. While the war that had shaken up hell was taking place, the angels had constantly been getting stronger. If it's that much, a faint smile appeared on his face. I think I might be able to stop the unexpected variables. If the enemy were someone with such huge power, he would have been in trouble, but the angels weren't his enemy at the moment. They were important partners and allies in the fight against Satan. Still, it's too bad if I consider the divine energy stat. If he started collaborating with angels, he would have trouble stacking divine energy. Of course, he might be able to use the authority of predation while no one could see him and make it seem like they were turning into dust and disappearing. It's too dangerous. He couldn't do that in front of Raphael. He wasn't sure how strong he was at the moment, but he didn't think such a trick would work in front of him. What would happen if I faced him in a one-on-one fight? He wasn't sure what would happen. He wasn't a martial arts master, so he couldn't tell if he could win against an enemy he had never fought against. Either way, he was sure it wasn't going to be an easy fight. Crack, cough, at that moment. He was fighting the demons charging toward him while thinking about something when he heard a sound and turned toward it. He saw a demon the size of a basketball that had 4 eyes and was twisting his body in pain. He tilted his head. He hadn't done anything to that demon yet. Grrr, a beast-like growl emanated from the demon and a chilling demonic energy poured from it. Kang-woo's eyes narrowed. The demonic energy felt familiar. Is it a familiar spirit of Satan? He smirked. Youu. The demon's voice changed as it let out an anger-filled shout. A demon barely belonging to the 6th hell charged toward him at an incredible speed. But in the end, it was just a familiar spirit. Even if Satan's strength were incredible, he wouldn't be able to harm him from a distance while exercising his strength through a familiar spirit. He spread his hand and grabbed the demon's neck. The 4 madness-filled eyes looked at Kang-woo. How dare you, Satan? Kang-woo smiled brightly. Do you think you're about to go crazy? Do you think you're about to lose your rationality? Does your head hurt? Are your eyes becoming blurry and is your heart beating faster? You son of a He laughed out loud and twisted the demon that Satan was possessing. Remember, Satan, he said to the Duke of Anger. That's anger, Satan let out a madness-filled scream. I'm going to kill you, Demon King. I'll tear you apart and kill you as painfully as possible. Why don't you try? After all, you can't beat me. You know that? He began to laugh. You know who I am. Black blood poured out. Kang-woo twisted the demon's body like he was twisting a chicken's neck, and then he turned his head. He saw Kim Shi-hoon swinging the holy sword and Raphael annihilating the demons. Light Watchers and angels were supporting him, and the battle didn't last long. It was an improvised squadron, so it didn't take them long to win. Okay then, Kang-woo slowly began walking. Kim Shi-hoon went running toward him and followed him from behind after wiping the demon blood from his sword. Are you a dog? He saw Kim Shi-hoon looking at him with bright eyes and couldn't help but laugh at how trusting his eyes looked. He turned his head and walked toward the destination. He saw Raphael standing with a blank expression while holding his spear and emitting a bright light. Mr. Ludwig was a good person. I'm sorry for not being able to protect him, he bowed. Raphael slowly turned his head. Ludwig is still in immense pain. Even after death, he wasn't able to go to the heavens. His soul and body have fallen and are suffering. He could see the sadness in Raphael's eyes. To be honest, he turned and looked at Kim Shi-hoon and Kang-woo. I don't have good emotions regarding the Guardians. I regretted having accepted to help Mr. Uranus many times. There's no way he'd have a positive opinion because they were unable to do anything to help Ludwig. But Raphael's body trembled. An immense energy poured from him and devoured the surroundings. If it's to annihilate demons, the demon of prophecy, Satan, if he could kill that cruel and evil demon. I'll do anything. He could endure the death of his beloved apostle. Raphael walked toward Kang-woo and Kim Shi-hoon. He looked at Kang-woo, who had used himself to save his apostle when there was an ambush. Then he looked at Kim Shi-hoon. Other than Ludwig, no one had been able to control the holy sword. He was really angry because of Ludwig's death. Please. Raphael extended his hands. Lend me your strength. There was a short silence. Kang-woo took a step forward and grabbed Raphael's hand. Of course, Raphael and Kang-woo, angels and guardians, two lights joined as one. An intensely bright light shone like it was burning, and although it was night, an intense light filled the vast wilderness. Chapter 234, All-Out War, Part 1. So something like that happened. Gaia nodded, a heavy expression on her face. To think that Mr. Ludwig. She heard that Satan had taken Ludwig's corpse from the angels and turned it into an undead, and that his soul was still inside the body and was suffering. Just imagining that made Gaia tremble in fear. If Mr. Shihun or Kang-woo fell into such a state, she bit her lips. She didn't even want to imagine it. We're going to save him, Kim Shihun said in a firm voice. He clenched his fists, giving Ludwig eternal rest. Although they'd known each other for a short time, he thought that was the least he could do for someone he called friend. Gaia made a faint smile. Yes, I'm going to believe in you, Guardian Kim Shihun. She took a deep breath and spoke in a calm voice. It seems like, thanks to Satan's mistake, we were able to gain help from the angels. Ludwig's incident was heart-wrenching, but looking at it objectively, they'd gained a lot thanks to that. They were able to make the angels stop suspecting Guardian and even collaborate with them. The Guardians had to face the demon of prophecy, Satan, no matter what, so that was certainly good news. Yes. However, it isn't a full collaboration. When we proposed collaborative training, Mr. Raphael said he and the angels would move on their own. Gaia nodded. That could be good news for us. If they formed a full-fledged alliance, there could be disagreements over who would be the head. Besides that, Guardian also had separate groups for training. Grace McCarbon and Chin Mujin lead the main troops, and Kim Shihun was in charge of the elite troops, the Celestial Wolf troops. There was a chance that a full-fledged war would soon go into effect against the demon cult, so changing the strategies they were using could be worse for them. Fighting together but moving based on each side's judgment, that was probably the best thing they could do at the moment. That's right. Mr. Kang-woo, did you tell Mr. Raphael? I didn't say anything. As expected, Gaia nodded. Kang-woo hadn't revealed his identity. On the cataclysmic day, he'd fallen into hell and had spent almost 10,000 years there. Thanks to that, he ended up having a demon's body. Of course, there's nothing he could have done about it, but the angels probably wouldn't even try to understand him. I don't understand. Kim Shihun frowned. Kang-woo hadn't become a demon of his own volition. Also, he'd cast aside his demonic energy and accepted the strength of light. There's no one more just and fair than Hyeonnim. He couldn't help but feel anger after seeing the Hyeonnim he loved and respected be chained to his past. Well, from an angel's point of view, a demon is a demon. That was the case for Ludwig and Raphael. It was incredible how much they hated demons. It didn't matter what the reason was, but it was clear that they wanted to get rid of them. Then, yes, I think you should avoid talking about me, Balrog and Lilith, as much as possible. Understood, Gaia nodded, but he didn't talk about receiving help from other archangels, she asked as if she couldn't understand it. Even angels were careful about that demon that was supposedly going to bring chaos and destruction to the world, so it was hard to understand why other archangels hadn't come and only Raphael was there. I asked him that, but he avoided answering. Kang-woo remembered his conversation with Raphael. He'd said the chances of Michael, Gabriel, Uriel, and other archangels joining the war were low. I'm not sure why. He wasn't sure what was more important than catching the demon of prophecy. Well, since we can't forcibly call them, I guess this much should be enough. If more archangels began appearing, the plan could get too distorted. Just Raphael was more than enough. Then please call and gather the Guardians in South America or the Middle East. The war against the demon cult. Yes, it's going to happen soon, he nodded. This time I'll have to move. Even if he had other priorities, he couldn't ignore it anymore. He'd heard through Lilith that there were huge movements in one of the big cult branches, so he was sure that a full-on war against them would take place. Yes, I'll gather the forces in Africa where Mr. Raphael's forces are. No, the war probably isn't going to take place there. Kang-woo shook his head. Based on where they thought Satan was hiding, there was only one place the war could take place. The war's probably going to happen in Russia, the land of cold, a place covered with snow and ice. There was a chance that an all-out war was going to take place there. I'll move the forces toward Russia. It might be good if we installed a few more gates. I'll take the Celestial Wolf troops and train for fighting in the cold weather, Kim Shihun added. Even if players were beings with superhuman strength, they couldn't ignore the strength of nature. After all, there were cases of players that collapsed because they couldn't get used to the jungle weather of South America. I'll also have to ask the Magic Tower for more protective gear. The Magic Tower was a factory of magic equipment in Korea, and those within always worked very hard. Normal protective gear restricted the player's movements too much. If you imagined a warrior whose main stat was agility was wearing winter clothes, they'd be lucky if they didn't roll in the snow. Ah. Now that I think about it, Mr. Kadga says he needs some vacations. He submitted a petition. Gaia gave him a few documents. Kang-woo threw them away without hesitation. This is all for world peace, so there's no way they're going to get vacations. But still, Miss Gaia, Kang-woo grabbed her hand. I'm sure Mr. Kagda will understand. After all, we have no other choice. Gaia nodded while making a troubled expression. We're soon going to be able to defend Earth from Satan, Kang-woo said and lightened up the mood with a bright smile. He didn't know if it was really going to be the last battle. There were still many things he didn't know about Satan after all, and he still didn't know everything about the demon cult yet. Still, he was sure that the cultists that had been troubling players all around the world were going to decrease greatly after the battle. Fufu, if it weren't for you two, such a day wouldn't have come. Gaia laughed lightly while covering her mouth. She wasn't saying that to lighten the mood. Kang-woo and Kim Shi-hoon. Those two that had been the ones to join Guardian, the latest, had become very important people that they needed. Thank you. Gaia bowed. Kim Shi-hoon was surprised and tried to stop her. If you're so thankful, you should show some sweet scenes with Kim Shi-hoon. Don't you both realize each other's feelings? Kang-woo said, a smirk on his face. Yes, Hyonim, Gaia's face reddened. Kim Shi-hoon hurriedly ran toward him. Kang-woo easily dodged Kim Shi-hoon and patted him on the shoulder. I'll be able to feel relieved only after I see things work well for my little brother. More importantly, he remembered Kim Shi-hoon asking Balrog for a duel. Someone please take him. For some reason, he kept aiming to get the role of the main heroine. He wished for Kim Shi-hoon and Gaia's love to blossom from the bottom of his heart. Miss Gaia, good luck, love and peace from the bottom of my heart. He put his hands on Gaia and Kim Shi-hoon's shoulders. Then I'm going to stop bothering you. Please proceed with planning the strategy and prepare for war. They say that love blossoms under hard circumstances. He wished for war against the demon cult to bring them closer. Please. After patting them on their shoulders desperately, Kang-woo turned around. Mr. Kang-woo, good job. Lilith, who was waiting outside, followed him from behind. Kang-woo walked past her and asked, did you get any information? Rather than preparing for war, he'd told Lilith to research the demon cult as much as possible. First, as expected, I've confirmed that the most movement is coming from Russia's branch. I already heard that. Russia's branch had more than 10,000 members. According to the cardinal we captured, it seems like 2 phases of evil have reached Russia's branch. 2, Satan and who? No, it seems like Satan hasn't appeared yet, she shook her head. Whoa, Kang-woo's eyes shone, that means. Including Satan, 3 phases of evil would participate in the war. It seems like the effect was good. He wasn't sure why they hadn't moved until then, but they all started to move for some reason. That probably showed how desperate they were and that they would put everything they had into the war. Well, leaving aside whether he was the demon of prophecy or not, Satan had publicly declared war on Raphael. He'd confidently said he would destroy the world, so it would be weird if they didn't show any movement. So, do you have any information on the 2? I'm going to show you a photo. Lilith tapped the air with her finger and a screen appeared. He saw a human holding a rusty sword and covered in a blood-stained bandage. He's called Bloodsucker. From what I hear, it seems like he came from another world. Another world. Are you talking about Erner? No, Lilith answered while shaking her head. I heard he came from Hwan. That. He'd heard about that world during the fight against Lucifer. I wonder what kind of world that is. Erner gave the feeling of a fantasy world. For some reason, he felt that Hwan was a place similar to the worlds that appeared in martial arts novels. What is this? Mixed nuts? Did they think it would taste good if they mixed everything up? He clicked his tongue at the complacent setting of the world. I wonder what kind of world it is. He couldn't tell. Beings from Erner got involved in earthly matters so much that it felt like it was just the next town over. But no one from the Hwan continent had gotten involved with Earth. The other one, it's him. She passed the screen as if it were a slide. This time someone Kang-woo knew very well appeared, Belphegor. He was the Archduke of Sloth. A purple demon about 3 meters tall was sitting in a wheelchair, and a demon that seemed to be his subordinate was pushing the wheelchair. That bastard is still sitting. It wasn't that Belphegor couldn't move. His 2 legs worked very well. To make things worse, he was actually quite fast. It was just that he was too lazy to move with his legs. How envious! Kang-woo's dream was to become rich enough to not do anything, so he couldn't help but feel envious of Belphegor. Archduke, Kang-woo opened his status window. His demonic energy stat had stopped going up at 140. Kang-woo was starting to feel hungry. Chapter 235, All-Out War, Part 2. Darkness akin to black clouds flowed down from a high mountain over a snow-covered field. The darkness devoured the sunlight, making the immediate area around the mountain seem like night. Inside the mountain, they'd managed to hollow it out and create a base to harbor over 20,000 people and demons. Yawn. A demon, Belphegor, yawned while looking at the people all around him. He was sitting on a chair that looked like a wheelchair and frowned as if he didn't like what he was seeing. Why was the plan pushed forward so much? You could feel the annoyance in his voice. I heard something happened. A low voice came out from someone that was covered in bandages. It was an unpleasant voice that resembled a hook with an iron. Belphegor looked at the bloodsucker, the person standing next to him. Something. I heard that the Demon King has appeared. Slam, Belphegor got up after hearing what he said. What? The bloodsucker's eyes shone as he got up. Belphegor stood up. He'd never seen someone as sloth as Belphegor, not even on the H-WAN or Earth. Although he had a perfectly working body, he moved in a wheelchair because he didn't want to be bothered with moving. He also never took the time to listen to the reports that the apostles gave him. He'd stopped himself from reconstructing his body while his soul was locked inside his hell equipment because he couldn't be bothered doing so. He also hadn't taken the proper time to absorb the root of evil to obtain divinity, so one could easily see how much of a sloth he was. What nonsense is that? That Belphegor got up, his face paled. It looked so pathetic that one couldn't think he was an archduke, and there was fear in his voice. The bloodsucker frowned. Is the Demon King that strong? To be honest, he had almost heard nothing about the Demon King after all the time he had been working with the demon cult. He had just heard that Satan, Belphegor, and Mammon struggled against him in the past. Is he that strong, that strong? Belphegor laughed in disbelief. Isn't he still a human? Before becoming an archduke, the bloodsucker used to be a human, so he knew the body of a human was fundamentally different from a demon's. He had to put up a lot of effort to be able to get the power they had since birth. It took a lot of time. He moved the demonic energy inside his body to stand on the same ground as those that had been born with the destiny of being an absolute being called an archduke. He had to spend thousands of years practicing the demonic arts. He had absorbed the blood of thousands, tens of thousands of humans, but still, in the end, he wasn't able to go beyond Satan. He hadn't been able to go beyond his limit. A human, Belphegor's eyes trembled. He extended his hand and grabbed the bloodsucker's collar. Listen carefully, he's a monster that has lost his mind. A human who would dare ignore the Demon King just because he was a human. No, to be honest, he'd ignored him at first. Demon King, to be more precise, before he was called that. When he declared war against all archdukes, he'd ignored him because he couldn't be bothered with that, and then all 7 archdukes lost. They were all devoured because of one monster. How could something like this? He died, I felt it. He'd felt his energy disappearing through the dimensional wall. Although his soul was trapped in a piece of hell's equipment at the time, he'd clearly felt it. He'd been overly excited for a moment at the thought of becoming free from that monster, but he's alive. Belphegor trembled in fear. The bloodsucker clicked his tongue while looking at him. He reminds me of a martial artist that has seen the heavenly demon. Where he used to live in H-WAN, there was a being who awakened fear in all people, the heavenly demon. Those that met that being were devoured by fear and lost their minds, just like what was happening to Belphegor. The Demon King is on par with the heavenly demon. Nonsense. Bloodsucker shook his head. Since his arrival on Earth, he'd met numerous rulers from hell, from Satan to Belphegor and Mammon, but they all felt worthless compared to the heavenly demon. He was a god, someone that was on top of all demons. Even if the Demon King is strong, there was no way he could be compared to the heavenly demon. There was a reason he'd used a forbidden technique and escaped from H-WAN. He'd realized he might never be able to become a ruler if he stayed there. One day, his eyes began shining with madness. He was following Satan because he couldn't go beyond his limitations as a human, but he had the dream of killing them all and getting to the top. And to make that dream come true one day, he had to win the war at all costs. We must run. What? The bloodsucker laughed in disbelief. How strong was the Demon King that he was reacting in such a way? I'll go back. Crack. Belphegor had turned around when suddenly a darkness spread and grabbed his shoulder. Boom, he was shoved back into his wheelchair. A being wearing a red mask walked toward him, covered in darkness resembling a curtain. Belphegor, sit down. Saw, Tans. Belphegor glared at the being wearing a red mask. What happened? The Demon King is alive? What nonsense is that? He screamed. Satan put more strength on the hand that was holding Belphegor's shoulder. Boom, the huge mountain shook. Belphegor moaned in pain. Satan kept talking while making a confused expression. I'm also not sure. What? I'm not sure how the Demon King was able to resurrect himself, he said as if he were chewing something. The resurrection of the Demon King. After they reached Earth and found the root of evil, they hadn't considered him a possible variable. That was obvious because he disappeared into the dimensional wall. One could safely go beyond the dimensional wall using Hell's equipment, but Satan had ordered Ammon to make the Demon King clash with the energy that administrates dimension. Even a god shouldn't have been able to survive that, but the Demon King had managed to survive. He hadn't died. There was a short silence. What are you planning to do now? Belphegor asked in a low voice. We'll have to fight. He answered without hesitation. Boom, once again Belphegor stood up. Fight, Satan, are you out of your mind? Is there any other way? Satan glared at Belphegor with cold eyes. One couldn't reach an agreement with the Demon King. They'd realized that after fighting against him for 1,000 years, That guy was crazy. We should make him collaborate with our plan. He just thinks of us as food. You know that? Don't you remember what happened to us, the 7 archdukes before? He never bares his teeth at his subordinates. Ah, so you're going to become his subordinate. Satan narrowed his eyes. Becoming a subordinate of the Demon King, that was something they couldn't do. It didn't matter how scary he was, they were still archdukes. The blood of a ruler has been flowing inside them since birth. They couldn't even fathom the idea of them being under someone. Forget about that. We have to kill him before he recovers his strength. Recover his strength? I investigated him a bit. Satan kept talking in a low voice. It seems like, unlike us, he arrived on Earth 2 years ago. 2 years. Belphegor's eyes shone sharply as if he knew what Satan was trying to say. It seems like he's been increasing his strength while hidden among humans. That means, yes, Satan nodded. He probably lost his strength because of the dimensional wall. Belphegor remained silent. The Bloodseeker, who had silently been listening, joined the conversation. But weren't angels going to participate in this war? Raphael. The darkness surrounding Satan fluctuated. Because of the Demon King's manipulation, they couldn't avoid a frontal confrontation with the angels. If they'd followed the original plan, it was something that should have happened many years in the future. There's something I just thought of. He thought of a way to face Raphael and kill the Demon King simultaneously. It should have been impossible before, but there was something he could do. Satan looked at the cultists and demons, leaving that aside. Where's Kalja? I'm not sure. The connection was cut short after it went to investigate the demon of prophecy. Again. Satan shook his head. Well, I guess this much should be enough. Kalja wasn't going to be helpful in a war anyways. Kalja was someone who specialized in summoning and black magic, someone similar to Ammon, Satan. Can you really kill that Demon King? If things go according to the plan, Satan said firmly, and if we manage to kill him. Belphegor remained silent. He gulped. It wasn't hard to imagine what Satan wanted to say. We will be able to get the sea of demonic energy. Exactly. Belphegor's eyes filled with greed. It was a reward so sweet that it could make him stop being a sloth. Good, tell me that plan. Belphegor took a seat again. 2 years. It was a short amount of time, even for a human who didn't have eternal life. It's possible. He thought there was a chance they could pull it off. It's only been 2 years, a very short amount of time, even if it's that monster. There's no way he'd recovered his strength in just 2 years. Chapter 236, How to Tame Light, Part 1. There are quite a lot, huh? Kang-woo walked out of the executive barracks and looked at the combined army of guardians, angels, and light watchers. A huge snowstorm raged over the mountain where the combined army was located. The weather was so harsh that it wasn't hard to imagine the cold, instantly freezing urine before it could even hit the ground. Even if players had superhuman bodies, they would obviously struggle in such weather, but there were no signs of struggle in their forces. Finally, we're going to be able to face the demon cult properly. Once this is over, we will be able to return to our homes, right? I'm going to marry Anna if I survive this war. Smith. Good luck, I'm sure you'll be able to survive. Not only were they not feeling cold, but they could even chit-chat. The magicians of the Tower of Truth were a part of Guardian, and thanks to the equipment they'd made by sacrificing their holidays, the Guardians were able to brave the weather comfortably. Kang-woo's expression hardened when he heard their conversation. Smith, are you going to be okay? It was a death flag. While leaving the poor guy behind, he entered the barracks again. Gaia, Kim Shi-hoon, Ki Yeonju, Chin Mujin, Han Seala, and Echidna, among others, were waiting for him there, the elite members of Guardian. Ah, Mr. Kang-woo. Han Seala walked toward him with a smile on her face. I prepared dinner, so please take a seat. There was kimchi stew in the middle of the meeting table. Usually they would have to eat war rations, but they'd use their rank advantage to have a proper meal. After all, a person needs to eat proper food to be able to fight well. Saliva started to gather in Kang-woo's mouth. Thank you, there are quite a lot of people, so it was probably hard to prepare. No. Echidna and Mr. Shi-hoon helped me, so I almost didn't do anything, I just taste-tested it. HNGH, Kang-woo, I learned how to prepare kimchi stew. Echidna smiled confidently. Kang-woo smirked and patted her, and Echidna rubbed her cheeks in her hands as if she were a cat. He sat down. There was a bowl the size of a wash basin with kimchi stew in front of him. Ki Yeonju looked at him in surprise. Do you like kimchi stew that much? Of course, there's nothing in the world that can compare in taste. Kimchi stew was the truth, it was a wonderful thing. Kang-woo grabbed the chopsticks. Ki Yeonju laughed in disbelief. Well, it isn't that I don't find kimchi stew delicious. But it wasn't delicious enough to say it was the best food in the world. From what she'd heard from Han Seala, he ate kimchi stew at least 10 times a week, and what was even funnier was that he ate enough kimchi stew for 4 or 5 people. Even if one loved a certain food, it was surprising that they would be able to eat so much. Well, Ki Yeonju grabbed the spoon and narrowed her eyes. She looked at Kang-woo eating kimchi stew. I guess. It's understandable, she thought of his past, 10,000 years. His craving had built for an unthinkable amount of time. It was understandable if she considered that during those times he hadn't been able to eat, drink, or enjoy anything. Well, if he likes it so much, Ki Yeonju coughed, should I also try to make it? It wasn't that she was interested in him, but when thinking about how much help he'd given her, maybe it wasn't a bad idea. She hid her cheeks and looked at Han Xiala. Kang-woo turned his head and picked up the bowl without caring about where she was looking. First, he grabbed a long kimchi and put it into a rice bowl. Then he grabbed a piece of pork meat with a delicate balance of meat and fat and surrounded it with kimchi. He scooped a large spoon of rice and put it into his mouth, and the sour taste of kimchi and pork juice spread through his mouth. His body trembled in excitement. After repeating the process several times, he put a bowl of rice in the kimchi stew. He only put some of the rice in the kimchi stew. He took a spoon of rice, placed kimchi and meat on it, and ate it. A satisfying taste spread through his mouth. If you take a spoonful of rice, cover it in water, and then eat it along with kimchi stew, it catches the sour taste of kimchi and creates a unique flavor. Hans, thanks for the food. You're probably tired from all the battle preparations, so I prepared more food than usual. Thank you. I'm going to clean out the food. After cleaning his plate, Kang-woo washed the dishes and then stood up. Oh, Xiala, can you prepare more kimchi stew? A lot more, enough for about 100 people. Are you going to eat all of it? No, I want to take it to someone. Han Xiala tilted her head and prepared more kimchi stew with help from Kang-woo, Echidna, and Kim Shi-hoon. Kang-woo had stockpiled a lot of ingredients, so they had enough ingredients necessary to prepare kimchi stew. He then took the completed kimchi stew and put it in a giant box and used temperature-controlling magic to regulate the temperature of the kimchi stew. I'll be going. He went to the angel base, separate from the guardian base, with enough kimchi stew to feed over 100 people. The Light Watchers had quite harsh looks on their faces. It seemed like they'd also found a way to protect themselves against the weather, so it wasn't that they were upset because of that. There was probably only one thing that could make them look so upset. As expected, Kang-woo looked around and saw that the Light Watchers were eating some unknown soup. The angels were each taking care of their weapons and talking about the war against the demons that would soon take place. What brings you here? An angel with 6 wings walked toward him. The armor he wore was more luxurious than what the other angels had. Not only that, but he had more wings than the others as well. The light shining from him was also on another level. I'm Mr. Raphael's loyal subordinate, Sharjil. The angel with short silver hair introduced himself. Sharjil's expression wasn't a very kind one. It wasn't just Sharjil, all the other Light Watchers and angels were giving him a similar look. Although they decided to form an alliance at Raphael's command, they still had animosity toward Guardian. This can make things troublesome. The battle against the demon cult was going to take place soon, and animosity between allied factions could pose a problem if they had further conflict that gave birth to or intensified their distrust. I won't be able to use them as I want. The role the angels had in the war was very important. The tips of Kang-woo's mouth went up. Is he Raphael's right-hand man? That seemed to be the case. Kang-woo put down the giant box of kimchi stew. That's kimchi stew, Sharjil frowned in confusion. I've been taking some glances at the angels and Light Watchers over the past few days, and it seemed like they needed this. It's okay, we don't need food. Of course, that might be the case for angels, he said firmly. Kang-woo raised his hand and pointed to the Light Watchers. But can't you see how exhausted they look? Why do you think that is? It's probably because they feel sadness and anger at Ludwig's death. Of course, that's probably one of the reasons, but the biggest reason is probably. He opened the box's lid. The Light Watchers who smelled the kimchi stew suddenly had a new light in their eyes. Sharjil exclaimed in surprise. Ah, humans need something to eat. We know that. That's why we prepared. What they're eating couldn't even be called military rations. Sharjil closed his mouth at Kang-woo's and made a troubled expression as if he couldn't understand Kang-woo's words. Kang-woo clicked his tongue. I knew it. Just like demons, angels had a body that didn't require food. Thanks to that, they didn't understand how important food was to humans. It was obvious. Just like humans couldn't understand the sensation of flapping wings, angels couldn't understand the desire to eat food. They couldn't understand how important taste was to people. There was no way a human could be satisfied by cheap oatmeal. If that were enough, the concept of cooking and preparing food would have never been born. Humans subconsciously craved delicious food. But the Light Watchers in Raphael's camp were apostles that served angels, and the hierarchy was clearly defined. There was no way a private could complain to a sergeant about the army's food. The Light Watchers were silent about that. Naturally, it was slowly exhausting them. I wonder how they usually spend their days. When the Light Watchers arrived on Earth, they looked normal. That was probably because on Erner they could get delicious and nutritious foods without considering the angels. With their arrival on a foreign world, their food supply had vanished. Sharjil remained silent. He seemed surprised and confused and quickly turned his head to look at the priests. They hurriedly spoke. And no, oatmeal is more than enough. How could we lust over food as beings that serve the light? Although everyone denied it, it was clear that they were just giving excuses. I see. It seems we haven't taken good care of the Light Watchers. Sharjil nodded. After hearing his answer, the Light Watchers walked toward Kang-woo. You, how dare you make such accusations? We're beings that serve the light. We don't need food from a world like this. Clack as they walked toward him to complain, Kang-woo wafted the scent of kimchi stew toward them with the lid. A delicious smell spread over the apostles. We don't end. Their expressions hardened. Everyone. Kang-woo smiled brightly. You can eat as much as you want. Even Mr. Sharjil said the angels couldn't take good care of your needs, right? We cannot. A soup as red as blood. We cannot eat something like this. The apostles shouted. Don't be like that. Give it a try, Kang-woo said in a cordial voice. You can always try it and then make a decision, right? His words were as sweet and tempting as a demon's, but the apostles couldn't reject them. After all, they hadn't been able to eat a proper meal since their arrival on Earth almost a month prior. The apostles looked at each other, then one finally took a step forward. He grabbed a spoon and tried some rice and kimchi stew. His eyes widened. To think there's food as delicious as this, the apostle trembled in excitement. Although it was true that Han Sialaw's cooking skills were great, they weren't enough for someone to react like that. Rather than the stew being that good, it was more that their situation was that dire. They hadn't been able to eat proper food in over a month thanks to the angels, so anything would have tasted great to them. It's an earth food called kimchi stew. Ooh, kimchi stew. The apostles quickly began devouring the kimchi stew. As their empty stomachs began filling, the looks in their eyes started to change. We're partners who are going to fight against demons together. We're really sorry. Instead of their previous resentment, their eyes were full of trust and confidence toward Kang-woo and Guardian. Just what kind of food is that? Even angels began wondering about the kimchi stew and started trying it. Their taste buds were weak, but they still reacted to the spicy taste of the kimchi stew, so they felt surprised. We'll provide you with food until the war breaks out in earnest. Sharjil's face reddened. He was also eating the kimchi stew out of curiosity. Thank you, it seems like. I was mistaken about Guardian. Their animosity started to melt down. Kang-woo smiled while looking at the angels and apostles, as expected to gain someone's trust. There's nothing like kimchi stew. Kang-woo nodded while making a proud expression. Chapter 237, Who Dares to Judge Me? Part 1. About 10,000 people were moving across the snowy peak. They were guardians, the last hope of humanity. Elite players from all around the world were starting to move toward where they thought the main demon cult branch was located. The closer they got to the war starting, the darker their expressions became. They recalled their last battle against the demon cult in Tibet. They'd underestimated the strength of demons, so they'd struggled a lot after facing reality. It was true that they'd gotten stronger after constantly recovering lost territories, but still, the war felt different. It was obvious. After all, they were moving to fight against the demon of prophecy, someone that was trying to destroy the world. Thankfully, no one had deserted. Lots of conversations were exchanged, and everyone was feeling a huge mix of emotions, but time still went on. Here's the demon cult base. The Guardians nervously looked at the tall mountain. To be precise, it wasn't the main branch of the demon cult. It was just the place they thought the biggest branch was located in. Regardless, after Satan gathered his strength and forces around the branch, it was as if it were the main one. There were estimated to be more than 10,000 cultists within. They had also probably summoned demons, so there was a chance that the Guardians would be facing much more than 10,000 individuals. Everyone prepare for battle, the young man standing in the front, Kim Shi-hoon, shouted. His voice spread over the surroundings via chi. The Guardians nervously grabbed their weapons. A D-demon, one of the Guardians that had long-range vision abilities, shouted. Everyone followed the Guardian's finger. There's a disgusting amount of them, Kang-woo thought. There were huge artificial doors located all around the mountain. As one of the giant doors opened, tons of cultists and demons appeared. There's probably around 20,000. There were more demons than expected. Kang-woo frowned as he looked over them. Grrrr, kiekk. Demons that were interspersed among the cultists let out chilling battle cries. There was a demon with tens of eyes, a demon with snake hair, and a demon with its internal organs spilling out of a gaping wound in its stomach. It seemed like they'd chosen the creepiest-looking ones to stand at the front. What's that? It wasn't that bad before. The Guardians hesitated when they saw the horrific-looking demons. Wake up. Don't let their appearance frighten you, Kim Shi-hoon said in a firm voice. That was easier said than done. Sight influences most of the other senses, after all. It was hard to stay calm when faced with such horrifying demons. Their appearance alone was nauseating. On top of that, what's up with this smell? Eek, bleh, the disturbance spread like a plague. A horrible scent spread through the air, the odor of rotten pus. It was hard to withstand, even for those who were used to fighting monsters. Wake up, boom, Chinmujin stomped and shouted, light returned to the player's eyes. Focus. Do you want your last moments to be filled with vomit? The players gulped at Chinmujin's words. Kiekk, wipe away the dirty servants of light. The cultists finally began moving. A priest wearing black robes was controlling the demons. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes and looked at them. It seems like the phases haven't appeared yet. None of the demons could be considered at the level of an archduke. Kang-woo wasn't at the front but at the rear. His job wasn't to lead the battle. His role was to face demons that reached the level of an archduke, demons that couldn't be beaten with just numbers. Kang-woo looked at the battlefield. Kuyuo, boom, a giant demon that was dozens of meters tall swung his club and screamed. A magic circle shone where it swung its club and a huge explosion blasted out. Crack, boom. Something broke and snow cascaded down in ever-increasing amounts. It was an avalanche. Kim Shi-hoon raised his sword. Use the scrolls. They'd already thought of such a tactic being used against them, and each of the guardians used the scrolls that had been provided ahead of time, creating a defensive wall of fire around them. Og, damn it! Of course, a few members were taken by the avalanche. Kim Shi-hoon stomped, sparing a glance at the soldiers buried beneath the snow. Advance! Kim Shi-hoon's scream announced the start of the battle. The players quickly began running up the snow-covered mountain. The demon cult forces took out their weapons as if they'd been waiting for that. The war started in earnest. Slash. Blue Dragons dance. Kim Shi-hoon swung his sword while shouting the technique's name on purpose. It was a tactic they had prepared beforehand. Dozens of sword energies spread from him and cut through the bodies of the demons. As the picturesque young man annihilated demons fighting spirit sword among guardian forces. Kill them! Those dirty bastards! Raphael took a step forward, glared at the demons, and raised his hand. Light began gathering around his hand and a spear appeared. To those that have been tainted by darkness. Boom, he aggressively stomped on the ground, his 8 wings extended outward. Let light judge them! Let light judge them! The angels opened their wings and soared into the sky, rushing down toward the demons who were clashing with guardian forces. As angels and demons, two fundamentally opposing forces, clashed, the battle that could have come straight from a myth went on. Boom, F-whoosh, AGH, DII. The wounded began piling up on both sides. Although the demon cult had the advantage in pure numbers, Guardian had someone that was much stronger than the demons. Kim Shi-hoon and the Celestial Wolf troops cut a clean path through demon forces. He's doing a great job. Kang-woo smiled in satisfaction as he looked at Kim Shi-hoon. The demons were being pushed back thanks to Kim Shi-hoon and the Celestial Wolf troops. If things go on like this, he licked his lips. They'll have no choice but to come out. Numbers didn't matter while fighting an Archduke, but if 2 beings of Archduke level fought and one of them had an army to back them up, that changed things. It wasn't that Archdukes were invincible. Even if the attacks were weak and small, they couldn't ignore the damage that would build up, and the Archduke with the army would inevitably win. They would definitely appear before their forces were wiped out. It should be about time they moved their heavy asses. Then, he saw something strange. Kang-woo frowned. What are they doing? He saw about 500 cultists that had thrown away the black robes and were wearing nothing. They raised their hands into the sky while kneeling on the ground. Praise to the darkness. Let the light fall. Their madness-filled voices spread through the battlefield, garnering the attention of guardian forces and crack, their flesh tore apart, their intestines popped from their bodies, and their cranial fluid poured over the ground. It was a horrible and disgusting scene. Their corpses intertwined and black demonic energy rose up. The demonic energy from the 500 corpses gathered up and a monster with a huge body appeared. Grrrr. It was a monster with red skin. Kang-woo frowned. A Barbados. It wasn't an ancient demonic monster like Halcyon that could think, but it was still a demonic monster from the 9th hell. Usually demonic monsters didn't leave their nests, but a Barbados was an exception. It was notorious for roaming around and attacking anything in sight. Fuck. A curse left Kang-woo's mouth. The Barbados had another characteristic as well. I'm really going to puke. Its body was made of corpses, and every time it moved, yellow pus poured down like a waterfall. A horrible odor filled the battlefield. What's that? Bleh. This. It was the wrong opponent. The Guardians could hardly take the odor wafting from the horrific demonic monster they had never seen before. On top of that, the physical specs of a demonic monster were higher than a demon's. Kang-woo spread his hand and pulled a golden sword from nothingness. It was a bad opponent for him to stand still and just watch. Boom, what a disgusting monster. It seemed like Raphael thought the same thing as Kang-woo, and he took a step forward with his spear in hand. An archangel emitting a white light joined the battlefield along with the apostle of the hero god that was emitting a golden light. Huh? Whoa! The Guardian's eyes widened at the sudden appearance of light. The faces of the angels and light watchers brightened. To those that have been tainted by darkness. To those that have been tainted by darkness. Kang-woo and Raphael, two heroes, one with a golden light and another with a pure white light, opened their mouths together. Let the light judge them. Boom! Kang-woo stomped on the ground. Raphael flew into the sky. Del Lane crushed the Barbatos's head and the spear of light pierced its body. The seemingly vigorous Barbatos died instantly. So you finally appeared. A black fissure appeared from the Barbatos's corpse, and a curtain-like darkness poured out of it that had a red, floating mask at the end of it. Satan, Kang-woo raised his sword. I came here to judge you. You motherfucker, ha ha. Satan's voice trembled after he saw Kang-woo. He was trying to calm down, but it was hard. Raphael, Satan shouted. The human standing next to you is, in reality, the Demon King. Before Raphael could say anything, Kang-woo spoke in a tired voice. Are you telling such lies again? Boom. He stomped on the ground and glared at Satan. Satan. Everyone knows about your wrongdoings. What, you son of a... I haven't forgotten. We haven't forgotten that you've killed the guardian Alec. You also killed Reynald, the descendant of hero god Tyrion. Alec, Ray, what? Who are they? You even bare your teeth against other demons, and you tried to fill the sea of demonic energy with that terrible ambition of yours. Hey no, you have the sea of demonic energy. You made Saint Ludwig fall and did a horrible thing that goes against the law of life. You crazy bastard, weren't you the one who made Ludwig fall? Satan screamed. I don't know who Alec and Reynald are. I didn't even know that the Light Watchers were on Earth. Raphael, listen, everything was planned by that. Shut up, Satan, boom. The mountain shook at Kang-woo's anger, and an intense golden light that made it seem as if the sun had descended on Earth spread. The Light Watchers couldn't help but kneel at such a magnificent sight, and tears flowed from their eyes. After starting to talk with the Guardians, they learned about Kang-woo's real identity as an apostle of hero god Tyrion, a light that eradicated darkness. As if proving that, Kang-woo's body was covered by a light that emanated with divine energy. Kang-woo raised Del Lane. How dare you insult me? How dare you doubt me? How dare you judge me? I'm justice. Chapter 238, May Anyone Win, Part 1. You son of a... Satan was at a loss for words due to his anger. The darkness fluctuated. He turned his face and looked at Raphael and the Light Watchers' expressions. Damn, they didn't believe him at all. They were looking at Kang-woo with confidence and trust. Ha, Satan laughed in disbelief. Gaining the trust of an angel was no easy task. The angels were a race of stubborn and inflexible beings. How did he gain their trust? He couldn't understand it. Raphael and his angels didn't have a positive opinion of the Guardians. Their doubt had been eliminated due to the Demon King's machinations, but that didn't change the fact that they had been unable to protect Ludwig. Despite that, the angels and Light Watchers were looking at Kang-woo as if he were their partner. No, if he exaggerated a bit, they seemed loyal to him. Anyway, it didn't change the fact that it wasn't normal. Satan, Raphael's 8 wings extended. Satan frowned. I guess there's nothing I can do about it. No matter what he did, he wouldn't be able to make Raphael doubt the Demon King instead of him. Satan raised his hand, and the darkness fluctuated like a wave and took the form of a pitch-black sword in his hand. Anger, it was the hell equipment that represented him. Let light judge them. Raphael threw his spear made of bright white light. Satan positioned the pitch-black sword and blocked the attack. Boom. Light and dark clashed, and a huge impact shook the surroundings. Crack. An intense fight happened in the middle of the snowstorm, and the ferocity of their battle split the earth. That dumbass, Satan said in an anger-filled voice. The dumb angel was being played by the Demon King, and just watching it was making him feel sick. He pulled his arm back and darkness gathered around the pitch-black sword. He swung the sword upward. Crack. The earth split even further, and darkness rose from the ground like a fountain. Raphael spun his spear and blocked the darkness, and then they clashed once again. An ear-tearing sound shook the battlefield. Ha! Satan's eyes were shining with madness. Since things had come to that, he couldn't just keep dodging and receiving attacks. He needed to be more determined. He had to renew his killing intent. He looked at the Demon King wearing that disgusting mask while covered by a golden light. That's called anger. He heard the Demon King's voice in his memories, how he laughed and made fun of him. How dare you? How dare he say something like that to the Archduke of Anger? Anger filled his body, his head heated up, and his body temperature rose as well. Behind the red mask, Satan's pupils and iris turned black, and an elongated pupil appeared within his yellow eyes. Good, he said in a voice filled with madness. He gripped anger with both of his hands and pierced the surface of the earth. Let's kill each other, Demon King. The crack in the ground widened even more, mounds of dirt scattered into the wind, and huge pillars of rock jutted from the crevice as if they were thorns. Then, whom it sounded as if nature itself was screaming. A second landslide began that quickly grew in size. Bat-like wings unfurled and he flew into the sky. Demon King. He looked at the Demon King with deep, sunken eyes, then he looked down at the giant black jewel gripped within his own hands. It was a fragment of the root of evil that he'd brought with him. If I use this. There was a chance he could win if he used the divinity within the root of evil. Satan's eyes shone. Come, he shouted as he raised his pitch-black sword. I'm not stupid enough to answer your challenge, you idiot. Kang-woo smirked. That bastard still has middle school syndrome, huh? He crossed his arms and watched Raphael rushing towards Satan. Satan and Raphael continued fighting. Kang-woo watched from a distance. Not yet, there was no reason for him to move yet. Of course, collaborating with Raphael and fighting against Satan could be good because it was obvious that 2-on-1 was better than 1-on-1. Still, this is better if I want to avoid getting hurt, Kang-woo laughed. If he joined the fight, then he already knew who Satan would primarily target. Satan's anger would obviously be directed toward him, and he would prioritize attacking him instead of Raphael. If that happened, he and Satan would be the only ones getting hurt. I cannot let that happen. Everything had to go as he wanted. He had to consider the worst possibility that Satan might have become stronger than he had been in the Hell of Nine Skies, and that there was a possibility of Satan severely wounding him if they fought. Also, there's the possibility of Raphael betraying me. The chances of that happening were low. Thanks to Ruler of Demonic Energy, Raphael hadn't been able to see the traces of demonic energy he'd hidden. It didn't seem like he fully trusted him, but at least he didn't imagine he was actually a demon. Still, you never know. What if Raphael realized his identity in the middle of the battle? What if he walked toward him while he was wounded? As long as he was a demon and had the sea of demonic energy inside him, he wouldn't be able to fully trust a demon. On top of that, he narrowed his eyes and remembered Satan shouting toward Raphael and him with confidence. He probably has something up his sleeve. He wouldn't be so confident if he didn't have a hidden card, and Kang-woo wouldn't allow himself to be the victim of that card. If someone was to be the victim, it had to be Raphael. Come on, destroy each other, Kang-woo smiled. None of the countless authorities he had allowed him to see the future, so he had to take every possibility into consideration and, I have to do everything I can to ensure my victory. He didn't care who won the fight. If Satan killed Raphael, that meant archangels were beings that couldn't be trusted. If Raphael killed Satan, Kang-woo could react to however Raphael acted after that. It was the same when Lucifer fought against the demon cult. He had no reason to move on his own. Solving everything with my own strength is stupid. It was something only a dumb person would do. Maybe it would make sense if there was no other way, but more than half of it could be solved if he did nothing, so why would he make a useless effort? Should I come up with an excuse? There was a chance of Raphael asking him why he hadn't helped in the fight against Satan, so he just had to be careful about that possible question. Preparing for that wasn't that hard. There's Belphegor and that guy called Bloodsucker, right? Although they hadn't appeared yet, he could use them. So, there was one thing he had to do, Authority of Fake Color. Kang-woo used the Authority of Fake Color to create light sticks that he swung around in his hands. Play, Raphael Opa, Satan Opa, may anyone win. A spear of light followed him and he swung his sword, letting out a wave of black demonic energy along the sword's trajectory. Why? He let out a heavy breath. Satan deflected Raphael's attack while making a confused expression. Although he was fighting against Raphael, his mind was in another place. Why isn't he coming? The Demon King wasn't there. He thought that the battle would take a 2-on-1 format, and he was expecting Raphael and the Demon King to attack him simultaneously, so obviously, he'd prepared a strategy based on that. Why aren't you coming? Boom. The pitch-black sword collided with the spear. Satan pulled his hand back and swung his sword down, letting out more blades of demonic energy along the trajectory of anger that rained down. Authority of Extinction. Satan's authority could annihilate anything it touched. The authority of extinction was within the blades of demonic energy that were raining down. It's useless. Raphael pulled his spear back and, as if he were stepping on air, rushed forward and threw the spear. Thousands of illusions appeared where the spear was going to fall. No, they weren't illusions. Thousands of spears made from light appeared in a circle. Boom, the blades and spears clashed and thunder shook the sky. The huge impact swept everything away and the dark clouds were blown away. The sunlight shone down on them. Damn it, curses left Satan's mouth. His plan had been ruined. He felt the root of evil he had placed inside him. He needed to have both the Demon King and Raphael within its attack range, and he still couldn't fully control the power of the root of evil, so he didn't have many chances. A trump card was called a trump card for a reason after all. If he could freely use it, he would have done so at the beginning. Why? Kang-woo wasn't coming. Although the battle against Raphael continued, no one appeared. Come Demon King, he screamed, fight with me. Why was the Demon King not trying to finish him off after driving him into a corner? He thought he was about to go crazy. Boom. Raphael, where's the Demon King? You've lost your mind. Raphael clicked his tongue. Demon King, what nonsense was that? Aren't you the Demon King? His eyes shone sharply. The demon of prophecy that had the sea of demonic energy inside him, someone who had 666 different authorities. If such a demon wasn't the Demon King, then who was the Demon King? Damn it, oh Kang-woo, where's that son of a bitch? Did you think I would need a human to aid me in fighting you? Raphael laughed in disbelief. He knew that the human Oh Kang-woo had inherited the strength of hero god Tyrion, but that didn't mean an archangel should expect a human's help in fighting a demon. I'll avenge Ludwig's death with my own hands, Raphael shouted. Fuck, Satan thought he was about to go crazy, he didn't even know Ludwig's face. Where are you, Demon King? Satan quickly started to look for the Demon King. At that moment he saw an eye-catching light. Between the crumbled rocks in a place where he wouldn't catch anyone's attention, he noticed the Demon King watching them. That son of a bitch. He was waving neon light sticks and having fun while watching the fight. He was just sitting in a safe place after inciting their fight. Why, you piece of trash, how dare you? His anger had crossed the threshold. Satan grabbed his own nape. For a moment his sight became blurry and he felt that everything was spinning. Satan's body collapsed. Chapter 239, You Aren't Prepared Yet, Part 1. Og cough, a giant wave of snow and dirt swept the players away. Kim Shi-hoon quickly picked up his sword and shouted, Use the second scroll, in a hurried scream. A transparent barrier surrounded the players as they used their second set of scrolls, but it wasn't as effective as the first set. The protective shield was destroyed, and some players were swept away by the landslide. Kim Shi-hoon turned his face. Damn it, the second landslide had just hit them. They'd already used the flame barrier, so the second landslide wounded many more people than the first. Doesn't he care that his subordinates are getting wounded? Kim Shi-hoon bit his lips. Unlike the first time, it wasn't just the Guardians that were affected. No, the cultists had suffered more than them. He saw the cultists being swept away by the falling dirt, stones, and snow. Help me? Kim Shi-hoon watched the cultists being swept away. His eyes widened when he realized where the landslide was moving. Theirs. The landslide was headed straight to where the Guardians and the devouring squad were located, the place where they tended to the wounded and gave orders. Also, Miss Gaia was there as well. Kim Shi-hoon fell into confusion and felt his mind going blank. Come back to your senses, he heard Kang-woo's voice at that moment. It wasn't his real voice, obviously, it was an illusion, or it was him trying to hypnotize himself. He took a deep breath and calmed down. I have to stop it. He had to stop the landslide before it reached the camp. Even knowing that, how could a human stand against a natural disaster? There was a huge difference between causing a natural disaster and stopping it. You could easily cause a landslide with an explosion, but stopping one was almost impossible for a human, even if he was someone who had inherited the strength of the martial god. Kim Shi-hoon stomped on the ground. I have to do it. Not being able to do it. Rather than worrying about such things, he needed to move quickly. Celestial Dragon's Rush. He put more strength in his legs as if he were squeezing the strength from his body and followed the landslide. It's not moving very fast. The farther down he went, the less steep the cliff became. They'd used the second set of scrolls to create a wall that slowed the landslide, making its scale much smaller. I can catch it. The land fluctuated as if it were a wave. Kim Shi-hoon stomped on the ground and spread both hands. Sword control. The weapons of the players that had died fighting rose into the sky, and the dozens of swords served as a sort of bridge for him. He had never controlled so many swords at once before, and it felt like his brain was melting. The chi inside his body started to fluctuate. I have to do it. Kim Shi-hoon's eyes shone sharply. If he didn't do it, Gaia would be hit by a landslide. Tap, tap, he stepped on the swords and rushed through the air. His head started hurting even more and his vision blurred. He began thinking about how to use the chi, how to use sword control, and the wonders of the movement techniques. Calm down, he heard Kang-woo's voice again. He nodded and bit his lips. Ting, the proficiency of Celestial Dragon's Psyche style has increased. A system message appeared, but he ignored it. He tried to control his breathing as he rushed over the swords. Boom. I caught up. He saw the bodies of the demons that the wave of dirt and stones had pulped. Farther forward, he had to get in front of the landslide's path. Kim Shi-hoon kicked the air. There was nothing he could step on and the bridge of swords had run out. Then, he looked down and saw the wave of dirt and stones and stepped down on them. The huge pressure in the dirt tried to pull him down. He took a deep breath and focused his chi on his legs. I have to read it. He had to read the flow of the dirt and move accordingly. He stepped on a place that was a bit more solid. Running on the wave of dirt was much more dangerous than running on top of water. Tap, heavy breathing left Shi-hoon's mouth. Finally, ahead of the landslide, he found a place where the landslide's path narrowed. Their rearguard was just past that. I have to protect them. It didn't matter how much it cost. He raised his sword. The sword began emitting white light, and Shi-hoon held the sword in front of him as he prepared himself. He raised the sword over his head and focused his chi. Then, it seems like you're Kim Shi-hoon. A demon sitting in a wheelchair appeared in front of him. Kim Shi-hoon's expression distorted. Damn, the situation wasn't good. He couldn't focus on the demon that had suddenly disappeared. Tusk, you're trying quite hard, don't you get tired? Belphegor, the demon with purple skin that was sitting in a wheelchair, started to laugh out loud. He yawned. Anyway, I heard the Demon King cares a lot about you. Belphegor spread his hand, casting out thick demonic energy like a net that covered Shihun. Kim Shihun gulped. Damn it, he began, feeling anxious. If he didn't stop the landslide, the H-Warring squad would get destroyed, but if he blocked it, he would get killed by that demon. It was the worst possible scenario. Hyung, he closed both eyes. Kang-woo's face came to his mind. Boom, a giant hand appeared and grabbed the net. Crack, the net of demonic energy was torn away. Balrog, it seems like you're in trouble. Balrog smiled. A thrilling sensation spread through Kim Shihun's body. At that moment, even Balrog's horrifying appearance looked cool. Where did that guy? That disabled guy over there that's sitting on a chair is Belphegor. Despite looking so pathetic, he's an archduke. What disabled? You son of a… Belphegor frowned. Balrog patted Kim Shihun's shoulders. I'll take care of that guy, you do what you have to do. Kim Shihun fell into thought. After a little consideration, he nodded. I'll leave it to you, Balrog. His timing had been messed up by the Archduke's interference. He needed to go further down to stop the landslide. Kim Shihun turned and rushed down the mountain. Okay then, Balrog faced the Archduke. Crack, the tips of his mouth went up as he clenched his fists. Should we begin? So you're that Demon King? Huh, he heard a voice from behind while he was waving the light sticks. Kang-woo slowly turned. He saw someone covered with blood-stained bandages, and the person carried a rusty sword with blood-colored demonic energy swirling around it. Ah, your Bloodseeker? Kang-woo asked while smirking. The monster covered in blood-stained bandages nodded. Yes. You're one chilly-looking bastard. Is that rusty sword part of your getup? What? It kind of looks cool. It's as if you were saying, I don't rely on weapons, or something like that. The concept seems cool, he nodded. He liked its aesthetic. Ha, the Bloodseeker laughed in disbelief. You're crazier than they said. This is our first time meeting, yet you're saying bullshit like that. You shouldn't call someone you've never met before crazy, you bastard. Kang-woo frowned. Bloodseeker's eyes filled with anger. He readied his rusty sword while laughing in disbelief. It seems like it's impossible to talk with you. You should say something like that after saying something properly, you bastard. After mumbling nonsense, the only thing you said was yes, what, and ha. How can you say it's impossible to talk with me when you've only said those things? He felt as if it truly were unfair. The Bloodseeker gripped his sword tighter. This is the Demon King, he couldn't believe it. Shouldn't the Demon King be someone with a heavier atmosphere? After meeting scary beings like Belphegor and Satan, he couldn't help but be disappointed. He seems no different from the bastards of Hao Bang. His way of talking was light, and he also cursed a lot. Rather than a Demon King, he felt like a gangster. The Bloodseeker looked at Kang-woo with disappointed eyes. I heard you reached the peak of demons with the body of a human, so I was expecting something great, yet… yeah. Since you mentioned a human body or whatever, there's something I wanted to ask. Kang-woo crossed his arms. You're also a human, right? There weren't many things he knew about Erner, but he knew even less about H-Wan. He wasn't even sure if that was a place where humans lived. His body seems to be of a human. He was covered in bandages, so he couldn't be sure. The tips of Bloodseeker's mouth went up. Yes. To be more precise, I used to be human. Boom, he swung the rusty sword. But I'm not anymore. I studied the demonic arts for more than 1,000 years to go beyond the limits of a human. He made a fishy smile. There's no way you could even imagine how long of a time that is. 1,000 years. Do you even know how much of an effort I made to go beyond the limits of the body? From what he'd heard, the Demon King had obtained a power called the Authority of Predation. He'd accepted demonic power without much effort. Wasn't that too unfair? Compared to him, he'd trained for a very long time to polish his demonic arts. That was also the case for archdukes. They had huge power since birth without having made any kind of effort. They were born to become rulers. How unfair was that? There's a limit to the power you can obtain without making any effort. Today, I'm going to show you that. The Bloodseeker summoned up his demonic energy from within. He'd heard all sorts of warnings while talking with the archdukes, but he couldn't accept it. There's no way someone that was born as a human can use demonic energy better than me. He'd invested almost 1,000 years into learning how to control and regulate his demonic energy. If he was fighting someone else that had been born as a human, there was no way he'd lose. That's what he thought. 1,000 years, Kang-woo smirked. You shouldn't try to compare things that aren't even in the same league. He got up and spread both hands, summoning a sword made of hellfire. You aren't prepared yet. Chapter 240, Defeated Soldier, Part 1. Belphegor laughed in disbelief and looked at Balrog. Balrog, did you lose your mind? Belphegor frowned and rested his chin on his hands, sitting in his chair in a relaxed manner. He narrowed his eyes. Balrog, he was vice commander of the Demon King's army, and he was one of the demons that the Demon King liked the most. His strength couldn't be compared to other great demons. It was also widely known that he could even give archdukes a run for their money. But, you dare to face me, Belphegor, alone? In the end, he wasn't an archduke. There was a gap between archdukes and other demons that couldn't be overcome. Even if he'd received the Demon King's strength, even if he was the strongest among the great demons, that was it. He couldn't beat an archduke. Archdukes were beings that were born to become absolute rules. Even in the Hell of Nine Skies, except for the ancient demonic monsters, no beings could fight against them. "What, are you scared?" Balrog asked, a smirk on his face. "Huh?" Once again, Belphegor laughed in disbelief. He lowered his head and tried to hold back his laughter. "It seems like you lost your mind after winning the Thousand-Year War." Belphegor extended his hands toward Balrog. "Balrog, remember this." He kept talking. "It was the Demon King who won, not you. You're right." Balrog waved his hand, and a whip covered with a dark red flame appeared from a black fissure. He grabbed the whip and the tips of his mouth went up. "And you lost." Belphegor remained silent and glared at Balrog. The memories of the bitter defeat returned to him. It was extremely unpleasant. "It seems like you've forgotten how scary the world is due to the Demon King's coddling." Belphegor said in a mocking tone, "You're just a defeated soldier who couldn't protect his owner." A defeated soldier. Balrog's eyebrows twitched when he heard that. "Did you completely forget about Beelzebub? Didn't he used to be your owner?" Belphegor laughed. "Beelzebub, the Archduke of Gluttony. Among the archdukes, he was the only one who'd lost his position to another demon. Baal had killed Beelzebub and taken his place. Before the War of 1,000 Years, the biggest war had been between Baal and Beelzebub. He'd lost his position as an archduke, and even the Hell equipment recognized Baal as its new owner. Beelzebub's subordinates were torn apart and eaten by Baal's subordinates. All of them, save one, had died in immense pain. There was one demon who managed to survive Baal. At that time, Beelzebub's most loyal demon was called Balrog. "Ah, I still remember how you looked when you lost your owner. You were a loser whose meaning had been stripped away, and you looked like a rotten corpse. Ha ha ha, did you go and find the Demon King that day to suffer the most miserable death a demon could?" The first day Balrog and the Demon King met, it was quite a famous encounter, even in the ninth hell. At that moment, demons thought that the most miserable death possible was death at the hands of a human. He was so remorseful at not being able to protect his owner that he craved death. But to think that human would end up becoming the Demon King. Who would have imagined that the human he went to see to have a miserable death would become the Demon King? That was something no one could have imagined. Belphegor shook his head as if he didn't want to remember that. "I'm still curious about something. The Demon King should have been weaker than you at the time, but why did you decide to serve him? Did you really wish to have a new owner that badly? I wonder what Beelzebub would think if he saw you now." Belphegor, "PFF hahaha, to think that you'd change owners so fast after the one you swore loyalty to died. Tusk tusk." He clicked his tongue. "This is why raising a dog isn't worth it." Boom, the surroundings shook and Balrog's huge body rose into the air. He swung the black whip covered with a dark red flame with an unbelievable speed. HNGH. Belphegor snorted, his authority activated from his outstretched hand. The authority of stopping, the authority that could slow down time within a certain area, restricted the strength of the whip. The whip, which had initially been moving at a speed faster than sound, slowed down to such a speed that one could easily grab it. Tap. Without hesitating for a moment, he dropped the whip, flapped his wings, and shot toward the ground, smashing into it fist first. Boom, rocks scattered in all directions. Belphegor's expression distorted. His authority of stopping had a condition: it could only slow time in places he could see. Since his sight was blocked, the authority of stopping was dismissed. Balrog appeared from between the rocks, and a huge fist that resembled a boulder hit Belphegor's head. Boom! The chair Belphegor was sitting on was pushed back at a huge speed. Before the fist touched him, he managed to use the authority of stopping by a narrow margin and was able to protect his face. Still, he wasn't able to fully mitigate the blow. Black blood dripped from Belphegor's mouth after he was hit by the demonic energy contained within Balrog's fist. With his back straight, Balrog spoke in a subdued voice. "Your tongue is long. It seems that although your body is lazy, your tongue isn't." Belphegor's face twisted. He felt ashamed that Balrog, someone who wasn't the Demon King or an Archduke, had managed to hit him first. "You worthless, defeated soldier." Belphegor extended both hands and created a blade of time with the authority of stopping that couldn't be seen or heard. It was an intangible sword that could twist time and cut through any target, and it sliced down toward Balrog. Slash! Balrog lowered his body as if he were crouching down. As the intangible sword touched him, the flow of demonic energy in that area became extremely slow. Balrog closed his eyes. Belphegor's attack couldn't be seen, so using his eyes would only bother him. He dodged the attacks using only the sensations he could feel through demonic energy. The movements his huge body made were so fast that they were hard to believe, and he quickly dodged Belphegor's attacks and appeared before him. He clenched his right fist. As if it were alive, the whip on the floor quickly flew toward him and wrapped around his fist, which began burning with a dark red fire. He twisted his body and pulled his fist back. Do you think that's going to work? Belphegor laughed at him. He created a defensive wall with the authority of stopping. Everything that moved within 5 centimeters of his skin would start to move at an extremely slow speed. It was a defensive wall one could call definitive. Sky, Balrog, he stretched his left foot forward and stepped firmly on the ground as he pulled his shoulder back and lowered himself. He concentrated all of his strength on a single point before unleashing his fist in a display of explosive power. Break. Boom. It was one of the techniques his master, Kang-woo, had taught him. Although it was just a punch, the theory and thought behind it was quite complex. You needed to regulate the demonic energy that flowed from your waist to the shoulder. The moment you punched, you had to make it explode all at once. Of course, if he used such a technique, Balrog would also be swept away by the recoil. However, Balrog had a characteristic no other demon had: demonic energy armor. There was a strong armor made of demonic energy that covered his skin even if he wasn't aware of it. That unique characteristic protected his fist and, cough, Belphegor's body bent like a bow. Along with the chair, Belphegor's body rolled on the ground and copious amounts of black blood poured out of him. How? Belphegor looked at Balrog in confusion. Even if the strength in Balrog's fist was powerful, it shouldn't have been able to pass through his authority that controlled the flow of time. That wasn't supposed to happen. Damn it, damn it, damn it, Belphegor cursed while holding his hand, and Balrog slowly walked toward him. Defeated soldier, that sad nickname echoed through his head. Don't try to act like someone who's gone through things, back the fuck off. The memories of the past came back to him. I wasn't able to protect my owner. What does that have to do with me? I came here in search of you to pay for my crime. What nonsense are you talking about? Since he didn't seem to understand it, he explained how humiliating it was for a demon to die at the hands of a human. Kang-woo had laughed in disbelief after listening to the explanation. Ah, so you came here to die? Yes, I should have known when I saw your eyes. He laughed in disbelief and continued walking, ignoring Balrog. Leave the drama for TV shows. Don't bother me, just fuck off, I'm busy at the moment. You aren't afraid? What? This is the 9th hell. It's a place governed by the archdukes. It's completely different from the hells you're used to. I already know that. I heard it all before coming here. No, you don't know it, you. Don't know how scary the archdukes are. If you knew, there's no way you wouldn't be afraid. Hey, you bastard, stop caring about what I do or don't know. He lightly stomped on the ground and flew toward him, then he grabbed his collar. Balrog was finally able to look into his eyes. He looked into the black pupils on top of his white eyes. Ah, a thrilling sensation spread through his body. Kang-woo's eyes were shining with a stronger craving than any demon's. No, rather than craving, it was closer to obsession. Chills ran through Balrog's body. Balrog already knew the name of the craving and ambition reflected in his eyes. I don't care if there are archdukes here or whatever, he kept talking. What I have to do won't change after all. Answer evil with greater evil, a killing intent with a stronger killing intent. He had to devour everything in the world and take steps forward. If you're done talking, then fuck off. I have no time to waste with a defeated soldier like you. If you want to suffer a humiliating death, throw yourself into a group of demonic monsters. Balrog, who was walking toward Belphegor, suddenly burst into laughter after remembering what had happened at that time. Balrog. Ah, it's just that I remembered something from the past. Balrog smiled. He raised his flame-covered fist and curled his finger toward Belphegor as he spoke. Belphegor, stand up, hasn't the fight just begun? He glared at Balrog intensely before he placed his hands on the ground and pushed himself up. He placed his hands on the chair he was sitting in. Balrog, a thick demonic energy swept away the surroundings. Crack. The wheelchair began to change form, breaking into fragments that joined back together in what looked like white, bone-like armor. You made me stand. I'll make you regret that. Belphegor's body was covered with the armor sloth from which a strong fighting spirit rose. Chapter 241, Defeated Soldier, Part 2. Belphegor stood up after sloth covered his body. A breathtaking amount of demonic energy that couldn't be compared to before surged out of him. Balrog's expression hardened. So now it's finally starting. While clenching his fist, which was covered with a dark flame, he got in position. He'd been able to face Belphegor until then because of his fluke. If he fought with everything he had, the story changed completely. Let's see if you really became strong enough to be able to say something like that. Belphegor slowly raised his hand, creating more intangible blades. The number was completely different compared to before. There were more than 1,000 blades. Crack. Every blade that hit the ground tore the earth apart. Although it was weird to see the ground being torn apart due to time affecting it, it wasn't that weird if you thought about it. The earth rotated endlessly. The power of stopping slowed down whatever it touched, so it made sense that the ground would be torn up like that. If that blade touches me, even if Balrog had the demonic energy armor, he wouldn't be able to avoid being critically wounded. He spread his demonic energy and closed his eyes. He focused on the changing flow of demonic energy and dodged the blades. Crack. Even if he did a good job, it was almost impossible to dodge over 1,000 attacks. His skin was torn apart wherever the intangible blades touched him. Die Balrog, Belphegor spread his arms wide. The power of the authority that tampered with time spread like a curtain. Crack. The land that was swept away by the landslide was overturned, leaving a huge crater. Balrog bit his lips while dodging the blades pouring down on him, as expected of an archduke. Up until then, he'd faced countless demons that had authorities, but Belphegor was on a completely different level from them. Balrog stomped on the ground. If he stopped even for a second, he'd get devoured by the authority of stopping. If that happened, it would be the end. His body would explode if it got caught up in time. Balrog kept moving and looking at Belphegor. There's a chance. The authority of stopping wasn't absolute. Although it was so strong it almost felt like a scam, it had many restrictions. For example, one couldn't use it beyond what they could see. It's slow. That was its biggest weak point. If he moved faster, dodging the authority wasn't actually that hard. The Archduke had created thousands of them to counter its weak point, which was the slow speed of the attacks. Boom, whom, Balrog kept moving endlessly. Then. Now an opening appeared. Another weak point was that he couldn't move while he used the authority. It was the perfect chance to counterattack. Boom, he lowered his body and launched himself forward. An intangible blade brushed past his body. His skin was cut open and his muscles were torn apart, but he ignored the attack and clenched his fist, gathering demonic energy around it in a sort of armor-like gauntlet. Wait for the perfect opening. He had to attack him successfully. Balrog shot forward at the speed of sound, and he swung his fist covered with a demonic energy armor. He was aiming for Belphegor's head. He didn't put strength in his arms for a brief moment as it reached the protective aura around Belphegor's body. The moment he touched the authority of stopping, he would make his demonic energy armor explode. As the demonic energy spread, it would block Belphegor's sight. The authority of stopping could influence the area Belphegor's sight reached. If the moment the authority was activated, he could block his sight by making demonic energy explode, he could successfully land an attack. Crack, yes, he felt a sensation in his fist. Balrog's eyes shone, but, so you were trying to use a trick like this. Belphegor made a sarcastic comment. The white armor that was covering his body spread around. It was as if a spider had opened its legs, as if a predator had opened his mouth. The armor spread and wrapped around Balrog's arm. Crack, his arm was torn apart and black blood poured from his wounds. Belphegor clicked his tongue and crossed his arms. Tear him apart and kill him. He gave an order to someone and Balrog soon realized who he'd given that order to. Crack, the white armor that was covering his body changed its shape. 8 arms appeared that resembled the arms of a skeleton. The hands gripped Balrog's body and began pulling him in different directions. Aggh, a painful scream left Balrog's mouth. Crack. A fissure appeared in the demonic energy armor that was protecting his body. The Hell's equipment, Sloth. How that equipment worked was simple. It wasn't that it could deal overwhelming damage or had some special capability. Rather than that, Sloth could do whatever its owner asked of it. If he didn't want to use his feet to move, it could become a chair with wheels. It could become armor if he wanted it to protect his body. If he wanted to kill an opponent, it would become a weapon and move on its own. While Sloth was moving, its owner didn't have to do anything. The 8 arms pulled him and applied huge pressure on his body. It was simple, but it certainly wasn't weak. Sloth was a Hell's equipment that could perfectly cover for the weakness of being unable to move that Belphegor's authority of stopping had. At the same time, it could apply huge pressure on Balrog. Crack, his bones broke, his skin split and blood poured out. Balrog's eyes were bloodshot and his muscles inflated like they were about to explode. Still, he couldn't free himself from the strength of Sloth. Belphegor laughed at him. HNGH, you bragged so much, yet this is your limit. Tusk. He clicked his tongue and shook his head. Did you really think you would be able to beat an archduke? It was an unbelievable thought. Not only that, but thanks to having absorbed the root of evil, he'd gotten stronger than before. He was just the subordinate of the Demon King, so there was no way someone like that could beat him. Belphegor looked at Balrog as if disappointed, but his eyes soon shone. Now that I think about it, using you might be more effective than using Kim Shi-hoon. More effective? For calling the Demon King to where I want him. Belphegor laughed at him. Balrog smirked. He wasn't sure what they were planning, but it was pointless. Do you think a hostage plan would work against him? It will. Balrog, did you forget why the Demon King started a war? Although he's a crazy bastard, he does really care for his subordinates. Is it because he's crazy? Anyway, if you're held hostage, I'm sure not even the Demon King would be able to do whatever he wants. Belphegor smiled. If they had Balrog as a hostage, the chances of their plan succeeding increased. They would be able to kill that monster, the Demon King. Then, before taking you to the Demon King, should I pull apart your arms and legs? Crack, AGH, ha ha ha, you'll be able to see your owner dying in front of you once again. A scream left Balrog's mouth. The arms of Sloth were pulling his arms and legs. If it goes on like this. Balrog bit his lips even while being in huge pain. I'll probably. His eyes sank. He imagined the battle against Belphegor and a chilling fear ran through his spine. Lose. There was no doubt about it. The Archdukes were beings that were fundamentally different from the normal demons. It didn't matter how much one tried or struggled, it was impossible for an average demon to be able to beat an Archduke. Oh well. If it were simple, there's no way the position of an Archduke would have changed only once since the Hell of the Nine Skies was created. The Archdukes were born as Archdukes from the beginning. They were absolute beings that were born to be rulers. There were only two beings that were able to break through that rule, Baal and the Demon King. During the long history of the Hell of Nine Skies, only those two were able to break that mold. No, Balrog smiled. He clenched his fist and raised demonic energy from inside his body. Already two have won. The chances weren't zero. Archdukes weren't invincible, they'd lost in the past. It didn't matter how arrogantly they behaved and talked. The Demon King beat them. Kang-woo had beaten them. Of course, it wasn't that they didn't suffer losses. No, they'd suffered countless losses. Numerous subordinates died, and there were a few that the Demon King really cared about. All had died. Balrog, a memory of the past came back to him from when he'd already spent a lot of time with Kang-woo. Just like when he'd met him for the first time, Kang-woo also looked like a corpse. I'm tired. It was what he'd said while sitting over countless corpses. He remembered that time. They'd gone through numerous desperate situations, but still, by overcoming a huge difference, even under the worst possible conditions, he'd stood and stepped forward, and in the end, he won. Then, he could also overcome the pain. No, as someone that served the Demon King, he had to overcome it. He had to make the impossible possible. If he couldn't, he didn't have the right to serve him, to walk next to him. He couldn't lessen the burden on his shoulders. Don't overdo things, I don't need your help. That's what Kang-woo would say if he looked at Balrog's situation. He would ask why he hadn't asked for help. In reality, asking for help wasn't hard. He had the communication device Kang-woo had given him and told him to use it whenever he needed help. He would probably appear in the blink of an eye if he called him. And he'll probably try to carry the burden on his own. Once again, he would walk alone with such a heavy burden on his shoulders, and then he would reach a really high place, just like he always did. Just like he'd done numerous times over the past 1,000 years, he would walk farther and farther. I'm tired. What? I'm tired of not being able to protect my owner. Balrog smiled, crack. The sound of something breaking and tearing apart split the air. What was torn apart wasn't Balrog's arms and legs. What the? A fissure began appearing in Sloth's arms. Boom. Balrog's giant body fell to the ground with demonic energy covering it. He resembled a medieval knight with the way demonic energy covered his body. He flapped the bat wings that were on his back. Balrog's two eyes widened. His pupils, which could be seen from behind the full-plated armor, were yellow. His black eyes were torn horizontally, similar to Kang-woo's now. He remembered when he drank with Kang-woo. At that time, a smile appeared on his face. He seemed happy. It was a smile he hadn't been able to see in hell. I've already failed once. He hadn't been able to protect his owner. That wasn't going to happen twice. I'm going to protect my king. Chapter 242, Defeated Soldier, Part 3. Damn it, what the? Belphegor's expression hardened. He held the destroyed Sloth in his hands. He sent demonic energy into it, and Sloth changed form and recovered its original state. Unlike other hell equipments, Sloth wasn't indestructible. If it was destroyed, it could be restored immediately. Then it could transform and destroy the opponent. Even so, there's no way Balrog could destroy a Hell's equipment. If he could destroy Hell's equipment, that meant he could rival an Archduke. Sloth wasn't an equipment that an average demon could destroy, but Balrog had destroyed it using only his strength, which meant, it meant Balrog really had enough power to rival an Archduke. How dare you? Belphegor's eyes flared in anger, his pride as an Archduke had been stepped on. Not even the Demon King had made him feel that way. Although the Demon King was a human, he had the scam-like authority of predation, so just like an Archduke, one could say he was naturally born. In Balrog's case, it was different. There was a rumor in hell that it was impossible for average demons to beat him, but that was it. How dare a defeated soldier like you try to take an Archduke's position? Balrog didn't have an authority. Although he had a power called demonic energy armor that was more like a characteristic, it wasn't an authority. Balrog was destined to forever be under the Archdukes. To think that someone who had to crawl on the ground dared to bare his teeth against an Archduke, there's no way Belphegor could accept something like that. Die, he spread the authority of stopping. The strength of the authority spread like a curtain and pressured Balrog from all sides. Sloth returned to its original state and the 8 arms rushed toward Balrog. Balrog took a deep breath. A black armor, a strength he had never experienced before, was covering his body. Is this thanks to the Demon King? Balrog narrowed his eyes. His soul was connected to Kang-woo's. After Kang-woo obtained greater strength, Balrog also became stronger. I'm sure it isn't only that, he smirked. The only thing that Kang-woo could give him was demonic energy. Just because his demonic energy increased didn't mean he could suddenly use a new power like he was doing. The power was something created by his loyalty toward the Demon King and the increased amount of available demonic energy. It was created from both of those factors. Well, either way, it doesn't matter. Balrog turned around. He clenched his fists and felt the black armor's power surrounding his body. It didn't matter why he'd awakened such a strength. What mattered was that it enabled him to fight against Belphegor. In addition to that, my king. He saw an image of Kang-woo walking alone, far up above, carrying an overbearing weight on his shoulders. It was always like that. Kang-woo always walked on a lonely road that no one else could follow. Now, Balrog's eyes shone sharply. Crack! The demonic energy armor covering his body moved and demonic energy poured out of I'm going to walk with you. Boom. Balrog's body, which was covered by black armor, shot forward at an incredible speed. The authority of stopping spread like a curtain and pressured him from all sides. Down. There was only one way he'd be able to dodge. Balrog raised his right arm and black armor covered it where his skin had been torn. How interesting. Although it was armor made of demonic energy, it moved as naturally as if it were his own arm. Balrog smirked and smashed his fist down. The earth seemingly exploded and Balrog passed through the dirt and rubble, moving through the ground at an incredible speed. The earth rippled like waves. Paf, the soil scattered away. As he emerged, the 8 arms of Sloth applied pressure on him. Balrog's eyes shone sharply. If I could destroy it once, I can do it twice. He ignored the arms and rushed forward. Eek! Belphegor's expression distorted. Balrog was rushing forward as if he were a train, so he created a defensive wall with the authority of stopping. TSSSS, demonic energy exploded outward from Balrog's armor and blocked Belphegor's vision. The authority of stopping was dismissed. No, sincere. Balrog twisted his body and pulled his arm back to the limit. Clack, the black armor covering his arm spread, leaking demonic energy. He stepped forward with his left foot and released the punch that had been pulled back to its limit. Punch, crack, he punched Belphegor's head with all the strength he had. Ting, your subordinate Balrog has obtained the Overlord's armor. A blue message window appeared in front of him. Kang-woo tilted his head. What's this? He'd heard the news that Balrog had obtained a new technique. It was good news, of course, but the timing was a bit weird. Don't tell me. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. He'd ordered Balrog to figure out Belphegor's location and report to him. Did he start fighting him? If not, receiving such a message made no sense. That damn muscle pig. He frowned and felt anxious. Balrog was strong, but that was it. If he faced Belphegor in a one-on-one, he would most likely not be able to resist and end up losing. Damn, Kang-woo cursed and anxiously bit his lips. Balrog was his subordinate, but he wasn't someone he'd used the authority of subordination on, so he couldn't see through his eyes. Authority of observation. The spectrum of what he could see increased. It was as if he had an aerial view. He looked at where Balrog and Belphegor were fighting. He was finally able to sigh in relief. You idiot. He clearly told him to report to him as soon as he saw him. Kang-woo clicked his tongue and turned his head. Og. The monstrous person was covered in blood-stained bandages, and his body trembled while he gripped his sword that had been snapped in half. Just how? The bloodsucker looked at Kang-woo in confusion. He'd heard a lot about the Demon King, and he knew how much of an incredibly strong and foreign being he was. Cough, cough, the bloodsucker vomited blood. To think that he'd be this overwhelming, he wasn't able to defend himself even once. His demonic arts, which he'd trained for almost 1,000 years, weren't able to reach the Demon King. Tap, tap, the Demon King walked toward him and Bloodseeker raised his head to look up at him. Other than the sharpness in his eyes, he didn't have many unique features. But to him, that face looked scarier than any other. AGH, the Bloodseeker screamed as if he were having a seizure. He leaped forward, his rusty, broken sword gripped in his hands. The demonic energy that he had trained for 1,000 years wrapped around the rusty sword in a blood-red color. Blood arts, it was a demonic art that allowed him to turn his grudge to demonic energy. He'd gone through a lot to be able to control it, and he had resisted the voices of the deceased and withstood horrible nightmares. Even Satan had recognized his strength and given him the position of a phase. But then, how could he lose in such a way? Die. He targeted Kang-woo's head with the rusty, broken sword, and it looked like Kang-woo was about to be cut in half. Kang-woo smirked and raised his arms, grabbing the rusty sword with his bare hands. Tap hog. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes while touching the demonic energy that was shining with a bloody red color. So this is how they stacked demonic energy in H1. He was interested in it and tested it with his demonic energy to find out how it was made. He nodded his head. Is it about turning negative emotions into demonic energy? To think something like this is possible. To think he'd be able to turn the grudges inside the blood into demonic energy. It was certainly interesting. Kang-woo clicked his tongue as he checked the demonic energy structure. How ineffective! Extracting the grudges in the blood and turning them into demonic energy was quite ineffective. There's no way that turning something like a negative emotion into something that could exercise physical strength would be easy. Actually, it was quite bad. The Celestial Dragon's Psyche style is better. At least that allowed you to concentrate the widespread energy into your Danshin and use it more effectively. Compared to that, the blood art was quite ineffective. What? Your martial art is trash. Wait, how did you figure out I turned grudges into demonic energy? The Bloodsucker's eyes trembled. Turning grudges into demonic energy was something he'd come up with, but still, how? You were able to figure that out just from touching the demonic energy? He seemed confused, and Kang-woo smirked. It isn't that hard. Although they're slightly different, it doesn't change the fact that they're all fundamentally demonic energy. If you check how the demonic energy is arrayed, you can easily figure it out. What? What was he talking about? If I check how demonic energy moves inside your body, I can easily figure out its structure and theory. What? There's no way something like that is possible. The Bloodsucker moved demonic energy through his blood. If Kang-woo was really doing it like he said, he needed to watch the flow of demonic energy through tens of thousands of blood vessels. When straightened, a human's blood vessels could reach up to 120,000 km. That was enough to go around the Earth twice. He had been able to analyze the demonic energy moving over such a distance in an instant. It's possible if you try it hard enough, Kang-woo smirked. Nonsense. There's no way something like that is possible with will alone. The Bloodsucker shouted as if he were about to have a seizure. No, it's possible. Bastards that never even tried it are always the ones that react like this. Tusk tusk. Kang-woo clicked his tongue. The youngsters these days don't know what effort is. He shook his head. How could you lie like, did you ever have a sea inside your body? What? If you did, you would realize how much work it takes to stop it from overflowing. A seemingly bottomless sea of demonic energy. There are only 3 embankments, but even those don't work properly. If I don't regulate it actively, the sea will overflow and I'll die. That's why at all times, while eating, shitting, sleeping, when I'm laughing and having fun, when I'm crying because I'm sad, or when I'm angry because of something that happened. Even while breathing, he had to control and regulate his demonic energy at all times if he wanted to survive. Doing this kind of thing isn't that hard. The Bloodsucker couldn't understand what he was talking about, but what he said was true. If he really had a sea inside his body constantly trying to overflow, just why? Why hadn't he given up? Why do something so crazy for all eternity? It was a crazy thing to do. It wasn't something that someone right in his mind would do. It would be like being intoxicated every single second. There's no way a human would be able to handle such pain. Why are you asking something so obvious? Kang-woo laughed in disbelief. Why had he not just given up? Was there a need to explain why? I didn't want to die. The Bloodsucker's body trembled. He looked into the Demon King's eyes and saw the intense craving within. It was a craving he knew. No, it was something that all living beings knew. I want to live. I don't want to die, desperately resisting to the last breath. Even if he had to struggle, he was going to survive. He read the craving in his eyes. The Bloodsucker remained silent. 1,000 years versus 10,000. It wasn't a matter of difference in time, the quality was different. The voices of the deceased, who cared about that? The Demon King beat death at every moment, numerous times every single second. He remembered Belphegor's words. The Bloodsucker's body trembled. You're crazy. I told you. Kang-woo laughed. You aren't ready yet. Crack. The Bloodseeker's head exploded. Kang-woo looked up into the sky. The battle between Satan and Raphael was still going on. Satan, although he suddenly collapsed at the beginning, he's doing quite a good job. As if he were struggling with blood pressure, he grabbed the back of his neck and rolled on the ground. Although Raphael was one-sidedly beating up Satan at one point, he had returned to his senses and was fighting Raphael intensely. He'd definitely become stronger than when he used to be in hell. So, the tips of Kang-woo's mouth went up and he looked at the fight between the two. I wonder who's going to win. The result would soon make itself known. Chapter 243, The Truth Comes to Light, Part 1, Boom. The pitch-black sword and spear clashed and shook the sky. Mr. Raphael. The angels and light watchers clenched their fists as they watched Satan clash with Raphael. Mr. Shargil. Should we still watch and do nothing? Shargil remained silent. He raised his head and looked into the sky. He couldn't interfere in their battle. The difference in strength was too high. Titan. He remembered the story of a giant they said used to rule over the world long ago in the era of myths. Satan and Raphael were fighting so intensely that it looked like a fight between the giants that appeared in those myths. There's nothing we can do about it. Shargil shook his head and anxiously bit his lip. Mr. Raphael, he wished for the light to win. Leave the demon of prophecy to Mr. Raphael. We need to deal with the other demons. Sharjil turned around. There were still many cultists left. Those demons. He glared with hatred at the demon cult and gave an order to the angels and light watchers. Kill them all. If they side with darkness, it doesn't matter if they're young or old. Let the judgment of light fall onto all those tainted by darkness. Let light judge them. Let light judge them. The angels grabbed their weapons and flew toward the cultists. Sharjil breathed heavily while making a tired expression. He had fought against thousands of demons in the forefront, so he had become very tired. If it happens here, Seraphim had taken part in the mythic years. He thought of the angel that had sacrificed himself to seal a huge darkness. Sharjil shook his head. It isn't time to think of things like that. Even at that moment, some demon forces were devouring the light. He gripped his sword that was shining with a silver light. Let light judge them. He stomped on the ground without hesitation. In the air where Satan and Raphael were clashing, an angry scream left Satan's mouth. He swung his sword while having lost his mind because of anger. Raphael managed to block his attack. The authority of extinction was a destructive authority that destroyed everything it touched, and it was putting him in danger. Satan's strength was incredible, Raphael gulped. It was the strength of the demon of prophecy. Raphael kept fighting while swinging the spear of light, and he calmly blocked all of Satan's attacks. Each time he blocked an attack, a huge impact shook his body. Where did he gain such strength? The War of 1,000 Years was a long war they said had taken place in hell. They didn't know who had caused that war and who had won, but what angels knew was that, thanks to that war, hell had almost been destroyed. Angels thought that was an opportunity, and led by Michael, they increased their strength. But Lucifer and even Satan had become stronger than before. Raphael looked at Satan with a troubled expression. It wasn't strong enough that he couldn't handle him. No, even if that had been the case, he couldn't back off. Ludwig. He mumbled. Raphael pointed his spear at Satan with a glare on his face. Satan, free Ludwig. Ludwig had fallen after becoming an undead. An honest servant of light couldn't meet such a tragic end. I don't know. I don't know who that bastard is and where he is. How dare you tell such a lie, Raphael angrily replied. To think he'd try to act dumb. Wasn't it Satan who told him to come at him and that he wouldn't be able to escape? What nonsense are you planning? No, I didn't make Ludwig fall. Nonsense, I saw with my own 2 eyes how you made Ludwig fall. That wasn't me. It didn't make sense, Raphael's expression distorted. How shameless can you demons can be? I told you it wasn't me. Satan twisted his body as if he were about to go crazy. He scattered away the black sword energy and screamed in agony. Demon King, come out. You fucker, I'm going to reveal the truth here. I'm going to take off your disgusting mask. Satan spread his sword energy to find the Demon King he couldn't see. Boom. A destructive power that was close to a natural disaster split the earth. Everyone, both demon cult and guardians, were swept away by that attack. Stop! Raphael spread his wings as he held the spear of light, and his 8 wings let off a bright illumination. It was unleashed at an incredible speed. Why is he trying so desperately? Raphael couldn't understand it. The Satan he'd watched in the video was too different from the one before him. Don't tell me. Was the Satan that appeared in that video not Satan? He was confused. Don't listen to him. Hadn't Michael said that one mustn't listen to what a demon said? Their tongues were like a flower with a deadly poison. If that sweet scent deceived you, the poison would spread through your body and end up killing you. Raphael looked at him while making a confused expression. He remained silent and he became even more confused. There's something different. The difference between the Satan he'd seen in the video and the one in front of him was too big. There was the Satan that was full of evil energy in the video and the one that was in front of him who looked pathetic. Satan's desperate cry made Raphael even more confused. Maybe, he began to doubt, what if the one I saw wasn't really Satan? What if he was being deceived by the one he said was the true Demon King? What was the truth? Is Kang-woo the Demon King? Raphael shook his head. It wasn't that he fully believed in the human called Kang-woo, but he was with him when they watched the footage of Satan. There was no way he wouldn't be able to feel the demonic energy of someone called Demon King. He couldn't believe he was the Demon King. Kang-woo, you piece of trash, come out, Satan desperately cried. He felt the anger and desperation in his voice. What if all of that was acting? What if everything was a play? Raphael closed his eyes. He felt Satan's attacks weakening. Oh, light, Raphael looked at Satan with a troubled expression. Please give me an answer. The truth scared him, obscured in darkness as it was. He couldn't see it at all. The angels are doing a good job. Kang-woo smiled in satisfaction. The angels were fighting more intensely against the demons, not afraid of dying. It wasn't that he could completely trust angels, but it was good news as long as they could protect the guardians as much as possible. It seems like they're also leveling up like crazy. The unique capability of leveling up that players had was still happening in the middle of the battle. At that moment, Kang-woo looked at Raphael. His movements had become slower. He doesn't seem tired. The light coming out of Raphael's wings was still shining intensely. Tusk, Kang-woo clicked his tongue. Is he being deceived by a demon? Satan was an evil being. He was desperately trying to tell lies and hide the truth. Pathetic, how could the words of a demon so easily shake up an archangel? I guess I have no other choice. As an apostle of the hero god, he couldn't stand still and looked at the light being corrupted. The entire truth. He was going to reveal it all. Kang-woo grabbed his communication crystal. Satan, Raphael said in a low voice while holding his spear. Do you have proof that Kang-woo is the demon king? Ha ha, proof. Satan's eyes trembled. The proof that Kang-woo was the demon king. There was no need to think too deeply about it. The sea of demonic energy that was inside him was the proof. But the demon king hadn't been found out while being next to Raphael. That meant he had a way of concealing his demonic energy. There was a chance that couldn't become proof of what he was saying. Damn it, to make his plan work, he needed to drag the demon king there. He grabbed the base of the root that was inside him. At that moment a certain thought crossed his mind. He remembered the demon king waving light sticks while looking at their fight. Look at what that guy is doing at the moment. He's looking at us fighting, making fun of. Satan raised his hand and pointed at where the demon king was standing. The eyes behind the mask trembled. Where's that bastard? Where he pointed, there were only traces of red blood. Boom, tap, tap, a being tainted by darkness walked out of the remnants. Raphael's eyes shook after seeing who he was. Ludwig. He saw Ludwig's body covered by horrifying green tentacles, and the corpses of angels were held in his hands. Ludwig kneeled, opened both arms, and looked at Satan. Great Satan. My owner, my king. No, wait. Just like you've ordered, I am drowning the surface in the blood of angels. Hey, you fuck. Ludwig ripped apart one of the dead angels he was holding. The wings were torn apart and its feathers scattered away. White blood wet the floor. Tan, Raphael's body trembled. The sight of the fallen Ludwig was horrifying, and he couldn't sense and divine energy within his body. A tear dripped from Raphael's eyes. His loyal apostle, a child that was so loyal to light, had become like that, yet he had hesitated at a demon's lies. Michael was right. Anything a demon had to say was trickery. Raphael grabbed his spear tighter. He wouldn't hesitate anymore. Ha, Satan laughed in disbelief. Oh fuck, ha. He grabbed his head with his hand and raised his sword again with an empty laugh. Yes, I made Ludwig fall. His yellow eyes behind the red mask teared up. Yes, fuck, I was the one who did everything. A tear dripped down from behind the mask. Finally, the truth had been revealed. Chapter 244. You still don't know me, Part 1. Ha, yes, it was all planned by me. Satan screamed out in agony. Kang-woo, who was looking at him, nodded. He finally admitted it. It seemed like he had finally reached a point where he couldn't lie anymore. Despite trying to act dumb, his true colors finally showed. I knew it. It was impossible to hide the truth. Even if Satan tried to cover the truth with lies, it was as futile as trying to block the sun with the palms of your hands. The truth had finally come to light. Satan. Anger brimming from his very core, Raphael charged towards Satan. Kang-woo sat with his legs crossed while using the authority of concealment. It would be perfect if I had some popcorn. They said that the most entertaining forms of entertainment were watching fires and fights. Although he'd never watched a movie in a cinema, he could guarantee it wouldn't be more entertaining than what was going on in front of him. He turned around. Ludwig. He looked at Kim Shi-hoon, who had rejoined the battle after stopping the landslide pouring toward the Guardian's rear base. Kim Shi-hoon stood in front of Ludwig while holding the holy sword. Ludwig looked at Kim Shi-hoon with blank eyes. Kang-woo fell into thought. Should I make Ludwig retreat? To be honest, Ludwig's role in his strategy was already over. The best thing would be to order him to retreat if he wanted to use him later. Damn it, Kim Shi-hoon screamed. Seeing the first friend he had made as an undead was making him suffer, Kang-woo clicked his tongue. Making Ludwig retreat could be worse. An Abyss Knight was quite useful because of its strength. After a simple test, he realized it had strength comparable to Kim Shi-hoon's, but that was Ludwig's limit. Kim Shi-hoon had a bright future. He would keep getting stronger, but Ludwig couldn't advance any further. Pushing Kim Shi-hoon all the time could bring worse results. Up until that point, Kim Shi-hoon had just suffered because of Satan. He hadn't been able to overcome Satan's evil plans. If things keep going on like this, even if it were Kim Shi-hoon, he would end up breaking, and he would blame himself even more for not being able to do anything. That could be troublesome. The carrot and whip needed to be balanced. Granting his friend, who had been turned into an undead at Satan's hand, eternal rest would be a great opportunity for Shi-hoon to stop blaming himself. So this is it for Ludwig. Master. At that moment, he received a call from Baltzek. Should I order Ludwig to escape? No, let him fight. Baltzek didn't seem to understand why. Understood, then I'll order him to deal as little damage as possible. You don't need to make him fight with everything he has. Will that be okay? He asked in a worried voice. Kang-woo nodded without hesitation. Based on the situation, the one who was at a disadvantage was Kim Shi-hoon. Although they were similar in terms of strength, Kim Shi-hoon had just finished stopping a landslide with his sword. It was incredible he'd gotten there without having exhausted his body. Still, Kang-woo smirked. Kim Shi-hoon's going to win. He didn't have a reason to think that. It was just a guess based on his intuition. You could call it trust. That's just the way he is. It wasn't just because his talent was incredible. Shi-hoon's will was also incredibly strong. He's a reckless person who's even willing to borrow my strength. He would win at all costs. You don't need to worry about Shi-hoon. Understood then, don't show yourself. Just use the undead to gather the angel corpses. There were numerous angels taking part in the war. It would be better if Balzac didn't appear. Everything as the king wishes. The communication ended. Kang-woo raised his head. Satan and Raphael were clashing in the sky. How long are they going to keep fighting for? It was about time they reached a conclusion. Should I join? The moment he began wondering if he should join the fight. Boom. Huh? A strong torrent was heard and Kang-woo frowned and looked toward it. That's... Satan was holding something that was the size of his fist. A huge amount of demonic energy fluctuated with a black object at the center. What's that? Kang-woo's expression hardened. It wasn't a demonic energy stone. It felt too foreign for it to be that. He narrowed his eyes. Badump, his heart beat fast. He felt his lips dry and a huge craving in his neck. Why does it feel so familiar? Darkness swirled around it. It was definitely something he'd never seen before, even when he was in the Hell of Nine Skies or after he'd returned to Earth. But, for some reason, I recognize it. His head hurt. The demonic energy inside the 10,000 demon core fluctuated. Just like he always did, he reined it in. Calm down. He had to maintain his rationality. The moment he let it go, he would get devoured by his demonic energy. Kang-woo took a deep breath and held his chest. He looked at the fluctuating darkness. What's that? It wasn't just Raphael who was surprised. He felt a huge fear from the darkness Satan had taken out. That's... His two eyes widened. Why is that here? His body trembled. A long time ago in the mythic era, in the times of gods and giants. There was an item known as the First Darkness, that the heavenly gods Seraphim, Gaia, and celestial dragon Timujuk divided into 3 pieces and sealed away. The root of evil. That fragment of the First Darkness was fluctuating in Satan's hands. Tan, you bastard. Raphael's expression paled. Satan vomited blood as he held the First Darkness. A huge amount of demonic energy was fluctuating in his hands. Satan couldn't handle that crazy strength. Damn it, Satan cursed aggressively. In reality, he wasn't planning to use it like that, but since he couldn't see the Demon King, he had to at least get rid of Raphael. I don't have time. The duration he could control the strength inside the roof of evil for was just a few seconds. He had to end it before the time ran out. First, I must eliminate Raphael. After that, black blood spurted out of Satan's mouth. His red mask turned black. For his plan to work, he had to face the Demon King and Raphael simultaneously, but that plan had gotten twisted. The Demon King hadn't appeared and was making fun of him from a distance. The plan had failed. It isn't over yet. Satan's eyes shone. He knew what kind of crazy bastard the Demon King was, and he'd already thought of the worst possible scenario. He had thought of what would happen if the Demon King didn't die after he used the root of evil. If I can drag the Demon King to that place, he would win. Satan accepted the wavering demonic energy into his body and raised anger. A huge vortex of demonic energy was created. Die, Raphael, where did you get such a horrifyingly evil thing? Raphael shouted. The 8 shining wings and the holy spear of light targeted Satan. Boom, a loud nightmarish sound boomed through the sky. Kang-woo returned to his senses after hearing that loud noise. Was that Satan's hidden card? Kang-woo narrowed his eyes at Satan. As long as Satan wasn't stupid, he thought he would surely have a hidden card. That's also why I sent Raphael first. Kang-woo looked at Satan with sharp eyes. As expected, Satan revealed one of his hidden cards. Was that how the archdukes were able to recover their strength in a place without demonic energy like Earth? To be honest, it surprised him. He knew they probably had a hidden card. Just like a sprout didn't grow in a dry land, there was no way the demon cult could have grown so much in a place with no demonic energy like the Earth, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. Satan was able to overwhelm Raphael as the darkness surrounded him. If he'd faced it up front, he wouldn't have been able to beat him without using the 10,000 demon core. Well, he doesn't seem to be in a good state either. Satan was vomiting blood while fighting against Raphael. There was probably a strength not even archdukes could control within that darkness. As expected, he began to crave that strength and saliva gathered in his mouth. His heart began beating faster and his body felt hot. I wonder how it would feel. To eat that? Kang-woo took a deep breath and tried to control his craving. Crack, cough, he heard something being crushed and raised his head while wetting his dry lips. Is it over? Raphael was shouting in pain after being pierced by the pitch-black sword. Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. Is he dead? He saw Raphael losing a lot of white blood. Kang-woo clicked his tongue. He's alive. Raphael was flapping his wings. Although he'd been critically wounded, he hadn't died. Kang-woo turned his head to Satan. Ha ha, cough. Satan kept vomiting black blood. Although he targeted Raphael's vital point, he failed to hit it and pierced another part of his body. Satan frowned. I can't push it further than this. It was too bad he couldn't finish Raphael, but using more of the root of evil's strength was too dangerous. Satan looked around and saw the Demon King sitting on top of some debris. Although he was hiding his body while using an authority, he could perfectly see through it at that moment. Demon King. Satan glared at him, his last card. It was something he had kept for the worst scenario. WHOOM. He used the fluctuating darkness to create a black fissure. Overrun, demons and players screamed as they tried to escape the darkness. It was as if a small black hole had appeared. Satan threw his body into the black fissure. Kang-woo laughed in disbelief when he saw the black fissure. So that's what you're going to do? It was like Satan was saying that he would have to follow him into the fissure if he wanted to kill him. Kang-woo slowly got up and looked at the black fissure. It's obvious that it's a trap. The way Satan had looked at him made it obvious. What a cute bastard. He really sucked at acting. Okay then. Kang-woo didn't think any further and turned away, an obvious trap set by the enemy. There's no reason to answer it. Why would anyone fall for such an obvious trap? I can keep using Satan later. His thoughts were cut short. Kang-woo lowered his body while holding his heart. His eyes widened. A strong craving he'd never experienced before was burning within his heart. Fuck, what's this? His body trembled. A horrifying craving stimulated his neck. Eat it. He heard someone's voice. Crunch it, devour it. It was a voice he couldn't refuse, his consciousness blurred. Oh fuck. Kang-woo lowered his body and planted his hands on the ground in an effort to hold himself back. What's this? It was a craving so intense that it was like a nightmare. It wasn't that a black dragon that had been sealed away had been set free. What was going on? Kang-woo desperately tried to control the demonic energy running amok inside him. Damn it, his legs began moving on their own as if he'd turned into a puppet. Kang-woo's expression distorted. I can't go against it. He knew he didn't have the strength to control his actions. Fuck, Kang-woo didn't try to defy it anymore. If I can't go against it, he would at least enter on his own. Ignoring the craving pushing him, he jumped into the fissure. Ting, you've entered the nightmare of the first darkness. A blue message window appeared. Divinity has forcibly interfered with the system. Your level has been set to 1. All of your stats have been set to 1. Chapter 245, You Still Don't Know Me, Part 2. In a huge cave of transparent ice, here, he raised his head and looked around. Although a pitch-black cave was in front of him, a demon's eyes could see faintly through the darkness. Kang-woo began walking and looking around. A foreign sensation twisted his legs and he felt something was wrong. What's going on? Then he finally saw the blue message window, his expression distorted. He read that someone with divinity had forcibly tampered with the system and… Level 1, it wasn't just his level that had gone down. Kang-woo opened his status window with a hardened expression. Status window, player name, Kang-woo level 1 First Awakening attribute. Authority of Predation rank, strength 1 agility 1 vitality 1 magic power 1 divine energy 1 demonic energy 1 intelligence 1 wisdom 1 fuck. He naturally cursed. What nonsense is this? All his stats had forcibly been set to 1. He felt powerless. Since he had the body of a demon, although his stats were set at 1, his base physical specs were better than the average humans, but that was it. His body had gotten so weak that he was barely stronger than the average human. This is the power of divinity. He'd heard that divinity was a strength that allowed one to tamper with the providence of the universe, the system, but still that was too much. It wasn't even like this when I arrived on Earth. Even then, all of his stats weren't set at 1. What's going on? The Gaia system protected an entire planet, yet she couldn't seal his strength completely and used almost all of her divinity. How come his strength was sealed in such an unbelievable way? It makes no sense. Leaving the first darkness or whatever aside, it wasn't a number that should be possible. It was as if you were trying to put together puzzle pieces that didn't match. Tap, tap. Kang-woo heard some steps from behind that sounded like they had just walked out of the water. Kang-woo lowered his body and turned around. He saw something walk out of the darkness. Its head was split in half, and cranial fluid flowed from it. Black blood poured from its entire body. It was a horrible undead that looked like it could have been created by Baltzek. A hand that was dripping rotten pus moved toward Kang-woo. It was as if it was trying to hug him. He laughed in disbelief. It wasn't an undead. There's no way it was an undead. After all, the demon walking toward him had disappeared long ago. Demon, King. A desperate voice was calling him. The demon walked toward Kang-woo. He already knew the name of that demon. Payman. It was the demon that had been his subordinate. He used to be a very timid demon with an attitude that certainly wasn't demon-like at all. That's why Balrog used to criticize him a lot. He remembered that he easily got depressed after being scolded by Balrog, but just a few shoulder pats were enough to lift his spirits. Even a demon that smiles like that doesn't look cute, Payman, he remembered him. You idiot! When they were about to get trapped by Satan's army, he hugged a bomb and ran toward the enemy's lines to buy some time. That had been the death of him, one who used to be timid. An idiot Balrog always used to scold. Please escape, huh? Hee hee, you must win no matter what. Fuck, tap tap. He raised his head. There was more than one set of footsteps walking toward him. He heard steps all around him. Augars. He was a demon whose facial expression always remained stoically unchanging, a quite boring fellow. Mammon had burnt him to death. Verdun Kaljas, they were very noisy guys that had been trapped and brainwashed by Asmodeus. He remembered killing them with his own hands. Demon, king, the voices sounded like they were in agony. They were walking toward him while dripping blood. It was a scene that could have come straight from a cheap B-list zombie movie. So that's what happened, he sighed. He figured out why his level had been set to 1 and how Satan could do something not even the system protecting an entire world could do after using almost all of its divinity. This place. It wasn't real, it was somewhere between an illusion and reality, a place worthy of being called a nightmare. That's why it said that I was entering a nightmare. He felt that he had finally put the puzzle together. Kang-woo raised his hand and tried to use the authority of blades. Tusk. He couldn't use the authority. The 10,000 demon core inside his heart was silent. No, he shook his head. He couldn't feel the 10,000 demon core at all. It was as if the soul of the human Kang-woo had left his body and been trapped in a nightmare. The only things he had were his authority of predation and his demonic energy stat that was set at 1. Kang-woo sighed and bit his finger. Crunch, he felt pain. It seems like I can feel pain. In that case, Kang-woo narrowed his eyes. Does that mean that I die in real life if I die in the nightmare? It was bothersome. Ha, Kang-woo sighed. Even at that moment, demons that used to be his subordinates were walking toward him. He looked at each of their faces and remembered the long war they had participated in together. Balrog. He saw himself sitting atop a mountain of corpses and crying. I'm tired, fuck. He felt his face turning red and shook his head at the memory. I was crazy. How much of a shameless memory was that? It was a dark history he wouldn't mind forever forgetting. Oh fuck, how embarrassing. The one who'd said to leave emotions to TV drama had made a full series of them. There was no darker past than that. What did Balrog say at that moment? He remembered he'd said something very cringy. Tap, tap. While he was trying to remember the past, he heard the sounds of steps. Kang-woo looked into the darkness and saw a demon wearing a red mask that was walking toward him and surrounded in darkness. How was the reunion with your deceased subordinates? The demon laughed. Kang-woo coldly spoke his name. Satan, it's been a while since we last talked like this, just the two of us. Satan glared at Kang-woo. I saw all of the crazy things you did. Thanks to that, all of my plans were ruined. Satan's voice was filled with anger. I don't know how you survived the dimensional wall, but it all ends today. Satan raised his hand and a pitch-black sword appeared within his grasp. Where is this? Kang-woo coldly asked. This is where the first darkness is. How am I supposed to understand that, you idiot? Satan's body trembled. He took a deep breath to try to hold down his anger. The root of evil, the resting place of demon god Bali's corpse, demon god Boily. After hearing the words demon god, Kang-woo remembered the giant eye that reached a kilometer in size. Is it the same guy, the unknown being that was in the abyss of the 10,000 demon core? He still didn't know if that was Bali or not. He decided to stop thinking about that. Let's leave that for later. It wasn't time to think about that. First, he needed to solve the situation that was right in front of him. Kang-woo looked at the dead that were crawling toward him. It doesn't seem to be a place that exists in reality. It's a place that mixes reality with illusion, Satan laughed. Although it isn't completely real, your soul will disappear if you die here. That was something he'd been expecting. Kang-woo nodded. Satan frowned. You seem quite calm. He couldn't understand it. Right now, you don't have the endless demonic energy of the 10,000 demon core. You don't have the hundreds of different authorities or the blessing of a system. It was just the soul of the human Kang-woo. The only things he had left were the authority of predation and his demonic energy stat set at 1. Have you accepted your defeat? The winner was already decided. The moment you stepped into that place, your body's strength didn't matter anymore. After the Demon King devoured Satan's body, Satan learned how to use his strength without his body. He'd been absorbing the root of evil for a few thousand years. Not only that, he'd learned how to use his strength in that place. That wasn't the case for the Demon King. The source of his strength was the 10,000 demon core's endless demonic energy and the hundreds of different authorities he had. Since only his soul was left, he was more powerless than a normal human. Kang-woo didn't answer. Satan smirked. Well, that's okay. He began to walk slowly. He didn't intend to kill him quickly. I've suffered a lot because of you. How he'd lost and put the Archduke title to shame was a terrible memory. He didn't want to remember how Kang-woo had devoured his body and how he had barely escaped with his soul intact. Even on Earth, his anger boiled up and Satan grabbed the back of his neck. The countless provocations had made him suffer. It was time to get that sweet revenge. There was only one thing he could think of as a suitable act of vengeance. Die after being eaten alive by your subordinates. He laughed and pointed his finger. Payman walked toward Kang-woo. Augars, Verdun, and Kaljas also grabbed his clothes. Payman hugged him with an arm that was dripping pus and tears dripped from his ruined eyes. Demon King, it hurts a lot. He remained silent. It wasn't really Payman, it was just a doll imitating Payman that the nightmare had created. It was a cheap act to try to make him fall into despair. Me, he knew it was fake, so there was no way such a thing would make him fall into despair. Demon King, it was already over. His dark past was already done with. There was no way he would despair at that point because of such an illusion. It hurts. My body is burning. It's hot. The hands of the deceased grabbed him. A horrible smell wafting from the rotten pus stimulated his nose. He wasn't angry or sad. It wouldn't have been different even if they were the real corpses of his subordinates. He'd caused a war after all. Leaving the reason behind, he'd fought against all the archdukes. Wouldn't it be weird if no one had died? It didn't matter how they died. In a war, there would inevitably be some that die. For example, he had killed countless demons. It wasn't that demons had no emotions, they also had individuals they valued. Demon King, it hurts, that's why it didn't matter. I'm tired. Once again, he remembered the past. He remembered when he had collapsed and started crying. It was a dark past that displayed cheap emotions. A cliché that was everywhere, an episode that made him cringe. The dead were grabbing him and strong killing intent surged from him. You, killed us. If it weren't for you. Their eyes were full of resentment. Crack. Payman grabbed his shoulder, his sharp claws pierced his skin. Die. Augars grabbed his leg tighter, some of the skin on his thigh tore. It's all because of you. If you hadn't caused a war. The voices of the deceased were getting more intense. Verdun and Kaljas each grabbed one of his arms. Crack, his arms twisted. Kang-woo looked coldly at his subordinates that were tearing his body apart. He opened his mouth. I remember. He finally remembered what Balrog had said. Do you remember what you told me when you first met me? Demon King, regardless of what happens, you told me there's only one thing you must do. Answer evil with greater evil. A killing intent with a greater killing intent. He would devour everything in the world and take a step forward. Fuck, it's more cringe than I remember. Thinking about it made his head hurt. Cracky opened his mouth and bit Payman's neck. Crunch. He devoured Payman's skin from where rotten pus was flowing out. Stat 1. He used demonic energy to activate his authority. Authority of Predation. Crunch. He turned Payman's corpse. No, he turned the illusion that was made with the root of evil into demonic energy. Ting, your demonic energy stat has increased to 27. You've devoured the root of evil. You've fulfilled the second condition of the last step to becoming a demon god. A noisy message popped up. His demonic energy began increasing at an explosive rate. Satan frowned. Kang-woo was eating them instead of being devoured by the dead. What are you? Crunch, Demon King. Save me. The bodies of the dead were quickly devoured. Your demonic energy stat has increased to 48. A black liquid came out of Kang-woo's body. Your demonic energy stat has increased to 87. The liquid pouring from his body had countless teeth floating within. Your demonic energy has increased to 129. Payman, Augars, Verdun, and Kaljas's bodies were devoured by the sharp teeth. There's no way. Satan's eyes widened. He saw the Demon King devouring the illusion that was created by the root of evil. Just how? The Demon King didn't have anything at the moment. The only thing he had left was a 1 point in demonic energy. Although he had the authority of predation, there was no way he'd be able to eat the root of evil with a single point of demonic energy. The relation between demonic energy and the authority of predation. To put it simply, it was the size of the mouth. The more demonic energy you had, the more things you could eat and the easier they were to eat. At the moment, the Demon King's demonic energy stat was at 1. But he can eat the root of evil. It was like eating a piece of gold with a mouth with a toothless mouth. It seems like you haven't learned anything. Tusk, he clicked his tongue. His body started to regenerate. Don't tell me you. Are all archdukes specialized in putting awakening flags on people? Fuck. If someone fights with you, even a dead person would wake up again and become stronger. You're a pathetic bunch of idiots. Whenever he did something, they said things like what the, or just how. At that point, he would feel sorry if he didn't awaken. Well, although it isn't an awakening, he wasn't Kim Shi-hoon, so it wasn't like he awakened whenever there was a dangerous situation. Really, it was just due to Satan's mistake. Even after all the things you've gone through. You still don't know me. He stepped on the corpses of his subordinate and stood. The white parts of his eyes had turned black, his pupils turned yellow as if he were a reptile, and a black dot appeared in the middle of the pupils. If you wanted to kill me, the tips of his mouth went up, you should have made it 0. Your demonic energy stat has reached 150. Chapter 246 You Were Unlucky Part 1. Satan frowned and stomped on the ground, still gripping his pitch-black sword. The darkness trembled and began spreading in a circular shape. He raised his sword and targeted the Demon King's head. I have to kill him as soon as possible. He began feeling anxious, something had gone wrong. He didn't have time to think about sweet revenge or whatever. Just why, he couldn't help but question what had happened. He still didn't know him after suffering so much at his hand. He should have made it 0. Nonsense. He had been very careful with his plans. In the past, he had lost due to his carelessness while fighting against the Demon King. He'd stood back and relaxed not because he'd relaxed but because he'd won. Damn it. He'd made sure he couldn't use the 10,000 demon core, and he'd also blocked his hundreds of authorities. Due to the thin line that was connected to his body, there was a tiny amount of demonic energy left, but did that really matter? What else should he have done? After all that, the Demon King wasn't too different from a lion that had lost its teeth. If he'd done that much, wasn't it okay to take some time to get the sweet revenge? Considering all the suffering he'd gone through at Kang-woo's hand, wasn't it okay to take some time to enjoy his revenge? Can I not even do that? Satan swung his sword while clenching his teeth. Crack, the Demon King's body was split in half, but only for a short while. Crunch, the black liquid leaking from the Demon King began devouring the surrounding darkness, and his body was restored. Satan kept cutting away, his arms, his head, his legs, and then his head again. He cut through the Demon King's body again and again, but it kept restoring itself. Extinction. The authority of extinction could make everything it touched crumble. In terms of power, it was one of the strongest authorities. The authority that could even endanger an archduke spread through his blade, anger, and sword energy poured down like rain. Crack, the Demon King was cut to pieces and his parts scattered away. Black blood poured in all directions and his inner organs and muscles littered the ground. He's dead. It was an amount of damage not even the Demon King should be able to survive. The authority of extinction had reduced the Demon King's body to particles. Satan remained silent, he'd won. The Demon King had been hit with the authority of extinction, an attack he wouldn't have even been able to survive at his peak. He didn't even have the 10,000 demon core at the moment, so there was no need to think about it. Still, Satan trembled. He felt an ominous sensation, a strange sense of incongruity as if he was looking at a play gone wrong. Did all of your suffering make you develop PTSD? The voice came from right next to him. Satan's eyes widened and he swung his sword again. Crack, the Demon King's body was cut into pieces again while it was in the middle of restoring itself. Ha, Satan's breathing became heavier. His ominous sensation was spot on, the Demon King hadn't died yet. How? He was confused. He couldn't understand how the Demon King was able to devour the root of evil without the 10,000 demon core. He couldn't understand how he'd survived the authority of extinction. It doesn't make sense. Satan felt like he was about to lose his mind. Even if the Demon King was a monster-like being, it made no sense, it went beyond logic. Satan gulped and gripped his sword. How? You see. He heard that voice again and subconsciously swung anger. The Demon King's head was cut in half, white cerebral fluid scattered away in all directions and... Your choice of location was bad. Only the Demon King's split mouth moved on his split head. Satan's expression paled. Someone being able to talk when their head was split in half caused a fear that was hard to handle, even for an archduke. Mons, stir, he cried out as he saw the Demon King still regenerating. His regeneration continued despite his head being split open and his body being torn to pieces. If that didn't make him a monster, then what else could he be called? If you wanted to kill me, you should have trapped me in a place without any demonic energy whatsoever. Kang-woo spread his hands and smiled. A liquid filled with sharp teeth flowed out of his hands and devoured the darkness surrounding them, and his torn-apart body continued to quickly regenerate. It was Satan's mistake. Leading him to the root of evil, to the corpse of a demon god, had been a dumb decision. Regulating his stats, sealing the 10,000 demon core, it made no sense. This place. Kang-woo licked his lip. His heart was beating fast and an intense craving was burning through his body. It's full of things for me to eat. It was a place full of demonic energy. No, it was a place that was made of demonic energy. The place was so perfect that it was almost as if Satan had prepared a banquet for him. Thanks for your support. On top of helping him grow through the demon cult, Satan was also serving him such an amazing banquet. At that point, he couldn't help but wonder if Satan wasn't, in reality, his ally. As expected, you're the only one I can rely on. Kang-woo lightly approached Satan and patted his shoulder. Satan quickly swung his sword and Kang-woo's body scattered away again. Why you, son of a... Satan trembled and looked at Kang-woo. The trap he'd set up for the Demon King had ended up helping him. There's no way. The root of evil wasn't made of normal demonic energy. Rather than that, the root of evil was a demon god's scattered corpse. It was demonic energy that contained divinity. It had taken him 1,000 years to absorb that special demonic energy, even if the Demon King had the authority of predation. So easily, there was no way he'd be able to eat it so easily. Just how? No, he shouldn't have been able to eat it. How are you able to eat the root of evil? He angrily shouted. Black sword energy swept away the surroundings like a vortex and the darkness fluctuated. Kang-woo's regenerating body scattered away again. Ha ha ha, he kept swinging his sword. He didn't want to accept it. He wanted to think it was just a nightmare. I just could. The pieces of the Demon King began moving and gathering together. He could see that he was laughing. You just could. It was nonsense. Kang-woo shrugged. No, I'm telling the truth. I was just able to eat it. One reason was that he was very good at controlling and regulating demonic energy. Another reason was probably because of the scam-like power of Authority of Predation. More than that, I also don't understand it very well. Although it had a grandiose name like Root of Evil, he was able to eat it too easily. It was as if it was his from the beginning. You did a better job with preparation than expected. Well, I knew it was a trap, but I never imagined you could pull off something like this. A place where reality was mixed with illusion. To think that he'd take out his soul and then seal his strength, it was a method he'd never even thought of. It was true that he was quite flustered after finding out that his stats had gone down to 1 and that he couldn't even use the 10,000 demon core. But Kang-woo laughed and raised his hand. Crunch, crunch. The black liquid that had scattered away to the surroundings kept getting bigger. As the place itself started to be devoured by the Authority of Predation, a huge amount of demonic energy began entering his body. It was different from normal demonic energy. It wasn't like the demonic energy located in the depths of the 10,000 demon core either. The deepest part of the 10,000 demon core, was a place that Kang-woo's hands hadn't been able to reach yet. Abyss. It was similar to the demonic energy around that giant eye. The quality that demonic energy had was completely different from normal demonic energy. You were just unlucky. Unlucky. Was there a better way to describe the situation? It wasn't perfect, but Satan had put off a lot of effort into making his plan work. If it had worked, Kang-woo's deceased subordinates would have devoured him there. Boom. The space started to shake. Ting, the nightmare of the first darkness is crumbling. A message appeared. To be precise, it wasn't crumbling, it was being thoroughly eaten. Ah, a desperate exclamation left Satan's mouth. He felt that the nightmare was crumbling and that everything was returning to normal. From a place where reality and illusion were mixed to the real world, Satan wasn't dumb enough to not realize what that meant. The divinity's interference in the system has disappeared. Your level and stats have returned to normal. It seems like they came back. Kang-woo got up and smirked. He saw a black sphere that was about 30 meters in diameter in the middle of a giant space surrounded by ice. So this is your real body? Kang-woo placed his hand on the black sphere, sent his demonic energy into it and checked what it was. It fused with the corpse of the demon god. He saw Satan inside the root of evil and could finally understand why Satan was so confident within the nightmare. Unlike other archdukes, Satan had given up on restoring his body. Instead, he'd fused his soul into the root of evil. That meant that was his home ground. Satan was stronger than any other demon within that nightmare because he'd mixed his soul with it. The huge black sphere let out an exclamation. How YWHHI? A desperate and agonizing scream spread through the cave. He'd fused his soul into the root of evil more than 1,000 years prior to being able to absorb its strength and had given up his body for it, but everything he'd built up until that point had too easily crumbled in the Demon King's hands. I was just unlucky. He had put a lot of thought into the plan, but to think that the reason why it failed was that he was unlucky. Sniff, his sadness overflowed. After losing to the Demon King and falling to Earth, he'd dreamt of his reincarnation for almost 1,000 years, but the Demon King had suddenly appeared, and while claiming to be him, had blamed him for crimes he hadn't committed. He had held back his anger and thought he'd barely been able to succeed in his revenge, but instead of revenge, he ended up helping him. Why are you doing this to me? If there was a god, he wanted to ask him that. Sniff. What did I do so wrong? If at least he'd suffered a loss worthy of an archduke, he wouldn't be so sad about it. Fuck, I'm Satan, not any other random demon, but Satan. He was the Archduke of Anger, the strongest archduke after Baal. Sniff. He couldn't help but cry at the sorrow he felt. Tap tap. Kang-woo slowly walked toward him and looked back at the black sphere. So, if I eat this, I can devour the root of evil and Satan's soul at the same time, he mumbled. He made a satisfied smile and nodded as he spread his hand toward the black sphere. The 10,000 demon core had returned, so a huge amount of demonic energy surged out of his body. As that black liquid gathered together, a mouth big enough to devour the black sphere appeared. Stop, please stop. Mr. Satan, thanks for preparing more delicious food for me. Crunch, the giant mouth bit into the black sphere. Should I call this a buy one get one free event? Beep, it's a special offer. Chapter 247. Stay Dead Part 1. He heard Satan's agonized scream. Ignoring it, he kept using the authority of predation. Crunch, crunch. A giant mouth with thousands of white teeth devoured the black sphere. Black blood poured out from a widening fissure. It was grotesque enough to have been pulled straight from a horror movie. Kang-woo, who had the role of said movie's main monster, put more demonic energy into the authority of predation. Crack. The shell protecting the black sphere was completely destroyed and a thick smile appeared on Kang-woo's face. He'd broken the egg's shell. Now the only thing left was to devour all the demonic energy that the shell had been protecting and not leave a speck behind. His breathing became heavier and he felt an intense craving. He was drooling. Kang-woo stopped moving briefly before he devoured the root of evil. He narrowed his eyes. Weird, there was something he couldn't understand. Why is this so easy for me to eat? It was the same question Satan asked. Kang-woo remained silent and fell into thought. Did he say it's the corpse of a demon god? He began thinking about something he couldn't have while trapped in the nightmare. That demon god is probably the guy trapped in the abyss. He remembered the thing confidently revealing it was the demon king. Even at that moment, Kang-woo could feel the being inside him intensifying his craving. Eat it. A voice spread through his ear, his lips dried and a horrible craving stimulated his neck. Eat it and don't leave anything behind. He frowned and clicked his tongue as if he didn't like it. What a noisy bastard. If he'd used the term corpse, that probably meant someone had killed him in the past. His body had been torn into pieces. He still couldn't understand why that demon god was inside him, and he didn't know what his goal was or what he was, but I was planning to eat it anyway, he smirked. It didn't matter if he had the demon god inside him or not. He could more or less guess what his goal was. After all, the demon god had probably been the one to force him into that strange place. I don't like it. The sense of losing control of his body was unpleasant. Kang-woo closed his eyes. Eat it right now, the voice through his head and the craving intensified through his body. Slowly. Kang-woo closed his eyes and tried to regulate the intense craving that was burning inside his body. The craving soon began to die down. Yes, his thoughts began moving faster. The only thing that the demon god could do at the moment was intensify his craving or try to get more control of his body. Although he wasn't used to it at the beginning, as time went on, he started to regain control. He was confident in his ability to control the lust and demonic energy trying to run amok inside his body. Okay then, he raised his head. He could still hear a noisy voice spreading in his ear and a burning desire, but he ignored it and took a deep breath. He used the authority of predation, crushed the shell, and ate the entire sphere. Crunch, crunch, there was a chilling sound and demonic energy entered his body. Ting, warning, warning. The demonic energy that has divinity. You can't control it fully at the moment. A message appeared in front of him. He ignored it. No, to be more precise, he wasn't in a situation where he could think about it. He let out an exclamation and bent forward. As if he'd poured water onto dry land, a huge amount of demonic energy started to flow into the 10,000 demon core. Your demonic energy stat has increased to 153. Your demonic energy stat has increased to 165. Your demonic energy stat has increased to 172. Messages kept appearing, and his demonic energy stat was going up at an incredible pace. It's dangerous, Kang-woo bit his lip. He couldn't be happy with the speed at which his stat was going up. In the deepest place in the 10,000 demon core, the demonic energy within the abyss started to rapidly fluctuate. The doors are about to fall apart. The 3 doors that were protecting the entrance of the 10,000 demon core, he felt that cracks were starting to appear in one of them. Kang-woo's expression became pale. If it goes on like this, I'll get devoured. He didn't need to think anymore. The moment the doors were forcibly destroyed, he would be devoured by the demonic energy, if that happened. I'll die. If the 10,000 demon core fully opened while he was unconscious, what would happen next wasn't hard to imagine. His body, with only the craving of eating left, wouldn't stop until he ate every living thing on the planet. No, he probably wouldn't stop there. Yes, finally the time has come. He heard the laughing voice of the demon god in his ear. Although only one of the 3 doors has been destroyed. Well, I guess it isn't bad to announce the beginning of the prophecy. He began talking. The time of the prophecy has come. All living beings tremble in fear. He felt something trying to rise from the abyss along with the voice. Huge. A giant with a body so huge that he couldn't even guess the size of it. The hands of that giant emerged from the abyss. I'm death, I'm the end, Fuck, there was another bastard like Satan. Kang-woo began laughing while breathing heavily. Oh, you still have some consciousness left, the demon god asked in surprise, letting out a low laugh. This is when your job ends. From now on, I'll take control of your body. Cut the bullshit. Kang-woo started to laugh. He'd expected the demon god was after that. Everything was so obvious that it was boring. I told you. He remembered when he'd entered the abyss. Don't joke with me. The time you're dreaming about will never come. I don't care about the prophecy or whatever, you're going to be locked there forever. Do you know who I am? Do you know me? There was no way. He probably had a plan, considering he'd talked about something like being a puppet or roles. But he wasn't aware of who he'd tried to make into his puppet. He wasn't aware of what kind of person Kang-woo was or everything he had gone through. Huh, do you know me? You don't, right? If you don't, then shut up and stay dead. A huge amount of demonic energy rose and his consciousness became blurry. If I can't accept it, I'll throw it. He couldn't fully control the fluctuating amount of demonic energy, so he placed his hand on the chest and changed the flow of the demonic energy within his 10,000 demon core. I can't send it out. He wasn't sure where he was, but if he let it go, a catastrophe would probably happen. Then, Kang-woo's eyes shone. If he couldn't let it out, there was only one place he could send it. I'll store it in the deepest part of the core. The place where the demon god was resting. Your demonic energy stat has decreased to 168. Your demonic energy stat has decreased to 159. Your demonic energy stat has decreased to 153. He stored the fluctuating demonic energy in the deepest part of the 10,000 demon core. It was as if he was stepping on a garbage bag. It was too bad that he couldn't use that strength, but he had no choice. It's better than dying. It wasn't that he'd completely throw it away after all. Once the time came, he would be able to use it. What the? The demon god started being pushed back down into the abyss. How could something like the demon god's voice weakened? Kang-woo didn't hesitate and forced it down again strongly. And no, once again, just what are. And then with all his might. All the demonic energy he'd absorbed through the Authority of Predation was shoved down, and the door that led to the abyss completely closed. Your demonic energy stat has decreased to 150. This much is enough. One of the conditions to become a demon god was to reach 150 in the demonic energy stat. There was probably a reason why it said 150. Is the limit I can control at the moment 150? If he had more than that, he couldn't control it perfectly. The moment one couldn't perfectly control their demonic energy, it became poison. Anyways, Kang-woo straightened his body. Even if it was at 150, his demonic energy stat used to be at 140, so it had increased by 10 points at once. I've also fulfilled 2 conditions. There was only one condition left to become a demon god. He wasn't sure what that was yet, but having fulfilled 2 out of 3 was good. Clack, the black sphere had completely disappeared, and he picked up the pitch-black sword that had been left behind. Anger, Satan's hell equipment. Kang-woo looked at the ring on his right middle finger. It seems like it hasn't fully digested greed yet. There was no reaction when he sent demonic energy into the key of the demonic energy sea. Can I keep putting things inside? There was no way to know without trying. Just to test, he put the key of the demonic energy sea close to anger. Crunch, the key of the demonic energy sea reacted and devoured anger. Ting, the key has absorbed anger. The time necessary to digest has increased. As expected, it will take longer. Kang-woo clicked his tongue. Leaving aside the fact that it would take longer, there was no special penalty, so it really didn't matter. It's not that I depend on the weapon anyway. He could create weapons by combining authorities. Okay then, Kang-woo turned his head. Then, you, someone's voice spread through his head full of anger and resentment. It wasn't the demon gods. Kang-woo frowned. Satan? It was a low voice that seemed like it would fade at any moment. Kang-woo shrugged his shoulders. He hasn't been digested yet. Well, it was a soul that had been fused with the corpse of the demon god, so it would be weird if it were digested too easily. Well anyways, it was a matter of time. Satan's soul would be cut into pieces and scattered into the 10,000 demon core. Do you think you'll be okay after doing something like this? For how long? Do you think your lies won't? What are you saying? Kang-woo asked, a frown on his face. All the things you've put the blame on me one day. What did I blame you for? He tilted his head in confusion. What? You were the one who did all those things. You killed Alec, killed Reinald, and even made Ludwig fall. What nonsense? He laughed in disbelief. There should be a limit to how shameless someone can be. The truth about who was behind all those crimes had been revealed. Satan had also admitted to it. Don't try to blame an innocent person. Hey, you son of a how lame, Satan. At this point, shouldn't you accept it? You motherfucker. There's no point in talking with you anymore. Talking with someone who didn't want to admit his crimes would just cause him stress. Then, Satan had died, but that didn't mean that everything was over. No. Things would only get more serious from then on. Should I go out? Kang-woo turned his body and walked out of the icy cave. He could still hear Satan's voice lingering around his ear like an echo. Satan knew the Demon King was someone like that, but still, isn't this too? He was in a seemingly endless sea of demonic energy. Satan cried. Chapter 248, A Danger That Isn't Over Yet, Part 1, Clang. The clear sound of steel spread through the surroundings, and a huge impact spread through his hand that was holding the holy sword. Kim Shi-hoon's was pushed back and his feet were embedded into the earth. Ha ha. His hands trembled around the hilt of the sword. Ludwig. He raised his head and looked at Ludwig. His skin was as pale as a corpse's, and his body was covered in green tentacles and demonic energy. It was too different from the Ludwig he remembered. Damn it. Kim Shi-hoon bit his lips. His hands trembled, and he was so tired that he felt he was about to faint at any moment. He'd used too much chi to stop the second landslide. No, Kim Shi-hoon tried to hold on to his fading consciousness. I can't collapse yet. He couldn't feel any human emotion in Ludwig's eyes anymore. Leaving his former friend in such a state would be wrong. I have to end it with my own hands. It had no meaning if he wasn't able to finish it himself. He took a deep breath and tried to squeeze his dantian to pull out more chi. Ludwig was screaming like a monster. His friend resembled a zombie pulled straight from a B-list horror film. I always thought such scenes were too common. There was a reason why some things were cliché. The fallen Ludwig was imprinted in Kim Shi-hoon's mind. Ludwig charged forward. Kim Shi-hoon pressed his lips together and raised his sword. A white light shone from Holy Sword Ludwig. Blue Dragons Dance. White sword energy swirled from the Holy Sword and swept the area like a vortex. Ludwig held a greatsword he had gotten from somewhere and charged toward the vortex of sword energy. Clang. Flames poured in all directions. The sound of a hammer hitting steel spread to the surroundings many times a second. Grrr, Ludwig swung his greatsword horizontally. He didn't use any special or complex techniques. It was just an attack that used overwhelming power. Shi-hoon lowered his head and the attack brushed past him. Just the pressure of his sword was enough to cut his skin and make him bleed. I can't win a head-on battle. Ludwig was faster and stronger than him. On top of that, demonic energy continuously poured out of him, increasing his destructive power even more. A direct battle in that situation was suicidal. Shi-hoon remained silent and took a deep breath. If a direct fight was impossible, then he had only one choice: sword control. He raised his hand, and the weapons scattered over the battlefield rose into the sky. His chi rapidly decreased. Kim Shi-hoon started to tremble. His head hurt and he felt like vomiting. Ting warning. You don't have enough chi. If you continue to use chi, you will enter a state of chi overflow. His vision blurred, his fingers trembled, and he began feeling pressure on his body. What do you want me to do? He raised his head while clenching his fists. He didn't have time to think about chi overflow or whatever. Clang, clang. Clang, he shot the floating weapons downward toward Ludwig as if they were bullets. Ludwig swung his greatsword in a brute attack that relied only on instincts. Clang, the greatsword annihilated a spear, an iron mace, a scythe. An axe, they were all destroyed before they could harm Ludwig. Cough. Kim Shi-hoon began vomiting. He'd used too much chi and entered a state of chi overflow. He felt his insides churning and his blood burnt like it was lava. He spread his hands and tried to pick up his holy sword from the ground. Clang, he couldn't put strength into his hands anymore. A memory naturally came back to him. He recalled when Mammon had severed his hands and he had lost his ability to hold a sword. Fear surged in. Hyung, he called out. He turned his head and began looking for him. In situations like this, he thought of the Hyung who'd become closer and more important than his blood-related family. It was always like that. In situations like that, Kang-woo always appeared and helped him. When he'd fallen from the seed Satan had planted inside him, when he'd collapsed after losing both arms to Mammon, when Lucifer's subordinates almost killed him, and when Kim Yong-hoon almost killed me, Kang-woo always helped him in his times of greatest need. Kim Shi-hoon laughed. He lowered his head. I'm such a dumbass. He was a pathetic piece of trash, an idiot who was overly fearful of everything. He knew it from the beginning, he had just ignored it. He just turned his eyes from what he didn't want to see. Not even once had he ever stood up on his own. He'd always received help. His talent, effort, beliefs, and will, he knew they would have meant nothing if Kang-woo wasn't there. Kim Shi-hoon spread his hands and grabbed the holy sword. Stand up, he stood up with trembling legs. If not now, when would he ever be able to stand on his own? Ting, warning, warning. You're entering a state of chi overflow. Shut up, he cast aside the message window and pointed his sword at Ludwig. Kang-woo Hyung. He saw Kang-woo's lonely back as he walked ahead down a solitary road while carrying an immeasurable burden on his shoulders. Now, for how long was he going to simply follow and watch Kang-woo's back? Kim Shi-hoon stood up while putting more strength in his legs. There was no help from Kang-woo or the martial god for the first time. After losing so many times, he stood up on his own. I'm going to walk with you. He took the first heavy step and ran toward Kang-woo, who was walking far ahead of him. Cough, cough, red blood poured out in all directions. His legs trembled and he felt like his eyes were about to close. He held onto his consciousness and raised his head. Ludwig was ahead of him, holding his hands over his chest. Holy sword Ludwig had pierced his heart. Kim Shi-hoon, It seemed like his rationality returned for a brief moment. Ludwig raised his trembling hand toward Shihun. You should be careful, the one behind everything. It seemed like Ludwig wanted to say something. Kim Shihun lowered Ludwig's body to the floor. It wasn't hard to imagine what he wanted to say. I know, Ludwig. I'm going to kill Satan with my hands. No, that's not. Rest in peace. He didn't want Ludwig to suffer any longer. He twisted the holy sword that had pierced Ludwig's heart. Ludwig's body turned to dust and scattered to the wind. He put more strength in his legs and tried to stand up as he looked around. Is it almost over? The war had entered its last stage. The combined forces of angels, light watchers, and guardians had managed to corner the cultists. Even the demons that had resisted until the end were starting to collapse one by one. The long fight against the demon cult was reaching an end. Kim Shihun let go of the holy sword, which turned into particles of light and entered his body. He went up the mountain with trembling legs. Sharjil, he saw an angel with short silver hair running somewhere. Mr. Raphael, please wake up, Mr. Raphael, Sharjil shouted while holding Raphael, who had collapsed to the ground. Kim Shihun walked toward him. Was he hit by Satan? Yes, Sharjil nodded while biting his lips. Kim Shihun clenched his fists. What happened with Satan? He created a black fissure and escaped, and the apostle of hero god Tyrion followed him. What? Kim Shihun's eyes widened. The news struck him like lightning. Hyeonim followed Satan by himself? Yes, he felt as if the world was collapsing. Kim Shihun trembled. Even if Kang-woo were strong, following Satan alone would be suicidal. Damn it, he quickly looked around, but he couldn't see the black fissure. Where did that black fissure appear? It already disappeared. Where was it? He grabbed Sharjil's collar. Although he was in a bad state, he couldn't stand still and do nothing. I must save him. Exhaustion, chi overload, who cares? If it were for Kang-woo, he wouldn't mind destroying his body. It appeared there, Sharjil pointed while looking at Kim Shihun's desperate expression. Then, crack, a black fissure appeared in the air as if a glass pane was breaking. Kim Shihun, Sharjil, the angels, and guardians all looked toward the fissure. It isn't over yet. Everyone's expressions fell to despair. Hyeonim, Kim Shihun rushed toward the fissure. A white light began gathering and a sword formed. He looked at the black fissure anxiously. Crack, the fissure got bigger. From inside it, cough, cough, Hyeonim, Kang-woo appeared and he was covered in wounds. Kim Shihun grabbed Kang-woo, who looked as if he were about to collapse at any moment. Sharjil also quickly walked toward Kang-woo. Hyeonim, are you okay? Yes, Kang-woo's expression distorted. Although he said he was okay, he didn't look okay. His clothes had been torn apart and red blood was pouring from his body. Did you kill Satan? Sharjil asked while making a hard expression. Angels and players alike tensed. The war's primary goal, the demon of prophecy Satan. Kang-woo's mouth remained closed. There was a heavy silence on the battlefield that had been noisy until then. Satan, he clenched his fists and bit his lips. Escaped. Kang-woo lowered his head as if he were struggling to talk. Everyone around them let out exclamations of surprise. After so many sacrifices and losing so much blood, Satan hadn't died. The demon of prophecy was still alive. The danger hadn't ended yet. Chapter 249 After the War, Part 1, Guardians have broken through the demon cult's main branch. Will humanity finally get some peace? The demon cult's leader, Satan, escaped. The danger isn't over yet. About the heroes of victory, Dragon Sword Kim Shihun, First Lady Grace McCarbon, and the Angels. Who's the golden-lit hero who suddenly appeared on the battlefield? The identity of the golden-lit hero, revealed to be Dragon Sword's non-blood-related Hyung, Kang-woo. After the war against the demon cult ended, news spread like wildfire and the world couldn't help but talk about it. People praised Guardian, and they were excited about news related to the heroes that had been the protagonists of the war. The demon cult was considered the biggest threat after the cataclysmic day, so they would obviously react like that. The support each country offered to Guardian increased, and the number of players who wanted to join also increased considerably. It felt like they were finally enjoying a treatment worthy of the title Guardians of the World. After the demon cult was defeated, the average level of players increased, and territories that monsters had conquered were recovered. People exclaimed in happiness, saying that the era of peace had finally come. Of course, some people said that they couldn't relax yet. After all, the leader of the demon cult, Satan, had escaped, but that didn't appeal to the masses. People only saw what they wanted. After all, it was better to hear that the demon cult, which used to kidnap innocent people to use them as offerings, had disappeared. They didn't want to think the demon cult could still be hiding out somewhere. Regardless of the truth, countries worldwide lived in a time of peace they hadn't been able to enjoy since the cataclysmic day. Comment Tresha, writing a new novel. Hey, I heard that the demon cult base was completely wrecked this time. Completed Jerry M. LOL, justice finally served. Newbie 4 coefficient. Whoa, Korea's publicity team is great. I heard Dragon Sword played the main role again. Butterfly Valley failed diet. Didn't the angels do the heavy lifting? Without them, they probably would have gotten swept. Dirt Spoon soon to finish, but there's that Kang-woo guy too. I heard he followed Satan and fought until the end. Newly born Yu-jin. I heard from people in academia that Kang-woo is the true hidden ace of Guardian. Kang-woo was reading the commentaries on the news. Most of the messages were congratulating the victory, but some people were discussing the hero that emitted a golden light. There had been some pictures of him posted all around the media, and there were lots of people talking. I guess it's about time for me to become known. He didn't think he could remain hidden until the end. Although not being known was comfortable, there was a limit to that. The only good thing was that he was receiving less attention than Dragon Sword Kim Shi-hoon and the Angels. I didn't show myself for a long time. Except when he killed Barbados and during the last moment he hadn't appeared on the battlefield, he probably wouldn't receive more fame than necessary. Good, Kang-woo lay on the bed. The ends of his mouth went up. The demon cult had lost. He'd told the Guardians that Satan had escaped, so the danger wasn't over, but he knew the truth. Blurp. He'd killed Satan and devoured him without leaving anything behind. On top of that, Satan's dying screams had mostly faded. I can finally take a break. He felt that he'd finally put away the baggage bothering him. Although I'm sorry for Shi-hoon. Since he'd told Shi-hoon that Satan had escaped, he'd been undergoing harsh training. In his mind, he never knew when he would be able to get his revenge. I guess there's nothing I can do about it. He had a reason for telling everyone that Satan had survived. He has to remain as the demon of prophecy. If everyone thought that Satan had died but a god gave a message saying, the demon of prophecy is alive, it would be him who got into trouble. The demon of prophecy had to be Satan and he couldn't die. That way, Kang-woo smiled. I can keep using him. The Satan cheat had become a very important one for him. Kang-woo hummed while thinking about when and how he should use Satan again. Sniff, he heard the weak sound of someone crying from somewhere. He ignored it. The only disappointing thing, he narrowed his eyes. The plan had gone better than he'd expected. If there was one disappointing thing, it was, Raphael survived. Not only that, but he said he would call for extra forces to search for Satan. That meant that there was a chance another archangel would arrive on Earth. HNGH, he didn't like it. It was true that he had a good relationship with angels for the moment, but he never knew when it would turn sour. I guess I have no choice but to accept the help. Hero God Tyrion's apostle, Kang-woo, the best possible decision at the moment would be to use that to collaborate with them. I still haven't been able to eliminate all of the archdukes. If angels get involved, things will get unnecessarily complicated. After he killed Satan, things finally became better, so he didn't want to create any more big issues. Kang-woo clasped his hands together behind his head and lay back. Are there 4 left? The remaining archdukes were Leviathan, Asmodeus, Lucifer, and Baal. Kang-woo's expression twisted. Fuck. He couldn't help but curse. If they were only as strong as when I faced them before, it wouldn't be a problem. He narrowed his eyes. The War of 1,000 Years. The archdukes had become stronger than they were back then. Leaving Mammon and Belphegor aside, Satan had become clearly stronger than before. Did he say there's 2 more roots of evil left? The demon god had begun saying all sorts of nonsense after he ate one of the 3. Archdukes and angels, I can't relax yet. He'd become stronger. Although he couldn't yet use the power called divinity, he'd become stronger than when he was in hell. The problem is, just as he'd become stronger, there was a chance others had become quite strong as well. The risk of opening the door has increased too much. Increasing his usage of demonic energy from the 10,000 demon core was some kind of ultimate attack. It was one that was always risky, but that level of risk has increased too much. The amount of demonic energy has increased too much. Because he devoured Satan and the root of evil simultaneously, his demonic energy had gone beyond the point at which he could control it. It had reached a point where one could say it was a miracle that he could still maintain the 10,000 demon core. If I opened the door now, there was a chance he'd be devoured by the 10,000 demon core. Tusk, it was good news that he'd become stronger. But having such a scam-like ability like opening the door of the 10,000 demon core unavailable to him was unpleasant news. First, I must improve my ability to control demonic energy. Kang-woo took out a jewel that was the size of a fist, so I can eat this. The black jewel was the condensed corpse of Belphegor. Having the authority and soul of an archduke and not being able to eat it proved that his ability to control demonic energy had peaked. I should think more on this later. Kang-woo stood up from the bed. There was only one way to improve his ability to control demonic energy. It was something he was still doing even while taking a break on the bed. If I keep trying. Even while eating, laughing, and spending peaceful days, one part of Kang-woo's mind was regulating the fluctuating demonic energy inside him. In the end, I'll be able to reach a higher plane. He raised his head. An intense craving burned in his throat. He'd gone past his previous self, but it wasn't enough. There was no way he'd be satisfied with that. He wanted to reach an even higher place. He wanted to walk further and further. After all, he had never stopped even once. All right, should I go out today with darling? Click Mr. Kang-woo. Ha, he became short of breath, his body trembled and cold sweat dripped down his back. Kang-woo's expression hardened when he saw Lilith. Lilith tilted her head and walked toward him. You don't look good, did something happen? And no, it's nothing, more importantly, why are you here? Ah. I finished part of the investigation you asked me to do before. You already finished. She shone in fields other than fighting, so Kang-woo hadn't told her to participate in the battle. He'd asked her to infiltrate the demon cult and figure out the locations of other branches while the battle was going on. The demon cult had branches all around the world, so they wouldn't disappear just because he'd eliminated the biggest branch. To completely wipe them away, he had to eliminate the remaining branches as well. I've found the locations of 19 small and medium-sized branches. Good job. Kang-woo let out an exclamation and looked at her. He hadn't said that just because of courtesy. It had only been a week since the war had ended. The only one capable of getting so much information in such a short period of time was probably Lilith. She'd likely gone through a lot of things. Fufu, it's for the king after all, this much is nothing, Lilith said while smiling. Kang-woo started to feel guilty about having become surprised when he saw her enter. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. He felt like he'd done something he shouldn't have to someone as loyal as her. Kang-woo lowered his head in guilt. Mr. Kang-woo, are you going to personally act on it? No, they're small and medium branches after all. Make the guardians move so players can level up. Ah no, give me the information. I'll give it to Miss Grace and tell her to move the members. It was Kang-woo's way of showing his appreciation for her work. After all, she probably hadn't taken a break since the war began. It seemed like Lilith understood his intentions. She smiled and grabbed his arm. A soft sensation spread through his arm. Thank you, Demon King. Now go and get some rest. Ah, there's one more thing I need to report. Kang-woo looked at her while tilting his head. She lowered her head as if she were sorry. I haven't been able to find the last phase of evil. Do you know who it is? He's a black magician named Kalja, a black magician. He's the one who used to be Satan's subordinate, right? Yes, Kang-woo's eyes shone. Phase of evil? Since he used to be Satan's subordinate, he was probably only as strong as the Bloodsucker or Belphegor. There's probably not much I can obtain. He remembered Kim Shi-hoon's face. He could be a valuable experience for Kim Shi-hoon. Unlike him, who had almost reached a limit to his growth, Kim Shi-hoon could still grow a lot more. After facing Ludwig, he was able to go up a step again. Tell me as soon as you find him. Yes, also don't forget to take a break, Kang-woo patted Lilith. Lilith twisted her body and blushed. Fu. Oh, fuck. Her hair had begun moving on its own and it wrapped around his finger. Kang-woo's expression hardened. He couldn't help but think he'd stepped on a mine. No, I shouldn't, ha. Lilith started to breathe heavily and calmed herself down. Kang-woo was surprised at her reaction and he looked at her with his eyes widened. Lilith turned away. I'll be going. Ah, why yes. Bang. Lilith quickly walked out of the room. There was a heavy silence. Kang-woo looked at the door while making a confused expression. Don't tell me. A thrill spread through his body. Did Lilith finally realize it? Did she realize that he really hated her tentacles? Finally, I finally have hope. Kang-woo clenched his fist and raised it. Tears dripped from his eyes. He could see the end of the nightmare. I almost got too excited. Lilith raised her head after walking out of the apartment. She quickly began walking somewhere. Fu, she started to laugh out loud. Please wait for me, my king, my love. Plaff, a tentacle appeared from her chest in her excitement, and yellow plus exploded from it. I'm going to give you a memory you won't be able to forget. A thick smile appeared on Lilith's face. Chapter 250, After the War, Part 2. Hey, jungler. Missing in action. The opponent's tower is still fine, so what's our jungler doing? Screaming and loud keyboard clicks resounded through the room, and the pungent odor of cigarettes intertwined with the aroma of all sorts of food. A red-haired girl wearing a baseball cap and a young man with sharp eyes sat in the lower seats. Hey, the blue is mine. Ki-yeon-ju, the woman with red hair, said while frowning. She was using a phoenix character made of ice. Kang-woo, sitting next to her, didn't seem like he could hear her. He attacked the blue golem with a character that shot small, poisonous needles. A thick tendon appeared on Ki-yeon-ju's forehead. Hey, you bastard. Don't eat the blue, but my mana recovers faster when I eat it. Why would you need it? I need to throw out more mushrooms. Ki-yeon-ju gripped the back of her neck at his words. I feel like I'm going to die. My blood pressure. She held back her tears and pressed the tab key. She looked at Kang-woo's item. You went AD? Yes. You motherfucker, you suddenly asked me to come to a cyber cafe, yet you do something like this. What kind of shitty trolling is this? Ki-yeon-ju grabbed Kang-woo's collar and shook him. When she took her hands off the keyboard, an enemy hero ganked and killed her character. Og, she screamed. Ki-yeon-ju looked at the gray screen while holding back her tears. You bastard. Hey, this character seems terrible. Why is the mushroom damage so low? It's your head that's bad. Suddenly, the enemy forces destroyed their base. Defeat appeared on the screen in red letters. Ki Yeonju trembled. Kang-woo clicked his tongue. We lost again. Ah, I'm going to get one more order of ramyun. I'll also order a Coca-Cola, mandu, and a fish cake bar. Yeonju, do you want something? Hey, why did you come here? Why did I come here? What nonsense was that? To eat ramyun, obviously. Ah, Ki Yeonju collapsed on the chair while grabbing the back of her neck. Intense anger stimulated her. Why, you bastard, I missed a meeting for this. It had been 10 days since the war ended. Although the world was going through an unprecedented peaceful time since the cataclysmic day, the situation of a large-scale guild like Red Rose was different. She had to deal with the aftermath of the war, pay money to the family of the deceased, and help the wounded. Of course, most of it was handled with the money that was sent to Guardian from all around the world. Still, she was the leader of a guild. She was busy moving and making sure the guild members that had taken part in the war were given the best possible reward and compensation. All that, and she'd taken time off to meet Kang-woo. Kang-woo smirked and kept talking. It's been a while since I wanted to come here. What, an internet cafe? It's where we first met. Now that I think about it, it was a rough first meeting. But well, thanks to that, I received a lot of help, so I wanted to come here with you given the opportunity. He'd received a lot of help from Ki Yeonju. In the first few months, when he'd become a lot weaker thanks to the 10,000 demon core having been sealed, she'd enabled him to get through the roughest moments fairly easily. We both were after something, but I can't deny that I've received a lot of help. The entrance permission to the S-rank gate or giving him unique rank equipment as support. Lilith had been doing the necessary research he needed lately, but before he met her, it was Ki Yeonju who did it. That. Ki Yeonju was trembling with her mouth hanging open as if he'd said something unbelievable. Her cheeks turned as red as her hair. I was trying to use you as well. As expected, it was a textbook answer. It was a Ki Yeonju-like answer. Kang-woo smirked and turned his eyes to the computer again. Ki Yeonju glared at Kang-woo as if she found it upsetting. For some reason, she looked like Han Seala. What am I going to do with you? She sighed. Surprisingly, she wasn't feeling annoyed. No. Instead, her heart was beating faster and the ends of her mouth were trying to go up. Have I lost my mind? Ki Yeonju shook her head. To think that my heart would beat faster at something that Virgin said. But still. A noisy internet cafe, it was a place she often went to enjoy playing video games before she awakened as a player. In the end, going to such a place with Kang-woo wasn't that unpleasant. We haven't been talking much as of late either. He'd become too distant and gone up to a place she couldn't even dare to look. When she first met him, she knew a day like that might come someday. She realized he would go so far away that she wouldn't even dare to catch up, but she was feeling bittersweet because that day came sooner than expected. She couldn't even call him whenever she was bored. Yeonju looked at Kang-woo, who was eating another ramyun, all because he holds a heavy burden. He had to stop the world from being destroyed by the demon of prophecy. The scale of the burden was so big that she couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. She was the leader of a large-scale guild, so her baggage was also quite heavy, but still, it couldn't be compared to Kang-woo's. I'm also going to order ramyun. Foo, slurp, right, one should eat ramyun while in an internet cafe, although people don't usually come to an internet cafe to eat ramyun. Ki Yeonju looked at the monitor while making a bittersweet smile. The time she was spending with him made her feel excited. She looked at the monitor while trying to hide her blushing cheeks. There, your rank has decreased to bronze II. You motherfuckers, her voice spread through the internet cafe. You asshole, clack, I'm home. He opened the door and entered his apartment. Han Seala, who was sitting in the living room, tilted her head. You're early. Didn't you say you were going to hang out with Yeonju? She suddenly got up and left, Kang-woo said while scratching his head in confusion. She was looking at me as if I'd killed her parents. He couldn't understand what the point of rank in video games was. Wasn't the purpose to enjoy playing? Kang-woo smirked as he recalled what happened in the internet cafe. Still, it was fun. Especially the ramyun, it was delicious. The flavor of the ramyun eaten while playing couldn't be compared to the flavor of ramyun eaten at home. Is it similar to eating popcorn while watching a movie? He had never been to the cinema, but for some reason he felt it should be similar. What did you say to Yeonju? Han Seala looked at him suspiciously. I really don't know, she seemed angry because we lost a game. Han Seala scratched her cheeks as if she found it confusing. She had also never played video games before, so she couldn't understand Ki Yeonju's attitude. Kang-woo, does that mean you're free today? Yes, we were supposed to eat dinner together, but she just walked off. Since his plans were cancelled, he naturally gained some free time. Echidna snorted in excitement. HNGH. HGNH, then let's watch some anime. She grabbed Kang-woo's collar with shining eyes. Kang-woo smirked and patted her. Kang-woo tilted his head while patting Echidna. Did you grow? Echidna's body had grown quite a lot. She nodded and continued talking. It's as if, after the war, my body was filled with strength, so my height in this place grew, Echidna said while pointing toward her chest. Was it because she was standing next to Han Xiala? It's just a cliff. To be honest, he couldn't tell the difference. Should I use the authority of insight? Kang-woo, do you prefer a younger look? No way, he shook his head. Although he'd become a demon, that didn't mean he'd lost the basic moral values of a human. Echidna, it was true that he couldn't see her as a member of the opposite gender. He knew that her real age was a couple of 100 years old, but due to her mannerisms and appearance, he couldn't think of her as a member of the opposite gender. That's why he hadn't reacted despite Echidna's constant tries to appeal to him. HNGH, I'm glad. Echidna snorted, relieved, and nodded. Still, Kang-woo looked at her. It's because of me, right? Her growth was probably related to him. He fell into thought. According to Echidna's explanation, it would take her a couple of 100 years to grow from a hatchling into a full-fledged dragon. Did the time get brought forward because of me? He wasn't sure whether that was good or bad news. After all, he had never heard about dragons. I should ask Lilith to investigate a bit. Kang-woo sat on the chair. As always, Echidna sat on his lap. Was it because she'd become taller? He couldn't see forward very well. I'm going to get as fat as Xiala soon. Fat? Come on, Xiala isn't fat at all. After Echidna said it while clenching her fists, Han Xiala's expression paled. Kang-woo smirked as if he thought it was nonsense. I got fat, she mumbled in a soulless voice. It seemed like she didn't hear him, and now that I think about it, I haven't been going into gates as much recently. Excuse me. Miss Xiala, Mr. Kang-woo eats a lot, so I feel like I've been eating a lot too. Can you hear me? Things can't stay like this. Mr. Kang-woo, I'm going to diet. Tonight there's no kimchi stew. From now on, Mr. Kang-woo also won't eat dinner. Cough. Kang-woo's eyes widened at her lightning-like words. Kang-woo did his best to change her mind as he dripped in a cold sweat. After the vortex-like incident passed, Kang-woo sat quietly on the sofa and looked at the living room. The life he'd always dreamt of was right in front of him. I hope the days like this continue from now on. Kang-woo smiled and closed his eyes. Clack, clack, a low sound echoed out. Tang, Lilith cut something with a knife. A liquid similar to crimson blood dripped out. Foo, 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 she smiled while looking at the dripping red liquid. Chapter 251, After the War. Part 3, click. A giant door that was almost 5 meters tall opened up, and a muscular giant with red skin entered. No, he was closer to a monster. Balrog had returned from training in the special training room built for him. When he tilted his head, there was an unexpected guest. What brings you here, Lilith? I came here to borrow the kitchen. My house is next to the Demon King's, so there's a chance I'd be found out, Lilith calmly replied. Balrog frowned at her words. To think you'd modify someone else's house as you please. The house Kang-woo had built for Balrog didn't naturally have a kitchen. Not only was there no way Balrog would prepare his own food, but a demon didn't need to eat in the first place. Lilith had created a kitchen by modifying his house. Fufu, this is also all for the Demon King. What do you mean? Balrog's eyes shone as she mentioned Kang-woo. Lilith moved her knife while clicking her tongue. Tang, tang. A liquid red as blood poured out. Did you already forget what the Demon King told us before? Lilith kept talking while making a thoughtful expression. He always used to say that he wanted to eat kimchi stew. Kimchi stew. Balrog's eyes widened. One had to tear away the skin of a dead beast and take out its inner guts. After killing an animal with a knife in a very cruel way, you only left behind the meat pieces that were the most comfortable to eat. Then you boiled that in a liquid that was red as blood, and then you finally ate it, a food truly worthy of a demon king. After returning to Earth, he had eaten it a couple of times, but was it because he wasn't as cruel as the demon king? He couldn't understand that flavor. Lilith, don't tell me, Balrog glared at her while trembling. Lilith licked the red liquid that was on the knife. Fufu, this time I will make that thing called kimchi stew and offer it to the demon king. Balrog shuddered. After swearing to protect the Demon King, he'd awakened the Overlord's armor, so he was hoping to monopolize the King's love and attention, but to think that she'd do something like that. Balrog clenched his fists. Was it not enough to seduce the King using your appearance? It was unfair. Lilith had a breathtaking appearance worthy of being called the Succubus Queen. Even in hell, she used her appearance to receive his love and attention. The way she acts by trusting her face. Even if he offered the head of a demon to receive the appreciation of the king, he couldn't compare to Lilith. Whenever the Demon King saw Lilith, he trembled in excitement. Lilith turned her head while making a bittersweet smile. It seems like the Demon King doesn't care about appearance. That was easy to see just by seeing how he'd accepted the feelings of that human girl called Han Xiala. To the king, having a beautiful appearance had no meaning. The skin of the body wasn't enough to move his emotions. To move his feelings, she had to go a step forward. I'm going to keep practicing cooking, so you just have to keep practicing that Overlord's armor or whatever the name of that useless technique is. Balrog clenched his fists while biting his lip. He was starting to feel jealous. If he also had a beautiful appearance like Lilith's that could seduce the Demon King. Ha, he sighed. Balrog turned his body. I'll do what I can. What the Demon King wanted from him was probably different from Lilith. What he could do was keep getting stronger so he could become the king's shield and sword. Later, Balrog turned his head. Tell me how to make kimchi stew, he said in a very low voice. Lilith burst into laughter while covering her mouth. Fufu, okay, stop looking like an abandoned dog even if I tell you. Would he like it more than the one she made for the Demon King? Balrog remained silent at her question. There was no need to think about it. If they all made the same kimchi stew, he'd obviously preferred one that a beautiful woman like Lilith prepared. Damn it, Balrog cursed and went to the training room. He picked up the communication crystal the Demon King had given him and called someone. There was a limit to training alone. Hello, human, I have a proposition. Through the communication crystal, the voice of a familiar young man could be heard. Hang out with me. The red muscles that felt a battle getting closer swelled as if they were about to burst. Let's see. Kang-woo lay on the sofa and read the report he'd received from Gaia. Report of the Great Russian War. Number of players dead 3812. Tisk. Kang-woo clicked his tongue. About 10,000 top players had joined Guardian. After one battle, almost half of the players had died. Although it was a very large-scale battle, he wasn't omnipotent. There was no way he'd be able to stop everyone from dying in a large-scale war. From the moment he prepared for a war to happen, he expected some people to die. Still, it was sad to see that almost half of them had died. It was true that after that war, the number of people wanting to join Guardian increased, but picking out people and making them grow would take time. The good thing is, there hadn't been major losses among the main forces of Guardian, the Celestial Wolf troops, and the first squadron that Grace led. Most of the people that died were ones that had been swept away by the second landslide. Names and levels of deceased players. Player name Kwon Jin level 78. Player name Hakagea Hachiman LV 82. Player name William Smith leave 76. Smith, a certain name caught his attention. Smith you. Without being able to propose to Anna, Kang-woo sighed and prayed for Smith. Why would you say something like that? One could say that it was destiny. Kang-woo picked up his phone while making a bittersweet smile. Ah yes. Mr. Kang-woo, do you need something? Park Hyun-woo, someone that had been scouted from the Red Rose Guild because his talent was recognized. He had been placed in charge of sending reparations to the family of the deceased players and managing the money that governments from around the world sent them. It's about the player called William Smith that passed away. Wait a moment. Ah, there he is. He's an English player. Is he someone you know? Park Hyun-woo carefully asked. No, it's nothing like that, but I wanted to ask if you could help his family sooner. He died and left behind a woman with whom he'd promised to get married. He wouldn't have cared if he didn't know who he was, but he wanted to do as much as possible since he'd noticed him. Well, I'm usually not someone who cares about things like this. But people often did things they didn't frequently do when they were in a good mood. That was how it felt. The things related to Lilith and Satan had been solved, so he wanted to do things he didn't usually do. Wait a moment. It seems like the family has already been contacted. Really? Yes. I was wondering where I heard the name Smith, but someone called Anna came to the Guardian base and took all the reparation money. Smith had written in his testament that he would leave everything to Miss Anna. I see. For some reason he felt that something was wrong. Yes, to be more precise, Miss Anna and her husband came and took the reward money. Yes, husband. I heard that Anna and Smith were childhood friends. There wasn't any other special thing written in the testament. Is there a problem? No, I mean no, it's nothing. Kang-woo cut the phone call. He remembered his face and how he told his subordinates he would propose to Anna once the war ended. Smitthh, it was the cruel taste of reality. It didn't matter how much he thought about it. He couldn't help but think that Smith had been deceived by Anna. I guess that life is cruel. He thought he was glad that Smith had died without knowing. Kang-woo put away the list of the deceased for a moment and prayed for him. Well, to be honest, it didn't matter that much. Who cared if Smith's life was messed up? It's okay as long as I'm fine. Kang-woo has been looking back at his life. He wanted an ideal life where there was nothing for him to worry about, the life of a rich person that could stay at home and do nothing, someone that could do anything he wanted without anyone saying otherwise. Working was fulfilling. You were the happiest while working. Nonsense. The people who said that were probably the ones who, if they won the lottery, would quit work before anyone else. Yawn. Kang-woo lay on the sofa and stretched his arms. Of course, things hadn't ended yet. There were still some branches of the demon cult left. The relationship with the angels was also awkward. Not only that, but there was also the demon god. There are also many things I have to do right now. He needed to practice Satan's authority, the authority of extinction, and at the same time he needed to increase the amount of demonic energy he could control. There were many things he had to do, but didn't he deserve some time to enjoy life? Kang-woo lay on the sofa and closed his eyes. Ring, did they already arrive? Echidna, Siala, and her mother had gone out to buy some clothes, so he had been left alone. Kang-woo tilted his head and walked toward the entrance door. He opened it. Click, I've wanted to see you, my king, my love. Slammed, he quickly closed the door. Ha ha ha, his hands trembled over the doorknob. Why? Why so suddenly? The Lilith in front of him wasn't Kurosaki Yuri but the demon with green tentacles and 18 red eyes. Fuck. Why does she look like that again? She probably realized he had a deep trauma regarding that aspect of her, otherwise it made no sense that she hadn't shown it to him recently. The light, the end of the nightmare should have come. Squeak fufufu, Demon King, it seems like you're still quite a shy person. A green tentacle entered through the crack in the door. What's wrong? Kang-woo asked while taking a step backward. Lilith gave him a pot she was holding in her hands. Fufu, I tried to make it myself. She smiled and blushed as a horrible smile that seemed like it would most likely belong to some nightmare formed on her face. A familiar scent came from the pot. Kang-woo received it with shining eyes. It's kimchi stew, fufufu, in hell you often said you wanted to have it. That's true, but after returning to Earth, he'd been eating it at least once a day. Lilith shyly kept talking while twisting her body. I heard that Miss Siala cooks well, but I wanted to make it for the Demon King at least once. That's why I've been practicing. Ah, a short exclamation came out of his mouth. He understood why she hadn't been contacting him recently. Kang-woo saw there were some band-aids on her tentacles. What kind of setup is this? He smirked. He didn't know where she'd heard of such a thing, but Kang-woo knew there was no way kitchen knives could wound her. Thank you. Kang-woo grabbed the pot while smiling and sat on the table. Lilith followed him, seeing her looking at him with shining eyes made him feel guilty. I suddenly feel sorry. He began feeling sorry after closing the door right in front of her. Then, I'm going to eat it. If you want more, just tell me, I have more in my house. Haha, okay, clack. Kang-woo began eating the kimchi stew. Whoa, Kang-woo's eyes shone while eating the kimchi stew. How delicious! It was delicious even compared to the stew that Han Xiala prepared. Kang-woo looked at Lilith in surprise. For a demon who had almost no sense of taste, she probably had to go through a lot to make something so delicious. How admirable! He couldn't help but smile. Squeak, huh. At that moment, he felt something weird in his mouth. It was as if he were eating an octopus instead of meat. What did you put in the kimchi stew? Ah, that, you see. Lilith's smile deepened. Oh fuck, wait. Kang-woo's expression hardened. For some reason he felt uneasy. An ominous feeling spread through his back. It's my secret recipe. Wink 9 of her 18 eyes winked. The ominous sensation worsened. No, Kang-woo's hands trembled. There's no way. He looked at the bandages that were on Lilith's green tentacles. There was no way a demon could get wounded by a kitchen knife, but what if she cut them on purpose? And no, slam. Kang-woo slammed the table and stood. No, there's no way. Don't tell me, even if it's her. Kang-woo lowered his head and looked at the pot there. She covered her mouth. He naturally remembered a certain phrase. Reality is a bitch, bleh.